Aloha everybody and welcome to day 2 in paradise. It's day 2 of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. Rich Hagan, your host, sitting alongside Zach Hill and Rashad Miller. We're in paradise. For some today, it'll be paradise lost. For others, paradise regained. But who and how? That's what we're here to tell you over the next, could be 12 hours of live magic with the best in the business. Hundreds have come back for day 2. Guys, why don't we kick off? For those poor people who missed out on 12 hours yesterday, why don't we show them the big leaderboard and show you what the state of play is as we begin our second day of coverage here from Hawaii. So let's show you our big leaderboard, and this is the top 20 overall. 2 players had perfect records on day 1. The 2-time Player of the Year, Yuya Watanabe, and the Grand Prix champion from Washington, D.C. 2014, Mike Sigrist of the United States from Team Face-to-Face Games. More of them in a little while. Then you have all the 7-on-1s. There's 10 of them. Park Jun-young of South Korea, Portalan of Croatia, Strasky from the Czech Republic, your world champion Shahar Shenhar, Ari Lax looking to improve on his 9th place finish from Return to Ravnica. Then for Canada, it's Omar Belden, Greg Orange looking to go back-to-back deep into Pro Tour territory, David Palmer, Pro Tour qualifier winner, played in a handful of GPs, Bram Snetvangers from the Hall of Fame, and the former Rookie of the Year, Felipe Tapia Becerra. You then begin the 6 and 2s with Alexander John and Matt Severa with their draw in the last round, and the 6 and 2s go all the way down to former world champion Guillaume Matignon in 51st place. And that means this morning there will be 7 draft pods of 6 and 2 or better competing to go back to standard. So that's the state of play with the leaderboard, but how we get through these 3 days, Zach, let's walk through the schedule and the format.
Well, the first thing we're going to do is there's going to be 8 rounds. We're going to watch the draft. We're going to get to see both Yuya Watanabe and Mike Sigrist draft their decks. From there, we're going to see 3 rounds of limited play, and then we're going to see 5 rounds of standard. Now remember, this is a new standard format as we saw yesterday. The format's rotated, wide open, a ton of new decks, really exciting to get to see what these players have figured out.
What is the one thing that you will take away, Zach, from yesterday?
I mean, the thing I'll take away from yesterday is that, definitely there's a big contention of players playing Abzan, both mid-range and aggressive decks. A lot of players playing different variants of Jeskai, but that's not the field. It's not as though there are only 2 decks. A ton of room for innovation, a ton of different strategies. We'll have to see what percolates to the top.
Rashad, one memory for you coming out of day 1.
Well, with blue changing with the rotation of standard, there needed to be a new blue card that pushed the control decks and other decks over the top, and it's Dig Through Time. Dig Through Time has been in Jeskai decks, has been in any deck that has any type of blue in it, and it's more than just inspiration. It's almost better than, someone said that it was better than Sphinx's Revelation. I'm not going to say who, but you're going to have to go back and watch the video to find that one out.
Sacrilege. It's a disgrace. I tell you what's not a disgrace. It's draft time. The players are ready. They can't wait to crack open their packs of Khans of Tarkir, and we are going to focus in on every pick from every pack of the 2-time Player of the Year from Japan, Yuya Watanabe. Let's head down to the booth for all the action as day 2 gets into gear.
Hey everybody, welcome to the booth. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer, Pro Tour champion, Randy Buehler, and we are about to watch, a pretty impressive draft table. This is the top of the standings from day 1. We've got a 2-time Player of the Year. We got a person who beat him in the finals of Grand Prix Washington, D.C. I mean, I think we can...
it's a rematch in that first round.
And these guys are going to be sitting next to each other in the draft.
Yeah,
let's take a look at the draft table that we're going to be covering. There you get a look. Yuya Watanabe there over on the end, 2-time Player of the Year, feeding Mike Sigrist. And they know they're going to play each other. It's not like a draft where you're like, I could play anybody.
Right.
No, we're the only 2 8-0s.
We're going to play.
So we know we're going to play. So we're going to watch Yuya Watanabe. We're going to talk through that draft.
Yep.
And then, at the same time, we have Mike Sigrist's draft being recorded, and we're going to play that back on the big wall in Studio B and talk about that.
Yeah, rest of the table's pretty interesting, too. Sigrist passing to Ari Lax. Tony
World
Portolon,
champion.
Shahar Shenhar, who the advice from his buddies this morning was, don't draft the Blast theme deck again. Please don't draft the Blast theme deck again. Shahar's deck yesterday had both Dune Blast and Trumpet Blast. Those cards aren't supposed to go together.
They don't go together. But we're going to be watching.
Shahar's defense was, I 3-0'd.
Yeah. We're going to be watching Yuya Watanabe. They're ready to go. We're going to send it down to the floor, and we're going to see what the two-time Player of the Year pulls out of his packs. So let's... Hey everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Pro Tour Concert Tarkir. This is our draft coverage. We're going to be watching two-time Player of the Year Yuya Watanabe as he makes his way through 3 packs of Concert Tarkir and tries to keep his record sterling. He's 8-0. There you get a look at him. He's sitting next to Mike Sigrist. Mike Sigrist is also 8-0. That's his opponent for the first round of action today, and he is going to be feeding him. How does that change the draft?
Yeah, I'm not normally a fan of defensively drafting or, taking cards. Maybe in a team draft, but normally in a booster draft, you don't even know if you're going to play the guys next to you. So you just do play nice is the correct strategy.
But you could actually pass cut here?
Yeah, it's not actually the correct strategy when you know you're playing the guy next to you.
All right, there you see Yuya sifting through his pack.
We need the cards, guys.
There we go. And he's sorting things out there. You see an Icy Blast at the top. See
High
Spire
Mantis,
Mantis. Yeah,
I like High Spire Mantis. Red white is one of the better sort of 2-color pairs you can be in. You can build a very aggressive deck. You can get into a couple of different clans pretty easily. There's an Efreet Weaponsmith that could actually circle the table and wind up in your deck. If you go Jeskai, I would High Spire Mantis here.
Yeah, and that's what he's going to do.
I mean, Icy Blast is good, but I think High Spire Mantis is just better.
I just found it interesting also that you sorted that card up to the front. He's like, this is something that he was thinking about there. Looks at his next pack. I mean, he's
straight to the land.
Yeah, he's going straight to the Windscarred Crag.
Reasonable. Jeskai Wing Scout. You can build a really good Jeskai deck in this draft format. Flying is super effective. Everybody's got, there's all these giant morph battles on the ground. So he started with a 3/3 flyer. He can kind of add a 2/1 prowess flyer here.
I talked to Martin Hughes yesterday, and he was talking about the blue flyer deck, and that's what he wants to be doing in draft. And in fact, wow.
Yeah, Windscarred Crag, though. Adding a third color here is a little sketchy if you don't have to, and drafting a multi-land is nice.
I've watched a few of the Japanese players drafting this weekend. Adding a third color is pretty conservative. So, looked like he was identifying the dismal backwater. No, he's Leaping Master. So he's like, do I go 5 or stay 2? 5 or 2? That's his decision here.
Yeah, if he'd gone Wing Scout, he could also be looking at the Singing Bell Strike. It's not terrible in those blue tempo decks. I would Leaping Master. I mean, Abomination of Gadul is obviously a more powerful Magic card, but there aren't that many good 2-drops in this format. Like, being able to impact the board before turn 3, I mean, everybody's going to play a Morph on turn 3, so already having a creature in play is really nice.
It can trade, and then in the late game, you get to use your mana and give that guy flying. So, Canyon Lurkers, Winter Flame, a very powerful Arrowstorm.
Yeah, Arrowstorm's pretty solid. I mean, it's a little clunky at 5 mana sorcery, but it's 4 to a creature or a player.
I mean,
and often 5.
Yeah, I mean, often just finishes the game. He takes Salt Orb Patrol. He's staying pretty tightly on target here.
Jeskai Charm. Yeah, the Jeskai deck is available. Is he going to move in now? Charm this late? Oh, Force Away.
Hordling Outburst.
Yeah, blue's open. Force Away's so good.
Oh, no, that's not Hordling Outburst. That's Goblin Slide.
Yeah.
It's a little more work to get the Hordling Outburst from it. How do you feel about Smite the Monstrous?
It's solid. I mean, it's 4 mana, but
no Jeskai Charm?
It's no Jeskai Charm.
Which is what he took there.
The other thing about the Jeskai Charm is that if he passes Jeskai Charm, he's got a decent chance of creating a Jeskai player who is left. And right now, I think he's read the draft for having Jeskai be open. mean, he was already in 2 of those colors, so adding the third just puts him in a good spot to get paid off in pack 3.
Have you been surprised at all by how high he's prioritizing Salt Road Patrol?
A little bit. I don't love the card.
But that 5 toughness for 4 men, I mean, it just is going to hold the ground against just about anything.
Right. I mean, if you're trying to attack, Ifrit Weaponsmith, yeah, no. You see that Jeskai Charm come around, that tells you there's no Jeskai Drafter on your right. If there was a Jeskai Drafter on his right, then he wouldn't be getting past Charm, and if they're not going to move in for Charm, they're going to move it. Then they're going to pass you Weaponsmith.
He's really torn here. He's like, I want the Horde Ambush, or I want.
Yeah, we talked about how good 2-drops are.
Yeah.
Either way, it's more evidence that he's in the right colors.
And he is going to take the Horde Ambusher. Yeah. Keeps himself open.
No, I mean, honestly, I think it's. Do you want a 2-drop?
There's a Volley Dasher. Yeah.
More 2-drops.
We saw a pretty impressive deck from Joel Larson yesterday. Had multiple Valley Dashers, multiple other 2-drops, and just came out super aggressive.
Yeah.
And
I like the Valley Dasher pick there. Valley Dasher, I mean, it looks like, must attack. This guy looks like a big drawback, but nothing can block him. Like, he's going to get, War Shrieker.
Yeah, Marty
so
War Shrieker
good.
came back around there.
Took that in about 2 seconds it took to get War Shrieker into his pile. Yeah, super base red, aggro. God, the War Shrieker, that mana. I mean, it fixes a little bit sometimes, but whatever. Just being able to come out aggressively, you're attacking on turn 3, then you're dropping this and
here,
something
right?
else.
No question. Act of Treason, yeah.
Oh, I love a good Act of Treason. That card floats too. When you have the super aggressive deck, Act of Treason steals their best blocker and bashes them over the head with it. Super powerful. Triggers your prowess creatures if you have those. Yeah, not much here.
Venerable Lamassu.
I guess that's better than Bloodfire Mentor. It's unlikely to make the cut. Which red?
Canyon Lurkers or Skullkin?
Oh, Skullkin's better.
Yeah.
I think that,
he's already sort of speculated on blue. So.
Right, he doesn't have a lot of blue, but he saw that it was open. And that's why he's got the charm.
The Goblin Slide.
Yeah, you take it. Card's playable.
I saw some people testing that card and trying to test that card in Standard.
Sure. So he's base red. He's really heavily red-white at this point.
White, yeah.
I mean, his red's better than his white, but whatever. He's in both. And, I mean, his actual blue is just the Skaldkin and the Jeskai Charm, but it's that plus a read that it's open for pack 3.
And the free Weaponsmith is not enough to make someone switch. You see the
you saw how late that went around.
You see the the clan common morphs go around the table a lot without that being an indication that clan is open.
Correct. I mean, it's sort of one of the reasons to go and embrace. Fine, I'll be 3 colors. Is that people tend to pass those late if you're the only one in your clan, and it's unlikely that there's another Jeskai player at this table. And you know what? If the red and the white are good enough, maybe he doesn't even have to play a 3-color.
What are you looking for here? What's without going Creator Clause? What is he? Just like an Arc
Sarkhan?
Lightning.
Arc Lightning's a fine choice.
Abzan Falconer. Yeah.
Abzan Falconer in a heartbeat. Now those Saltwater Patrols can fly. It's pretty nice. You're looking at Sagu Mauler, really?
Mauler. He's like, I could team her. He's like, I could team her. No, I can't.
No, he can't. I mean, blue is his 3rd color. Not one of his base 2. Blue is his 3rd color. He does want to know that's at the table, though. So, like, somebody's got blue and green mana available.
Feet of Resistance is out. He's counting. He's like, how many blue cards do I have?
There's no way. You take the Falconer's good. That's the other thing. It's not like your Falconer is one of the better uncommons you can get.
It's also a 2/3 for 3, which means it just without anything else happening, it trumps your opponent's turn 3 play.
Right. Yeah, 2/3s are very powerful in this format.
It outlasts very cheaply.
Yeah, I don't think he was counting blue cards. I think he was counting what could come back out of that pack. Is what he was counting. Chief of the Edge is good for the black-white player. Do you take a multi-land here? Oh, Mystic of the Way, maybe?
No, I think he's going to take the Alabaster Kieran. All right. Or he could take Swift Kick.
Mystic of the Way it's better than Alabaster Kieran if he knows he's blue. But he's currently red-white, probably splashing blue. Maybe that's enough to make the Kieran bet. I mean, either one of these picks is defensible here to me. I mean, if you're solidly blue, you'd rather have the Master.
Sure.
But Kieran is, there's no chance that he's going to drop the white from his deck.
Right. He did take the Kieran. Just flying Vigilance. So, he's going to kind of rule the air here.
Oh, yeah. Especially with that Falconer.
There's a War Shrieker.
Ponyback could hypothetically still splash black.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's
Flip
not
it off the War
He's not
Shrieker.
committed to his blue at all.
What else is in here other than the Ponyback?
And there's another War Shrieker.
Oh, another War Shrieker. Huh. I would probably War Shrieker. I'm a big fan of the War Shrieker.
Me too.
I mean, I really like being aggressive in this format. I like attacking people and sort of punishing them for any hiccups they have in their mana development, and for, playing a vanilla 2/2 for 3 mana.
Right. Ponyback Brigade is the pick. There's another Leaping Master. Yeah.
Definitely likes the 2 drops, and he's looking at a dual land as well.
Is that a Monastery Swiftspear in the back there too?
Is it? That's better than Leaping Master, isn't it? It is Swiftspear. Isn't Swiftspear decent?
I think so.
I mean, I think Prowess is kind of underrated. I think that the Jeskai aggro deck can do quite well.
Wow.
Yeah, I might have taken Swiftspear there. It's not a card you get. I mean, it's uncommon and it's not amazing, but I mean, Leaping Master's not amazing.
There's an Arrow Storm.
That seems like a pretty easy Arrow
Yeah,
Storm
really,
pick,
really
right?
nothing else for him. I mean, I don't like. Is that a Smite?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think Arrow Storm's better than Smite. You see how many cards there are. It's such a good draft format. So many cards that are sort of similarly powered and situationally better than each other. You can't really do a pick order list.
No.
Everything is contextual based on the deck that you're drafting and the mana that you've got. Just a super sweet draft format.
There's a Defiant Strike. Seems fine in his deck.
Is that a Crippling Chill in the back?
That is a Crippling Chill.
I mean, again, he's probably shying away from the blue, but Crippling Chill is a lot better than Defiant Strike.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think he thinks he's Mardu at this point.
Well, what? He's got one Jeskai Charm, he's got one Ponyback Brigade.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that does mean it's enough to make Defiant Strike
Huh.
better than Crippling Chill. I guess.
That looks like a Mardu Rough Rider.
Yeah, Marty's
And
open.
another Ponyback
Oh, now you
Brigade.
take Ponyback. Yeah, you take Ponyback here in a heartbeat. I do anyway. I mean, you're starting to get to the point where the Trumpet Blast would be an exciting card to add to your deck. He's already pretty aggressive. If you go wide, I mean, that's the best Mardu deck in my mind. If you get the Mardu tokens deck where you go
Yes.
wide, you start spitting off whether they're goblins or warriors or whatever. You're like Active Trees in your blocker or Trumpet Blast my guys. Trumpet Blast also triggers Prowess. You can get some super aggressive
Oh,
draws.
Jeering Instigator. That
so
card's
good.
phenomenal
Yeah,
here.
the even better Active Treason. Yeah, so he's got one Active Treason, one Jeering Instigator. I love this deck. Could use some multi-lands. Oh, Bloodfire Expert. Speaking of prowess, I'm a fan. I think
Yeah,
Bloodfire Expert
I
is
am
quite
too.
good. I mean, the thing is, it's just so much more aggressive than playing a Morph on turn 3.
And
they play a Morph on turn 3, and you attack into them, and like, oh, so powerful.
if you end up with any random Ferocious cards too, he always triggers them.
Right, you cast the Ferocious card. The Prowess trigger makes him a 4 power guy before your Ferocious card resolves. So,
There's a Tranquil Cove. Over Sage Eye Harrier.
yeah, he's not going to play Sage Eye Harrier in this deck.
There's a Volley of Boulders. That's the faltery
Yeah, maybe.
kill your tokens guy. Oh,
Right,
Barrage
yeah,
of
he
Boulders,
mostly wants to
sorry.
have that in his sideboard so nobody can kill all his tokens with it. Mardu Banner. You can play a Mardu Banner in your deck. You drop it off the War Shrieker and then use it to flip over Ponyback Brigade, right? Totally
Sure.
works. Like, yeah, I mean, the War Shriek, 2 War Shriekers makes... He passed the second War Shrieker, didn't he?
He did, yes.
But still, War Shrieker actually, like, you kind of
What
need
is
something
it?
to dump 3 mana into. Yeah, I like that pack a lot. I think this deck is...
his
this
deck is sweet.
very aggressive. It's got a good mana curve. It doesn't have much fixing. I mean, it's going to be tricky. He really wants to splash the 2 Ponyback Brigades, but he doesn't have any free black unless he plays that banner. Maybe you do play the banner. It does trigger prowess.
I mean, again,
it's only
the
got the
po-
1 prowess creature. Though.
and again, the Ponyback Brigade, you don't have to flip it.
Yeah, you can play it as a morph. That's true.
You can sink that black mana and just hide it, but and he doesn't have anything else that's asking him to play black.
Right. Yeah, when your splash is only for morph activation costs, then you never get truly color screwed. You've always at least got a face down 2/2.
Yeah, and this so people talk all the time about going into 2 enemy colors, and just staying there as long as possible.
Right.
And so through two packs, Yuya has basically a red-white deck. He has a basic Boros deck that, based on what he sees in this third pack, he could take a Jessica, he could take a Mantis Rider.
Yeah.
He could take an Ankle Shanker.
Exactly.
Whatever comes his way. There's a
Seeker of the Way.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's phenomenal. Burn Away, another Ponyback Brigade.
Which is going to circle the table.
Yep.
Seeker of the Way is so good. I didn't miss the rare, did I? What was the rare? Is that a Crackling Doom?
It is a Crackling Doom.
Whatever. Seeker of the Way. Card's ridiculous. It might be the best 2-drop in the format. I'm probably forgetting some rare, but Seeker of the Way is excellent.
There you get a look.
You drop it on turn 2, you attack into them, they can never block you, and if they finally do get around to blocking, maybe you have 2 tricks. He's even got a Defiant Strike in his deck already. Yeah, I would Seeker of the Way here. I mean, Crackling
He's thinking
Doom is
about
nice.
Burn Away. He doesn't have a lot of removal.
Really?
He takes the Burn Away.
Wow. I just
I mean,
don't
Burn Away
agree with that
kills
pick.
everything.
It does, and it randomly hoses the Sultai player. I mean, exiling their graveyard is kind of unfair, but I mean, 5 mana versus the best 2-drop around?
There's a Jeskai Student.
Some other 2-drops. Still, I'd rather have Seeker. Aspirant's better than Student.
Yeah.
He's thinking about it. Maybe he's thinking about what's coming back.
There's a Blood-Soaked Champion hanging back there.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That card's so frustrating to deal with.
Sure. And he does get War Name Aspirant.
Yeah. You see, he's just put a premium on any 2-power creature for 2, other than the
the Seeker of the Way.
other
Yeah,
than
that's the
Seeker
one
of the Way.
time he won. I guess he has no real removal. Oh my God, he gets another shot.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, never mind. I'm not taking Seeker of the Way out of this pack.
Dragon Style Twins.
Have you had this card in play yet?
I have not. Did he just go? I want to take all 4 of these.
Yeah. Nice pump fake. Wow, he does want to take. Jesus. If you could just escape draft and just say, I'll take this pack and I'm out for the rest. I
Yes.
don't need the other 10 picks. In a heartbeat. Look at that. I've never seen somebody more sad to take a Dragon Style Twins. That is the most depressed Dragon Style Twins
Yeah.
pick of all time. You
that
feel about
called
putting 3 warriors into
Take
play.
up arms. Yeah. He doesn't have any of the warrior, pump effects.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, he mostly makes goblin tokens, so he needs. I mean, it's starting to Trump. This is starting to be a deck that would love a trumpet blast. He hasn't actually held one. Maybe somebody else is
I
soaking
have
them
not
up, or
seen
there just
one.
haven't been any opened.
He's
Well,
going
it
to
goes
just Leaping
Master over Take
Yeah.
Up Arms. I like Take Up Arms. He's a little on the expensive side, but he clearly values Leaping Master a lot. I mean, he is the colors to give it flying. Another Defiant Strike in there. Bloodfire Expert.
He's a Master of the
Master
Way.
of the Way. I don't think Master of the Way is the pick because I don't think he's going to play
I
the
don't
blue.
think he's going to play blue at all.
It's either Bloodfire Expert or Defiant Strike.
How do you feel about Siegecraft? That's a card I've seen a lot of people playing that has surprised me.
Defiant Strike's the pick. I don't
Yeah.
like it. I'm not a
Yeah.
fan.
I'm not a fan either, but I've certainly seen people just put it on their Leaping Master and be like,
Right.
ugh, I can't deal with that. I'm not playing bounce.
Jeskai Student.
No, he's got to take that. Yeah.
Oh,
He's gonna
yeah.
take the black white
multi-land.
land there,
Absolutely.
yeah. He needed that very badly.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah. Now Pony Back is very realistic. He's got 1 free source of black, 2nd free source of black, and now it's.
He's got 3 sources of black if he wants to play the banner. So he's also got.
Oh, you're counting the War Shrieker.
I'm also going to count the War Shrieker. Yeah.
That one's trickier to line up.
Sure.
He's got 1 truly free source of black. That's
Yeah.
my story.
Yeah.
Is that Mardu Charm? Wow. Yeah, play the Mardu Charm. I think he just put Banner in his deck. I'm now playing a Banner in this deck. I'm also rooting for a multi-land, but
Yo,
I'm
I
not
would-
holding my breath. I'm playing like a 1 swamp, 1 Banner, 1 multi-land, and a War Shrieker.
There's a Ponyback Brigade.
Yeah, you take it. Maybe I'm up to 2 swamps.
You might be more than 2 swamps right now.
No Trumpet Blast, though.
No, there hasn't been one.
Hasn't even. I don't think he's held one in his hands.
He's got
Still, I
three-
mean, you go wide enough, and you don't even need to trumpet blast.
Yeah.
You're just like, I'll attack you with, 6 dorks and 3 real creatures. Take
Yeah.
7.
He also only needs to. He has enough flyers that he can.
He does have a
between
lot
the
of
leaping
flyers.
masters and the
pony back
Kieran
playing defense, just
and the
buying him
high
a couple
spire
of turns.
mantis. Yeah, he can just be like chump, play a morph, unmorph it, do the same thing.
Another Defiant Strike. He's probably not playing it. Yeah, bring low. Bring low's better.
Yeah.
There's the removal. I don't mind playing a bring low, especially in a deck with a couple prowess creatures. Oh, it's the wrong banner.
Take the Arrow
Yeah,
Storm
take the Arrow
happily. His deck can also really take advantage of Arrow Storm because he can just get you low enough early.
Hate Blade versus, is that the good charm? I mean, the good banner?
That looks like a Mardu banner, yeah. He takes the Hate Blade.
I'm
Takes the
not
one
going to
drop.
play 2 banners. May not play the 1. We'll see.
And just to answer any questions about Siegecraft, takes an off-color banner over it.
Wow.
Wow, that deck looks terrific to me, though.
Yeah, the mana is slightly sketchy. But I mean, it's one of those where like he'll draw it up and like how many black cards does he want to splash? I could imagine the answer being anywhere from 0 to 4?
Right.
3 Pony Bracks and a Mardu Charm.
Yeah.
And I guess the activation ability of the Hate Blade.
Right.
So I don't know. Could be anywhere from 0 to 4 black cards.
So
Definitely
that
would be
would be-
happy to take that deck.
That would be 3 swamps.
Right, that becomes the question, right? The mana's a little sketchy. Depending on how many black cards he goes. So like, you build the red-white version of the deck.
He's got a
count up how
red-white
many
land.
cards.
He's got a black-white land, so he can cheat 2 planes.
Right.
He's got the banner. But
Love that deck.
What-
I
what
love
do
the way he drafted it too.
Yeah.
I mean, other than I obviously value Seeker of the Way a little higher than he does, or he values Burn Away more than I do. Other than that one pick, I thought the philosophy that went into that draft seemed perfect. Right, you find an enemy color pair.
Yes.
You hang out there as long as you can. It kept coming, especially the red in particular kept coming. It's like maybe I go into Jeskai. Turns out no, Mardu was the color that was more open.
let me ask you a question. The cards you saw pass through Yuya's hand, what do you think Mike Sigrist's deck is?
Oh, that's a great question. That is a great question. What do I think? I mean, I don't know that Yuya passed anything. I mean, it could be that he's the other Jeskai.
Right.
That he went Jeskai.
He could be-
Like,
he
the
could
color
be
that was open
Jeskai.
in Pack 1 was Jeskai, and Yuya was more noting it and like poached the one charm.
Right. He
I
could
mean-
be Jeskai. He could also be Sultai. There were a couple of Abomination and Goodles but I don't know how,
I mean, Mike Sigrist fans are probably hoping that whatever it is, it's white, because 2 different Seeker of the Ways got passed to him.
Right.
If he's white, he got pick 2 and pick 4 Seeker of the
he
Ways
could
in
actually.
that last pack.
There was also a couple of Chiefs that we saw.
Oh, he could be Black White Warriors.
He could be Black White Warriors.
Yeah, we definitely saw a couple of those go through. But a lot of it also depends on what his first pick was.
Well, you know what?
we
We're
can
gonna
stop
find out.
speculating.
We're going to find out because we are going to put Mike Sigrist's draft up on the wall and we're going to watch it. For Andy Bueller, this is Brian David Marshall. We're not going anywhere. We're going to sit here and watch it on the monitors ourselves. Let's send it back to the studio.
All right, thanks very much to Brian David Marshall and Randy Bueller there. That's draft number 1. Draft number 2 is just moments away. Mike Sigrist got to 8-0 from Team Face-to-Face Games. Got a great feature about Team Face-to-Face coming up after the draft. But let's get to the action. Waiting for us at the video wall, Rashad Miller and Zach Hill.
Welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Rashad Miller. That's Zach Hill. We're going to be watching Mike Sigrist's draft. We're going to take a look at the table here. And if you notice, we just watched Yuya Watanabe draft. So if you didn't get a chance to see that, make sure you watch that video. And he is right next to Mike Sigrist, passing some cards, starting for Pack 1 and Pack 3. So let's get this thing going and see how this draft goes. There you go. Get a good look at Mike Sigris right there. What do you think of those glasses?
I mean, I'm a big fan of a good pair of glasses. The thing that's interesting to me, having watched Yuya, seeing what Yuya passed to Sigrist, it's kind of an opportunity to see him react to Yuya's own choices.
Exactly.
So this is going to be interesting. There are a lot of cards in the pack that Yuya passed that are later than you would have expected. So the question is if Sigrist is going to be able to actually use those.
All right, so here we go. Pick one from pack one.
See,
It's got a murderous cut to the top already.
Yeah, I mean, Murderous Cut's incredible. I see a Trail of Mystery. I never pass a Trail of Mystery.
I know you can't get off that
so
card.
I would be on that, but yeah, I mean,
Kill
Murderous
shot,
Cut.
force away.
And that's the thing, is that you've got these other removal spells that Cut's just kind of a better version of.
Yeah.
So I think that, Cut, if that's what you're on, is a pretty clear pick.
He also has a Mardu Skull Hunter up to the top.
And that might be what he's expecting to table.
Okay.
If he can do that. I mean, expecting is kind of a bold assertion, but hoping might be a little more accurate.
And he does go with the Murderous Cut, so a pretty solid, well, I guess one of the better removal spells in this format. Good way to start off the draft.
I mean, it very much might be like the best uncommon in the format. I mean, it's incredibly efficient. It kills everything. You can use it both offensively and defensively.
All right, ooh, got past the Icy Blast. That's a sweet one. It has a Treasure Cruise, and he's also looking at a Dismal Backwater.
Yeah,
I don't know if you have any background from Mike Sigris, but is he a 5-color draft fixing kind of guy?
When I was talking to him earlier, he just kind of said he liked to draft what came to him. Obviously, Icy Blast, a phenomenal card. A little bit harder to use than the 5-color control deck, just because a lot of the time you don't have that many permanents. I think Master the Way is another really appealing card if you're looking to go 5-color, but it looks like Icy Blast, you just the most raw, powerful card in the pack.
Yeah, and it's very early in this draft, so he has a lot of leeway as to how he can set up that Icy Blast with the rest of his picks.
I recommend having a 4-power creature on the battlefield.
That makes it a lot better. All right, so let's see what we got here. We got a Kentree Warden, probably not going to be the pick. A Jeskai Wind Scouts, got a Bitter Revelation pulled to the top along with a Kill Shot.
Yeah, we saw Reed Duke really prioritizing those Bitter Revelations. I mean, it's incredible card advantage in card selection. I like Wind Scout to go with the Icy Blast. Kill Shot, obviously a solid removal spell, good in a format with all these morphs. I think, Quiet Contemplation is a card that you can move in on.
Yeah.
But it might be a little bit early. You want to get that in the middle of the pack after you've taken some quality removal spells.
I haven't seen the Quiet Contemplation deck yet, but that would be a great to see, but we're not going to see here because the Wind Scout was the pick there. And we are looking at a couple of, we're looking at the Dismal Backwater and a Abomination of Gadul, but that one went to the back. And that is a dutiful bounty?
That's a dutiful return, I think. Raised Ed 2 things.
Yeah.
But, I mean, when you're in blue and black, I think Dismal Backwater is exactly what you're going for. I mean, mana fixing so important in this format. Not only fixes your current colors, but makes it easier to draft something in another color that you can splash.
Right, and the life gain is pretty nice too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So around 3rd, 4th pick, that's a good spot to take those cards.
I think so. I mean, I love to just start taking lands. Winter Flame, while in the pack, has signaled that that color combination might be open.
Yeah, Winter Flame's a wonderful card. He's also looking at a Skull Teller, a Smoke Teller.
Yeah.
And an Arrow Storm. So red might be wide open. Winter Flame puts them in Grixis. Is that where you really want to be in this format?
I think blue-red is a lot easier to go than Grixis, but I think it is pretty easy to play, those 3 colors, especially if you're not taking cards like Arrow Storm that commit you to, deep into red. So I think Winter Flame only costing a single red's a little bit easier to cast.
Yeah, some more red signals. There's a Bringlow down in this pack.
Yeah.
Also looking at a Force Away and Rugged Prairie, Rugged Highland, if he's looking at some more fixing, maybe splashing the green.
You see a Goblin Slide that would go great into that Quiet Contemplation deck. Force Away, though, the best blue common, really excellent, kind of exactly what he wants to be doing. I think that's the clear pick there. Bring Low, a piece of hard removal, but it's really hard to trade up, with a creature that's more expensive or even equivalently cost. Usually you're trading with 3 mana things or less, so less good than it might seem otherwise. I love taking the land here. I mean, if your plan is to go Grixis, which is basically, blue-red splash removal.
Do you think that's a plan?
Exactly what you're doing.
Is that something you can really do?
Well, I know blue-red spells is an archetype. Kind of that's what the enemy color pair is supposed to do. And then a lot of your other really good spells are, of course, removal, which is pretty abundant in black. So
another Dismal Backwater here for Mike Sigris. And there's a Whirlwind Adept, probably not the pick.
Yeah, a Freed Weapon Master, probably the most powerful raw card. I don't hate that pick there either, but I think he's trying to capitalize on access to his Murderous Cut, and Backwater helps him do that. Also, we saw Bitter Revelation in the pack. That's exactly the kind of card that you want in your deck if your plan is to draft a lot of removal spells and bury your opponent in raw card advantage.
All right, so we have another mana fixing. Looks like we're going to take a Rugged Highland. So maybe 4 colors, you think?
Well, and that can also set him up for Teamer. I mean, I think that, he's not heavily committed to red either. We see, wow, a late Master the Way that's going to represent a commitment to red. So what you can do is go base blue-red,
right,
and then just splash good cards in every color. You've got access to Jeskai, you've got access to Teamer, and you've got access to just powerful, solid blue cards. So it seems like he's very solidly in blue-red now with access to anything else he wants to play.
Yeah, not a lot going on in that pack. There was a Kin Tree Warden that went to the pile, and looks like a Bloodfire Mentor is going to be added, which might actually make the cut.
Yeah, I love Bloodfire Mentor in this archetype. It plays defense early, and it allows you to get past your excess lands in order to get some of those powerful late-game spells like Master the Way. Right. So I think Mentor actually very good in this archetype.
All right, so DC's Pet gets added to the pile, and a last pick equipment for Mike Sigrist, the Heart Piercer Bow.
So yeah, I mean, this is an unconventional archetype for sure, and that, you might think Grixis, okay, is this Shards of Alar or is this Khans of Tarkir? But I think, basically he's base blue-red with a lot of powerful spells, some good removal, Icy Blast that he needs some 4-power creatures to really take advantage of. And, Sidisi's Pet, not a phenomenally powerful card, but you can certainly play it as a morph and just, it's a fine creature.
Now, what kind of cards is Mike looking to open in Pack 2? What kind of red does he want? What colors does he really want it to be?
Yeah, I mean, that's a phenomenal question. I'd like to get as many Masters away as possible. I think that's an uncommon that's really good for him right here. Again, I mean, I would have wanted access to those Quiet Contemplations and Goblin Slides in this spell archetype.
Okay.
I think something like Surrak Dragonclaw would be perfect. He needs a late-game finisher, and he's got the already some green mana fixing.
All right, well, so the rare is Rakshasa, Death Dealer.
Yeah, we see Abomination of Gadul, another card he could theoretically play with both green and blue mana fixing.
Now, Mike also has some, he has the green mana fixing to go along with this. He has the Rugged Highlands. I think he has a couple of those.
Right, exactly. So that's something he could theoretically do. I like Sultai Scavenger there.
As far as power level goes, it's all at the front of the pack right here. It's all green, black base cards and a little bit of Sultai.
I mean, it's definitely very hard to pass Rakshasa Death Dealer. That card is unbelievable.
And he couldn't do it. He did not know how to pass that card. I don't think I'd know how to do it either.
I mean, the challenge is we've seen black. He's got a lot of black fixing. I think intuitively, both black and green would be some of his minor colors, so it's hard to get both of those for the Death Dealer. But it's early in the pack, so definitely not too late to switch your priorities.
Well,
wow.
Speaking of black and green, we got a Death Drop, we got a Hooten Mandrills, we have a Throttle, Sultai Scavenger. Looks like, well, at least in this second pick of Pack 2, Sultai's pretty open.
Yeah, I mean, in black specifically, very open. And again, we're talking about Grixis, a blue-red-black deck. The exact type of cards you want for that are cards like Dead Drop and Throttle, that you don't care about any synergy that you're accumulating. They're just cards that are good in Magic in any format. I mean, killing 2 of your opponent's creatures, you're going to play that no matter what, and that 10 mana cost...
It doesn't cost 10.
Doesn't cost 10. And
Never
it's easier... Right, and it's easier when you have a lot of blue and red spells that load up your graveyard.
Right, and it's very easy when it's the only Delve card that you have.
That's exactly right.
All right, so now we're looking at a Sultai Soothsayer, so that helps with the Delve mechanic. It's also got a Swiftwater Cliffs up to the top, but he goes with the Soothsayer.
And Soothsayer, really one of the best uncommons the entire format for a control archetype. It shores up the ground, it gains card advantage, and it fuels Delve. That means, though, that he really is just solidly on a 5-color plan at this point. There's no base color splash, a couple of other colors.
Right. He hasn't picked any white cards yet.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, when I say 5, he's solidly 4-color, but a lot of the time what happens is your base, one opposing color combination, splashing cards of other colors, but he's got deep both blue-red and black-green commitments.
All right, so another Bitter Revelation goes to the top, and some red cards.
Is that a Kiru Lichlord?
It is a Kiru Lichlord.
See Aerostorm, Bitter Revelation. I like Bitter Revelation here. Raw card advantage, just very important in a control deck.
What do you think about the Kiru?
I
Not
just
enough.
don't really like that card.
Not good enough? It hits the air.
I mean, it's just, paying 6 mana for a 4/4 is just not really what I want to be in this format unless my 4/4 has morph.
All right. All right, so we have a Snowhorn Rider. Oh, he snap picks
Wow,
that.
yeah. I would
Didn't
have
see that
definitely.
one coming.
Me neither. I would have been looking at the crippling chill because I think the cantrip effects are really important, being able to get some velocity and look at more cards in your deck because you need a lot of lands and a lot of spells.
So what's going through his head? Why did he pick that card so fast?
I think what he needs is a finisher. I mean, we've seen a lot of really powerful spells, removal, etc. in his format. Doesn't really have that many ways to end the game right now. I mean, Death Dealer, he's got to sink a lot of mana into. The Soothsayer, a powerful card, is not exactly ending the game. So I think he wants a finisher to be able to close out.
All right, so now he's looking at a Misfire Weaver, talking about hitting the air. Ponyback Brigade, probably not what he's looking for. There's cancel. Can't really see anything else that's really good for him, and he goes with the Misfire
Yeah,
Weaver.
Weaver, really excellent card. Like you said, 3/1, being able to hit flying, I think is actually very powerful in this format because there's so much toughness. And being able to blank one of your opponent removal spells for a very cheap unmorph cost, it's just a solid all-around effect.
All right, so we got a banner. We got a Water World. That's a pretty good card. Set your opponent back a lot of mana for 6 at instant speed. We got a Jeering Instigator. Mystic of the Hidden Way.
And Tuskguard Captain. I like Mystic a lot. I actually might take a Sultai banner here. I think this is kind of one of the decks that you'd be willing to play a banner or two.
Okay.
Just because you need the mana fixing. You have a lot of expensive spells. But Mystic of the Hidden Way, just a great card. And like we said, he needs to figure out how to end the game somehow.
All right, so here's another Green Glow. Maybe this is going to get added to his deck. There's not a lot else going on. Rotten Mastodon.
Yeah.
I mean, I like big butts, but Bring Glow is hard to pass.
Yeah, I mean, it's there late in the pack. It's not one of the best removal spells in the format, but it's fine. And I mean, it is exactly on plan. I mean, this is a deck that's going to need to kill like almost everything your opponent casts.
Abomination of Gadul. That's a late card.
It is very late, and I think Abomination is just perfect for this deck. It's a finisher. It lets you get rid of excess lands. You can play it on turn 3 and trade early. I think he's got to be pretty excited about that still being in the pack.
All right, so he's looking at a Gurmag Swiftwing. Not much else going on.
You know, the only thing about Swiftwing that I think is exciting is we know what Yuya drafted, and he has a lot of 2/1s. That card is very good when your opponent is trying to be aggressive with 2/1 creatures. It blocks and kills all of them.
Yeah, so does Monastery Swiftblade.
Yeah, exactly.
Not sure that's why he
Swift
picked
Spear.
it. Swift Spear. Not sure that's why he picked it, but you know,
Yeah.
probably the best card in that pack.
Yeah. Now we're just sort of rounding out the pack here. Again, I mean, it's interesting to me he hasn't taken a banner. Banner, oh, wow, Goblin Slide. That, it's a card.
Is that one in? Is that one in the deck?
It depends on how many of those finishers that we saw him trying to pick aggressively he has. I really have had great experiences with that card in the 5-color control archetype because you just have so many spells and you can actually use the tokens to remove smaller creatures that you don't want to spend your removal spells on. So the rate on the card, not great, but it fulfills an important role for this strategy.
Now, I know you say 5-color, you mean solid 3-color with the 4th, but is there opportunity if some great white cards start coming around for Mike Sigrist to maybe delve into white?
Delve into white. I think this the reason I keep saying 5-color, even though he's 4-color, is just, the archetype. You kind of think of it as just powerful cards of when you're picking
Exactly.
them. I think he definitely doesn't want more than like one white card. But if he opened up, a complete bomb of some kind,
How
I
good
could
does
see
that
it
white
coming
card
in.
have to be in order for it to go on the deck?
It's got to be like format-defining top 20 card, something like that. I think.
So let's see what we're gonna open up in pack 3.
Like I'd play Butcher of the Horde in this deck, for example.
That's a format defining bomb of a rare right there.
I think you're absolutely right, though, Rashad, that he does not want to move into white if he doesn't have to. I think that, right now he's got an ambitious mana base as it is, and his card quality is already very high. The question is, will he be able to cast these spells?
All right, so we open up a Sultai Soothsayer, and the card's a little bit blurry.
Well,
Whoa.
Zergo Helm Smasher is on the level of the kind of white card that you need. The question is, Sultai Soothsayer is just amazing in this archetype,
and it just fits
too.
right in his deck.
Precisely. It helps with the delve. It finds his mana. It finds his finishers. So I think Zurgo is a better Magic card. I think Soothsayer
It's perfect for his deck.
Exactly, and it prevents him from having to worry about the going into white decision.
He also passed a ride down, another good white card that
Yes.
is going to somebody. It's going to be a home somewhere. Both of those cards.
Yeah, I mean, that was a powerful pack of Magic cards. What he needs right now, it's interesting. He has a decent amount of mana fixing. He doesn't have a tri-land. I think he could really
I don't think
afford
we've
one of
seen
those.
any tri-lands.
Yeah, I don't think so. Wow.
Crackling Doom. We have a long shot squad. Another dead drop.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
It's hard to pass dead drop. Bitter Revelation, really, really good. Kinda
How many
exactly
dead
what he
drops can a
wants.
deck support? How many dead drops can this deck support so far?
I think at least 2. I'd say 3. I mean, it's expensive, but the thing is, you don't really mind paying 7 mana for that spell. I'm very surprised he's looking at the long shot squad.
Well, maybe he feels he might be a little soft to flyers. Maybe his 4-drops aren't too shored up just yet.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean,
Very
it's
solid 4-drop.
It's an excellent 4-drop. It can end the game. It's better, obviously, the more the game's drawn out. I mean, just Dead Drop is an incredible spell. And he's got Soothsayers.
Maybe he gave it a little kiss and he's hoping it tables.
Wow, maybe so.
So he's looking at, he has another Abomination of Gadul, a Blood-Soaked Champion. That would be a weird one for him.
Yeah.
And a Rugged Highlands.
I think you just got to take the Rugged Highlands here. Your mana base is very ambitious. I mean, it's hard for you to beat a Blood-Soaked Champion, which might be why he's looking at it. But, I mean, to me, the land here it's exactly what you're asking for.
Maybe he's thinking about giving his trade binder a little love.
Maybe so. Yeah, so 2 surprising picks of the last, so far this pack. Wow, the Seeker of the Way just so late.
There's a Disowned Ancestors.
Yeah, now
Another good card for a deck that needs to buy some time early.
That is awesome. Yeah, I think Disowned Ancestor, if what he wants is more creatures, if he's, Disowned Ancestor plays defense early and can close the game out late. Plus it's base black, which is one of his main colors. So
Yep,
I
the
think
Disowned Ancestor is the pick. So far, how do you like this deck?
I like the deck a lot. I'd like it more if I had a second dead drop.
He may have a chance to have a second dead drop. Right now, we could be going on a cruise.
I like Treasure Cruise a lot. I mean,
Monastery Flock as well.
You see him prioritizing creatures. He obviously, either Bitter Revelation or Treasure Cruise, I think, would be gifts to this deck. I think Flock is just quite a significant drop in power level.
But Flock is basically a removal spell. It's a 05 flyer, so there's not a lot that can get through there.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It deals with most of the flyers in the format. It deals with your early game ground creatures. It can attack for a little bit, but I mean, you do need to be drawing a lot of cards in a deck like this. I mean, Master of the Way is a great way to do it.
Master of the Way will draw at least one card, and there's a little bit of removal. Actually, not a lot else going on, and he just takes the Master of the Way.
Yeah, I mean, that is the perfect card for this archetype. Again, he does have a lot of card advantage. I mean, he has double Sultai Soothsayer already. He's got a dead drop already.
Right.
He's got 2 Masters of the Way. So, I mean, it's definitely not impossible for him to gain advantage. He might just be saying, look, all I need to do is survive. The rest of my deck is so good that I'm not worried about it.
Bear's Companion. Snap pick that one.
Yeah, and speaking of card advantage, speaking of powerful spells.
6 power for 5 mana.
Yeah.
I'm in. Another Teamer card. He's been picking those Teamer cards very quickly. Is it because they're definitely going in his deck, or maybe he doesn't want to play against them? Because he has a pretty solid Sultai deck if you just look at the cards he has acquired.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he's got the red mana fixing is free. I mean, he's already got a lot of it. And he's already got, Winter Flame, a really powerful card. He's got some removal in those colors. I think that I think he's just pretty solidly 4 color.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot of drawback to taking cards that are as powerful as Bear's Companion. That said, I mean, he really needs 1 to 2 more pieces of mana fixing, I think, for his deck to work out.
He took a Tormented Voice. That could play a little bit of the mana fixing role. It fixes mana, but it's going to fix his opponent's life to him.
I'm still surprised we haven't really seen him take a banner. I think this is, again, exactly the kind of deck that could use those. I mean, lets you start firing off Master of the Way earlier.
He's picking up a lot of late Bitter Revelations.
Yeah, and definitely, that's a card. It does everything your deck wants to do. I think you're definitely playing at least one of those.
Right. All right. So while Mike finishes up these last 4 picks, how do you think he drafted his deck? Give him a grade.
I mean, this is a big
Well,
pick for him.
Okay, we got a big. Let's go back and look to see if he gets a nice teamer charm. Oh, he takes the banner. There you go. I think he heard you.
And that's exactly what I think his deck needed. I think he needed, Sultai banner too if he wants it. Snowhorn Rider really, really late. I mean,
He's got the second one for his deck.
and one of the ways that you can tell how you drafted in the seat is whether you're getting the cards that you want late. Wow, Jeskai banner also useful if he wanted it. He takes the Krumar instead. I think he drafted very well. I really like his deck. I really like his archetype. His card power is through the roof. I think that extra Rugged Highlands would have been phenomenal for him. I only really disagree with a couple of packs,
Right.
but I actually think I wouldn't have taken the Monastery Flock, but I think that pick was correct. I think that was an incisive look at what his deck needed to succeed. I give this deck a B+. I know it looks sort of messy, but I think it's really good.
All right, B+. That's from Zach Hill. I'm Rashad Miller, reporting from the Tournament Center.
Thanks so much to Rashad and Zach for that. So Mike Sigrist, 8-0. But who is Mike Sigrist? And who are Team Face-to-Face Games? Well, the whole squad came into the news desk on Thursday night to talk about their preparation, the fun they've been having here in Honolulu. And if you want to get yourself on a team, well, Face-to-Face are a pretty good place to start. Why don't we take a look at Face-to-Face with Face-to-Face?
Hey everybody, Brian David Marshall here with Marshall Sutcliffe and Awkward Magic class photos. We're going to be talking about what it's like preparing for a Pro Tour, staying in a house together for a month, things getting real. And we're talking to the Pro Tour Avison Restored champion, Alexander Hain. Alexander, why don't you tell us a little bit about the team and who we got here today?
Well, this is Team Face-to-Face Games, and it's myself, Sam Pardee, Jacob Wilson, John Stern, Josh McLean, Nathan Holiday, Mike Segrist, Dave Shields. and we decided to meet up a week early in Hawaii to test for the Pro Tour in our sweet mountain house.
It's supposed to be a beach house.
Yeah, but we decided to go up in the cliffs and have a little hut there where we seclude ourselves and just hang out and play some Magic.
Okay, so that means no beaching?
Not much beaching, no. Just views of the beach. The views have been great.
Awesome.
It's almost as good as the real thing.
Why don't we take a second to get to know some of the guys on my end of the goofy class picture here. Josh, why don't you introduce?
I'm Josh McLean.
What have you done in Magic?
I had a good season last year. I won Grand Prix Detroit, and then I top 16 the Pro Tour Valencia, the Modern Pro Tour last year.
All right, John Stern, can you do a little better than that for me, buddy?
Yeah, I could probably do better. I won 2 GPs last year. That's my best finish, I think. That's pretty much it. I have a top 16 PT Montreal.
So just won 2 GPs last year. What about you, Nathan?
I didn't win 2 GPs, but I top 8'd 3. So that was.
Is that better than you, or it earns your respect?
Sorry, Nathan.
And what about you, sir?
Hey, I'm Jacob Wilson, and last year I got second at a Pro Tour, unfortunately. But luckily I still did make Platinum and qualify for Worlds, so I'm looking forward to that.
You've got your air quotes around, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Mike Segrist, I won GPDC, top 8'd GP Richmond.
Now, are you relatively new to the team, to Face-to-Face Games?
Yeah, this is my second Pro Tour with them.
Okay, Sam.
I'm Sam Pardee. I lost the finals of GP Albuquerque last year, and I had a few other reasonable finishes, but nothing great.
Way to be upbeat about it.
I'm Dave Shields. Last year I lost the finals of Grand Prix Montreal to my good friend Gerard Fabiano. I won Grand Prix Dallas a few years ago.
It's a rule everyone has to have lost a GP final to make the team.
Yeah, it's the Jacob Wilson influence here. He's just darkening your outlooks.
Yeah, in my influence, you have to have also won a Grand Prix.
Alexander, just give us a quick, what was your year like last year?
So I actually won 3 Grand Prix last year. Sorry, John. And and cashed 3 of my 4 Pro Tours.
Okay, so you guys are like in the upper reaches of the atmosphere, secluded away from the beach, preparing for this event. What are you guys doing? Like, who is taking on what roles?
Yeah,
as
I
you
want to
prepare
know
for
who's
Pro
the
Tour?
limited player here. Who's the specialist? Siggy over here. This guy.
Big free agent acquisition becomes the limited expert.
He's been around the longest.
Adam.
Basically never not 2-1 or better a draft.
In his whole life, he's only 2
It's
under.
more his lack of
As far as I know, except
constructed
last
expertise.
Pro Tour, he broke his streak at the Pro Tour, unfortunately. But
He told me this morning in the car he cannot remember the last time he's 0-3 to draft.
So what was that like for you coming in as sort of the role of being, somebody who they look to for limited information?
It was good. I felt good about being able to contribute to that because, these guys are all great, and it feels good to be able to help in a way that, can help great players. And
Do you feel like you're better than them?
No. I feel like I'm more experienced, that's for sure. I've been playing for a long time.
Long time.
John, you have something to say about that?
I might have been playing about at the same time as Mike. Yeah.
So equally experienced.
Who takes on? How do you guys approach constructed? Like, who takes on what role? Does someone like become the aggro player? Someone become the control player? I'm looking at you, Jacob.
I love aggro. Yeah,
lifestyle choice, not necessarily.
everything about it. So like other people on the team will build their brews, and I'll just try to beat them with aggro to like crush their dreams of making a good deck. But occasionally, when it's good, then we'll be lucky and have a good deck. But I'm there to just play all the stock decks against people.
Basically, we have our anti-mascot, Jacob. He's there to bring everybody down.
Now, I actually heard a story, Jacob. I heard this on Twitter about a snake incident. Do you want to tell us about that?
So Alex Hayne and I decided to go to GP Sydney together. It was really sweet. I've always wanted to go there, but Alex was asleep, and I decided to go to a dollar store, and I bought a rubber snake, and I put it on top of him while he's sleeping, on top of his glasses, and he reached for it while he's sleeping, was all startled, grabbed it and threw it at me, and it left a perfect imprint of a snake, and it hurt so much.
What hurt more, losing the Pro Tour or getting hit by the snake?
It's too soon.
Sorry, I apologize.
For which one is it too soon? So a lot of great food in Hawaii. Like, where have you guys been going out to eat? Have you been hitting all the great restaurants? What have you guys been doing about food?
Well, we first went to the grocery store on our first day, but then after that, we've been mostly, ordering a lot of food. John's been in charge.
We've ordered lots of fruits that Josh has never heard of. He's our resident Iowan. He hasn't heard of most foods, it seems.
Well, we don't have fancy
provided
fruits.
photographic evidence. He didn't believe that guava was a real thing.
Well,
I have it. I took a picture right before coming here. I took a picture of a guava.
I still don't know if I believe you.
I'll show you right after this interview.
Josh McLean remaining unconvinced that guava is a real thing even after being on Hawaii.
That's just way too weird.
So what about transportation? Like, who has the big van that trucks all you guys around when you need to go do something?
We've been using Lyft, which I just found out about, which is basically a car service. They pick you up, they drive you somewhere.
Will they drive you everywhere?
It's like Uber. Yeah, some people from
Offers More Money will be our next sponsor, Lyft or Uber.
Siggy's wife came and she's picked us up food and stuff as well. They had their own offsite thing and it's perfect for us.
Our team mom.
Yeah, definitely.
She cleaned our house before we had to leave.
At least our secondary mom after John.
Sometimes I fill that role.
Well, if anything needs to be organized, John is, he goes over the top.
How organized are you guys for your testing? Is it a kind of thing where you're just sort of mashing decks together, or do you have spreadsheets and chalkboards going in the whole room?
That's like my dream. No. We try to organize the draft so that we have like a set time to draft so everyone's ready to do it at the same time. But constructed, we sort of all go our own ways. Whoever's free plays with whoever.
John also literally created playtesting sheets for this Pro Tour that say like who's on the play, who's on the draw, fill out the percentages and like all that sort of thing.
Yeah, it was great. It even had like column for who's playing what, who won how many games on the play, each nice little sheets for life total for each game. It was great.
It was very useful. It's not really my style, but even if I don't use all the features, it's useful to collate.
What is your style?
I just play games and see how it feels.
So you're more of a field player?
Yes.
Now, do you guys feel like, I don't want to get into too much detail, but do you guys feel like you have a team deck, or does everyone end up going their own way? Anyone can jump in here.
That was the only team we played. We only played the same deck at one PT. I didn't think. think that went very well. That was in where's that? San Diego. We all played Maze's End. So since then, we usually have 2 or 3 decks.
I just want to say that I wasn't on the team at that point. I don't want to be lumped in with that.
Yes, I did not play Maze's End.
So they're clearly a tightly lit group here, right? They're just jumping ship anytime they can.
I'd say in general, we usually have 2 or 3 different decks we end up on, and people have different preferences. Like Hayne always plays our worst deck, I would say.
Yeah.
So you just don't, as long as you're not playing what he's playing, you're probably good.
Josh always audibles, so he chooses one of the decks he's locked in, and then he always chooses the other one.
Is that a last minute type thing for you, Josh?
I definitely have, a history of switching decks at the last minute, and it usually goes fairly poorly for me.
Are you going to do that this time?
I told myself I would not. So
there's still a few minutes.
Unfortunately, there's still an entire another night, and another morning.
Okay, show of hands before we wrap this up. Who here is going to be going to Grand Prix LA next week? All right. So there you go.
Top 25. Shields was going to go if he top 25s.
And then who
Mike's
has the
gonna
most
go if
pro
he
points
wins.
so
He
far
wins, he'll go.
in this season? Who's got the most pro points at this point in the season?
4. Yeah.
Okay.
4. I top aided GB Salt Lake, so yeah. So.
All right, there you go. Team face-to-face games for these guys, for Marshall Sutcliffe, Brian David Marshall, sending it back.
All right, thank you so much to BDM and Marshall and all the guys from Face to Face. Zach, you've been on plenty of testing teams over the years. Do you have that much fun?
Depends on the team, I think. Probably also there was an inverse correlation with how much fun I had and how well I did at the Pro Tour. But no, I mean, they're an amazing group of guys. The thing that's amazing to me is really over the last 5 years, how we've seen testing teams evolve from 4 to 6 people. A big team was 6, 7 guys. Now there's all these super teams crunching every single number, thinking about every single matchup. The world just works a little bit differently nowadays.
Yeah, I do feel, Rashad, they've missed a trick there, because I was just checking. There's 8 of them. So who's in the kitchen cooking while they're drafting?
I'm guessing there's a lot of grub hubbing and just delivery that's happening.
Okay, yeah, fair.
Pizza, a lot of pizza drafts.
Yep. All right. So that's team face to face. Mike Sigrist is 8-0. We already know, because Swiss pairings mean you play someone on the same record. He must face Yuya Watanabe this round. So the 2 drafts we've seen this morning, they will go head to head for the 1 remaining undefeated record in the building. It's a rematch, Zach, right?
Right, yeah, they're replaying their Grand Prix finals. Last time Sigrist took the title, but I'm sure Watanabe doesn't want to see that happen again.
Yeah, so it's a kind of reunion, rematch, grudge match, whatever you want to call it. But that's kind of our theme in the feature match area all round, because there is another rematch coming your way. It's a belter. More on that in a minute. But why don't we take a look with the guys at the main feature pods today. All the pods that are 6-2 or better. Here is pod 1. It features our 2 undefeated players plus 6, 7, and 1s. As usual, we're going to put our non-reputations on the non-line. And Rashad, you're going to pick a winner from pod 1.
I always feel like you're tricking me when you let me go first. Although you didn't give your pre tricky responses and comments first.
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna try to metagame this.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna pick Yuya Watanabe. Did I really metagame it, or did I just make the obvious pick?
Yuya
Or
Watanabe.
maybe that is the metagame here.
The 2-time player of the year about to play Mike Sigrist.
Did he do that? Oh.
So just for the record,
Okay.
You by definition, by picking Watanabe, believe that having watched Watanabe's draft with BDM and Randy and then commentated on Sigrist's draft, you think Watanabe is about to beat Sigrist in the feature match?
Well,
yes, you do.
By definition, that is correct.
Okay, why? What do you think of that matchup? What do you think we're going to see there?
Well, from the deck that I saw on Mike Sigrist's draft, I don't think it's going to be able to keep up with anything that's fast at all. And there's a sweet Mardu deck that's waiting for him from round 9 right now in the feature match area. I don't think he's going to be able to keep up.
That's fine. So Watanabe for Rashad. Zach, who do you want in this pod 1?
I'm actually going to go with Shahar Shenhar. We haven't seen a huge result from Shahar in a long time. Looking at 2 of the other, favored players in the draft, Yuya and Sigrist. I thought their decks were good. I didn't think they were great. I don't think either of them is a 3-0 deck. They look kind of like 2-1 decks to me. Seeing some of the other name players, Ari Lax is good, limited, not necessarily his strength. Tony Portland I want to root for because I like the guy, but I think Shahar is really looking for a big finish.
Okay, well, I will take Ari Lax for this reason.
Okay.
When you get to a top pod, by and large, everyone knows how to draft, and there are no super easy card misevaluations that just come to you and someone doesn't understand that giving you 5 Mardu War Shrieker is actually kind of giving you a bit of an edge.
Right.
That doesn't happen at the top tables. So where you make your edge is in the card evaluations, pick 6 through 9, the cards that no one else has bothered to hate away, 11 and 12, but you know are going to be the 21st and 22nd and 23rd cards in your deck. Ari Lax, we talked a bit yesterday about archers, parapets, molting snakeskins, all kinds of not high picks that he evaluates in a way that others don't. I think he may pay off there. So Watanabe, Shenha, Lax. Let's move to pod number 2, show you who's there. We've got rid of the 2-8-0s, we've got rid of 6 of the 7-1s. So at this table, 3 kinds of record. You've got 4 7-1s, Orange Palmer, Snetbangers, and Becerra, the 2 draw merchants, Alexander John and Matt Severa, and then Thiago Saporito and John Sittner, the first of the 6 and 2s. Zach, who do you want?
I'm going to pick Matt Severa. He is from Madison, Wisconsin, which for almost a decade was the center of American limited Magics. Produced some of the best players ever. Mike Ron, Bob Marr, Adrian Sullivan, Sam Black, Dennis Vidigiris, this huge pedigree of tremendously talented players. Matt Severa is the person from Madison who's excellent at limited that you may not have heard of yet. He's every bit as good as those other players. I'm going to pick him for this pot.
Okay, well, I hadn't heard of him because I thought he was Severa, but Severa. Okay, so we get that. Rashad, who do you want?
I'm going to go with the Citrus Assassin, Greg Orange. I just like saying Citrus Assassin.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Good reason.
Last Pro Tour, he was in and out of that King of the Hill. He was this close to making the top 8. And the Pro Tour before that, he wasn't a stranger to feature match area either there. I think this might be his first 3-0 in the draft. And I'm going to say he's probably going to top 8 this Pro Tour.
Okay, nothing wrong with that. Well, I am going to go with the Hall of Famer, the old school from the Netherlands, Mr. Bram Snetbangers, 7-1 overnight. So again, over the curve for heading towards top 8. Knows what he's doing, seemed very comfortable yesterday, and having a little chat with him, he wasn't lucky. He didn't have a ton of opponents with great matchups and who got hideously flooded, and it wasn't that kind of a day. He just beat lots of people. So let's see what day 2 has in store for the Bram Snetbangers. Let's move on to pod number 3. Let's see who's in this. And now we're into the realm of all 6 and 2s. Now this is in fact in scoreboard order. So these people have better tie breaks than the players further down the pods, pod 4, 5, 6, and 7. Rashad, you've got plenty to choose from there. You've got a Hall of Famer in Rietzel, a Hall of Famer in Oiso, a Pro Tour champion in McLaren. Who do you want?
I'm going to take a Pro Tour champion in Ivan Fluck.
Okay. Perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, I figured, he's proved he could do it pretty well. So why not this draft?
Fine. Zach, who do you want?
I'm going to go with Masashi Oiso. It's been a long time since we've seen him, under the Pro Tour spotlight at all. One of the all-time greats. The people in the world who are the best Magic players will tell you that Oiso is one of the all-time best Magic players. That's good enough for me. I'll go with him.
Okay, that's tricky because you've taken my 2, really.
I like that. We finally did it.
Yeah.
That's
Metagaming.
I am going to go
goal.
with Sean McLaren. Let's see if we can squeeze in one more. Pod number 4. Let's see who we've got. We're going to be bringing you all the results from this table as we go. And you can see why we're featuring it, because we have Ikawa, Chapin, Glied Hain, Jadine Klumparens, Mullen Rashid, and Li Shichan. Rashad, one word, who?
Well, I was going to say Li
That's not one
Shitian.
word.
Li Shitian.
Done.
3 words.
Zach.
Chapin.
Okay, Klumparens. Let's see what happens. It's time for round 9 of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir.
I'm here with Randy Bueller, and we are about to watch our last two perfect records in the tournament do battle. Let's send it right down to the floor. Let's not waste any time. Yuya Watanabe, two-time Player of the Year, versus Grand Prix DC champion Mike Sigrist, starting now. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the beginning of day 2 here at Pro Tour Honolulu. It is round 9. We only have 2 players left with undefeated records. That's Mike Sigrist, 8-0, the Grand Prix DC champion, two-time Player of the Year, Yuya Watanabe, also 8-0, and they are going to be our lead match this morning. There you get a look at Yuya Watanabe, Japanese former Rookie of the Year, two-time Player of the Year.
Yeah, we watched these guys draft their decks. Watanabe did wind up with the Black Splash. He's playing a Mardu Banner, 2 Swamps, and a Scoured Barrens for those 3 pony backs for the activation of the Hate Blade and for the Mardu Charm.
Right, he leads off with the Hate Blade. There you get a look at Mike Sigrist's stats. And there's the
Aspirant. Aspirant. That is just the way you draw it up with one of these.
I mean, that's just, 3-2 on
absolutely
turn.
Perfect. Hate Blade into the Aspirant.
Yeah.
I mean, it's usually the Skull Cleaver is the turn 2 raid creature that you're turning on with your 1-drop, but Lord Name Aspirant's even better. Sigrist, meanwhile, his mana base, 4-4-4-2.
What a curve for Yuya Watanabe, by the way. Bloodfire Expert on turn 3. Jeez. He's got the perfect 1-2-3 of mana.
Yeah, and then all Sigrist can do is a morph. This is what the aggressive decks can do. You just turn them all sideways. What can Sigrist do if Watanabe just keeps turning his creature sideways? I mean, block the Bloodfire Expert and cross your fingers? Block the Hate Blade and be confident you'll get to trade and make him spend a mana? It's just when you come out on the front foot, if you get to go 1-drop, 2-drop in this format, your opponent goes, comes into play tap land, You're trading, is that a Snowhorn Rider?
There was
that
a Snowhorn
for
Rider
a Bloodfire Expert, which was not a high pick. Rarely is, but I'm a fan. No 4-drop for Watanabe.
Yeah, Watanabe's out of gas. He's got lands in his hand right now.
Oh, my.
There you get a look. Mountain, Plains. But he just drew Mardu Charm. There we go. We had another tapped land for Mike Sigrist and a morph. So Mike Sigrist, we saw, went 4 colors. He went.
He did.
He went Sultai and Teamer.
Those were the cards that were available to him. I mean, all the colors were kind of open.
Yeah, could have.
There were some white cards that went to his hands,
white cards, yep. There you get a look at Sigrist's hand. He's got a lot of action. He's got a dead drop. He's got a Bear's Companion. He's got a long shot squad. He's got a Rakshasa Death Dealer. He's got another Swamp waiting. His morph in play is another Snowhorn Rider.
Was a Snowhorn Rider.
Yep.
Yeah, Mardu Charm, clear path, smash.
Drop you to 10.
Watanabe is a little flooded here, though.
No red for the Bear's Companion. Oh no, he does have the red up top.
Yeah, Watanabe is 17 land and a banner. Just seems correct to me for this deck. But he's drawn a lot of it. This is one of those. This is, I guess, the drawback to the aggro deck. I mean, you look at it, he's got what? 7 lands?
How many lands did he play in the deck?
He played 17 in a banner. But, I mean, his draw is basically 7 lands and 4 spells. Top 11 cards, 7 lands, 4 spells is tough to maintain that early offense.
He drew a Burn Away.
Bear's Companion's a pretty good answer to Burn Away.
Burn Away actually could be very good against Mike Sigrist, who is holding a dead drop.
That's a great point.
Could strand that dead drop in his hand.
Yeah, the second ability of the Burn Away is very relevant.
Oh, and there's a Sultai Soothsayer. That's another card that's going to be very difficult for Yuya Watanabe to get through. He needs some of his flyers to show up here. Sultai Soothsayer lets you sort of impulse the top 4 cards of your library, but instead of putting them on the bottom, the 3 you don't take, you put them into your graveyard.
Just where you'd Sultai decks want.
Yes. looks like Sigrist took a land.
Yuya's got to burn something away here, right? I guess the bear? I mean, you see somebody play Sultai Soothsayer, you've got to be afraid of the delve cards that are coming, right?
Absolutely.
And it's not like he actually clears a path to attack by burning away one of those creatures, but
yeah, when that creature dies, exile all cards from its control's graveyard. He will.
Yeah.
She does kill the bear, and that's going to strand the dead drop for a few turns here.
definitely. More than a few. I mean, he's 4 mana away from it right now. Dead drop is super powerful. And I mean, I never hesitate to play it. I mean, even if I don't have graveyard enabling cards, you could still run one. Like, if just playing the game of Magic is eventually going to put stuff in your graveyard. Such a powerful card.
In comes the bear's companion.
Not normally the companion doing the attacking in that pair, but
4 mana. That's a long shot squad. And then we're going to see Rakshas's Death Dealer.
yeah, Watanabe came out fast. 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop. His draw looked spectacular. But there wasn't any gas on the top of his library. He just keeps drawing lands. Wow, there's an 8th land. 9?
He's drawn.
He's on 9/6. This is where, like, every time this happens to me in draft, I just spend all my time counting my lands and counting my spells. Thinking about 9 lands and 6 spells, really?
Well, I mean, it's actually 10 lands if he's got 3 lands in hand.
I think one of those planes is the one he played this turn.
Yeah.
I think.
You use an Intel gathering mode.
Yeah, he's only got 2 cards in. He's got 2 cards in his hand. Our display's just a few seconds
so
behind.
But still, more than half the lands in his deck. Yeah.
Intel gathering mode, right? Yeah, that's what you're supposed to be doing. You're not supposed to just be constantly lamenting your bad luck about getting flooded. You're supposed to be gathering information about your opponent's deck that you can use to win game 2 and 3.
Keeps his Rakshasa Death Dealer back.
I mean, Mike's at 10. He's got to be a little bit worried about some hasty thing coming down.
A couple of Arrow Storms, which were going around the table.
That's true.
And then just a full price Hooting Mandrills.
Sigrist also playing Rakshasa Death Dealer in Constructed? I think he is.
I think he is.
Pretty good against end hostilities. There's the Salt Road Patrol.
And
Wow.
we do
And we
get
got
the
the
dead
dead
drop.
Jeez.
He's just leaving one. He's just like, I'm just not gonna take any chance. I'm gonna leave this Sultai Soothsayer back, and I'll get you for 8. And I'll finish off next turn.
Yeah, you showed. He could not help himself. I'm going to reveal 3 basics. This was not my fault.
Right.
My deck betrayed me.
Right, going from Intel gathering mode to confidence undermining mode.
Right. Yeah, sure you can beat me when I draw 11 lands.
All right, we'll be back with more Magic in just a moment.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Play Magic at a store near you every Friday. Earn Planeswalker points and battle against your friends in Friday Night Magic. October's FNM promo card is Fanatic of Xenagos. Visit wizards.com/FNM for more information.
Welcome back to the wide shot here of the feature match area. You can see the Guillaume Matignon, Brad Nelson rematch.
Yeah, we
of
thought
the
we had
Player
a
of the
cool
Year
rematch
battle.
with the Grand Prix DC final. How about a rematch for Player of the Year playoff?
How about the Hall of Fame matchup down there between Oiso and
Oh, yeah, that's
Rizzo?
another good
But
one.
right now we're looking in on Matignon and Nelson. These 2 players tied for the Player of the Year race at the end of the 2010 season. 2009 season, and to start the 2010 season in Paris.
Brad won the playoff.
Yeah,
Sounds like it's 9 plays 15. Matignon at 9.
Yep. And then, this is the 5-year mark for Brad Nelson. It's been 5 years since Pro Tour Honolulu 2009 where he made his debut.
Is that your favorite card in play, Brian? I see his secret plans.
Ooh.
You are
become
you are
my
not the
dad
only one.
joke. I
Brad
do it every
Delson has also said, I saw him post on Twitter right before this match, I've got my favorite deck. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
C'est un éléphant. Ça trompe énormément.
Oh, Guillaume also saw the tweet apparently, but didn't know what Brad's favorite deck was. Yeah, it turns out it's blue-green morph. You know, some people think of the morph deck as a 5-color deck, but it's a blue-green deck, ideally.
It really is.
Yeah, blue-green, secret
Hooded
plants.
Hydra.
I shouldn't have taken it.
Wow.
What? I shouldn't have drafted it. It's not good. Oh no, not really. Not a good one for me. So.
Drop. This is not a good fight. Is that what you said?
This is not a good 5. I mean, yeah, sure. I go to 4. Yep. I got a 16.
Unmorph my Hooded Hydra. Draw a card.
Yeah, Brad is pretty solidly blue-green with just a touch of red. 1 mountain, 3 rugged highlands.
That's where I end up with the Secret Plans deck quite often.
The touch of red?
Touch of red, sometimes a touch of black. Depends on what.
He's got a Snowhorn and a Bear's Companion coming out of Teamer. And then a Horde Ambusher and a Bringlow.
There's another Secret Plan, morph deck out there in the featured
Table
draft
1?
pod at Table 1 that I hope we get to check in on during one
Yeah,
of the
Brad's
later
got it.
rounds.
This is just the way you were talking to me about in the ride over. 2 Dragon's Eye Servants, Monastery Flock, just all the morphs that unveil for cheap.
Yes, that's the key. You don't want to have to sink 5 mana every time to draw a card. Correct. You don't mind it though when it's a
You'll do
Snowhorn
it
Rider. Yeah.
in a pinch.
Yeah, I have
Wow, 2 Air of the Wilds as the 2 drops too, just to make sure you don't get run over. 2 Air of the Wild and a Smoke Teller, just rounding out the curve. Pretty nice.
Yeah.
River Wheel Aerialist on top of the curve and a Water Whirl. This deck looks nice.
What about Matignon? He's solidly Jeskai.
7/7/3 with 3 mountains. Only 1 non-basic. He's got a Jeskai banner in his deck. They do get played. And a Weapon Master, Charm, a couple Sage of the Inward Eye. Got an Arc Lightning. A couple Force Away, a couple Crippling Chill. Yeah, a lot of the spells. Only the 1 Wind Scout and the 3 Jeskai students are really the prowess creatures that he's fueling. It looks solid, but
See a morph come down from Matignon.
Doesn't
Brad
seem to-
Nelson just
we'll
jealous.
go
He's like,
first.
I thought I got all of them.
It's first across either. So once he's got first and second, your one would be third.
But
So
we-
time step across all of them.
I go
But-
first.
No,
Well,
but
first.
now yours is first because it's the only one.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
So as you can see, the morph tokens are labeled
First,
second, third. I think they go up to 20th in a very optimistic endeavor by Scott Larrabee.
20 morphs. That would be pretty awesome. You would enjoy that game.
I would love that game.
Brad's got this,
Oh,
right?
man, I hadn't thought about this before, but I really just want to Hooded Hydra and keep unmorphing my Vesuvian Shapeshifter every turn and keep getting 5 additional +1/+1 counters on it with each
Are these
unmorph.
cards all in your commander deck already,
I mean,
or
no,
they
the
will
Hooded
be
Hydra
next
is not
week?
in my commander deck yet, but it might be. It might be soon.
Sounds right.
You order?
Yeah, Matignon doing his best to line up blocks and try to survive this. He's already down low.
1, 2. I'll pass priority.
Flip surprise! It's a 3/2.
Oh, and he's got a
and
feat of resistance.
No, he doesn't.
Trigger. Yeah, trigger's fine.
What is the blue card? Is that Stubborn Denial?
Is Stubborn Denial, or is that just cancel?
Oh, cancel.
Just cancel.
Damage. I'll kill
That'll
this. And you're going to gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
9.
No, because 2 gets through. So.
Oh, so yeah, okay. I was going to say
Okay. Oh,
9
yeah.
and that K2. No problem.
So 11.
11.
The feat of resistance was foiled. It looks like we're ready to go back
Yeah,
to
Sage
our
of the
main
Inward Eye
table.
does give his team life
11
link.
to
That's
16.
why
Exactly.
Matignon is going up in life that
Those
turn.
guys might still be there for a little while.
I like Brad's position, but we'll keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, I did hear that in the Hall of Fame battle, Masashi Oiso took game 1 from Paul Reitzel. Those guys are 6-2 coming into this.
Pretty much know what it is.
All right, here we go.
Go.
And we're as all these, there's a lot of formats in Magic that start off with each opponent on 17 life from a fetch land and a shock land.
Yeah.
The
This
default
format-
position here is 21.
I would say maybe 22.
Leaping
Sigrist,
Master.
most people's early curves comes into play tapped land, gain a life, comes into play tapped land, gain a life, and then a morph. That is the curve.
Leaping Master gets in, gets Sigrist back down to 20.
And again, I mean, Watanabe's got a decent curve. He's got a 2-drop, he's got a 2/3 for 3, but he needs to draw more gas off the top of his deck. I mean, those aren't going to get it done by itself, but they're going to get him out in front where, any meaningful spells should be able to get it done.
We have a lot of land for Watanabe again. So he could here play a land, leap the Master.
Do another land.
Leap the Master and outlast the Falconer.
He could. Are you unhappy to trade Master for Morph? I mean, if you attack in, Sigrist is likely to take it. I mean, not that Yuya has all that much
I don't
to do
know.
with his
With an
mana.
Arrow Storm, I might just want to sneak in as much damage as I can.
It's certainly true that Watanabe doesn't have anything else to do with his land.
Right, getting 2 flyers
Outlast
going.
the Falconer, clearly. Yeah, fly over for 2. I agree with you.
Yep.
I mean, if I had anything else to do with my 3 mana
Yes,
there,
absolutely.
then I would just attack in anyway. Probably gets through, and trade is also
I mean, it's also a case to be
reasonable.
made for just attacking anyway and, putting it on Sigrist to make the decision. Sigrist may not choose to block. His morph is a Mistfire Weaver. So he does get to hexproof a creature by unmorphing that, so could foil an Arrow Storm. Could also force a trade with the Leaping Master after Watanabe's invested all this mana in.
Can't trade with the Falconer,
No,
though.
no, Falconers are 3/4 right now.
Which is pretty strong here.
Yeah, Watanabe's just drowning in his lands. I look over at the cards in hand viewer by there, and I just see colored mana symbols all over the place in Sigrist's hand, and just blank lines on Yuya's side.
You've got a tricky turn here. He doesn't know what the morph is, but there's 4 mana, so he knows what it... I mean, he's got options about what it could play. He could try to clear a path with Arrow Storm, but if he runs into, like, a Monastery Flock, then that doesn't work. He could fly over it, but he could run into a Misfire Weaver, or, I guess, again, a Monastery Flock. All right. Well, he heads to the air and serves with the Falconer and the Leaping Master.
And we're going to unmorph, yep, Mistfire Weaver. And just trade with the Leaping Master. Sigrist goes to
I think
15
Yuya's okay with that.
from the Falconer. And it also disguises a little bit of Watanabe's weakness. Says, well, I'm using my mana for something. And here comes the Sultai Soothsayer. Oh, no.
Nope. Master of the Way. Yep. Down goes the Falconer.
Wow.
Did look like a spell, at least. Looks like Shahar has taken a game on the back table from Tony Portolan. Portolan's deck appears to be green-white.
Wow.
Maybe that's why he lost, though. Maybe it's just all his lands were green-white. I don't know if there's a missing color.
So what? Wow, there's another
I think
Master
it's
of the Way.
actually green-white from the sound of it.
Second Master of the Way takes down an actual creature from Watanabe's deck.
Right. This game, I mean, I understand there's no permanence in play, but this game seems over to me. Mike Sigrist is just got a handful of gas. He's got the
Plays
mana
2
that he takes to
morphs.
start unloading it. And Yuya Watanabe's deck is just not built to come... not built to close from here. From 15?
Right. Salt Road Patrol. We have an Abomination of Goodle and a Snowhorn Rider. I keep wanting to say Shoehorn. Snowhorn Rider in play. By the way, at the end of this round, you should join the Cover It live chat. If you were watching the draft and you have some opinions on what should have been picked, we want people to take part in our interactive features, So What Now, where you're picking the best cards for all 8 drafters at the feature table. So that's Cover It Live on the main PT page at the end of this round. Just go there and get ready, and you get to sort of see how you fare against
I
Zach
saw
Hill.
that. We did that piece at the last Pro
Yeah.
Tour, right? That was a really cool piece.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It was sort of like, here's the first pick. What should you second pick?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let the audience vote.
Yeah.
That's definitely a cool feature.
So no attacks for Mike Sigrist. He just sits on his mana. There's a banner for Yuya Watanabe, who is just floundering here.
Yeah.
And he just cashes in the banner. He has so much mana, he just plays a banner, cashes in a banner immediately.
Yeah, this is the drawback with the aggressive decks in this format. When you show up with one of these sort of aggressive 2-color decks, whether it's warriors or sometimes it's like red-white with tokens and trumpet blasts.
So that's his turn. Banner, cash in banner, outlast my Salt Road Patrol.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, Sigrist's draw isn't perfect. He doesn't have any green mana in this draw yet.
Right on cue.
That's funny. Now we can start deploying these guys.
Here comes the
Impulsing
Soothsayer.
for more.
There's another green mana if he wants it.
But anyway, yeah, the aggressive decks in this format, they can come out fast. They can definitely punish people who have drafted, 3-color cards and slower cards and morphs and whatnot. But if you don't win the game early, you're going to lose the game late because your opponents just have better cards than you do.
Sigrist took a Disowned Ancestor off of that Saltite Soothsayer and played it that turn. So 3 mana, 4 mana. There's the High Spire Mantis. There's a morph. So we got a couple cards there for Yuya. He's got a Horde Ambusher in play as his morph. You get a look at the High Spire Mantis, flying in trample. Flample, as Marshall Sutcliffe likes to say. So Mike Sigrist outlasts his Disowned Ancestor.
Good.
And just is content to sit back. He knows he's in a good position here. He doesn't want to overcommit, doesn't want to run into anything here. He's holding Icy Blast, so he's got he's going to be able to just
build up.
lock things down in one turn. And here comes the Mantis, and we know there's an Abomination of Goodall in play.
Yeah, you just flip that guy and block here.
Yeah,
right?
you flip that guy and block. He has a Force Away in case anything goes wrong.
Yep.
Oh, and a Horde Ambusher gets unmorphed, revealing Arrowstorm, so your Ambusher cannot block. I mean, your Abomination cannot block.
Reveal a red card.
Because he had to do that
when
before
it's turn face
Declaration of
up,
Blockers.
target creature can't block.
3.
Which means Watanabe gets in for 3 and
Right,
drops
which
Sigrist to
puts
14.
Sigrist to 14.
And then Sigrist is still going to have a 3/4 flyer.
Unless he Arrowstorms it here.
Wow, Paul Rietzel just even things up against Oiso. He uses Become Immense and has the charm to say Oiso can't block anything.
Oh, wow.
Take it.
Here we go. Yep.
Nope.
No, I'm going to
Force away saves the Abomination.
I can't
sigil from
prevent
Aerostorm.
that damage, but I can prevent my creature from being here.
Yeah.
Mike Sigrist has this look on his face like, do you give up yet? Do we really need to keep playing this game? And tick up the Salt Road Patrol. It's so funny. I mean, both players have a ton of mana, but it somehow looks better on Sigrist, who still has 4 cards in hand.
Right. Well, that Sigrist has expensive cards in his deck, and Watanabe has cheap, aggressive cards in his deck.
He just drew a dead drop.
Jeez. I mean, at this point, could it be 1 mana, kill 2 of your guys?
It's getting close.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, the right play is to spend as much mana as you can afford to, leaving cards in the graveyard for future Delve cards.
Unless you're showing off.
Yeah, so he can afford to pay 4 and then still be able to replay his Abomination. That is what he's going to do.
And so now Watanabe has to decide which of his 3 creatures he wants to keep in play.
He's got 1. It's clearly the Abomination. I mean, the Ambusher. The other one is less clear. Salt Road Patrol can keep getting bigger with Outlast. High Spire Mantis is a 3/3 flyer.
Right.
3/3 flyer does not match.
Nothing's getting through the 4/7 on the ground.
Well, I mean, Salt Road Patrol is more likely to build up big enough to get through a 4/7 than a High Spire Mantis is to attack through Abomination of Gadul.
Salt Road Patrol is the 4/7 at the moment. Yes.
Sure.
Sounds like Shahar is going to game 3 there.
Yeah.
Yep, he keeps the Salt Road Patrol. And then we replay the Abomination of Gadul. You just play it face up here, right? There's no reason.
Yeah.
Yep, 6 mana. There we go.
It's tied, right? 14-14?
It is tied 14-14. It doesn't feel tied, though.
No, not so much.
Watanabe has a card. Is it it's Ponyback Brigade.
All right.
Have you watched BoJack Horseman?
No.
Story of about a guy, horse actor, who played on a show called Horsing Around with 3 Little Kids.
Funny.
I'm just saying.
I mean, he has the mana to play it face down and unmorph it.
Yeah, and
looks like that's the way he's going to do it. Could have played it face up, but may as well withhold some information
Let's
for
see
a
if you
little
can
bit.
get your opponent to somehow run into something.
Yeah, this is the kind of game that sometimes you can see a sort of Mardu deck or a red-white deck steal by going wide, Ponyback Brigade for 3 goblins, another Ponyback Brigade, and then all of a sudden that Trumpet Blast manages to deal 1 million damage out of nowhere. Unfortunately, Watanabe doesn't have any Trumpet Blast.
Didn't even see a Trumpet Blast.
No, I do not remember him even holding one. But I mean, can be a very powerful card in this sort of go wide archetype. It's just Watanabe doesn't have it. Now, Sigrist doesn't know that. Sigrist is playing it a little safe because he is worried about, some crazy active treason Trumpet Blast turn.
By the way, we were talking about banners before. That's the best way I like to play my banners.
What's that?
Discarding them to Abomination of Gadul. Which is what Mike Sigrist just did.
You're at 11, right?
Yeah, 11.
Yeah,
My-
okay.
my-
I'm
14.
wrong. Yeah,
Yeah.
I marked the wrong one.
Ah, yeah.
Mike Sigrist looking to be in a great shape here. Will be the only 9-0 player in the room, well on his way to a top 8 berth.
He's also got a winning streak against Watanabe.
Yeah.
And beating him to win his Grand Prix. Beating him again here.
Okay. There you go. Unmorph. Get 3 goblins. Looks like he just drew a Mardu charm. What does that mean for him? Two more tokens. There's your Bloodfire expert.
Oh, I see what you mean. No, I was going to say, just leave it there.
Unmorph Snowhorn Rider. And I think we're going to see an Icy Blast
Yeah,
here to
Sigrist is
end
definitely
this
set
game.
up to just Icy Blast. He's up to 11 power now.
Not quite yet. Next turn. 8, 10. He actually
He does
had
have
11
exactly
power.
11. He
He
could
actually-
have Icy Blasted everything and attacked for 11.
And there's a Rakshasa Death Dealer.
Every other game is going to game 3, but I don't know about this one.
This would take a miracle the likes of which we have not seen in a long time. For this
Matt Mignon forced to game 3 against Nelson. So other 3 matches all headed to game 3. How many Tygon Schemings have you seen cast in this tournament, Brian?
In limited?
In limited.
Not that many. I saw a few cast and constructed.
Okay, limited.
I haven't seen it yet.
Masashi Oiso has now cast 2 of them against Paul Reitzel.
So end of turn here.
Yeah, here's the Icy Blast. Tap your team.
And that's
Yeah,
the hand
there's
from
the
Yu
handshake.
Watanabe. 9-0, Mike Sigrist. Last man standing.
King of the Hill.
And the King of the Hill now.
All right, let's check in on Oiso and Reitzel.
Yeah, I want to see this deck. What does Oiso's deck look like?
I'm going to guess it's Delve, and it's Sultai.
Well, that sounds sweet. Oh, look at this. He Tygon scheming into a turn 3 Sultai Scavenger.
Nice. Wow, the
in
mana
his
base.
Esper colored deck here.
Yeah, the mana base is 5-2-2-1 with 7 non-basics.
We got a little delve action going on here from Paul Reitzel as well, who's just scouted the borders into a Hooting Mandrills, which he's going to play a forest and cast. So that's his turn 4 play.
Go.
Jeez.
Scout the borders.
Paul drafted 4 Hooting Mandrills. Still only got 3 in the deck, but still.
There you go. Look. And there it is. The Archer's Parapet.
Wow.
He's
05 is the new removal.
Take that, Hooting Mandrills.
Yeah, the removal in this format is pretty weak. I mean, that's obviously been done on purpose with people spending so much mana on morph cards. But it means Archer's Parapet is now that's your new terror, your new dark.
That's a pacifism, right?
Absolutely. Savage Punch. Mandrills takes down the Scavenger, and now it's a 6/6, so can attack through the Parapet this turn.
Go.
And follows up with a Smoke Teller. Imagine if Savage Punch was an instant here. Whew.
Oh,
what a beating.
It's good enough as
Yeah.
sorcery, right?
There you see Crippling Chill in Paul Reitzel's hand. This is a card that, I think you see in some drafts going super late.
Yes,
But
I love it.
But watching Martin use a draft this weekend, he's first picking that card.
Paul obviously likes the card too. He's got 3 Crippling Chills in his deck, 2 Jeskai Elders.
I think it's actually the first this game. Oh, no. These guys right at there.
Yeah, 2 Jeskai Elders and a Wind Scout. Crippling Shield does a great job of triggering prowess.
And finding you more things to...
3 Smoke Tellers too. I mean, Paul's got a really aggressive blue-green deck. Just a couple of mountains for a couple of teamer cards. Snowhorn Rider and a Charm.
I think maybe that card should be called Shoehorn Rider.
Shoehorn
Because
Rider?
basically you get it at the
You
end
can
of the draft,
squeeze it
and you
into the
just kind of
deck. It doesn't
squeeze
really
it in and a
fit.
couple mountains into your deck.
Sounds about right.
There you get a look at the 6-time Pro Tour Top 8 competitor, the Hall of Famer, Masashi Oiso. There you get a look at 4-time Pro Tour Top 8 competitor and Hall of Famer, Paul Reitzel.
Ranked 7th in the world, too.
Oh, look at what's happening here.
One counter, two counters, three counters.
Yeah, incremental growth. You have to target 3 creatures.
That was the reluctant smirk you saw from Paul Reitzel before he cast it. He's like, yeah, I guess I'm doing this.
Wants to be able to attack through an Archer's Parapet, though, so his guys need the counters. Smoke Teller's up to 5/5. Mandrels is 6/6.
Scary to put it on a morph, though.
Yeah. Seems like the right play here, though. Guess what morph he put it on?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
4/4 lifelinker is now a 5/5 lifelinker.
Yeah. He's like, please let me draw a basic land here. Other morphs in hand for Oiso include Ice Feather even, which if he can live a turn, I don't know that he can.
Does he just not have the 5th land? That's everything, right? He's down to 5, so that Abzan Guide would be able to potentially get him back in this game as a 5/5 lifelinker, even if all it does is trade for a 5/5, the gaining 5 life.
Oh, he has a land, but it is Tranquil Cove. So that gets him up to 6.
I think that was the draw for the turn. Yeah, he's lining up an attack. He knows he's not going to block with that morph because he needs to be able to flip it over next turn. Yeah, it seems like... Wait, does 1 life even get him? 1 life's not even good enough because Hooting Mandrels is going to deal 6. Archer's Parapet can only soak up 5 damage. It can either chump the Smoke Teller and you take 6, or if it blocks the Hooting Mandrels, it tramples over for 1.
Right.
So Masashi's only play is to double block the Mandrels and hope Paul chooses to kill the Parapet? I guess Oishi can also play face up Ice Feather even.
He can also play
face down. Yeah, he can play Ice Feather Aven. That's what he's going to have to do. He's going to have to play the Ice Feather Aven. He's not going to be able to flip it over, but it does give him a blocker.
And if he can live a turn.
Yeah, both of those morphs flip up for significant value next turn.
Right. If there is a next turn.
Yeah, well, there will be a next turn, but it's going to be awkward. Also, does Paul have any follow-up plays?
He still has Crippling Chill.
And Set Adrift.
Oh, my gosh.
Can he play both of them next turn? If he Crippling Chills, puts a 4th card in the graveyard, he can.
That is yes.
Wow. That's why Paul is sort of sitting back in his chair, doing his best to look concerned so that he doesn't telegraph confidence.
Yeah, but then he quick
untap.
Can't
yeah,
untap
I got
fast
this.
enough.
All right. I'm going to tap something. I'm going to put something else on top of your library.
He also has an Awaken the Bear.
Jeez. Yeah.
Crippling Chill.
Taps
the most toughness.
Yeah.
And Oiso just goes right to reveal Morph's phase.
I got nothing. Wow.
7-2 for Paul Reitzel. That's 6-3 for Masashi Oiso. So if he wants to play top 8, add to his impressive historic totals, he's going to need to pretty much win out from here until the last round of the tournament. And now we have time to check in on our Player of the Year playoff rematch between Guillaume Matignon and Brad Nelson.
Did we mention the Chenhar one? And I just missed it? Shahar did win his match against Tony Portolano.
No, yeah, last update we had, they were going into...
Game 3.
Game 3.
Jeskai Flyers took it out. Flying. Having a good weekend so far.
So there you get a look at the board. A Morph, Dragon Eye Savant, and Tuskguard Captain versus Jeskai Student and a Morph. We'll get you updated on which Morphs are what. Savant gets in the way. It looks like a Weaponsmith is going to be flipped over. Go. And Brad takes some damage. There we go. You see the, I'm sorry, Weapon Master. So another creature gets +3/+0, which he gave to the Jeskai Student.
You have 3 cards? 3 cards, yes.
3 cards in hand for Guillaume. Brad Nelson, just not even looking at his cards, not sure how many cards he's holding. Just staring at the board.
I did play a land.
Oh, you did play land?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I played a mountain, I think.
Both of these players are 6 and 2, slightly lower stakes than the last time they played in a high-profile feature match.
Still plenty big match.
Yeah.
No blocks.
Tuskguard Captain gets in there.
16 to 10.
Go.
Oh, and the Aerialists.
Yeah, Riverwheel Aerialists, pretty good. And the prowess isn't the key to that card, but just being a 4/5 flyer is
It's Mahamodi Jinness.
Yeah, it's Mahamodi Jinness is the key to that card. It's the uncommon Mahamodi Jinn. Oh, by the way, sometimes prowess is relevant.
Yeah. I've definitely seen it, get up there to be like a 7, right? Guillaume attacks. Jeskai Student runs into a Riverwheel Aerialist. The Weapon Master runs into the Savants. And we see
Defiant Strike can do some work.
We see a handful of tools at Matignon's disposal.
He's got
Defiant
6 mana, so he cannot cast 3 instants here. He's not killing the Aerialist. He needs to cast 2 instants if he wants to survive combat.
So he's going to Defiant Strike.
Oh, Defiant Strike gives it +2. That gets it to 3. So it's a 3/5 now. And scheduled to bounce.
3/4.
Oh, 3/4. Not scheduled to bounce. Still dying.
But next instant gets it to 4/5.
Right. Not only does he have cards to choose from, he's also got modes to choose from.
But yeah, right. He's got Jeskai Charm is pretty insane here. Actually.
Yeah, the +1/+1 and lifelink mode, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Did he name a mode?
Yeah, he said +1/+1 and lifelink.
He's a 5 big.
Yeah, he's at 5 big.
5/5, you gain 10 life.
I gain 10 life.
There you
This
go.
dice.
Yep.
26 to 10.
2 cards that both pump power is good enough. 2 cards that pump power and 2 prowess triggers. Wow,
And then
the arc
finish
lightning.
off the bulk of your board with an arc
Jeez.
lightning. Finish off the Savants.
That
get
turn was
your board.
insane.
That was just an amazing turn for him.
I said this morning I liked Jeskai, right? You remember that?
I do remember that.
Okay. I want some credit for seeing these possibilities.
So there are some cards in Brad's hand here. I can't make out what they are, but he's not holding lands. He's holding 1 land maybe. What a turn for Guillaume. That was
insane. He attacked with a 1/3 and a 4/3 into a board of 4/5 flyer that we just described as Mahamodi Jinn. He attacked into Mahamodi Jinn and an 06 wall. Jeskai Charm plus Defiant Strike, 2 instants that also pumped power meant, oh wow, that's clever. He managed to have Jeskai Student take down Riverwheel Alias. No, the Arc Lightning after combat finishes off the wall and kills the Morph.
Okay.
11.
Just absurd
11
turns.
6.
Plays land, gains life. So what is the last card in Brad's hand? It's a morph. It's the Hooded Hydra.
Yeah, it's a good one.
First, maybe. Go. What is the first? It's okay. Go. It's okay.
So,
Crippling Chill. Brad was done outlasting because he needed a blocker, but Crippling Chill has a little bit to say about that. We just watched Reitzel win with Crippling Chill, and now here it's doing great work for Matignon as well.
Brad chooses not to block. He wants to untap with his Hooded Hydra. But he's at 6. He took 5 there.
Sure.
Pine Walker comes down as a 5/5.
So lucky.
Oh, force away.
Trigger. Resolve. Loot.
Trigger, smash. Hooded Hydra, chump blocking.
Wow.
All
Brad
Jeskai
goes-
all day.
Brad goes to 1.
Matignon played Jeskai in all formats. It's on the Ascendancy combo. He's the guy that designed the Ascendancy combo list that
Yeah.
Channel Fireball's playing.
Last time he worked with the Channel Fireball team, Pro Tour Berlin, designing the deck Luis won that Pro Tour with.
He made that elf
He
deck?
made the elf deck that carried Luis to victory in Berlin.
He's also the guy that invented eggs like 10 years ago.
And one of the guys who built Pierre Canale's winning list in
The Affinity
Columbus.
list, yeah.
He was a little grumbly about how much credit Wafo gets for that.
The Guillaumes. Yeah, well, this Guillaume
Oh,
is
wow, a pump.
7
A
and
fist
2
pump
and
from Guillaume
super
Matignon.
excited.
Wow, so that was great. So just going to remind you guys,
Yeah,
at
at
the
that
end
point,
of
I
this
think I
round, join the
Yeah,
Cover It
really
Live
good
chat
potential
and take part in our
cards, but,
interactive
I
feature, So What
didn't
Now?
know
You
if
get
it
to
was
like
like the
sit
term
down
of
at that draft table and just see what picks you would have made. You're picking the best cards for all 8 drafters based on where they are in the draft. So that's Cover It Live on the Pro Tour page at the end of this round. Go there. We're going to be doing a feature. Zach Hill will be up on the wall. Rich Hagon will be grilling him. We'll be showing you what cards are in people's decks and then go, so what now? And it's your
Definitely a fun
chance to
feature.
see how you do against Zach Hill, man who top 8 at a Pro Tour here in Hawaii not too many years ago as well.
All right, to take stock of everything that we've seen so far today, we watched Mike Sigrist and Yuya Watanabe draft their decks. They were the last 8-0s at the end of yesterday, and it is Mike Sigrist who got to 9-0.
Right.
Took out Watanabe. Watanabe had the kind of aggressive red-white deck, kind of flooded both games. Sigrist's deck also looked quite good, so it's Sigrist at 9-0.
The greedy 4-color deck.
Little bit. I mean, he's got-
over the more conservative 2-color splash a third color deck.
Fair, not unfair.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Shahar Shenhar had a nice Jeskai deck flying over Tony Portolan. So Shahar, that's also a Pod 1 match. So that's Shahar getting to 8-1. We also saw Paul Reitzel using Crippling Chill to great effect, removing Oiso's ability to block. So Paul Reitzel is 7-2, wins that Hall of Fame versus Hall of Fame battle.
Crippling Chill, also a big deal for Matignon.
That's where I was going, yeah. Crippling Chill did work for Guillaume Matignon as well, winning the rematch against Brad Nelson's Secret Plans deck. I know you were sad to see
I am
Secret
very
Plans
sad to
lose.
see Secret Plans lose. But you know what I'm happy to see? Guillaume Matignon set up for another interview with our Tim
awesome.
Willoughby down on the floor.
He's good times.
So let's hear all about all things Jeskai in all rounds from Guillaume Matignon.
Hi, I'm Tim Willoughby here down on the feature match area floor with Guillaume Matignon after a pretty big rematch for you with Brad Nelson.
It's not actually a rematch. We played a lot of time. I think we played 3 times. No, I lead 3-1, but I lost the most important one. So I don't know if it matters.
I mean, this match seemed to matter quite a bit. I mean, it was an exciting one, and Jeskai's been fairly good to you this tournament one way or another, right?
Yeah, it is. I actually drafted Jeskai on the first draft too. I really like Prowess. It's just so good.
And we saw
triggering thing when you can spell.
Oh, we saw one of the more impressive turns I've seen in Khans of Tarkir Limited in just that last game. Can you just talk us through a little bit about what was going on there?
The thing is, that was really hard because I had a lot of tricks in hand, so Jeskai Charm, Defiant Strike, and Arc Lightning. And I did have only 2 guys that were pretty much really underpowered compared to what he has in play. So I don't know if I played it well. There's so many possibilities with the Charm. I could have gone for burn, like I had 7 points of burn, but then couldn't pass on the board, so I don't know.
I mean, it's one of those things that something I think we've seen in Limited and Constructed is that the Jeskai way has an awful lot of options.
Yeah, it is. It's good to play it. I mean, you're playing spell and drawing cards. What's the problem?
That's magic. And the red, white and blue of France as well.
Yeah, exactly. Patriots. For like half the countries of the world, but no problem.
Well, congratulations, Guillaume Matignon. I'm sure we're going to see plenty more from you this tournament. Down from the feature match area floor, I'm Tim Willoughby, heading back to the booth.
Welcome back to the booth. So that was great. We heard from Guillaume Matignon. He has been Jeskai in every round of this tournament and will continue to be for the remainder of the day. He's of course playing Jeskai in Ascendancy and Constructed.
Yep.
So if you didn't get a chance to check out his deck tech yesterday, make sure you do that. It was so much fun. Really an exciting deck. But we're ready to send it back to the studio, and we are ready to find out. So what now? What cards would you pick? And that's going to be coming up really soon from the big wall with Zach Hill. So let's send it back to Rich Hagon.
All right, thanks very much to BDM and Randy. The first round is in the books here on day 2. 2 more rounds of Limited coming your way, and your chance to get involved with Limited in just a couple of moments on Cover It Live. So head to the page, join the Cover It Live chat, and it's your chance to draft with the stars, if you will. But let me just give you a couple of scores coming in. You know about Mike Sigrist going to 9-0, the lone undefeated player, Yuya Watanabe at 8-1. Now, Shahar Shenhar, as the guys confirmed, he did beat Tony Portolan. So Portolan now from 7-0 to 7-2. Time to stop the rot for the popular Croatian player. Andrei Strasky has gone to 8-1 at the expense of the Canadian Omar Belden, who falls to 7-2. Li Shichan, he's at 7-2. Jadine Klumparens, the runner-up from Grand Prix Chicago, falls to 6-3. That's kind of the borderline where no problem if you keep winning from X and 3, but once you have your 4th loss, generally very bad news. Now, the size of the field, the number of players that have come back, make us think that you're likely to get 1, maybe 2 players on 12 and 4 making it into the top 8. But the 4th loss, especially early in the day, is a huge deal. You do not want that to happen. Yoshihiko Ikawa, he's 7-2. Alexander Hayne takes his 3rd loss for Team Face to Face, 6-3. And also 6-3, the US's Jeff Mullin, who missed out at the expense of Tamas Gled of Hungary, goes to 7-2. So that's some of the scores on the doors. Plenty of matches still going on at the back end of round 9. And the question is, so what now? All right, hello everyone. Welcome to the news desk. Rich Hagon sitting alongside the MTG community manager, Mr. Nate Price. And over there in the distance, you get a Mr. Zach Hill, because he's at the video wall about to be thrown to the wolves. And the wolves in this case are you at home. So here's what we're going to do. Make sure you're in Cover It Live chat. We're going to get Zach to look at 8 picks players made, and you're going to decide what you think the best pick for them would be. Now, if you were with us at the last Pro Tour, we made it the 2nd pick. We showed you what they did first, then we said, what should pick 2 be? This time, we've decided to go a little bit deeper. We're going to show you the first 2 picks, and you get to say, so what now for pick 3? So, Nate, who are we going to start with?
Let's see.
Should we go with Mr. Good?
I think Mr. Good is probably the best player for us to start with.
Okay, so Michael Good, there you see him up on the wall there. He is sitting on the right, on the left of Reed Duke, on the right of Iletse Aromnianak. So, Yeah, did that well. All right, so why don't we take a look at his first 2 picks. So he opens up with Narset Enlightened Master. All right, so that's a nice, big, powerful Jeskai Mythic clan leader. What about pick 2? Narset was joined by Burn Away. So Zach, you've got Narset and Burn Away in front of you, and the question becomes, so what now?
Well, so, I mean, what you're expecting, those cards go really, really well together. You've also demonstrated a pretty bold willingness to commit to Jeskai. Not going to really want to get out of that right now. The problem is that you see this amazing card, Bear's Companion, third, after getting past 1 second. So that's a card that's in blue and red, open to you, but it would demand a bit of a switch. That said, you're also seeing Debilitating Injury, one of the best commons in the set. Again, not in your colors in Jeskai. The only cards available to you in your colors that you actively want to play, you've got Mystic of the Hidden Way and Scion of Glaciers. Quite a bit of a downgrade. I think what you do is you say, okay, Narset's good, but Bear's Companion is the card speaking to me the most. The reason I want to do that is not just because of this pick, but because I want to set myself up for what's coming later in the draft. If people have already passed me 2 Bear's Companions, I'm looking at Teamer and saying, look, I want to commit to this. I want to cut this off. I want to be the Teamer drafter and maybe be even the only Teamer player at the table. So, Rich, I would probably go for Bear's Companion here. The next pick, I guess, is Mystic of the Hidden Way, but Jeskai not looking so good in the 3rd pack.
All right, well done, Zach. Plenty to think about there. Nate, what are people starting to think in the chat?
Well, I heard a lot of thoughts for both Mystic of the Hidden Way and for Alabaster Kieran. It's looking to me like the winner right now, I think the best quote is easy, unblockable guy. So Mystic of the Hidden Way is going to take it with over 50% of the votes.
Okay, so let's see what they actually picked. Michael Good went with Alabaster Kieran. So a lot of people would have gone Mystic of the Hidden Way, but Alabaster Kieran was the pick. All right, let's move on round the table. And our second player, let's see who are we going to look at. We're going to move round to the left. Alexei Aromaniak from Belarus. Let's have a look at his first 2 picks. So he opens up with Siege Rhino. So again, super gold, super clear direction. What about pick 2? Pick 2 is Dead Drop. So Zach, we have Siege Rhino and Dead Drop, and the question is, so what now?
Okay, so we're on a Bear's Companion theme. I think the difference this time is that it's there's only 1 color overlap as opposed to 2. So it's a lot bolder of a commitment to dive into that. We see an Alpine Grizzly, more of a teamer card than an Abzan card, but it's definitely one of the premier, more powerful cards in the pack. Looking at Scoured Barrens, I think is really important. I like to start taking mana fixing early. That's something that I'm looking at because I want to actually be able to cast that Siege Rhino, not something that you're guaranteed to do. Feat of Resistance, arguably one of the better white cards. It's a little bit harder to use in a mid-range deck, which is what you're signaling with Siege Rhino and Dead Drop. Right now, I've got 2 of the most powerful cards in the entire format. My strategy is figure out how I can make sure to cast these cards, because if I can do that, I'm probably going to win. I'm looking at Scoured Barrens here. I think the next card I'd pick would probably be Alpine Grizzly, but I really want to pick up the dual lands in this kind of deck, so I'm going with the Barrens.
All right, thanks very much to Zach Hill. There's only 1 of him, but there's an awful lot of you sitting at home. Nate Price, what have we got?
This is actually a lot closer than the last one was. It's almost a dead heat between the Scoured Barrens that Zach chose to help fix his mana. And just behind it is Feat of Resistance, which is one of the better combat tricks in this format.
For sure. So the question is, what did Alexei Aromaniak of Belarus pick? Let's take a look. That is not what we were expecting. He went with the Anok Tracker, the 3/3 first strike morph. Alrighty. Well, we asked so what now, and that was the so what now this time around. Right? Fair enough. You at home, maybe you'd have picked the Scoured Barrens and that would have been a better pick. Maybe you beat Aromaniak on that one. Let's move on and we get to the reigning player of the year, Jeremy Desani. So let's see what Desani did with his first 2 picks. So first up, well, we have a Mistfire Weaver. All right, that's fair enough. And then second pick, he goes for Ice Feather Avon. So Miss Fireweaver, Ice Featherhaven, Zach Hill, the question becomes, and for everyone at home, so what now?
All right, so first of all, I'm obsessed with Ice Featherhaven. That might be my Halloween costume this year. It's the card that I want to pick more than any other card. So I'm going to try to make that card work in this set. Immediately, we talked about Mystic the Hidden Way. It's a nice one, it's rock solid, but I'm looking at this Opulent Palace. I don't want to just be the guy that takes all the lands, but on the other hand, I kind of want to be the guy that takes all the lands, that fixes your mana in exactly the way that you need it to be fixed. And again, the card quality is a bit of a drop from there. We see an Efreet Weapon Master, great card, gonna be really, really hard to cast if this is the deck you're going for. Mystic the Hidden Way, we again talked about it. Both it, Bitter Revelation, really solid cards. I like to prioritize, again though, my ability to cast these cards this early in the pack, particularly with a card like Ice Featherhaven, whose value comes, it's obviously very, very powerful to morph. It's also not bad to have a 2/2 flyer on the second turn. Palace gonna ensure that you're basically always able to cast that on turn 2 if you want to. Woolly Loxodon, great card, but I'm going to go with Opulent Palace.
All right, that's absolutely fine. Thanks to Zach. So now, what are we going to do? Let's ask Nate Price what everyone at home is thinking.
Well, looks like most of the people at home are really on the non-basic lands to fix your mana plan. Good 50% of you have gone with Opulent Palace.
All right, let's see what everyone did. Were they being right? They would. Opulent Palace was the pick for the Player of the Year. All of you at home could be Player of the Year right now because you're with Jeremy Desani on his pick 3. So let's go around the table to our 4th player and see who's next. It's John Stern from Team Face to Face. So what does he open up? Let's see what he first picks. Answer, it's a debilitating injury, getting something -2/-2. And then his second pick, well, that's going to be Mardu Skullhunter. So black and black. Zach Hill, so what now?
All right, so when you're taking a card like Mardu Skullhunter second, and debilitating injury, a mono-colored card first, you're really signaling a preference to be aggressive. So I'm looking at the cards right now that really fit into that plan, because otherwise you've got a 2/1 that comes into play tap for 2 mana as your second pick. That's not really what you want to be doing. As such, I look at a card like Abomination of Gadul, which is really pretty powerful, but doesn't go phenomenally well into that plan. On the other hand, a card like Crippling Chill really does. I mean, blue-black aggro, not really a card that, or a deck that you're drafting that much in this format, but something that could work based off those preferences. That said, you don't want to take anything like Molting Snakeskin. That's a card that you can play in a black aggro deck. You don't want to take it that high. I'm actually looking at Keru Bloodsucker here. Not wonderful with the aggressive theme. It usually goes better into like the black-green toughness deck, but it's a card that can sneak through the last several points of damage. It's also a card that allows you to mitigate removal spells and get some size that allows you to force through damage later in the game.
Okay.
It's still a pretty weak card though, and Singing Bell Strike is there. Dragon Scale Boon is okay, but I'm going to go with Keru Bloodsucker.
All right, well, we had some interesting choices available. Nate, what did people go with?
This was actually really, really tight. All 4 of the cards that we gave people as an opportunity, the Crippling Chill, Dismal Backwater, Abomination of Gadul, and Jeskai Student, are all fairly reasonably split, but the winner is the Crippling Chill at home. People like the removal spell.
Okay, now let's see, because Zach went in another direction entirely. Let's see what John Stern went with. There you see it. Zach, surprised by the pick?
Not really. I mean, lands are solid. We've seen players exhibiting a preference for those early in this format. I think it's a higher quality card, and it still sets you up for the Sultai Guild. So the pick makes sense to me.
All right, let's move on round the table, and this time we go to Seth Manfield. He is in our 5th seat. Let's see what his first couple of picks were. Well, he opens up and he takes a Mantis Rider, so that's a pretty easy, straightforward first pick for him. And then his second pick, well, that is going to be Enoch Bondkin. So we're in Jeskai and then white to cement that potentially. Those are the first 2. Zach Hill, so what now?
Well, so Mantis Rider is interesting in that a lot of the value of the card is the ability to cast it on turn 3. So it's not only a Jeskai card. I mean, it's good at any point in the game, but you really want to be you want to have the ability to hit those early. That plus Bond can again signals a preference for aggressive decks. Looking at this pack, the only really aggressive Jeskai card in it is Leaping Master. Now, we saw Yuya Watanabe taking those early, but there's some other options to have in this pack. I look at Treasure Cruise as a card that's only gone further and further up in my pick order. I mean, 3 cards is 3 cards. I don't want to switch colors this early after picking Manus Rider, one of the best cards in the format, as highly as he did. So, the other cards that are powerful, Retribution of the Ancients is something that you can do an obs on, but it's not really what I'm looking at right now. Woolly Loxodon, fine. Secret Plans, it's kind of a different deck. I'm actually going to stay the course with Aggression and take Leaping Master.
All right, okay. Let's see what we go with then. Nate, what do people like?
Well, Treasure Cruise was the early leader, right when people started the voting, but I think as soon as Zach started explaining the benefits of staying on aggro, people seemed to really go with him and clearly won just around 60% of the vote.
All right, let's see whether the player agrees. Seth Manfield says yes. Leaping Master for me. Well done, everyone at home. You're on the same page as a 2-time Grand Prix champion. So let's go around the table again. Seat number 6 is Julien Poirot of France. Let's see what he does to open up. He kicks off with an Enoch Bondkin. So there you see the white card there. That's his first pick. And then second pick is also going to be white. Let's take a look. And it is down there at the bottom. It is Watcher of the Roost. Unmorphs, gain yourself 2 life. Flies, of course, the 2/1 flyer. So white and white. So what now, Zach Hill?
Well, at first pick, he took the Bondkin over a card like Ghostfire Blade, really one of the most powerful cards in the format, really signals a strong preference for aggressive white. The first thing I want to do is look at the mono white cards. You have one of the best cards for white aggressive decks in Timely Hordemate. That card represents card advantage, it's tempo advantage, it goes with the warrior sub-theme, and it doesn't commit you to any extra colors. That said, there's one of the better Mardu aggressive cards in the format with a Mardu Rough Rider. That card is phenomenal, but it does commit you to 2 extra colors. I think my plan right here is to stay with the white theme, not commit to anything, and go ahead and take Timely Hordemate, which conveniently gets back your Enoch Bondkin that you took first. So you already have some synergies to go with it. I'm going to go with Timely Hordemate.
All right, Timely Hordemate for Zach Hill. What about the people at home? Nate Price, what have we got?
This is not even close.
Okay.
It is an 80% of the field going for Timely Hordemate, so we're just going to move straight on and see.
Well, let's just see whether we agree. What is the actual pick? Ta-da! Well done, everyone at home. Yep, nice, straightforward. We'll just stay white all the way with Julien Poirot. 2 players to go. By the way, just to let you know, the players are getting seated in the feature match area for round 10. You will not miss a turn, of course. So, our penultimate choice, Soo-Han Yoon. Let's see what he opens up. Well, I can tell you he begins in mythic fashion with Wingmate Rock, which is a great first pick, of course. So that's his first pick. Where does he go second? Well, he goes with removal and debilitating injury. So we have a white card and a black card. Zach Hill, so what now?
So there's 2 available white-black guilds. Obviously, you've got Mardu, you've got Abzan, but what you really want to do is be able to attack with a creature and then cast your Wingmate Rock, arguably the best card in the format. I think it really probably is the best card in the format. So, getting out of that commitment, not something I'm going to do very readily. I'm going to want to stay white-black. Fortunately, in this pick, you've got 2 really strong black cards. You've got Ruthless Ripper, which is a 1-drop for your Mardu Skull Hunters. It's a 3-drop. It can trade with any of the big creatures. And then you've got Dead Drop, which over the course of the weekend is a card that players just like more and more and more and more. I mean, killing 2 creatures is as good as it's ever going to be, and it's as good as it ever has been. I think when the set came out, people looked at that 10 mana and said, is this ever really going to happen? The answer is yes. And it's very easy to load up your graveyard with cards like Bitter Revelation. And even if you're paying 7 mana for it, it's really good anyway. So I'm going to pick Dead Drop out of this pack.
Dead Drop for Zach. This could be an interesting one because I think, Nate, there's going to be a little bit of RG on this one.
Yeah, it was actually roughly evenly split between the 2 powerful black cards, as Zach mentioned. Ruthless Ripper and Dead Drop have kind of been jockeying back and forth for top spot. In fact, Dead Drop is going to win by a single vote.
171-170, 48.0 something.
Yeah.
Right, well, let's see what this very tough pick was for Soo-Han Yoon. You see, he went with Ruth the Ruthless Ripper. All right. Well, can't say further than that. We have one to go. And we've saved one of the best players for last because this is Reed Duke. So you put yourself in the Reed Duke seat. Who wouldn't want to be there? Let's see what he opened up and what he picked first and second. Well, you remember this was actually our featured draft, and he opened Sorin Solemn Visitor. And he took that bad boy. Of course you do. Planeswalker Central, thank you very much. What about pick 2? Well, this was a Bellowing Saddle Brute. So we're black-white and then black. For the final time at this show, Zach Hill, so what now?
Well, the thing I'm noticing is both my cards are really powerful and they're both 4-drops. So I'd really like to avoid taking another 4-drop just because that's going to make me prioritize less expensive cards later in the draft just to fill out my mana curve. Looking at the pack, that works out perfectly because I'm in white-black and I see a Chief of the Edge right there. It's a 2-drop. It's very aggressively statted. It goes right into the deck whose theme I'm kind of trying to draft. Other cards I'm looking at include Abzan Guide, obviously really powerful, 4/4 lifelink, goes great with my Sorin. Merak Nightblade, Ghostfire Blade, an amazingly good card. But right now, I think the allure of Chief of the Edge is just too much to pass up. It just fits perfectly into everything that I'm trying to do. Gives me raid for my Saddle Brute. I'm going to go with Chief of the Edge.
Chief of the Edge for Zach Hill. Now, Nate, for the final time, was this one close?
Yeah, the community's too smart for us. They remembered that they'd watched this one on draft yesterday.
Oh, you bad people.
But at the same time, like beyond the fact that they chose Chief of the Edge, Ghostfire Blade got a reasonable nod from a lot of the players, so I'm assuming hadn't actually tuned in to watch to see exactly what Reed did.
All right, so let's just confirm for you. Ta-da, there it is, Chief of the Edge. Oh, we're going to have to take another feature draft table next time.
Yeah.
They're just too good for us. All right, so there you are, everyone. Our thanks to Zach Hill at the wall. It's a thankless task trying to beat all of you at home because groupthink generally outsmarts one think. The thoughts of the many outweigh the needs of the few and all that kind of stuff. So thanks very much to MTG Community Manager, Nate Price. He's going to be back later on today talking with Hélène Bergeau about some organized play announcements. She's going to be here at the news desk at lunchtime with a couple of very important announcements for you. And then she'll be with you, I know, on Cover It Live to answer everyone's questions.
Exactly.
So we'll look forward to that. And so, for this time at least, that's So What Now? All right, so that was So What Now, and So What Now is round 10. Fantastic feature matches coming your way. At 8-1, Yuya Watanabe against Ari Lax. Then we've also got Patrick Chapin at 7-2 against Tamas Glied of Hungary. We've got Mike Sigrist at 9-0 against Shahar Shenhar at 8-1. We're not showing you any of those to start with, and here's why. We're going to 6-3. This match, somebody goes to 4 losses and is basically done. Who's it between? I'll give you Gabriel Nassif in the Hall of Fame and John Finkel. Showtime.
Hi, everybody. Brian David Marshall here with Randy Buehler. We're about to watch a match between two Hall of Famers, as Rich pointed out, but not just Hall of Famers. They're both class leaders of their Hall of Fame classes.
This is 2 of the best 3 players of all time.
Well, players are ready. Let's send it down to the floor, and let's watch John Finkel versus Gabe Nassif. I feel like I should be cursing in the middle of each of their names. Unbelievable. Hello, everybody, and welcome to round 10 of Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir here in Hawaii. We've got a doozy lined up for you again.
Doesn't get much better than this.
This time it is Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif versus Hall of Famer John Finkel, both multiple-time Pro Tour champions.
Oh, yeah.
You know, this is what you said.
Over 20 top 8s between them.
Over 20. How many players do you need to add up to get to 20? Elson, can you
the rest
get
of the feature match area doesn't come close, I don't think. Yeah, Nassif has got a pretty solid Mardu deck. John has a pretty solid Abzan deck. So you're going to get to see the decks doing what they do here.
There you get a look at John's stats.
Go.
549 career pro points. More than $360,000 in lifetime winnings. 14 Grand Pro Tour top 8s. 9 Grand Prix top 8s. He may have only played in 9 Grand Prix.
Go. Dear.
Oh, no third land from Gabe.
So Jeskai student comes down for Gabe.
Yeah, his curve is pretty good. He's got multiple Skull Hunters. He's even got a Blood Soaks champion, but it doesn't seem to have any black mana in this draw.
And here's John's first play. And he is going to play Rakshas's Secret.
Wow.
So he
Adding
says,
insult to injury.
discard 2 of those
You get
cards.
the nuts deck.
But they're
Three
such
dice.
good cards.
I don't know. I don't know what you
Yeah, Nassif, 2 debilitating injuries, which is nice. No black mana, obviously.
Ride down.
Gotta figure out, like, how does he win this game? Clearly gets to assume that he's going to draw mana soon.
I mean, you get rid of like War Behemoth and 1 injury here.
That's plausible. Yeah, I think I like that. I mean, I think that's probably the best choice.
No, too.
And did he agree with this?
Look at this. So inaccurate there. Go ahead.
Both injuries. So he discarded both of the black cards. Wow, Valley Dasher off the top. That'll work.
It's 19. Go.
He's like, get you to 19. Attack for 3, get you to 19.
John's got all his colors. He's got a Savage Punch. Does not have...
Right, he can awaken the bear. He can then Savage Punch with it.
Sure.
But all he's got is a Sidici's Pet and an Unyielding Krumar.
Krumar's totally fine on this board.
Yeah.
3/3 is gigantic. Get the job done.
There you get a look at it. And there's the 3rd land for Gabriel Nassif.
Yeah, Valley Dasher has to attack, so
right.
Krumar gets...
He's got the Mardu Horde Chief, so...
Yeah, or he's got the Ride Down.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you could Ride Down to kill the blocker, keep your Valley Dasher alive, trample over for 2. I think that's more important than triggering Horde Chief.
Attack.
I mean, you're effectively playing a 2/2 haste guy, right? Yeah. Valley Dasher's so good at attacking when you actually have the trick, because they never put you on the trick.
Right.
You had to attack.
Yeah.
It's not like you chose to attack.
So John Finkel takes 4 there.
Right,
Jeskai
Ride Down giving the
student
prowess
gets a-
trigger.
Gets a prowess bonus. How many black sources is Nassif playing?
Nassif is playing 4 Swamps, 2 Scoured Barrens, and a Bloodfell Case.
Yeah.
John actually has an Obzon banner in his deck. I was at the Hall of Fame induction dinner. I saw Eric Lauer ask him, John, what do you think of the banners? You know, because Eric's he's pretty good at sort of asking questions, trying to see what people make of the sets that he's played a big role in developing. Eric was the lead developer for Cons of Tarkir, and John was just like, he doesn't like the banners. It's like, I guess they're playable. I might play one in my next 100 drafts. I don't know.
Right, 4th land for Nassif, and this could be a really big turn for him here. The Morph blocks the Jeskai student.
Sure.
Passes.
Yeah.
Takes 2, but Gabriel Nassif is going off here. There's a Mardu War Shrieker, and that is going to be followed up by a Mardu Horde Chief.
That is the dream. War Shrieker, when that works out, so powerful.
So
If you drop another guy with a raid trigger, it's even better.
3 permanents for 4 mana there.
Not bad.
You 1 card left? 1 card left.
What's John got?
John's got, an Awaken the Bear. He's got a Savage Punch.
Didn't want to gain that life anyway.
He could have flipped Sidici's Pet in combat and gained the life.
Looks like he drew an Armament Core. He did.
Now it's a 3 power lifelinker.
2 counters go on the Pet. He now has a gigantic lifelinker. He knows he's going to get to eat the Valley Dasher.
Well, he's believed that before.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Although we know Nassif's down to just a War Behemoth.
And a black mana source. Looks like he drew his.
Yeah.
Black mana there. Yep, that's exactly what happens. John just gets to go up to 16.
Nassif 21, Finkel 16.
Morph for Nassif plays the last card out of his hand.
22.
He's hellbent.
Yeah, well, I mean, he saw the one Rakasha secret from John. It could be.
Yeah, plus, I mean, his only source of black mana comes into play tapped, so he's got to
Right.
get that in play. He doesn't want to not play his Morph. I mean, there's not that much value in having cards in hand here.
Little respite for the hand tool operator. See if no cards in hand, but he's got a War Behemoth in play, face down. He can unmorph it next turn, but we're gonna Savage Punch your morph with Sidisi's Pet. Gonna gain 5.
At 21.
Because Ferocious gives him a +2/+2 bonus.
Can I kill it? How much toughness does that thing have? 8?
17. You're at 26.
10?
All the toughness.
Good.
I mean, it had taken 2 damage already from the morph, but I think it was an 8 toughness. I mean, it's a 1/4 start, 6, 2 bonus from the Savage Punch. Yeah. And it's good that Gabe didn't do that, because Awaken the Bear would have been something of a nightmare for him. Timely Horde Mate comes down without any raid. Didn't have anything to return either. Oh, he could have actually returned the Valley Dasher, but
Pat Chapin has won a match on won a game, sorry, on a back table. Took game 1 from Thomas Cleed.
So John plays Scout the Borders, says, I will cast Demonic Tutor and Dark Ritual.
4, 5.
You can't take the throttle. You've got land or creature here, John. I love the art on Scout the Borders, by the way.
These are awesome choices. John's got some clunky morphs in his deck. Sidisi's Pet, Sage Harrier. These are not the most exciting cards in the format. I keep thinking these aggro decks look awesome, and yet we keep seeing them lose.
Yeah.
Like Nassif's position here is somewhat similar to the position we saw Watanabe in, where he just, he's kind of got a decent selection of aggressive creatures, but they weren't able to deal 20 off the off the hop, just because his draw was a little bit clunky.
Any cards?
And now what?
3.
John has 3 cards in hand. One of them is Awaken the Bear.
I believe this is the best I have seen Sidisi's Pet look ever.
I've actually seen it be very solid. I know you don't like the card.
Not a huge fan, no. It's been great here, though.
It's great. It's really great against these. A great card against the aggro decks. It just stops them. It gains you enough life to buy you enough turns to get to your good cards.
I mean, I'm not sure at 1/4 it would have, but I mean the combo with Armament Core and then he's got Awaken the Bear behind it. Definitely working out great. And yeah, look, John's at 26 against the Mardu deck.
Knock my down.
So he puts 1, 2, 5, 6,
9 power?
9 power in front.
So the pet is gonna die. Question is how many
guys
things is it
taking
taking
down
down with it, and is Awaken the Bear worth casting to kill some creatures? So, and John also has to worry a little bit about the Jeskai Student's Prowess trigger. Currently, the pet can take out any one of those creatures. Awaken the Bear would basically let it take out a second. So John can trade Awaken the Bear for the second best creature and 3 life.
All right, I'll kill him.
And John would rather have his Awaken the Bear.
4 and I gain 4.
Thinks he'll be able to do better later.
Sorry. 4 and I gain 4.
At 29, I'm at 13.
14 to 29.
John goes up near 30.
13, I'm at 13. I took 4.
Oh, sorry, you're 13.
Right, Nasif falls to 13.
13. Finkel, 29.
Pretty good trade.
Like, I'm only going to lose if you have some, like, trumpet blast or other.
Your hand's that good. I only have 1 card, right?
Both players feel good about that trade somehow.
Yeah. Well, that's what you want when you're trading Magic cards, right? You don't want any
Both
player to
players
feel
think
bad
they
about
won.
it.
Mike Sigrist wants to hold on to King of the Hill. Took the first game from Shahar Shanar.
Threatening to go 10-0 on
Yeah.
the backs of the Teamer Sultai Alliance.
Conglomeration.
Okay.
John's still attacking. Nasif's gang block worked out last time. He's got to feel even better about gang blocking this time, right?
Not like that.
Now what? There's 3,
Sure,
6.
I'll order them 1, 2, or 1, 2.
All right, so this time 2, 3. There's 4 power blocking the armament core. So it sounds like an Awaken the Bear situation.
2, 3.
This one too?
No, he's 2. Sorry. I try to make things extra confusing. No, Awaken the Bear, my guy.
So Awaken the Bear turns this guy into a 7/7
Alright.
trampler.
Yeah,
Sure.
and threatens to kill all 3 if
So,
Gabe doesn't
good
have a trick to
trade,
trigger
and
prowess.
All my guys die, and your guy lives. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
All my guys die, your guy
Did I
lives.
take tramp?
No, you have 7 exactly. Go ahead.
Land off the top for Gabe. 2 lands in hand. Not going to get it done here.
What's John holding?
Go.
He's out of gas. He's got a swamp that he just drew. Both players are out of stuff. But after all the trading, John's
Nine.
up 16 life and a 4/4 creature. Nasif needs to draw something to get back out of this.
Yeah, delve for 1.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's
Oh,
Necropolis
jeez.
Fiend. You knew there were some Delve cards in there with the Scout the Borders.
Go.
I think that's what he was looking for with that demonic tutor. Got there eventually. Necropolis Fiend, definitely a good one. I mean, good enough that some people have been playing it in Constructed.
Bit of Revelation.
Sure.
Jeez. Now some extra cards.
It's looks like another Savage Punch in hand. Get 2 spells, discard 2 lands.
20.
Sounds great.
Yeah, that's 1. Alright.
Sure, no effects. It's fine. Go to 1.
So on the back table, by the way, Yuya Watanabe has had to
Good.
deal with not just Flying Crane technique, but also Crackling Doom out of Arielax's deck. But the game's still going.
Okay. So John takes that game. 27-1 when Nasif packed it in.
It sounds like Arielax just drafted all the rares he could get his hands on.
I hope we get a chance to look in on that after this quick promotional video.
Raise your banner. Khans of Tarkir is now available on Magic Online. Dive into the new set by downloading Magic Online at www.mtgo.com. Take what you've learned from watching the Pro Tour to your local store for the Khans of Tarkir Game Day happening October 18th and 19th. Visit wizards.com/Magic Game Day for more information.
Hey, welcome back. Brian David Marshall here with Randy Bueller. John Finkel and Gabe Nasif are gearing up for game 2 of their match. But we are going to do a live look-in while those guys sideboard and shuffle up. And we're going to watch number 17 ranked Patrick Chapin, the Pro Tour champion, against Tomasz Gliad, who Patrick Chapin is up a game here. Tomasz Gliad, who's from Hungary, was, I believe, on the World Magic Cup team 2 years ago.
Yeah, played the.
Yep, yep.
Shambling attendance for Tomas.
So following up on that story from right before the break, Watanabe won game 1 against Arilax.
Oh.
Through lots of goblin tokens, apparently, and those pony back brigades got it done despite Flying Crane Technique and Crackling Doom. I guess Crackling Doom's not very good against pony back brigade, but still. Grim Harrispex also among Arilax's rares.
So you've used the term going wide a couple times, and that's exactly what you did. He played a lot of creatures. They're not necessarily impressive on their own, but there's just this, overwhelming number of them that just get through and eventually wear you down. See a Hooting Mandrills, which does not match up well against Shambling Attendant here, from Patrick Chapin. Teamer versus Sultai.
Chapin's main deck is just green-blue. Those mountains apparently came in from the sideboard.
Shambling Attendance is bashing in.
Yeah, it looks like Pat's main deck is just green-blue. You can see that he changed his mind during deck building. Put the Snowhorn Rider in the board, put the Master of the Way in the board. But he's brought them in for this matchup. Right. His green-blue deck is pretty solid. Yeah. 4 Alpine Grizzlies, 3 Awaken the Bear, a couple Smoke Tellers. He can sort of come out with just solid green creatures. Right. And then, Force Away, Crippling Chill, Water Whirl, bounce everything you want to try to do to get in his way.
Yeah, there you see he used Force Away to return the Shambling Attendant. No cards in Gliad's graveyard for him to replay it. And so now I think we're going to see a Savage Punch here. Yep.
Savage Punch.
Kill your morph. Yep.
6.
Attack for 6 trample.
Tomas has fully 4 copies of Jeskai Wind Scout in his deck. 4 Wind Scouts and 3 Glacial Stalkers do most of the attacking. And then just a nice collection of spells.
Okay. So is he... He's not Sultai per se.
Just one.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted by Arilax's deck list. I don't see much in the way of Delve cards.
Right.
A couple Soothsayers. That's a Sultai card, right? Even though it's not Delve.
So more for Tomas.
Arilax has a mana base of 3/2/2/1/1. And then his non-basics go 1/1/1/2/1/2/1.
I love it.
He has 12 differently named lands in his deck. 5 basics and 7 non-basics. 9 total non-basics. He's 9/9 split.
Which I would like to point out is not not a greater number than the number of top 8s in John Finkel's career.
Sure. Fair enough. There are 11 multicolor cards in Arilax's main deck.
In many different permutations of those colors.
1/2/1, 1/2/1, 1/1/1. Yeah. He's got Zergo Helm Smasher, Trap Essence, Teamer Charm.
So basically every
Snowhorn.
good rare we saw floating around the table without a home.
He just took all of them.
Yeah.
He's got 2 different charms. He's got Savage Knuckleblade.
He's running Arilax's home for Wayward Clans.
I like it.
Looking at Chapin here, he passes the turn in the face of Morph and Smoke Teller. You take a look at Patrick's list. I'm just trying to figure out what the red card is in his hand.
Is it it's a mono red card?
No, it's a gold. It looks like it's red-blue.
Is it Master of the Way? Okay. Probably.
Okay. Well, we'll let these guys, we'll give you an update, tell you what's going on here. We'll keep you updated, but we're going to go back to, the title bout here between Gabriel Nassif and John Finkel. Game 2. John Finkel is up a game.
We had this discussion. Okay, you're good. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Should have played a different man just to troll you. Jeez. Solid.
The aggro deck groans every time they see a refuge.
Well, Nassif's got one of each basic, and he's got a Valley Dasher. He's
Yep.
got a Horde Chief lined up for turn 2. This is the way it's supposed to work.
And he's
Deck
got
is-
the Trumpet Blast.
Yeah, no, this is what his deck is designed to do. Let's see if it's good enough.
Yep. There's the Horde Chief.
John should be 17 already, right?
Go.
No play from John.
Wow, not even a morph. Guess we don't have his hand yet.
No box. 5. 12.
Yeah, and we're just going to timely Horde Mate. We don't care.
Yeah.
It gets Obzon charmed.
Go.
John's almost dead here.
Yeah.
You know, there's 6 extra points of damage just hiding right now
The Trumpet Blast?
in form of the Trumpet Blast.
No box.
So he could say if he doesn't have anything else to do, he might be
It's
considering
not crazy.
the Trumpet Blast.
Just put him at 1, right?
5. Okay.
He does not, in fact, have anything else to do. Yeah, run it, right?
Yeah,
I would have just Trumpet Blast.
I would have run it, but I will defer to Gab to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say when we can see that Finkel doesn't have an instant speed removal spell. I mean, if John doesn't have an instant there, you're probably winning anyway, so. No reason to give John some more edge if he does have an instant way to kill one of your creatures.
Oh, it looks like if you have a Butcher of the Horde, you can get that hasted in there.
Nassif does, in fact, have a Butcher of Horde in his list. Did he just draw his Butcher?
He does have a Butcher of the Horde, yeah.
Wow. That is a strong man. 5/4, flying. That's where we start. But to make up for being a 4-mana 5/4 flyer, it's got more abilities. Wow, Nassif's just going to go for the Trumpet Blast for the kill.
I don't want to show you Butcher.
Yeah,
Don't need
save
to.
that one for next game.
7. Not even a shiver. It doesn't matter. All right.
Okay.
There you go. Nassif's deck did what it was supposed to do, and yes, it was in fact good enough.
Yeah, I mean, not a super. I mean, John obviously came
John's
out.
draw
Came
was
out,
super clunky.
Yeah, real.
I mean, he
really
had
clunky.
he had Savage Punch and Awaken the Bear with no creatures.
Right.
Definitely a clunky draw.
Oh, we're going to check in on our King of the Hill table right now, where Mike Sigrist sits on the throne.
Yes, he does.
After deposing Yuya Watanabe. He's playing against reigning world champion Shihar Shenhar. And Sigrist has been doing work this weekend. He's the last undefeated player. And we watched Mike Sigrist's draft.
Mm-hmm.
He's
4-color special.
Yeah, 4-color special. So the best of Sultai and the best of Teamer.
Yeah, when the Teamer Sultai Hodgepodge is turning its creatures sideways, that's usually a good sign.
Because they're good.
Yeah, I haven't heard life totals yet, but when the Jeskai creatures are on defense, that is not normally a good sign for Jeskai.
Cast dead drop. He's like, I don't care which 2 creatures you sacrifice. I just want to whittle down your board here. You see
Shahar with his head in his hand.
You see the
Attack
Sultai
creatures.
Soothsayer, which got him the mana.
You have a bear, a morph, an ancestor,
A bat. Bat chroma.
All right, lose those 2.
Oh. Master of Pearls was
Wow.
the morph there.
Oh, Shahar had a plan. Operative word there being had. It's like, well, if I got to lose 2 creatures anyway, this Master of the Pearl isn't even that good anymore.
Right. And, it decides to keep his flyers here.
Yep. Makes sense.
Oh, is that not a flyer?
Yeah, Whirlwind to Depth does not
Okay.
fly. Divine Strike for +2.
Now do you arrow storm something here? Or do you just play another flyer?
I think you play another flyer. Yeah. Life total's now 11 to 13.
This is where now the arrow storm becomes more valuable pre-combat.
Pre-combat, right.
You get an extra point of damage out of it pre-combat.
I get +2 for casting it without the raid trigger.
There's another soothsayer.
It's 10 damage in the air, right? Arrow storm plus the 2 wind scouts?
Yeah.
That's 10. What do we say? Sigrist is at 11? Yeah, Sigrist is at 11.
He does have the bat chroma, but we're gonna.
Disowned Ancestor outlasts.
All right. So it sounds like we're ready to go back for game 3.
Yeah, definitely let you know how this turned out.
Gabriel Nassif and John Finkel. John Finkel's on the play here. He lost game 2.
Okay, guys, you could stop. Thank you. Good.
And 21. Standard life total for a game of Khans of Tarkir Limited. Even the aggro decks are starting at 21.
Let's see, 21. I think 20.
Good.
552 wins at the Pro Tour level for John Finkel.
Yeah. Thomas Gleed has forced a game 3 against Pat Chapin on the back table.
That game wasn't looking great for him either.
We didn't see Gleed Chapin.
Yeah, we did. We looked in on. Oh, that was that game 1 we were watching before. Yeah.
Go.
Oh, that was
There's
game
a
2. You're right.
Blood-soaked champion.
Go.
Oh,
no third land for John.
I tell you something. If you can make your mana work in the sort of Mardu colored deck, that Blood-soaked champion is such a pain in the.
He's pretty ridiculous.
In the toughness.
Still no third land for John.
Discard. Yeah.
Ah.
Every time we feature him, he's discarding the mana problem.
Not
What's
like
going
this.
No bucks. 4. 15. Go.
Yep. Timely Hordemaid's been showing up early.
Yeah. Go.
Yeah, not so timely.
Highland Game comes down for John.
His job in this deck is to just block and buy time.
Yep. You see Nassif's holding a Jeskai student. He's got a ride down.
It's not bad here.
His morphs a Pony Vac Brigade. He's also got a Hordling Outburst.
Yeah, John pushes the game in front of the Horde Maid, of course. I think you ride down here, right?
Yeah, you don't want to just take the trade.
Yeah.
Make a Hordling
So,
Outburst.
take 2. 13.
He's only got he's only got 2 red mana. I was thinking that 3 plus 2 is a nice at 5, but only the 2 red.
Very much.
Plays a student.
This
plays
3
an
plus 2
outburst.
works with those lands.
This is where
Go.
we see, Gabe draws a Trumpet Blast next turn. The game's just over.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the game is just kind of over. Yeah, John's discarding 6 mana spells.
And he's even got the 2 drops with the Death Dealer. Doesn't even have the colors. Wow.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No blocks. I am a 3.
John's at 3. What can he do?
Yeah, just
Draws the ironic banner on that last turn.
Oh, jeez.
right there.
2 red shots
My
to
draw was
Death
really
Dealers.
good, but maybe, I mean, if you draw lands on there, it's probably pretty close. It's running a second right. No.
Gabe Nassif graciously says, probably would have been close if he'd drawn
Yeah,
lands.
both them in the hand and mulligan. I swamp in both my death dealers. Yeah. I draw in like. The opening end was like dual land planes and there's like. Yeah. I can't mulligan. No, of course your hand's great. And I have like 2 more.
All right. So it sounds like we're going to follow our King of the Hill.
Nassif
Mike
agrees that John
Sigrist.
should have kept that hand.
What's that?
I always love listening to the post-match diagnosis. Nassif agreed that it was a good keep for John. He's got a dual land, a second land, and 2 death dealers.
Yeah, he mulliganed into a 6-card hand that had the 2 death dealers.
And 2 lands.
And 2 lands, but no black.
Right. Yeah.
So here we go. We return to our battle between Shahar Shenhar and Mike Sigrist.
Are we? Isn't that Watanabe? Oh, Shahar also has a Mantis. Never mind. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Is this still that second game?
I believe this is the same game, yeah.
So one Wind Scout has died, but the other ones, now they're all gone.
And pumps the death dealer twice.
There you go. Mike Sigrist.
Is that
10-0?
10-0. Okay.
10-0. Shahar is now 8-2. Still in decent shape. Would love to win this next one. Be sort of 2-1 at Pod 1. You'll take it.
Every win here is so ridiculous for Mike Sigrist because he just keeps pushing the rest of the field down.
Oh, yeah.
An extra match away from him.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he goes up 2 matches on Shahar Shenhar there. Well, things are moving quickly. That's it. We're done. I guess everyone was waiting to see who would win between John and Gabe, and then they all finished their matches at the same time.
Whites.
Okay, well, no, we still have...
Trigger on the trail.
Oh, we still have Ari Lax playing against Yuya Watanabe here. Who's got Trail of Mystery in play? Ari Lax.
It was Thomas Gleed winning that match against Chapin that we got there just long enough for the handshake. This is this game 2 between Watanabe and Lax?
It is.
Yeah, game 2 with Watanabe up a game, despite slogging through a bunch of Ari's rares.
I don't think we really...
Trail of Mystery, one of your favorite cards.
Yeah. Ari Lax plays Morph, goes and turns all his Morphs into Borderland Rangers.
Minutes left on us.
I'm sure that he got that Trail of Mystery pretty early, right?
It was his second pick. That was his second
down.
pick of the draft.
And at that point, it's a lot easier to go 5-color. You've got Trail of Mystery to go get all the basics. This is a Pod 1 match. Watanabe was 8-0, lost the last round to Sigrist. Ari won his first round this morning with this
And then
deck.
if Ari wins this, probably going to be...
There can't be many one-loss players left, right?
Yeah. Now probably playing Mike Sigrist next turn if he wins this.
Maybe there's one other potential 9-1 floating around. Not sure.
And this is where the pods are a little weird, right? On
Right, because
day
it's
2,
Swiss pairs.
Because
but
Yuya lost last round, and he's playing against Ari Lax, who won last round.
Yep.
Which normally wouldn't happen day 1 of the draft.
happens when the records start out different.
Both probably play a little faster at this point.
Cashes in a banner.
Ari encouraging you to play a little faster. He knows he needs to win 2 games to win this match.
Interesting. I can see on one of the other monitors, John Finkel has laid out Gab Nassif's deck.
Oh, nice.
And is sort of going through it with him and talking about it and talking about maybe some options for sideboarding. These guys obviously play tested together for this event. So Yuya stares at the board for a while and then ultimately decides to outlast his Salt Road Patrol. And,
Dazzling Ramparts taps a goblin.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, whatever. I'll tap a goblin.
Tap with the Morph and the Weapon Master.
Morph and the Weapon Master attack into a board of 2 goblins and a Ponyback Brigade.
If that's another free Weapon Master, you get a nice feedback loop. You know, the Weapon Master pumps the other guy. Oh no, it's Sidisi's pet.
Trigger on the trail. You go to 4, I go to 15.
So Sidisi's pet becomes a 3 power, but thanks to the second ability on Trail of Mystery. 3 power lifelinker. Yuya falls to 4.
Another Morph.
Another Morph.
Trigger the
Go get a land. Borderland Ranger.
Get a mountain. Play it. Your turn.
Trail of Mystery looking pretty good here. He's down to 3 goblins. Assault Road Patrol. Yeah, does that scoop them up? No, just count them. Looked like scoop them up. Bring low can kill the Ifrit, I guess.
Salt Road.
Taps the Salt Road. Do we know what morph the face down?
I do not.
We don't have that in the card view yet. Yeah.
Zergo.
It's another cities he's bet.
Boom.
Looks like a Zergo Helm Smasher just hit the table there.
Yeah. No, Yuya has seen enough.
It was another Sidici's bet. Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
On to game 3.
Wow.
Ari's deck's a fun one.
No secret plans though, right? Just the.
He does not have a copy of Secret Plans.
Okay.
Other matches going on outside the feature match area, by the way. Andre Strosky gets to 9-1. He beat Tony Portolan, which actually it's another one of those paradigm situations. Portolan's actually all the way down to 7-3 now.
Oh wow!
But Strosky or the winner of this will play Sigrist.
So by the way, if you want to see how you draft the 5-color morph deck, that Ari was at our table that we covered this morning. So that means there's a draft viewer for it.
Yeah, it sounds like we may do an interview with him later. May get him into the studio to talk through his draft. Alexander Hayne, 18th ranked player in the world right now, won his match this round. He's now 7-3. Dennis Rashid defeated JD and Complerance.
That's her second loss in a row.
Yeah, she's 6-4 now.
Yeah. She came
Dennis
in
Rashid,
6-2.
7-3.
I saw her after round 1 today, and she was like, "Yeah, I lost."
Yeah.
She was good though. She gave me the $1, and I listened to the Bad Beat story.
Is that how it works?
That's how it works. It's $1 for Bad Beat stories. I've instituted this. It's my retirement plan.
You will listen to all Bad Beat
I
stories?
will listen to all Bad Beat stories for $1.
Got it. That's not bad. That's not a bad line of business. Providing a valuable service.
Exactly. I might have surge pricing at the Pro Tour though.
Li Shitian, 16th ranked player in the world, won his match. He moves to 8-2. Took down Yoshihiko Ikawa.
Did we see what Lee was playing in?
I don't know what he's playing.
I guess those guys were all playing. I think he's playing Ascendancy combo.
Really?
Yeah. I think he's playing Ascendancy combo. He might be the only person on his team doing it, but I think he is.
Who won in Siggy versus Jahala? Shocking.
You hear Ari lax. Shocking.
Siggy won a limited match? Really? Rich Haygot just walked up to our booth and is holding $4 against our window. It's pretty funny. Brian is waving him in. No. At least keep him away from the microphone.
Is this kosher to eat a handful of trail mix while on camera?
I don't know. Has it been blessed by a rabbi? And we get to listen to Ari Lax chew.
Big match.
Yeah. Player here is going to be 9-1.
Yeah, tied for second and third.
And if Ari wins, he gets to take on Sigrist next round.
Or Strosky.
Or Strosky, sure.
One of those two.
Oh, that's right, because again, we're going record.
Right, if Yuya wins, it'll definitely be
We're not
Strosky.
going pod record.
Right. If Yuya wins, the fact that he's already played Mike Sigrist means that it'll be Strosky. I also know that the feature matches for next round are going to make an effort to just get 5-0 drafters in there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
See who
We're
actually
gonna
can,
see what,
who can run the table unlimited. Mike Sigrist in the pole position to do just that.
Yeah, he's
5-0.
going to be like, well, he's undefeated.
He's also
he's
5-0
an
in
undefeated
standard,
drafter.
yeah.
He's the king of the hill. He's like triple qualified
Triple
for a feature
qualified.
match next round. Okay. Yuya looks at his opening hand. One card at a time. He says, yeah, this is good. I'll play with this. Both players keep 7. A shocking mountain out of Ari Lax's deck. It seems impossible to me that he would lead with a mountain.
Well, that's step 1. Go.
Oh, he's holding a is he holding a Savage Knuckle Blade? Plays first mark. There you get a look at Ari Lax, 147 lifetime pro points, 0 Pro Tour top 8s.
Yeah.
It's, he's pretty high up on that list at this point.
He would like to get off that list.
Yeah.
Most pro
He's got
points without a
close
top
like
8.
3 times.
Yeah.
So morph, morph, more morph. And Watanabe has a Jeering Instigator in play as a morph. He has an Act of Treason in hand and an Arrow Storm in hand.
Oh my. Flipping the Rattleclaw Mystic gives him the mana for Savage Knuckle Blade and the ability to haste it up. Crunch.
Go.
Savage. I mean, Savage Knuckle Blade is awesome, but look what else Ari has in his hand. He's got everything.
I love the Zergo Helm Smasher next to the Snowhorn Rider.
No problem. They overlap by color.
My plan is to buy turns with the Dazzling Ramparts.
That Rattleclaw Mystic was apparently his absolute first pick in the draft.
Oh, wow.
Pack 1, pick 1 Rattleclaw
So he
Mystic.
went Rattleclaw Mystics
into Trail.
Into Trail of Mystery. That's wonderful.
Nice. You're like, I'm the 5-color mage. You guys can all draft your 2-color aggro decks. I will take all of the good cards. He also managed to suck all the mana fixing out of the draft so
Right.
that everybody's aggro deck would be a little bit worse.
Right? Makes everybody's third
Yeah.
color a
Particularly
little harder
hurts
to
the
come by.
solidly 3-color decks.
17.
All right, well, Watanabe's beaten down, though. And I mean, Watanabe can do a ton of damage, too. Active Treason, Jeering Instigator. Yugi's got the 5 lands to flip Ponyback Brigade and sort of set up a big turn. Never got that. Never got the Trumpet Blast he would need to have an insane turn.
Get a Mardu Charm he can't cast.
Oh, his lands are all red-white.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. I saw the duel, but I guess it's the Crag.
Ari's looking for white mana here, right?
He does not have any white mana. And 4 of his 5 cards are white, so I'm going to go with yes.
Yeah. And even if he draws his white mana at this point, it's probably 2 turns away.
He's also looking for his 5th mana, right?
Yeah.
He cannot flip that Snowhorn.
And Jeering Instigator takes the Savage Knuckle Blade.
Yeah, sure. Snowhorn might have to block here. Yeah, he trades it for the morph. Yeah, fair enough. Pony back for Snowhorn Rider.
6. But we know there's an Act of Treason coming up.
Yeah. And a Bloodfire Power Expert.
2 cards in hand. Play another one.
Still no 5th line for Ari. And no white mana. Now, if he active treasons, it's going to trigger prowess, so that's 4, 5, 6 power. If he takes the Knuckle Blade, Ari is forced to block with Morph or go to 1. If he takes the Morph, then no blocking is possible, and he gets to see what the Morph is.
The Morph is Monastery Flock, though, so he can...
That's funny.
So he has the blue to flip it, if that's what he
So
takes.
that it can't attack?
Yes.
That's funny. What does Mardu Charm do here?
What doesn't it do? Well, it doesn't do anything without a black mana, right?
True. So Watanabe basically has just active treason to work with.
Then he's thinking right now, do I want to take the Knuckle Blade and force him to... And he's going to take the Morph.
Treason.
And we're going to flip up the Monastery Flock. They say you can't get
Hilarious.
blown out on 1 mana on a Morph.
No attacking
That's about
for
as
you.
close as it gets.
That was pretty big.
But he does get to attack for 6 here.
5.
Yeah. Prowess trigger and the Instigator. That'll drop Ari to 5. But now Ari's got the nice Monastery Flock to block. That 0-5 can hold off
And there's-
Bloodfire Expert.
He has a Trail of Mystery. That was his draw. He's looking at his notes, seeing what cards he has to play around here, what he's got to think about.
Attacking with Knuckle Blade is kind of scary, but you probably have to. Yeah, I think you attack.
1 second.
Might even pump it, right? I mean, he's dead to anything that kills his Monastery Flock. If he attacks with Savage Knuckle Blade, then any card that kills his Monastery Flock would open up a path for at least 5 damage. Does Ari's hand have
6 damage, because anything that kills the
If it kills it, yeah, if it kills it
the
on Yuya's
flock, it's
turn.
going to pump the Bloodfire Expert.
Go ahead.
Ari's hand, oh, he decides to play defense. He cannot cast a single card in that 6-card hand.
He could cast the Trail of Mystery, but does not want to invest that mana here.
And attacking with Knuckle Blade would actually have kind of worked out, except that Yuya drew Burn Away, so never mind. Attacking with Savage Knuckle Blade would have had him die on the spot. Changing my story. Yeah, it's a super risky attack if you'd made it. Especially because if this game does go long, Ari's gonna draw mana. His hand is awesome. He's got way more in hand than Yuya. He knows Yuya is either out of gas or almost out of gas, or maybe struggling for black mana. I'm sure he can see that there's only 2 colors over there. So I mean, Ari just wants the game to keep going.
Cards.
2 cards for Yuya Watanabe. One of them he cannot cast.
Now the Knuckle Blade does attack. Ari drew Bloodfire Mentor. So he does have the ability to play a blocker, which is why Savage Knuckle Blade's going on offense now.
Just the damage.
Yeah.
Bloodfire Mentor.
Ari says take 4, and I will play a Bloodfire Mentor. You can kill one of those, but that's not good enough. Could kill one at instant speed, untap, planning to draw black mana.
He just says, I'll wait for black mana.
Draws Ponyback Brigade.
Ari, you see, looking nervously at the clock. Because he knows he's going to need a lot of time to come back here.
10 minutes left in this round. So this game, they shouldn't have too much trouble finishing.
Got a good one?
He's got a Bloodfire Mentor and a Monastery Flock. He does have Savage Knuckle Blade, though.
Yeah, I mean, Knuckle Blade now must be blocked. Right? 1/+2/+2 ability, and it's lethal. All right. Burn away the Savage Knuckle Blade. Can't use Burn Away to clear a path for my attackers. I've got to just kill your Knuckle Blade before it kills me. Now Now what? Ari draws a morph. Plays it.
Don't do it. Is that it?
Ooh,
There's
potential
Leaping Master.
Leaping Master and the morph, which we know is a Ponyback Brigade. Ari still can't draw land.
Looks like he drew a refuge.
Oh, was it a land?
Not an untapped land for sure. But again, those are not super common. Yeah, he drew a Bloodfell Caves.
Got it.
Go to 6.
Still not white mana. But it is a 5th land eventually.
See, think about putting that trail.
Yeah, why don't you just run the trail out at some point? Have we misidentified that card on our hand cam?
I don't think so.
I mean, the untapped mana is not actually bluffing anything. I mean, it's bluffing. It's not representing anything that's actually in his hand.
Very aggressive examination of his options by Yuya. Like, what happens if I push all these guys this way? We've seen people be aggressive with their attacks. I've never seen someone be this aggressive with thinking about their attacks.
You played a land this turn?
Nope.
Everything's lined up. Ari shakes his head.
Master going to the air. In. All of them.
Monastery Flock blocks the Leaping Master.
Trade. Be free. I get 3.
Okay.
Yeah, so the morph trades for the expert.
I go to
2
4.
damage
Yeah,
comes
4.
through from the instigator. Ari falls to 4.
There's a High Spire Mantis. So we're going to see the Bloodfire Mentor loot.
Oh, that's why he doesn't play Trail of Mystery,
Yeah,
of course.
that's the first time I've ever seen that happen, by the way.
It's for Dazzling Rampage.
We now have Throttle online for
No life.
Ari Lax.
Yep.
Go.
Gains life off the Dismal Backwater.
Sure.
Everybody attacks.
Ari's going to line up a block, see if Yuya has any instance, and then deploy his Throttle. All right. Wow, this block, yeah, he's taking lethal, so no need for Yuya to do any instance.
3, yeah, the life beam. I announced it too. No, I just didn't mark it. My bad. Fetch.
Wow.
Fetch land down to 2. There is my Plains.
Should be in time, right?
Zergo Helm Smasher for the smashing.
Wow! Zergo Helm Smasher. Haste for the win.
Wow.
All game.
Ari Lax goes to 9-1, defeats Yuya Watanabe, who was scuffling for black that whole game.
Fine. I would like to continue to do what I'm doing in this tournament.
Wow. There you go. Welcome back to the booth. Brian David Marshall with Randy Bueller. That deck is...
That's a fun one.
That is quite the work of art by Ari Lax.
Definitely.
First picks a Radiclaw Mystic. Just gets gifted a Trail of Mystery with the second pick.
Gifted a Trail of Mystery. No one else takes those cards. You think third pick secret plans are gifts too?
I do.
You could get some 11th if
I
you pass
accept them
them
gratefully.
third.
No, I do pass them. I mean,
You wait for them to come back.
it sounds like we're going to get a chance to hear Ari Lax's thoughts about the 5-color deck.
Awesome.
We're going to send it back to Rich Hagon at the news desk, and I believe we will end up finding Ari Lax ultimately at the wall talking about this deck when we do that.
That sounds awesome.
Let's send it back to you, Rich. Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks very much to Brian and Randy. Wow, that was a belter. So a little bit of coverage secret. It's much more fun to interview people when they've just won than when they've just lost. Zach Hill over at the video wall is a very happy man right now because Ari Lax is getting mic'd up as we speak and will be at the wall for Draft Viewer. You'll see how that deck came together pick by pick with Zach at the wall in just a minute or two. But while we get him all sorted out and give him a chance for his heart rate to receive to non-heart attack levels, how about we take you through the top pods and see where we are with one round of limited still to go. So let's take a look at pod 1. And you see Mike Sigrist 10-0, Andre Strasky 9-1, Shahar Shenhar 8-2, Tony Portolan 7-3. The result of Yuya Watanabe and Ari Lax has just come in. Ari goes to 9-1, Yuya falls to 8-2 from 8-0 overnight, remember. So the parting of the ways, Sigrist up to 10-0, Watanabe down to 8-2. Let's take a look at pod number 2. And see what we can give you there in terms of results. All of these are in, and it is Greg Orange monstering his way through the opening of day 2. He is up to 9-1. The 8-2s, Brazil, Chile, and the United States, David Palmer. Then you've got the draw of Matt Severa. Alexander John now down at 6-3-1 on the edge of elimination. Bram Snetbangers amongst the 7-3s. What about pod 3? Let's just take one look at the third pod. There you see it right now. The 8-2s. Wow, that's going to be a great one. Even Flock and Sean McLaren will play for the pod as they try and get to 9-2. But the good news is Ari Lax is ready and waiting. And yeah, he looks like he's just about breathing normally. Why don't we head across? It's time for Draft Viewer. Here's Zach Hill with Ari Lax.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Zach Hill here with Ari Lax.
Hey.
Ari's off a big win last match over Yuya Watanabe. Still hasn't quite recovered. What happened there?
I don't know if recover's the right. Is come down a better phrase? So that match was really close. He was a Mardu aggro deck, and game 1, I just kind of ran out of things to do, and he ran me over. Game 2, despite floating, I was able to get him on the back foot and beat him down. And then game 3 was this weird, tight race where we're both missing a color, which is probably a little worse for him because he has 3 and I have 5. And the end game comes down to him like trying to bash through a couple walls I have, tapping all of his creatures, and I just untap, draw, sack my Heath, slam Zorgo, and it's lethal. And because I've had people watching, I knew he had nothing at that point that could stop it.
Totally. Well, and I want to talk to you actually about that 5-color deck you drafted. We're going to walk through some of Ari's picks. Now, is this a deck 5-color that you look at like you're trying to draft, or is this something that kind of comes to you?
It's somewhere. Actually, the best way to put it is your default draft. If you don't see any reason to not be 5-color, you just kind of are. Because basically, what Neil Reeves and Chris Fennell, I'm teaming with 2 of the best limited players of all time. So what we figured out is that attacking is bad in this format. You want to block because everything just blocks very well. And the best thing to do is just take lands, because the worst case with lands is you get to cast better spells. So basically, all but the best cards, you just take a land over them. And unless you stop seeing lands, which means the person is cutting you out of 5-color, and start seeing a few specific signal cards for other archetypes, you just kind of have all the lands and all the good spells you can get.
Sounds good. Well, that's the theory. Let's look at how this actually pans out in practice. Okay, so we know exactly the way that you're thinking. There's a couple of lands in this pack. What do you think when you look at this pack? What's speaking to you?
That rare Rattleclaw is off the charts insane.
Oh, yeah?
It's a 2-drop that's actually great. Like, there aren't a lot of 2-drops that actually do other things in the format. This guy not only makes sure you hit your additional land drops, getting to 5 mana is huge, but he ramps you into things. He's also a morph when you need him, and he fixes, like, I can't actually imagine I think him versus Murderous Cut might be close. That's it.
Okay, so off the charts, insane Rattleclaw Mystic. Pick one, pack one. That's where Ari's at. Now looking at pick two out of the pack, you've already got one in a G card. There's something Trail of Mystery there. Bunch of other cards. Force Away, Hooting Mandrills. What'd you take in this pack?
It wasn't even close. Trail.
Oh yeah.
We were having the debate last night. Like I think that again, Murderous Cut's like our baseline uncommon. Like is the rare better than this because that's the top of the top uncommon. We were like, well, first pick, first pack, Cut or Trail. And I was kind of like, yeah, I'd rather have Cut because I think it's the more stable, broad applications card. And a few other people were just like, if you just take Trail in your first 3 picks, you just have a Trail deck and you win.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure, actually, knowing what I know from having other people watch Sigrist's draft, he actually took Cut here, which is, again, the pick we were talking about. But snap off Trail right there, not even remotely close to anything else in the pack. Noting what I just passed, I'm probably passing the guy to my left into either Jeskai Tempo with the Wingmate or in the Force Away, or Mardu Warriors with the Horde Chief and the Battle Priest, depending on what you first pick.
All right, so pack 3. Right now, Ari's on plan. He's doing exactly what he wants to. If we can take a look at what's next. We see some cards that are traditionally associated with 5-color, like Master the Way. Got Treasure Cruise, a great way to gain advantage, a way to fix your mana, and Embodiment of Spring. What are you thinking about here?
Just the land. Master's the closest card, but I think it's a little bit worse than a land, especially at this point. And especially because I have 2 green cards, I'm not actually committed to going Temur or anything. And like I'd rather be green-blue double splash potentially, and the land really helps with that.
All right, so he's on the land plan. See if that's what happens next pack, pack 4. Ari, what are you thinking here? Not really a whole lot in the way of mana fixing, right?
No fixing, but there's an on-color morph, and I have the plans.
Trail?
The Trail. The Secret Plans is the other one. I have the Trail, so it's really on-color morph. The only other really exceptional card in this pack is the Kill Shot, but that would only be if I was already decided to go heavy 5-color, like if I had a Tri-Land. Kill Shot having removal is important.
Okay, so you heard it here first. Morph's good with Trail of Mystery. I know that's very profound. What's in the next pack? Let's see. We've got a couple other morphs. Abomination. I see these Hooting Mandrills going around. What morph do you want to prioritize in a pack with a lot of them?
So in this pack, it's between the Abomination and the Flock. I think the Flock is just an early defender is really important, so that's what I took. But the Abomination is also excellent. It's a very, very powerful card. It's just I'd rather stick to the Flock. Again, it's more flexible if I end up not being in black, and those early defenders are something that's really hard to have too many of.
Makes sense. Okay, and let's round out pack 1. We see a removal spell here, another land, or you just like land, that's what I need?
Yeah, the removal spell is actually one that I basically can't cast because it's double color. It's really, really hard, and if I take that and I just end up like Light Splash Red, it's just in my sideboard. If I take the land, I can do whatever I want with, oh look, free Weapon Master wheels or something like that.
Totally. All right, so we're going around now to pack 2. Ari, just really quick, can you fill us in? Anything else important to happen after the rest of pack 1?
The rest of pack 1, I ended up wheeling the Kill Shot and the Weapon Master, which means I wanted to splash white. And I think that was about it through pack 1. This pack, though, I got really rewarded for what ended up happening.
And explain that to us.
So by just kind of like taking all the lands, it forces the people on my left out of playing a bunch of colors, and as a result, just all these great rares just get passed to me. So it's this awesome thing where by taking all the lands, everyone else's deck gets worse, and yours gets exponentially better, and it just sort of cascades.
So what'd you take in this pack?
It was really close between the land and the Haru Specs here. I ended up taking the Haru Specs because I think that card is very, very powerful, and I ended up actually, I think there was a game where I drew like 4 cards off of it.
Goodness.
Yeah, it was nasty. There was also a game where Yuya drew a card off it when he took it in combat with Instigator. But it was close. I think my tie break was that I had, I think 3 lands at that point. I had a blue-black, a red-green, and a blue-white, and that was like kind of where I wanted to be, and I didn't need to up-prioritize the land quite enough.
And being able to turn Haruspecs face up with Trail, obviously, very good. Let's look at the next pack. Okay, we've got another Flock we're seeing right here. Sidisi's Pedicore, Savage Knuckleblade, one of those premium rares. Is this an easy pick for you?
One of the other rules of 5-color is that you're playing 5 colors so you can take the good cards. So we're like debating things like Charm versus Tri-Land, and Fennel just kept saying, you are playing 5 colors so you can take the charms people pass to you. Take the charms when they're passed to you. So I took Knuckleblade.
It's like a charm. It has 3 abilities. It's just a 4/4.
It's a charm. It does 20 damage to them.
Okay, so easy pick with the Knuckleblade. Let's look at what's next. We see another Lich Lord, a little bit less powerful. We see another land. Treasure Cruise again. Is this just Same story,
it's-
take lands?
Yeah, it was close between the Lich Lord and the land, but I didn't have enough. If I had like multiple Woolly Loxodons, I might have considered the Lich Lord because reanimating one of those is great.
Right.
A note on Treasure Cruise, I think that card's a lot worse in draft than in sealed. So it's not as a priority as compared to the cheaper draw spells.
All right, so he takes the land there, not prioritizing Treasure Cruise. What's next? All right, what are you thinking about this pack? A charm, like you said?
Okay, I'll take a charm. Yeah.
Is it not a You're basically playing charms all 5 colors at this point?
Yeah, immediate.
Like if you
basically,
had
with the fixing I have, then yeah.
Okay, cool. So we've got the charm. Again, taking the powerful shard cards. What's in the next pack? See, a Woolly Loxodon like you were talking about.
Yeah, this is
that
one of
what
the
you
closer
want?
picks of the draft. Rough Rider is great, but I wanted the morph to go with the trail.
Okay.
I can't splash the right on double, or can't really play the right on double black. So it was between the two morphs. I had no idea which was right. I took the Loxodon as the bigger, more stable body in a stall board, just to kind of break through and clump up the board. But it's very possible that the Flyer as a win condition was better, and also just not having to play against that card.
Makes sense. Yeah, because obviously that's good against all the charms and removal spells you're trying to pick up. All right. Anyway, at any rate, he takes the Loxodon. We can round out pack 2. Still a bunch of this pack. Wow, really late tri-land.
This
What are you
pack was
thinking
just
here?
like, I had no idea what was going. If you actually look at my face in the draft, it's just like completely astounding. Because I see the Instigator, I'm like, oh, that's good. Or then I see the Captain, I'm like, which of the? And I see the land, I'm just like, what happened here? So I immediately take the land. I was a little short on fixing, especially in that Triad would be great. And the Tri-lands are huge because any hand you keep with them is just going to hit all the colors very easily.
Right.
I was kind of sad to pass the Instigator would be the next best card. Also, the Tusk Guard's like obviously great.
Right.
And the Water Roll was something I noted to not lose to.
And right, you're paying attention to that, but the land's the easy pick. Okay, pack 3. This is a first pick out of pack 3. A lot of options here. Deep inhale, Ari. What are you seeing out of this pack?
It's between the Charm and the Flying Crane Kick, and it was close. I didn't know what to think. This is probably the pick that I debated the most about in the draft. I'm still debating about. At the time, I felt like I just had the Knuckle Blade and the Loxodon as finishers.
Okay.
So I felt like I needed a way to break through with the Flying Crane.
And that's certainly a way to break
but
through.
The Charm is. I think that if my deck was more balanced, I would have taken the Charm as just another removal spell. But it was really close.
At any rate, we took Flying Crane technique, got a lot of ways to end the game. What else is in this pack? Let's take a look. Is this? I mean, okay.
Well, I like the way Paul Rietzel puts it is, if they've got that oranges thing, I usually take them. Yeah.
And that's what happened here?
That's what happened. Passing the ride down to something I definitely thought a lot about against Yuya, but I think he didn't get it because he was on the other side of the table. I don't think there was anything else I even came remotely close to considering in this pack.
Yeah, and it did a lot of work for you last game. Let's go ahead and just try to close out the rest of this pack. We see Crackling Doom. I mean, again, that's kind of like a charm,
It's a rare.
right?
It kills things. I was a little short on removal. It's ahead of Dead Drop because it actually kills things. Dead Drop kind of kills tokens.
Oh, okay. That's interesting, actually. A lot of people are picking Dead Drop a little bit higher, but you're with Crackling Doom. Is this another charm pack right here?
So at this point, this is another one of those really close picks. I think I had like 6 or 7 lands at this point, and I felt like that was a little low. I took the land. I was like really sad about it, but that charm wheeled.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well you're in your 6 or 7 lands, a little bit low if you're in 5 color. And right now you were talking about morphs. Is that what you're thinking right here?
No,
or
the
not?
Seeker is one of those cards that's just if you play it on 2, it's very hard to beat. I also like the life gain's a really important aspect in a lot of matchups, so I took that one. Passing the morph didn't really make me feel that bad.
Okay, and what about
nothing
this
really
pack?
relevant besides the land, which I took. The fetches are a little worse than all the other lands, but it's still fine.
All right, well, it ends up working out for you.
Yeah.
You're 2-0 so far,
2-0.
right?
I think I have to play against Siggy this round.
I think you might have to do that. Well, we'll probably be watching that on camera.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ari Lax here with 5 color morphs. I'm Zach Hill at the Tournament Center. Let's throw it back to Rich for more Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir.
So compelling on screen. What a great guy and what a magic brain. Ari Lax. He is a serious contender for the top 8 here. So I can tell you the players are ready for the last round of draft. And what we've done, we have stacked the feature match area with the best drafters in the building. 7 of our 8 players about to perform for you now have perfect draft records. That means we go all the way from 6-4 with Charles League against Marcus Ruggiero, up through 7-3 Stanislav Sivka against Gabriel Nassif, through Sean McLaren against Ivan Flock, both at 8-2. Mike Sigrist 10-0 against Andrei Strasky at 9-1. Only Strasky has lost a single round of draft. So if you want to see what the best Limited decks look like, you're about to see them now in the last round of Limited here at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir.
Thanks, Rich. Randy Buehler, Brian David Marshall. We were about to watch 7 of 8 undefeated drafters vying to go 6-0 in draft this weekend.
Pretty cool.
We're going to figure out a lot about what really works here in Khans of Tarkir Limited. I'm curious if we'll see a theme through the winning decks. Sounds like we are ready to go down to the floor and watch Pro Tour champion Sean McLaren, who is playing against, Pro Tour champion Yvonne Flock.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. Hello and welcome to the last round of Limited here at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. It is round 11, and we have a treat for you today. We have 8 players in the feature match area. 7 of them are undefeated, including our video feature match between Pro Tour champion Sean McLaren and Pro Tour champion Yvonne Flock. Both players won a Pro Tour last year. Both players are sitting on perfect draft records today.
Okay,
let's see which one of them comes out on top. And there is Sean McLaren leads off with an island, and we get a mountain from Yvonne Flock. What do these guys' decks look like, Randy? What are each of these players doing?
I haven't had the chance to see it.
There you're going to look at Yvonne Flock. Yvonne Flock, 197 lifetime pro points. Just got himself off of that list of players without a top 8 with his win at Pro Tour M15. 5 Grand Prix top 8s. He's also a world team champion.
Yeah, he's on Teamer.
Yeah, looking at his hand, I see 3 Summit Prowlers, a Sagu Mauler, a Jeskai Wind Scout.
Yeah, 3 Mystic of the Hidden Way. So, I mean, the nice thing that, sort of some of the Jeskai flavor with the Wind Scout and the Mystic of the Hidden Way, evasion can be very powerful. But then, you know what? 3 Summit Prowlers can turn on your Ferocious stuff pretty easily. He's got a Bear's Companion, Ice Feather Aven.
Sean McLaren made the first creature with a morph, and then a
Sagu Mauler is the highlight, by the way.
The flyer there, and those guys trade. And that was the Mistweaver. And we're going to see another morph from Sean McLaren.
McLaren is Sultai.
Okay. Anything exciting driving him in that direction?
He's got a Death Dealer, got a Kintree Invocation, got a Sultai Charm.
Okay. Summit Prowler 1 of 3. Can we get first for the Summit Prowler? Because there are more to come.
Also with 2 Jeskai Wind Scouts. Also with 2 Mystic of the Hidden Way. You were looking for a theme? Might have found one. Blue evasive creatures.
Yeah. And something you were talking about coming into this weekend.
Yeah.
You know, you really like the blue flying decks.
You're looking for good Delve cards? Does Dig Through Time count?
It does. So second Summit Prowler comes down for Yvonne Flock, who is unwilling to attack into the morph.
There are 12 5-0 drafters in the room, for the record.
Okay.
We've got 6 of them in the feature match area.
Oh,
but there
okay,
are 12 that are here. Joel Calafell, Stanislav Sivka, Yvonne Flock, Spencer Garnier, Zachary Jesse, Charles League, Sean McLaren, Greg Orange, Marcos Rogerio, Steve Rubin, Tiago Saporito, and Mike Sigrist.
Okay. Jeskai Wind Scout comes down for McLaren. By the way, these players are both in the top 10 as befitting Pro Tour champions from
They've
last
won
season.
2 of the last 4 Pro Tours.
Yeah. Okay. Summit Prowlers come in without any resistance. And I think we're going to see a Sagu Mauler here. When Flock's thinking about Disdainful Stroke. He's like, do I want him to Disdainful Stroke my Summit Prowler, or can I put my Sagu Mauler down? He's like, you know what? I'm playing my Sagu Mauler. Sure. There you go. Look, trample hexproof. It's also a morph, but you know, it's got that ability called 6/6. And we see Mystic of the Hidden Way just played face up. Gotta start trading with some of those Summit Prowlers. Sean McLaren has got a Woolly Loxodon face down, and he's holding Rotting Mastodon, Skull Hunter, and Debilitating Injury. No black mana.
Kind of an awkward draw.
Yeah. Woolly Loxodon is really one of my favorite morphs. That thing on morphs, and it's just like, you know,
it's gigantic.
Yeah, it's just bigger than everything. 6'7".
Beat up a Sagu Mauler if he gets the chance.
Sure.
Wind Scout is forced to just jump block.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I have more Summit Prowlers.
Yeah, I think McLaren's trying to set up a surprise block where the Woolly Loxodon can actually eat Sagu Mauler in combat. He would need to draw a land for that to be possible.
But he just
fails
goes
to draw
the
the
reveal
land.
morph step.
Just goes straight to the reveal my morphs stage of the game.
By the way, we've talked about this, and I'll talk about it more after we come back from a brief intermission, but reveal your morphs, kids.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Cons of Tarkir accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com.
Welcome back. As I was saying, reveal your morphs. I was talking to one of the judges. Apparently, 4 game losses.
4?
4 game losses were given out last round.
Last round?
Last round for people who did not reveal their morphs at the end of a game. So, you know, you really need to do that. Hey, we're going to do a live look in here. We've got Mike Sigris versus Strosky. Both of these players are, you know, King of the Hill battle. Mike Sigris undefeated.
Yeah, more
Strosky
islands.
at 9-1.
More islands and forests. Green, blue everywhere.
Yeah, I see an Ice Feather Haven in the yard. I see Tuskguard Captain.
Yeah, both these guys are 2-0 on Pod 1. This is Table 1. This is the King of the Hill table. Strosky is one of 2 players on 9-1. Ari Lax was the one who got pared down for what that life totals are 10 to 14 here, it sounds like. Yeah, we've seen Sigris deck before. It's a somewhat greedy 4-color deck that seems to be working for him. Strosky's trying to be more aggressive. 2 Crippling Chills, 2 Jeskai Wind Scouts. Stop me if you've heard this before. 2 Mystic of the Hidden Way. Singing Bell Strike. A Treasure Cruise.
Do you take Debilitating Injury over Crippling Chill? If so, Martin Yuzo would like to draft with you.
Yeah, seriously. There is a Sagu Mauler in Strosky's deck as well.
Okay, Dead
Ice Feather
Drop.
Haven. Ooh, a Ghostfire Blade. That thing is good.
Yeah, I'm at 7. What are you at? Yeah, no. What are you at?
So Mike Sigris has cast Dead Drop. His opponent is showing him Awaken the Bear. He says, you're at 7, right? I can kill you with this. And he's like, play a land, gain a life.
Ah.
Mike Sigris goes to 4. And the bear sleeps a turn.
Still not awake yet.
Oh, there's a Treasure Cruise.
Meanwhile, Stanislav Sivka up a game on Gabriel Nassif. Serac Dragonclaw got that one
Ooh,
done.
that's a good one. And a morph for Strasky.
Oh, jeez. The match between League and Rogerio is Savage Knuckleblade versus Butcher of the Horde.
Oh, I can't wait to play those dual decks.
Both those players are 5-0 in draft and 1-4 in constructed. They're playing to win a pod.
Wow.
Of players who came in 4-4.
Mike Sigrist is at 4. He knows, I mean, thanks to Strasky sort of flashing him the win.
It's true.
He knows that he has to, that he can't attack.
Crazy.
Plays the Abomination of Goodle.
Is this hand reveal, I've got you, actually going to cost Strasky a game? I mean, I assume Sigrist would have played the land anyway. But he's certainly going to take full advantage of this knowledge in setting up his blocks.
Well, we've just unmorphed a Sagu Mauler. And then we're going to awaken
Trample
the bear.
Awaken the Bear. All right, there we go.
That should be the game. Okay, sounds like we're ready to go back to our main table. Watch two Pro Tour champions do battle. Game 2 between Sean McLaren and Evan Flock.
I didn't know Sagu Mauler was a bear, but somehow Sagu Mauler that got awakened for the win there.
It awakens his inner bear. It's a spiritual journey.
Oh, I'll buy that. I'll buy that.
Mardu Skull Hunter comes back home
So
without any
sad.
trophies.
So sad when you have to play that on turn 2.
Yeah, we're playing a new game here. Guess Sean McLaren's career stats. Is that a aspirant? Yeah. it
Also
is.
with no raid trigger.
Yeah.
Dueling 2-1s.
Check.
Yep. War Name aspirant. Will probably just block here, right? Yep.
Yeah.
And then Sean McLaren follows up
Good.
with a, was that a polluted delta?
So who do you take in a fight between Savage Knuckleblade and Butcher of the Horde? Who's your money on?
Savage Knuckleblade.
Correct. Savage Knuckleblade was the winner in that fight.
Jeskai win scout for Even Flock.
So that's Charles League winning 1-0 over Marcus Rogerio.
Sagu Mauler's looking like he's a big part of winning draft strategies. We see Ivan Flock with one. We saw one in the hands of Strasky. Up in the grill of Sigrist.
I'm still on Team Jeskai Win Scout, personally. He softens him up so the Mauler can finish him off.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a burn spell, right? Bird spell.
Revelation.
Sean McLaren likes to cast spells that end in the word revelation.
Ah. Does not, in fact, have a Woolly Loxodon in play. That is leftover.
Yeah.
Is fattening up his graveyard for a cheap shambling attendance, though.
It's also got a meandering tower shell.
Card's hilarious.
Have you ever active treason someone's meandering tower
Oh
shell?
my god.
Because its return to play trigger
Yeah.
does not say under its owner's control.
You
It
get
says
it?
under your control.
2
so you
turns from
active
now?
treason it, it attacks, blinks out, and then comes back tapped and attacking on your next turn or something.
Hilarious.
All right. There's a morph.
See, that guy blocks really well. Meandering
Yeah, no,
Tower
that's
Shell.
that's what he's there for.
That and Kintry Invocations.
have not lived that dream yet. Yeah, you gotta look at
I think
me, Andrew
Willoughby
Camacho.
may owe us $1 because he's whispering a bad beat story into your ear. Kid tree tower shell happened to him.
Yeah, it got worse, Tim. You lost $1 too. Yeah, return it to the battlefield under your control. Tapped and attacking at the beginning of the declare attacker step
Sure.
on your next turn. Such a weird card.
The flavor's awesome.
Yeah.
I love it.
So debilitating injury does what it is supposed to do. Takes down a morph. Oh, and it gets a Sagu Mauler. That's
Not bad. Yeah, a lot of people had debilitating injury as the consensus #1 common coming into this weekend. I mean, I think that it probably is the best common. The only problem with it is then you're in black. And,
Right.
Like the rest, it's not that much better than the other commons, and black is one of the weaker colors.
Right. Then Sultai Charm takes down the flyer.
Four cards? Yep.
It's four pretty solid cards
Yeah.
for McLaren there. He's got a Tower Shell. He's got the Aerialists. He's got a Shambling Attendants. He's going to be able to really gum up the ground and hopefully just, finish
over.
things off with the Aerial Act.
Definitely. Flock's hand is not super well equipped to deal with that. I mean,
Yeah.
Master of the Way could potentially kill the Aerialist, but only if you have a grip full of cards. Which
Just played a
he's
nice
down to
feather,
3,
Ethan.
yeah.
Can live 16.
Is it turtle time?
Turtle time.
Good.
Funny.
I just want
As
to
if
see
that
active
turtle,
treason.
that turtle wasn't slow enough. How about Ice Feather Aven to slow it down even more? Yeah, his job is not really attacking.
So, yep, he says, I'm going to bounce it. I'm going to attack for 2 in the air.
Sure.
And I'm going to start to build up some cards in my hand for my Master of the Way. Here comes the Aerialists. Riverwheel Aerialists. And is this a disowned ancestor? Oh, no, Shambling Attendants for a single black mana.
Not bad. There's a lot of Ice Feather Avens floating around this future match area.
Good.
At least one in every match, I believe.
So you're saying that's an indicator of success in drafts?
And 0 copies of Secret Plans.
Sure.
Sorry. Yeah, Master of the Way is now big enough to take down the Aerialist. That's actually really big from Even Flock. That was Sean's big finish for attacking. Even Flock. He won the last Pro Tour.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Pro Tour winners put up the top 8 in the next Pro Tour. Like, when's the last time that happened? I mean, back-to-back Pro Tour wins has been done. I believe it's only been done by Kai Buddha.
Right. We saw both Dennis Rashid and John Finkel put up back-to-back top 8s.
Sure.
Recently.
And Ichikawa's.
Yeah,
made
Ichikawa
2
also
top 8s in a
recently.
row
Yep,
coming
yep.
in. So yeah, back-to-back top 8s has certainly been done a number of times, but a win and a follow-up top 8, pretty rare. I mean, he's 8-2. I can start talking about this now, right?
Yeah, you can, absolutely. Shambling Attendants attacks, the raid trigger for Bellowing Saddle Brute, so he doesn't have to take any, doesn't have to take 4 to play it. So, as an added bonus, the raid trigger is you get a 4/5.
I think Nico Herzog won back-to-back limited Pro Tours at one point, but it was a constructed Pro Tour in between.
Right, there was, There was the year Nassif top 8'd seemingly everything and won Player of the Year.
Herzog managed to win 2 Pro Tours and not get Player of the Year
Yeah, it was
because
the
Gabriel
2004
Nassif
season.
was that good.
All right.
Yes.
It's turtle time again.
You have 3 cards? I have 3 cards.
Meandering tower shell.
Declare. Declare? Or go ahead. Actually, yeah, sure.
Sean's on 10. He's being whittled down by the ice feather even.
Mm-hmm. Got a bunch of monsters on the ground now, though.
He's got a nice crack back here with the bellowing saddle brute and the shambling attendant.
Now it's 10
Nothing
apiece.
is getting through that tower shell.
Mm-mm.
Good.
And McLaren has a Mystic of the Hidden Way, which he can unmorph for 3 mana. Gives a 3/2 unblockable. There you get a look at it. Invisible stalkers have gotten more expensive and more fragile.
Those Summit Prowlers looked a lot bigger last game. I'm not sure quite what happened. Seemed to involve a giant turtle,
Yes.
delve guy.
Right. It's all a matter of putting them in perspective against a turtle. So Mystic of the Hidden Way unmorphs at the end of the turn.
Speaking of Nassif, he's now evened things against Stanislav Sivka at a game apiece.
Another battle of Pro Tour champions.
Zurich Dragonclaw was too late that time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said another battle of Pro Tour champions.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Interestingly, 4 Pro Tour champions in the let's find the best drafters in the room pod.
It's you to 4.
So all out attack. Well, almost all out. The turtle's still gearing up for an attack. He's kind of like pumping his back paws there.
Started talking up the Avon Flock back-to-back potential, and McLaren just drew gas, giant monster, giant monster, giant monster. They're going to game 3.
All the matches still in play here.
Yeah.
Nobody's done yet.
Should we go back to King of the Hill?
Yeah, let's look at the King of the Hill match and see where we're at. I see a little bit of a crowd gathered there as Marshall and Tim watch. Here we go. See a is that a Ghostfire Blade on?
Yep.
Yeah. On the Jeskai Wind Scout, and then we have a Disowned Ancestor. Getting bigger. It's a 3/7. Yep. Master the Way. That card's looked tremendous.
Kill your large monster, draw a card? That's good?
Ribbons a Night.
Yeah, pretty good. I was thinking back to Annihilate. But
sure.
Same idea.
Same idea. Not the most robust top deck, but if you know it's in your deck, you play a little differently.
Hold your land.
You hold your lands, yeah. Old school. Kids these days, they just play all their lands out.
All right, Wind Scout down. Wow.
Just give you an idea of how the difference in, age between these guys. Mike Sigrist played in his first Pro Tour while Strasky was 2 years old. Granted, Strasky's only 7 now. One of the more baby-faced players in the room.
He's probably, 17-ish?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, hi, Sagu Mahler. You will not be mastering this. Force away. Sent back the Ancestor. Okay. There's your Sultai Soothsayer. Looking for a dead drop here. Yeah, okay.
Dead drop's
These
really
guys might be here a little while. We're going to go back to our feature match of the feature matches between Sean McLaren and Yvonne Flock as they get ready for Game 3. Take it away, guys.
Okay, guys, a good start. Thank you. 21.
Yep. There we go. 21. There we're going to look at Sean McLaren. That's 26 years old, 70 pro points.
Most of them in the last 12 months.
Yeah, that one top 8. It was a good one.
Yeah.
And, only 2 GP top 8s. He doesn't travel a lot to the GPs.
He didn't. He had none when he won the Pro Tour. Those have both been in the last year or so.
How do you feel about the turn 2 Ice Feather even?
It's aggressive.
Good.
Versus a Death Dealer.
Yeah, wow. That race is a little trickier.
Yeah, I don't think people play turn 2 Ice Feather even enough, I guess
I
is my
agree.
real answer to your question. It takes 6 mana to get its bounce ability. You don't have another 2-drop, just run it out there and start attacking. Part of the power of that card is the fact that it's a cheap 2/2 flyer.
Right, and again, you look at even Flock's hand, he wants to play, he doesn't want to go morph and then on turn 4 play a morph.
Right.
He gets to play something on turn 2, play something on turn 3. We see he's got a Scaldkin in hand. He's got stuff to do for the next few turns. Plus,
blocks the Death Dealer,
Yeah.
forcing Sean to spend mana. I like that play.
And it's a Dragon Eye Savant, so he's going to live through this even if Sean McLaren spends his turn pumping this.
Which Sean has to do. What a great play from Flock. Forces Sean to spend mana, and Sean has to decide whether to regenerate or give +2/+2. Either way, Flock can just reveal
I mean,
and live.
it's what else can Sean do? Even if he puts him on a Dragon Eye Savant here.
Right.
What is he going to do? Say,
not gonna
I'm
lose your
willing to
Death Dealer."
trade my Death Dealer for your Savant?
Right, that is his only option, is to just pass priority and say, I'm willing to trade. Which Flock would say okay to. And
Yes,
McLaren
absolutely.
can either... He just has to decide which way he wants to lose this encounter. At least this way, it has to be a Dragon's Eye Savant.
Wow, and he gets to look at Sean McLaren's hand.
Crazy.
He gets to see Jeskai Wind Scout, Sultai Charm, Mistfire Weaver, Meandering Tower Shell, and 1,000 Winds.
Yeah, let's read that one.
Yeah. Yes. Uh-huh. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Uh-huh. Crap.
1,000 wins, worth knowing about. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Good.
That was a terrific turn for even Flock, in which he doesn't kill anything.
No, and he prevented Sean from building his board position.
Good.
Sean can only play a land past the turn.
Oh, Mike Sigrist found the dead drop. Sagu Muller had picked up the Ghostfire Blade,
Oh
but
my gosh.
Sigrist found the dead drop to kill it.
It wasn't in that Soothsaying set.
Well, it
must
wasn't
have been
in
just
that
below it.
Soothsaying set. He bounced his own Soothsayer to replay it.
Oh my god.
And found the dead drop that way.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good, Mike Sigrist.
Here comes Scaldkin for even Flock.
Charles League is our first feature match winner. He beats Marcus Rosario, had to beat Butcher of the Horde and Sarkhan.
Oh my gosh. That Savage Knuckleblade was very savage.
Oh, 2 Savage Knuckleblades. That's fair. I'll have 2 Savage Knuckleblades. You can have a Butcher and a Sarkhan.
Good.
I don't know how easy that draft strategy is to repeat, but if you want to go 6-0 in draft, have 2 Savage Knuckleblades in your deck. That's a good strategy.
So Mistfire Weaver just played face up by Sean McLaren.
Oh, big pod 1 match result just came in. Yuya Watanabe defeats Shahar Shenhar. So Yuya halts the slide, 1-2 in the draft pod, 9-2 overall. Shahar also 1-2 in the draft pod, but that puts him at 8-3 overall.
Okay. It was pointed out to me by Tim Ayton at home that there was, when the burn away was taken by Yuya Watanabe in the draft, there was also an arrow storm in that pack.
Uh-huh.
And when he burnt away the creature,
Ari was at 5.
Ari was at 5. He's like,
people don't like Arrowstorm.
They do not like Arrowstorm, and it's a very powerful card with a lot of reach.
I agree. I mean, I've played Lava Axe. Being able to also point it at a creature makes it a lot better. Worth an extra red mana.
And Flock says, all right, I'll just attack into your Mistfire Weaver. I'll bite. He's like, you can have my Scaldkin if you really want it. Scaldkin, of course, has the ability to kill something if he spends 3 mana, but...
We'll kill something this way.
The most expedient route was taken.
Kill something without paying 3 mana.
Yeah.
Just attacking him as Fire Weaver.
And this looks like a Bear's Companion.
Indeed.
Raven Flock. There you go, look. 2/2 and a 4/4. That bear token really looks like a guy in a bear costume to me.
Sounds like Stanislav Sivka has defeated Gabriel Nassif. So Sivka moves to 6-0 on limited, moves to 8-3 overall. Just on Izzet colors in that game, but that was good enough.
Here's the Meandering Tower Shell. Comes down, says, man, nothing's getting through on the ground right now. You can attack me. I might take a little damage, but I'm just gonna eat something.
Ice Feather Raven keeps chipping away.
Yeah. And he really would have gotten no damage in this game if he hadn't played that on turn 2.
Triggers the raid for a War Shrieker. Free morph.
Yeah.
The morph is a Mystic of the Hidden Way. Flock ahead on board, but out of gas now.
I mean, he's not in bad shape. Sean still has to deal with that flyer, and then that Mystic of the Hidden Way is going to start pecking away for 3 unblockable each turn. Jeskai Wind Scout.
Invocation.
Huh.
Oh,
there it is.
We talked about this.
Kintry Invocation for a 9/9.
And Ice Feather Raven is face up.
Tim Ayton is having, Tim Willoughby is having flashbacks.
There we go. 9.
I need so many dice to represent this card.
Good.
Can't attack, though. Just turns his 6 upside down to make a 9.
There you go.
It's a 9-sided die.
Evidently. 7-sided. Just skipped 8 and 9. Skipped 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Let's see some fresh cards. Tormented Voice.
Tormented Voice. I've seen a lot more people play that card this weekend than I think I've seen it played.
Yeah, I've been playing a little bit
until this weekend.
You know what else it does? Triggers Prowess.
Sure.
The Fighting Fire costs...
Only cost 2?
The Unmorph
Casting
cost?
6 to cast, 7 to unmorph.
So he's 6 mana unmorphed.
Right.
Okay.
I even Flock thinking about that 1,000 wins that got revealed all the way back on turn 3.
Right. 1-1 in the King of the Hill table. 1-1 here.
Oh, Flock has a kind of sweet one in his hand.
Surhawk Dragonclaw.
So Ice Feather even comes down, trades with the Jeskai Wind Scout, and then another one comes down for even Flock. Sean is just low enough; he just can't attack with his giant monsters.
Yeah, you're right about that turn 2, Ice Feather Raven. Just did so much work softening up Sean McLaren. Getting Ivan ahead in this race where
Yeah. I mean,
it's
obviously,
really hard for Sean
you'd love
attack
to
him.
have it now. You'd love to be able to bounce that
Kintry Invocation, yeah.
Kintry Invocation, but you know, I mean, Sean could be at 18 at this point.
And don't forget, Ivan's got the Mystic of the Hidden Way face down.
Yeah.
It's 3 unblockable. 4 attacks from that can win the game.
We're just getting 1,000 wins played face up.
Yep.
It's a 5/6, so flying. That's actually your Mahamudi Jin right there.
Indeed.
No prowess needed to get there.
Yeah, I mean, Sean could tell that Ivan wasn't gonna give him a chance to blow him out with that morph triggered ability.
Right.
And Jeskai Wind Scout was just gonna start attacking him. Sean's already down to 12, outnumbered in terms of creatures in play, 6-3. It's like, all right, fine, face up. Stop attacking me, please. Not sure Ivan's gonna cooperate. I think he may.
Sean, I think Sean's checking to see if his Kintry Invocation token has trample or something.
Oh, wow, Sagu Mauler joins Flock's hand. Yeah, I thought this turn was just going to be flip Mystic and attack. I don't know if Sagu Mauler changes that. Flock's only got 5 lands, right?
Right. He can play.
Yeah.
He can play Sirach.
True. If he can play Sirach, he can flip Mystic. He's going to play Sirach.
Yeah. I think he's going to flip Mystic at the end of the turn and start attacking.
We can play Sirach at the end of the turn. It's got
Oh
flash.
yeah. Oh yeah. He can play Sirach at the end.
If he was going to spend his mana flipping Mystic, he was on a main phase to
you're
get an
right.
attack in.
And then all of his guys will have trample, although I don't know that they can do much trampling over the monsters on Sean's side of the table.
Destroy him.
Sultai Charm. Yep, man down.
So, what were you today? You were on Tinker. And what about yesterday?
Right there, you see Sultai Charm.
And Sean figuring maybe he can start attacking with his 5/6. He's also got an Air of the Wilds in his hand he can follow up with. Either that or Willie locks it on. Face down locks it on anyway.
Okay. Gets in for 5.
12, 16.
Yep, plays the Air of the Wilds face up.
Okay, good.
Yeah, plays it.
Plays the Air of the Wilds rather than
Yeah.
locks it on. Rather play the locks it on face up later, I think. Here does come
All right.
Surrak Dragonclaw. Does
There's-
that, what is it, 4 blockers to 5 potential attackers? There's a 9/9, a 5/9. I don't know that Flock can
Death
actually
Toucher.
attack. Yeah, Death Toucher. I think it's just flip Mystic time. He did
doesn't-
draw the island for Sagu Mauler.
It doesn't have the mana to. Sean does not have the mana to activate his Death Dealer. Yeah, you're right. He just says, you know what? I'm just going to get in for 3 here.
And then probably face down Sagu Mauler. Yeah. He's hellbent. No cards left.
Doesn't really need him.
No, he doesn't. I don't know that he's ahead on the ground. I mean, he's attacking with an evasive creature. 3 attacks from the Mystic will win this game. Sean has to try to attack for the win around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 potential blockers without opening himself up to a crackback. I mean, I think he just turned
And remember,
1,000
all of his
sideways,
creatures
right?
have trample now, too, so it's more than just like a numbers game in terms of just bodies on the field.
Yeah.
Sean McLaren has his own Mystic in the Hidden Way. He's got a Woolly Loxodon.
Don't forget, Tower Shell has Island Walk. That could come up. It's not going to come up. There's no way that guy can go on the
There's never
attack.
a window for him to attack with it.
Right, much less an attack that takes 2 turns to resolve. I think he's got to just attack with 1,000 wins. He has to win this game in the air. The one life that Flock gained off that multi-land is actually a big deal. It's a whole turn. Changes the clock.
We're going to just play 2 morphs here.
Oh, it's a Mystic of McLaren's own. It really locks it on that we knew about. And his draw this turn was Mystic of the Hidden Way. Both players hellbent. No cards in anybody's hand. Draws. Mystic can put McLaren at 3. Don't know that he can get through on the ground for any more than that. I mean, there's 6 potential blockers for 5 potential attackers. And multiple of the blockers have 9 toughness.
That's really the key number here.
Right. I mean, the other 4 are 2/2s, but those 2 9 toughness guys make it tough. Flock drew an island. Oh my. Report from the back table. We have a new King of the Hill.
Whoa.
Andre Strasky wins 2 games to 1.
That also means there are no undefeated players left in this tournament.
That is what it means. Strasky ties Sigrist for first place. They're both 9-1. We could have 3 9-1s because Ari Lax is playing someone else off camera outside the feature match area. Yeah, Mystic chips in for 3. Makes sense.
That drops Sean to 6.
That means this is now the last match in the feature match area. Strasky 5-1 in limited. He was one of the couple guys that snuck into our theme round. Something about being on table 1 and playing for King of the Hill and all.
Huh.
McLaren immediately plays his land. I wonder how much of a tell that is. Does Flock pick up on the fact that it's a Woolly Loxodon, given how quickly Sean played a land rather than hold it to bluff? Oh, it's land 7. He had it anyway. Now I'm surprised that he did play the land. What does it mean?
Well, he might want to flip.
I mean, Death Dealer, I guess.
Yeah, he gets 2 activations on the Death Dealer and can flip the Mystic.
Yep.
Also, potentially thinking about what he draws. Well, no, he can only get the 2 activations.
It's clear.
Okay.
Blocks.
Attacks before blocks. Flip Mystic of the Hidden Way. Get in for
You're at
8.
3? Yes.
Puts Flock at 3. Both of those are lethal attackers next turn. Flock might come up 1 turn short in his race. His Mystic is 1 turn short.
Oh, but there's a Sagu
Mauler. This combat is going to be bloody, isn't it? And you just turn them all sideways now?
Yeah, you just got to find 3 points of trample damage here.
Right.
So the Death Dealer becomes a 6/6. The Meandering Tower Shell is a 6/9. The
5/9.
5/9, sorry.
Yeah. Flock's got no choice. Turn them all sideways. I mean, he's dead to the Mystic, and he can't
let you know when they're final.
answer the Mystic. So I don't know that either player knows which one of them is winning yet. Flock doesn't need to figure out all the blocks. He just knows he has no choice but to attack with everything. You figure it out. Can Sean McLaren avoid taking 3 points of trample damage? He's got... That morph is Woolly Loxodon. He does not have the mana to flip over the Woolly Loxodon. He does have the mana for Rakshasa Death Dealer. Why does he have the morph in front of... Oh, Surrak is other creatures gain trample.
Yes.
Other creatures gaining trample means that the 2/2 can block the 6/6. 9/9 eats the Sagu Mauler. Air trades with Bear's Companion.
And
Death Dealer, yeah. No, he
pumps the
soaks
Death
it all
Dealer
up.
once, and that's enough for even Flock to extend the hand. He knows he's dead to the crackback from just the Mystic.
Wow. Sean McLaren.
Navigated that expertly.
So Sean McLaren moves to 9-2. He is 6-0 in limited, having won.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, came in with a reputation as a modern expert. That's how he won his Pro Tour. He was supposedly modern expert, been grinding, constructed. He's one of his Grand Prix top 8s is limited, and now here's 6-0s limited here. This guy can play.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would like to hear from Sean about what he's been doing. I mean, he plays Magic Online endlessly. Has always been, he actually came to the Pro Tour through the route of
Arsenal
the
Munch. Arsenal Munch on Magic
Yeah,
Online.
Arsenal Munch.
And, we talk about teams this, teams that. He's a lone wolf. Like, he has embraced the idea of, I test with myself and my brother.
And his brother, yeah.
That's just, he is Team Lone Wolf.
Well, we have an interview set up with him. Tim Willoughby is standing by with Sean McLaren. Let's find out about what it's like to prepare for an event by yourself in this era of the Super Team. Tim, take it away.
Hello, I'm Tim Willoughby here in the feature match area with Sean McLaren. Now, Sean, this is not the first time that you've been 6-0 in limited at a Pro Tour. How did it work out last time?
It worked out pretty well. I won the whole thing.
Yeah, because a lot of us focused on the fact that you've been playing a lot of red, white, and blue in various constructed formats and done very well at the Grand Prix level, but undefeated at 2 Pro Tours in limited, preparing on your own, right? Pretty much?
Yep, mostly online. I usually set most of the last week to just draft online. Works sometimes, I suppose.
So that last week must be pretty intense because regardless of when the set actually comes out, it only comes out on Magic Online about a week before it comes along on the Pro Tour. So is it just draft at that point?
Yeah, I like to have my constructed deck locked in by that point, if at all possible, and then just be like tweaking it, doing some adjustments, and focus on limited for the last week.
And in terms of your preparation for limited, when you came along to the Pro Tour, how set in stone were your ideas about what you want to be doing?
I was pretty open to all the strategies. I liked every strategy. I just try and stay open during the draft. Both these drafts I was base black-green, so that's one of my favorite archetypes.
So you got the high toughness creatures there. I mean, certainly we saw some very, very high tough creatures in that last match. Is it possible to make a bigger Kintry Invocation token than the one that you managed to make there?
It might be possible, but it's certainly not as cool as making a turtle-based one.
Sadly, the turtle didn't get a chance to do a whole amount of island walking. It didn't seem to matter, though, because you've managed to go 6-0 in another limited format here at the Pro Tour. Congratulations on that, and for the rest of this tournament. I'm going to head back to the booth now. I'm Tim Willoughby here with Sean McLaren.
Thanks a lot, Tim. Yeah, so that's a pretty interesting approach Sean McLaren takes.
Black-green?
Well, no, I was thinking more about his preparation. Like, I try to lock my deck, and he's like, you know what? We see the card image gallery go up. We get that list. I make my decisions, and then I just play test draft for that last week on Magic Online.
Makes a ton of sense. It's probably the only way to make it work if you're a lone wolf.
Yeah, absolutely. That was great. All right, we're going to send it back to the news desk. That concludes our draft rounds for the weekend.
It does.
It is all standard the rest of the way.
You know who else won Pod 1, by the way?
No.
Ari Locks 3-0'd. We had a pair of 3-0s. He and Strasky have both tied for first now.
Oh, very exciting. Let's send it back to Rich.
All right, thank you so much to Brian David Marshall and to Randy Buehler calling in all the action in limited. 40 cards are done. 60 cards are on the way. But so much to sift through in terms of those 6 rounds of limited. You've seen these 6-0 drafters, the 5-0s coming into the feature match area and battling out for those perfect records. Marshall Sutcliffe, in just a few minutes from now, he's going to sit down with both Stanislav Sifka and Sean McLaren and kind of tease out the differences. What did people come in expecting that draft was going to look like? How did it turn out for both of them? Obviously very successfully, but what was unexpected? What cards did they keep seeing that they couldn't believe other players weren't picking? What was the balance of the 5-color, the wedge, the 3 colors, the 2-color aggro decks? What was most successful at their tables apart from themselves? So we're going to take a look at what we might call spell, counter-spell with those 2 Pro Tour champions and Marshall Sutcliffe in just a minute. But as we head towards the end of round 11, and just to fill you in, we're about 30 minutes away from the start of Constructed. Players get a little lunch break here, chance to rehydrate, reevaluate, get their heads in the game. Why don't we take a look at our master scoreboard here at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir at lunchtime on day 2. So, what does the leaderboard look like right now? Lots of results coming in. Let me tell you that Yuya Watanabe has moved to 9-2. And that is at the expense of Shahar Shenhar, who drops to 8-3. Quite a few players at 8-3, not on our top 20 overall leaderboard. Dennis Rashid is up to 8-3 over Alexander Hain, who falls to 7-4. Jadine Klumparens stays just about alive at 7-4 at the expense of Jeff Mullen, 6-5. Li Shi Chan is 9-2. You see him on the left-hand side there, the Hong Kong player looking to get in the top 8 once again. He defeated Tamash Gled, who remains at 8-3. Yoshihiko Ikawa 8-3 over Patrick Chapin, who falls to 7-4. That puts the innovator right on the edge of elimination with his 4th loss. But right now, 3 co-leaders, Mike Sigrist, Andre Strasky, Ari Lax, all at 10-1. It's going to be pulsating action down the stretch, 5 more rounds of standard to come your way. But why don't we spend a bit of lunchtime, let me tell you what we've got. We've got our spell counterspell with Marshall and our Pro Tour champions. After that, sitting beside me will be the Director of Global Organized Play, Hélène Bergeau, from Wizards of the Coast. She's got some big announcements. And honestly, whatever your level of expertise at Magic, whatever level you're interested in playing, pretty sure she's got something to say to you this lunchtime. And after that, Marshall will round out our limited coverage here at the Pro Tour by looking at the 5 2-color pairs. So if you're not a wedge and you're not 5-color and all the non-basics, how should you be drafting the 5-color pairs? We've got a lot of Magic Online data to share with you this lunchtime. So action-packed stuff, and the first part of that is spell, counterspell.
And welcome back to the Easy Chairs. I've got 2 Pro Tour champions with me here. I have Sean McLaren and I've got Stanislav Sifka. Welcome, guys, to the Easy Chairs. I see you're doing it correctly, just sort of laying. There you go. That's how you do it. And I wanted to talk limited with you guys. Both of you 6-0 in the draft portion here at the Pro Tour. So congratulations on that, first off. That's fantastic. There's so many good players here. It's got to feel great to get 6-0 versus this kind of class. But I wanted to get into sort of the ins and outs of what you guys think about the format and what you thought about coming in. So I'll start with you, Stan. What was sort of your big picture view on the format coming in as far as how many colors you should be playing? Were you on 2, 3, 5? What did you like?
Oh, when I started the drafts, I thought multicolor cards are so powerful that you should be drafting all these good cards, picking lands highly and being 5-color decks. But when the drafts came, I felt these decks are too slow. Like if someone's playing 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, you're not gonna have time to resolve all your bombs. So after like 20 drafts we managed that the aggro decks, especially the blue ones, are very powerful. So I decided to stick with them for the PT, and it went well, you know.
Now you said especially the blue ones?
Yes.
Now what about you, Sean? What was your take coming into the format?
Well, I agree mostly that I thought that this is going to be a Ravnica all over again, just tap lands everywhere, clue stones in the form of banners this time. But aggressiveness won out. You need 2 drops to sort of speed up your clock and attack into morphs, because people don't want to trade their 3 drop for a 2 drop and one that's going to be flipped up later and be powerful.
So you were actually on a similar plan where you would prefer to be aggressive. Now, how big did your range go? Like, let's say the 5-color deck seemed to be coming to you. Would you go there?
I would say every strategy is viable, although you probably want to start out aggressive, and if maybe you get a weird signal at the beginning, you can just go into 5-color. Like, that's completely viable. You just gotta still prioritize 2 drops, 3 drops, and early guys. They can trade with the aggressive decks.
Now, what about what Stan said about blue? Did you find aggressiveness and blue went well together too?
Yeah, like Mystic of the Hidden Way was a card that I really liked. The unblockableness is just amazing. Like, being able to drop that guy down and unmorph him if you want to start bashing in, or just play him on 5 mana later. Yeah, blue is pretty aggressive.
Mystic of the Hidden Way, that was a good card for you too?
I truly believe it's the best common in the set.
You think it's the best common in the set? Wow. That's a bit, there's a lot of really good commons
That's
floating
aggressive.
around. Yeah.
Like,
what do you think?
Debilitating Injury, I think, is pretty amazing. Like, I had 2 in my first draft and 1 in my second. That card is just incredible.
But you think that Mystic's better than Debilitating Injury? You want to be more proactive?
I don't want to say it's like better in the vacuum or whatever, but I truly believe blue is the best color and black is the worst color from my point of view.
I see.
The 3, white, red, and green are about the same, but I believe the blue is the best, and I every time pick the 3-2 guy over Injury, like every draft in the first pick.
And so when you came in to draft here, were you, like, what kind of cards would you take blue cards over? Like, how far would you go? I mean, we've talked about some of the good gold rares that are, pretty balmy, really.
Yeah, I would pick the Mystic over Rhino or over...
Over Siege Rhino?
Yes, or over, like, basically any multi-card card. I would pick, for example, Crippling Chill over Injury.
Crippling Chill over Debilitating Injury?
Yeah, so, that's my view of the set
and
at the moment.
Now, what about you? If you...
I'm more open to taking the Rhino. I would slam the Rhino.
He just slams the Rhino and moves on. Now, if you were to do that, would your ideal deck be an Obzon deck that was built, that could cast it consistently?
It would either be base black-green or black-white. Like, I like to start in one of the colors that gets the multicolor cards that work for 2 different
the 2
clans.
color uncommons?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So like black, white, red, white, black, green.
Yeah.
And then you can sort of stay in those colors and then sort of splash the 3rd color for whatever clan is open.
Now, is that how you approached it as well, Stan, where if you were going to be 2 colors, you wanted to be an enemy color pair?
Yeah, it's very important because then you have choice between 2 guilds. Like, if you, for example, blue-red, you can be either blue-red-green or blue-red-white. But if you are red-green, your only option for multi-cards are basically the blue. So you have more options in general. But obviously, if, for example, red-green is coming, there's like, it's not such a big deal that I thought at the first. Like, it's also possible to be like blue-black or red-green or red-black. But in general, yeah, I agree that the enemy scars are better.
What does the perfect deck look like for you in this format? If you could, kind of build it within reason, not all mythics or something,
Yeah.
but, what 2 colors or 3 colors, or how would you build that deck?
Like, in general, blue-green or blue-red are the best archetypes from my point of view. And you want to have like 3 2-drops, some good like evasive creatures like 2/1 flyer or the 3/2 unblockable, and like bunch of tricks like Crippling Chills and
Force Away.
Force Away maybe, which is slightly worse, but it's still very good. And like with red, you have the burn spells like 5 damage or like Bring Glow or with green, you have so good creatures, like for example, the 6/7 unmorph guy is like so big.
Willie
you know?
Loxodon is bigger than everything.
Yeah, it's so big.
Yeah.
So this kind of ideal decks, but obviously you can have like 5 color decks with 5 mythics, then it's gonna be good. But with the commons, it's the best you can build these decks.
Sean, what do you think? If I could just set you up and just say, you know what, you're going to get to pick the colors that you want to play, and you're going to get a darn good build of it. I'm not, like I said, I'm not giving you, like all non-basics with all mythics or anything, but yeah, I can see your wheels turning there.
I think a realistic, amazing deck is the Black-White Warriors archetype. That, like, if you're the only one drafting that, you're probably going to end up with an amazing deck. It's super powerful, it's synergistic. And if no one else is drafting it, you just get all the Black-White Warriors and have a great deck.
And you get some of the chiefs on either side, and,
Yep.
and you can kind of start blasting with those. Now, Stan, I want you to talk us through your first draft deck from yesterday. What colors was it, and how did it play?
I was blue-green, splashing red for some rares and the unmorph guy, because when we are splashing, it's very good to play some good morphs, because if you are missing the color, you can still play it as 2/2 and then trade it, but if you have the proper mana, you can like turn them over and
make it a 5/5 trample.
Yeah, make it 5/5 trample or whatever.
Sure.
So it's a good approach to splash the morph guys. So I was blue-green. Like it was somehow slower than I would like to it be, but it has super powerful cards, so it was okay.
So it was okay. And what about you, Sean, for yesterday for your first draft?
Pack 1, I was in black-green. I was open. I had 2 debilitating injuries, like an Abzan guide and the Sultai common unmorpher, the 3/4 that loots.
Yeah,
and
the Abomination of Gadul.
Yeah, so I was open to going into either one in the second pack or staying mostly black-green. And then pack 2, I got past Siege Rhino. So I'm like, well, there we go. It's Siege Rhino. I'm Abzan. Next pack, Sagu Mauler. Well, I'll take that. There's not really anything. I guess I'm splashing both of these, so that's what I did. And the deck was awesome. I had a bunch of lands and was able to cast everything. So,
how highly do you have to prioritize lands when you're starting to push the envelope a little bit about the colors there?
I prioritize them very highly. Like, I'm happy to get my 23 playables and then just have all lands the rest. Like, I first picked a land in pack 2 this last draft. I prioritized the fixing really highly.
Was it a tri-land that you first picked, or
no,
just a dual land?
Just a dual land. If I'm going 3 or more colors, I'll prioritize them really, really highly.
Now, what about for you, Stan? You seem to be more of a fan of the 2-color decks and keeping things consistent. Does that free up picks during the draft that you don't have to take lands for, or do you still take the lands for those potential splashes?
No, it really depends. Like if your deck is very aggressive, you're not looking that much for the splashes because you want to have some consistency, like in playing like your early drops. But if you have like normal 2-color deck, you are looking for splashes as well because the multicolored cards are very powerful and you are looking for them. But you obviously need to lands to fix them because it's no way to play like 6/6 mana base or whatever.
Sure.
So, yeah.
What about card you'd like to open the most in the format? And you can, this is opened up to any rarity too. Just the one that you want to open up and you're just like, all right, we got there, we're doing it.
I don't know. The first thing that springs to mind is Dune Blast. That card just wins the game.
Okay. And what about for you, Stan?
Wingmate Rock.
What is it?
Wingmate Rock.
The Wingmate Rock? Yeah, I think that's a pretty good one I can get behind as well. Gentlemen, thanks for taking the time to have a little chat with us about Limited. But you've got some constructed that you guys need to finish strong here and try to maybe win your second Pro Tour each. Thanks again for Sean McLaren, Stanislav Swifka, Marshall Cyclist. Send it back to the desk.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much to our 2 Pro Tour champions, Sean McLaren and Stanislav Sivka. They've still got a ton of work to do, as Marshall says, in Constructed. But for most of you, indeed all of you sitting at home, you haven't necessarily got Magic to play in the next hour, but at whatever level of Magic you like to play, chances are that organized play is something that you're going to be involved with somewhere along the line. And, well, I've got a very special guest coming right up, and we have some announcements. We decided to call them Organized Play Announcements. So it's my great pleasure to welcome here to the news desk at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir, as ever, Hélène Bergeau, the Director of Global Organised Play for Wizards of the Coast in Seattle. Hélène, as always, thanks for being with us. I know you have a very busy global schedule, and it's great to have you with us here at the Pro Tour again.
Thank you, Rich.
All right, so every time you come along on one of these Pro Tour lunchtimes, you have awesome things to tell us about. So what's the plan this time?
So this time we are going to talk about a very topic which is very, very important to me, which is Friday Night Magic.
Okay, so Friday Night Magic, one of the most long-standing organized play programs for Wizards of the Coast. So what's going on in the world of FNM?
So FNM, just like it's such, so much at the core of organized play. For many, many players around the world, is the opportunity to meet with their friends, new ones and old ones, and play Magic. So have fun playing Magic. And we really want to take that program to the next level, just like expand that by making it possible for players to have even a better experience at FNM. So we are making a couple of changes to FNM.
All right, so you're taking a kind of fresh take on it. Will it still feel like the Friday Night Magic that everyone knows and loves?
We want to make it even better, actually, because, just like there are so many ways to play Magic. And that's what we want to make available at every single FNM.
Okay, so typically your Friday Night Magic, certainly thinking, within my experience, you're going to be playing standard, maybe you fire a little bit of a modern FNM, something like that, usually constructed, or maybe there's a draft in there somewhere, I guess.
Yep.
So, I mean, what else is there, Hélène? What else are you going to do?
What else? Well, just like we are going to make it possible for stores to run a ton of different formats.
A ton of different formats?
Yes.
I think we should take a look. Show us the list of the new FNM formats. Here we go. Good Lord.
Yes.
Good Lord, Hélène.
That's what we're talking about.
You basically picked every format anyone's ever heard of, never mind played, and actually said you can sanction this for Friday Night Magic, right?
Yes, at Friday Night Magic, that's the new thing that we have for this program. Moving forward, you will be able to enjoy playing Magic, whatever way we like to play it. Because, again, why should we limit ourselves when you can play all these, amazing formats? I'm sure that there are a few that you really have some fun memories of.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it sort of gets crazier as you go down the list. So yeah, sure, you can play every form of constructed you can basically imagine. You've got Commander there, down towards the bottom, Star, that's a fun multiplayer format. If you've got your arch enemy or plane chase, that's always good. I absolutely adore Winston Draft because, hey, I don't have many friends, but I only need one for a Winston Draft. And Backdraft, if you've never done one of those, this is not a Kurt Russell reference. This is straightforwardly, you pick the worst card you can possibly imagine, clue, it won't be Surat Dragonclaw, and you put that in your pile, and then eventually, because of course in the end only good cards will be going round, you end up with that, and then your pile gets given to your opponent, and they have to beat you with your pile of hopefully hideous cards. And as for Rotisserie Draft, anytime you've got 7 or 8 days spare at a time, nothing beats a Rotisserie Draft. So, and then once we get down that final column, dear Lord, invent your own format or indeed any combination of above. It's like you're like the Baskin Robbins of Magic. It's like 31 flavors and just pretty much anything you want. Now, one of the obvious questions is, that's an awful lot to choose from, and I might think I want to do Backdraft or Rotisserie or Grand Melee, whereas, my next neighbor might decide that they want to play Legacy. So how do we go about choosing our FNM formats?
So the first thing that I would recommend is just like, it's for the players to start talking with their local stores so that they can just like say, hey, we would love to be experiencing this or this format, so that the stores have an idea about what these players are looking for. That's the very first step. And then another change that is coming with opening up to so many different formats is the fact that stores will have less more flexibility in the sanctioning of their events.
Okay.
So when the stores will sanction their FNM, they will have the opportunity to select 3 different formats that are going to be showcased on the locator. But besides that, they can run as many as they want.
Right.
Just like on demand almost.
Okay.
And the reason why it's possible to do it this way is because we are changing also the way we are allocating the promo cards.
Okay, so it's not anymore going to be just about, hey, look, I bought my excellent standard deck that I found that was the Pro Tour winning list this week. I took to F&M next week. I went 5-0. Give me my promo card. Not going to be like that in the future.
Yes, because again, it's all about the spirit of F&M, which is about having fun, playing Magic with friends. And so in order just like to celebrate F&M in this direction, we are disconnecting the promo cards from the winning part of the tournament and from the number of events a store is running. So moving forward, what will happen is that a store will get promo cards, certain number of promo cards, simply based on their level in the Wizards Play Network.
Okay, now how do players know what their local store is within the Wizards Play
They
Network?
should check with their local store.
They just ask?
Yes, they just ask because it's very fluid, just like a store, as soon as they reach certain set of metrics, they level up in the system. And so to give you a sense about what I was talking about the allocation of cards being based on levels, moving forward, core stores will get 5 cards, advanced stores will get 10, and Advanced Plus, which is like a very recent, level that we introduced very recently, will get 15.
Okay.
So we are just like making sure that the stores can have more flexibility and be more creative as well in the way they decide to distribute their promo cards to their players.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds fantastic. Apart from anything else, I can imagine stores running sort of store championships based on 15, 20 formats through the course of a year where people are just, okay, well, I managed to go 2-1 in this format and then a week later I did this. It sounds absolutely fantastic. Now, Friday Night Magic is very much the community level where winning is not super important and fun is. Pro Tour qualifiers, we want to have fun, but everyone it's most fun when you win.
Yes.
Right. Last time you were sitting here with me, we talked about the move and the change to the PTQ program, and you discussed the idea of regional PTQs, and that's where we're heading towards now. So what's going on in the world of the regional PTQs?
So when we announced the new system, we were very upfront about the fact that more information would be shared about that period of the year, specifically when it comes to the allocation of the 31 regional Pro Tour qualifiers. And that's what we want to just like to present to the players today, where these 31 regional Pro Tour qualifiers will be.
Let's do it. Let's throw it up onto the big wall, let you all see at home where your regional PTQ locations are going to be. This is the weekend of the 25th of April 2015. So if you qualify to get to one of these regionals, you can go, Ellen, let me just check this is right. You can go to any one of these of your choice.
If you happen to win your preliminary PTQ in Paris, you can decide that you want to play your regional PTQ in Kuala Lumpur, as an example. Yeah.
Okay.
It's really up to each player to decide what is like the best option for them. We think that flexibility is the best possible thing for the players. And by knowing all the locations at once, you can start planning what you want to do actually.
Yeah, and the thing is, looking at those, I mean, there is some real, as someone who travels to all the European Grand Prix, there are some real prime destinations there. I mean, you could certainly say, with a couple of friends who've also qualified, we could have a fantastic weekend in Rome, or in Stockholm, or in Prague, or be adventurous, go all the way to St. Petersburg, for example. Now, how did you actually go about? Because I'm looking, I mean, a lot of these are what I would call marquee cities. How did you go about choosing them?
Well, we just we wanted to make sure that we would pick some locations that would be both accessible for local players, where we have a certain number of players, and also that would be accessible to people traveling. And then we looked at what would be a decent distance between the different cities, so that we have a very good spread throughout the map. That's what our goals are.
All right. Well, those are 31 great cities, that's for sure. Now, people love free stuff. I seem to recall that if you qualify for one of these regional PTQs, you get a participation promo card.
It's very good memory. Just like for the regional PTQs, we are really working very hard with the tournament organizers who are selected to run these events to provide a good experience for the players, because you made the step to win your preliminary PTQ. So once you reach the regional PTQs, that you feel you have accomplished something.
Okay.
So first off, we'd like to just make it very clear that all the regional PTQs will be won't have any entry fee,
right?
So players won't have to do that. But even more interesting is the fact that we were thinking that as a token of our appreciation, a very cool promo card would be appreciated.
Okay. So
Yes.
is it like a forest or something? Is it a basic land?
Not really.
Not a basic land.
Well, yeah.
Is it an instant?
It's
Not an instant.
It-
It's a
be more
counter spell.
ambitious.
It's a
No,
counter
be
spell.
more ambitious.
Okay.
Just like I was discussing with our colleagues from some research and development and say, we really want to have a super cool card. And then Forsyth came back to us and say, I have this one, but maybe it's a little bit too much. And all of us will say, bring it.
All right, bring it. What is the participation promo card for the regional PTQs? That, my friends, is Liliana of the Vale. You will get one of those in all its lovely glory when you go to your regional PTQ. And they don't have to win any matches, do they? They just appear at the regional PTQ.
You just have to sit down,
Yep.
and then you get your card. It's simple.
Fantastic. So, Liliana of the Vale is the regional PTQ participation promo card for 2015. Weekend of April 25th will be those 31 power-packed regional PTQs. And meanwhile, get down to your local store and start shaping the new F&M that's coming your way in 2015. Hélène, as always, thank you so much for being with us here, the Director of Global Organised Play, Hélène Bergeau, with this time's edition of the Organised Play announcements. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the words strict downgrade. Sitting to my left is no longer the Director of Global Organised Play. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But it was in my head and I just ran it out there. Marshall Sutcliffe has joined us. Thanks very much to Hélène Bergeau. Super excited. I go to F&M.
Backdraft, by the way, is a sanctioned F&M level event now.
And isn't it? I mean, I would genuinely be like, well, I would like to backdraft, but I would also love to rotisserie. I mean, rotisserie...
You know, you can combine any of the two. It said on that slide.
Invent your own.
There you go. Rotisserie backdraft. I'm in. We'll start it right after the segment.
Duh. Well, got to have lunch somewhere. All right. So, just before the next round, because we're heading back to Constructed, but we want to put a bullet point in Limited for now. And I think, Marshall, the one biggest headline of all is that Limited turned out to be so complex, so interesting, the gameplay so intriguing, that sure, we know a ton, but dear Lord, there's a ton more to learn once we leave here this weekend.
Yeah, you know, the thing that really stuck out coming into the weekend and throughout the course of it and all the way till now, even after 6 drafts of professional play, is the opinions are all over the map. There is nothing set in stone. There are certain truths that are starting to come to the surface, but they are also at odds with other truths. So it is not something where, you know, a lot of times we get here to the PT and there's some questions. And by the end of the draft, we've talked to enough pros, we've seen them draft enough, and we kind of get to the point where we're like, all right, well, red-green is the best deck. And then maybe you can quibble about some other things, but there's a few things that have kind of, that's not the case here. We have all different types of combinations. I just had Sifka on the easy chairs. He's just saying blue's the best color. I take, you know, these unblockables and stuff over any of the rares. He doesn't care. And, you know, you'll talk to other people that'll be like, no, you want to take all the 5-color stuff, and they're all over the map.
Yeah, people sort of saying, well, debilitating injury, it's a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th pick. And then other people saying, I wouldn't touch them ever.
Right, because, you know, like Sifka, for example, said he doesn't think it's the best common because he thinks that black's the worst color. So he'd rather have a Mystic of the Hidden Way first pick. He says he first picks it consistently. Sean McLaren, another Pro Tour champion, sitting on the same exact couch right next to Sifka saying, no, I think debilitating injury is the best common and I don't pass it.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
However, it does mean that if you're kind of new to draft, gold taking non-basic lands
Yeah.
second, third, fifth, 5-color, 4-color, 3 in a splash. Is that the same as 4-color? Can get a bit complex.
Yep.
But R&D, they're looking out for you. They've got your back. Yesterday, BDM and I went through the 5 wedges, the clans. But there are other draft paths you can take, and these are based around, Marshall, what?
Two color pairs. So kind of more traditional type limited decks that you've seen in the past, where you draft 2 colors and occasionally you'll dip your toe over to the other pool for one, a little splashy splash of another color. But for the most part, you're looking to just be 2 colors. And it turns out those are perfectly viable in this format as well.
Let's get to them then, and let's begin with White-Black Warriors. Let's see what the goal of White-Black Warriors is, Marshall.
So as you can see, aggressive deck that takes advantages of bonuses related to warriors. And this is something that you'll see throughout the course of the set. Chief of the Scale has a best friend, Chief of the Blade, Rush of Battle, Bloodsoul Champions Warrior, and you'll see the warrior subtype come up all over the place. I mean, ideal rare to open Bloodsoul Champion, but it's actually a deck that is based around uncommons and commons more than rares. You can use it in Mardu as it says here, but it's perfectly fine as a 2-color deck with white-black, and it really does revolve around the uncommons, Chief of the Scale and Chief of the Blade. Those are kind of what power it out, and then basically any card that says warrior on it, you're happy with.
Yeah, Chief of the Edge is certainly one of my favorites. I prefer it over Scale, but have you had any sense of the two? Are players thinking of them interchangeably, or is there one that you really want?
Well, you basically never see them in the same pack,
Yeah,
so
sure.
you don't actually have to make the decision in real time. But I think that the general preference is slightly towards Chief of the Scale, just like you said, because as a 2/3 for 2 mana, it's in a sweet spot in this format because it can interact favorably with morphs, meaning that it can attack through a morph or it can block a morph, and as early as turn 2, and there's very few cards in the set that can do that.
All right, let's have a look at the top 5 commons that are drafted in this archetype. So obviously only white and black cards are on this list.
Right, now what you're going to see throughout a lot of these graphics are value cards mixed in with cards that are really good for the format, or excuse me, for the archetype. So Mardu Skull Hunter, that's a warrior. Yes, Sultai Scavenger is a warrior. It's a bird, but it's a bird warrior.
What?
And Mardu Horde Chief is actually one of my favorites out of here because not only is a warrior itself, it also makes a warrior. It's also a 2/3, which has that same benefit that we talked about. You'll also see cards like Enoch Bonkin and Debilitating Injury. Bonkin's not a warrior, but Debilitating Injury, those are just value plays, the kind of things you need for every deck.
Why don't we take a look at the top 5 uncommons then in the White-Black Warriors?
Yeah, now it should surprise nobody to see Chief of the Edge, Chief of the Scale to top of this list here. Those are the 2 most important cards, and they're the reason to play this deck. These are the cards that edge people into that direction. Now, if you go down though, Abzan Falconer is fantastic. Again, you'll note it again, 2/3, right? The 2/3s are really great in this format. Seeker of the Ways, maybe the best 2-drop non-rare in the format. And then you've got Suspension Field, which once again is just a powerful uncommon removal spell.
All right, so White-Black Warriors is the first of our 5 color pairs.
It might be the best.
It's certainly one of the most fun.
It might be the best, yes.
So next up we have Red-White, and this time it's tokens.
Yeah, who wants to beat down? So aggressive deck that attempts to play as many small creatures. Basically, this deck tries to go wide. Some decks try to go tall. They play a morph, they pay a bunch of mana, they flip it face up, and they start beating down and made a 5/5 trample or a 3/4 flyer, and they're trying to go big. This one is trying to go the opposite. It's trying to go wide, try to make a whole bunch of tokens, and then finish people off with Trumpet Blast, that kind of card where you pump up all of them at once, and then you can kill your opponent. This deck is assertive, aggressive, and has a nice late game punch thanks to the token theme.
Absolutely. All right, let's look at the top 5 commons then.
And again, we'll see Mardu Horde Chief. It's really just one of the best white commons, period, but it's great in this archetype as well because you'll get incidental warriors from what we told before, but also it's 2 bodies for 1 card as long as you can trigger raid, which is great. Arrow Storm is your finisher. It either kills a big blocker or kills your opponent, depending on what their life total's at. And Feat of Resistance is one of the best combat tricks we've seen in a set in a long time. This is the kind of card that you do not want to underrate. It is absolutely fantastic. And then we say Enoch Bonkin again as sort of the go-to 2-drop and bring loads of removal spells.
And also Feat of Resistance, the counter is there. It ties in with Enoch Bonkin. The synergies are
at instant
terrific.
speed too, and that's the good point there, Rich, is getting that at instant speed all of a sudden, and you can give it to something else after you've cast an Enoch Bonkin. There's a whole lot going on there.
Brutal. Top uncommons then, 5 of those to show you. Watcher of the Roost. That's a card I'm kind of intrigued by because I never feel especially powerful when I turn it up. Am I wrong?
No, I think you're right. I'm actually surprised to see it. Like, I have Hordling Outburst above all of these, except for Mardu Heartpiercer. Those two, for me, in this deck, I can interchange.
Sure.
I think that Hordling Outburst is underrated right now. We've already seen it in Constructed a little bit. And when you play this card in Limited, the thing is, this is the deck that wants it. Not only because of the tokens, but because that deceptive double red in the mana cost means that if you're a 3 or 4 color deck, you're gonna have a hard time casting that. But that thing on turn 3 is an absolute beating, and Mardu Heartpiercer is one of the best 2-for-1s, we call them. You play it, you get to kill a creature, usually a morph, and proceed.
You said something super important there. You said the words, that's the deck that wants it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that sentence, if you can draft with that sentence in your head, yeah, it's a good card. Oh, I saw my friend winning a 3-0 with it. That's not the point. The point is this the deck that wants it? Because there are so many cards that have been seeded in Khans of Tarkir where they're meant to travel round the draft to the right place. If you can figure out what cards that you are in the right place for, that's how you win at draft.
Yes, absolutely.
So I think that was a huge thing you said there. Let's move on to our third color pair. It's black-green, and well, apparently toughness matters.
Yeah, I love this color pair. It's maybe not the best, but it's pretty good. It's a defensive deck. You're kind of trying to shields up, and when you can get cards like just what we have on the screen here, Archer's Parapet into Kintry Invocation is an absolute beating because your opponent really can't attack into the Parapet successfully until a later stage of the game, and a Kintry Invocation making a 5/5 as early as turn 3. As early as turn 2, you can get a 4/4 out of the thing. and that is an absolute beating. You get access to some nice rares like Brashasa Death Dealer there. And then this one also does reach over nicely, like into Abzan. You can pick up a couple of those cards pretty easy. But even if you're a green-black base, you still have a nice game plan to roll back on.
Top 5 commons, if you please. There we are.
So we see removal, good creature, removal, fixing, which is kind of interesting. Jungle Hollow, of course, is the dual land. It's the one that gains your life, enters the battlefield, tap to make these 2 colors. But, you know, Throttle, it's fine. Like, you need to run these type of cards. I've been pretty impressed by Alpine Grizzly, though I don't know if it's the best creature for this particular deck, though it seems to be performing well off its own merits of just being big and cheap. Longshot Squad, I think, is a little bit underrated now. It's actually a pretty pushed card when you really look at it. You can make it a 4/4 with reach if you get that first outlasted. Even if you don't, you're not that unhappy with a 3/3 for 4.
Yep. All right.
Debilitating injury, always there.
Just always there.
Yeah.
Let's have a look then at the top uncommons in black-green.
So here we go, incremental growth. Now, I will caution that the second incremental growth is not nearly as good as the first. They can get jammed up in your hand. Remember, the one thing to keep in mind is that you do need to have 3 targets for that. Sometimes your opponent's creature picks up a counter, but oftentimes it's worth it. It's probably the best tempo play in the whole game, meaning that you play it and it changes what your opponent expected to happen on the turn. They thought they could block, now they can't block, and your team is absolutely massive. These are absolute all-stars here, by the way. Kintry Invocation we talked about. Pine Walker's one of the best morphs. It's one of the most solid, it's splashable, it's great in this deck, and it is huge at 5/5. And going down the list, Sultai Flayer, again, it's just one of the most solid cards. It's a 3/4 for 4 mana with an upside. You just can't beat that for only 3 and a green, and Heir of the Wilds fits that same description.
There is just a little flavor question that came from Twitter yesterday.
Flavor question,
Yeah,
okay.
somebody asked, this is not me, I want to make that very clear. Somebody asked, the Pine Walker, why does it not have Forest Walk? Is it because it can only walk the pines? So, yeah, I don't quite know.
I feel blindsided here. I did not prepare for
There is no
flavor
real
questions.
answer to that, is there?
Okay,
No. But you'll settle for, it doesn't matter, it's good without Forest
Yes,
Walk?
I do not care.
Okay, fair.
Yes, that is my
All right.
response.
Let's go on to blue-red. That's our 4th color pair. And this time, we had said toughness matters. This time, spells matter.
Spells matter, of course. So this is one that you can take a few different directions. We see Quiet Contemplation and Goblin Slide, which are, you can build around those if you want. I think Quiet Contemplation is a lot better than Goblin Slide, but in the right deck, you can get enough goblins off of Goblin Slide to make it work. But the reality is that For the most part, this deck is a prowess deck that's looking to play creatures that have prowess, and it's a tempo deck. It's aggressive. It's going to play 2-mana creatures that can attack. It's going to play 2-mana creatures that can attack into morphs or trade with morphs, and it's going to punch through big chunks of damage off of bounce spells, crippling chill, arrow storm, the kind of cards that can just
Singing Bell Strike.
Singing Bell Strike, cheap removal or tempo options.
All right, let's look at the top 5 commons in blue-red.
So we not surprised at all to see these cards here. Jeskai Windscout and Mystic of the Hidden Way are probably the 2 best common evasive creatures in the set. We just talked to Sifka. He said he thinks that Mystic of the Hidden Way might be the best common in the set.
Wow.
Yes, it is just so great to be able to run right past all their morphs. You just keep on attacking. They flip up Pine Walkers. You're like, yeah, I'll wave at you on the way by. Take 3, take 3, take 3. And of course, Jeskai Windscout does a pretty good impression of that as well. If you need to finish your opponent off, Arrow Storm is one of the best ways to do it. And then you have 2, calling them cheap's probably not right, but efficient, Bring Low, and Crippling Chill are good ways to interact with your opponent's creatures that can keep you attacking. Kill something, attack, tap it down, attack, draw a card, attack, and maybe even grow your Jeskai Windscout in the service.
Uncommons. Let's take a very quick look because the players are almost ready down in the feature match.
Yeah, we see a couple of ones we've seen before. Hurling Outburst and Mardu Heartpiercer based on power level. Winter Flame, this is the only deck that can really take full advantage of it, and then 2 burn spells to finish things off.
We have to show them the last lot. The players are just about ready. Let's look at blue-green super fast. What's blue-green morph all about?
So blue-green morph is, as it says, it's about morph. It's another tempo deck that can back up big green creatures with blue tempo plays and get in for big chunks of damage.
Okay, we're going to try and do the commons and the uncommons in one breath, which goes like this. The top 5 commons were Jeskai Windscout, Mystic of the Hidden Way, Longshot Squad, Hooting Mandrills, and Alpine Grizzly. The top 5 uncommons were... Our top 5 uncommons, Ice Feather Raven, Team in Charge, Assaulter Flare, Tuskar Captain, Pine Walker. If you wanted to play blue-green, I suggest you slow that little clip down to about 1/3 of the speed. But we're about to kick into high gear because it is time for round 12 of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir, standard all the way down the stretch. Who will our top 8 be? The next 5 hours will tell us. Let's rock and roll.
Hello and welcome back to Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. I'm Tim Willoughby here with Zach Hill, and we're not going to waste your time too much because the players are ready for round 12 in the feature match area right now. All the drafting's done for this Pro Tour. It's time to find out who can go deep in the stretch with Constructed. We've got 5 more rounds of standard, and we're going to head down to the feature match area right now to see what they got going. Hello and welcome to round 12 of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. I'm Tim Willoughby here with Zach Hill, and we've got a great round of feature matches for you. On our main table, we've got the Master of Control, Andrew Cuneo up against Raphael Levy of France, Levy playing Mardu Planeswalkers. The other matches we've got going on, Andrei Strasky trying to defend his King of the Hill table against former King of the Hill and former Player of the Year, Yuya Watanabe. Felipe Tapia Berecer against Tiago Saporito. And on the back table, former Pro Tour winner Sean McLaren with Jeskai Aggro up against Li Shiqian, also with Jeskai, but already things kicking off here in the control matchup, Zach Hill. It looks like we've got a turn 1 Thoughtseize there from Andrew Cuneo.
Yeah, and that Thoughtseize revealing from Levy's hand, not a whole lot of action. Chained to the Rocks, Utter, and not really good against a blue-black control deck that has very, very few targets for those cards. And Hostility is relevant because it can deal with Prognostic Sphinx, Elspeth's Son's Champion, of course, the big card here. The question is whether you take that with Thoughtseize when you're holding Dissolve like Cuneo is. My inclination is you take something like Utter End that can deal with a Planeswalker, but it looks like he's taking Elspeth and saying, look, I don't want to have to worry about having a counterspell for that when it comes time.
Yeah, I guess that one of the things that Cuneo is thinking about is actually how much does he know about Raph Levy's main deck? If he knows that the Mardu Planeswalkers deck basically doesn't have that many threats in game 1, then getting rid of that Planeswalker early is a really great play because it means that he knows that he's got one less thing to actually have to deal with.
Yeah, I think that's true. It's also relevant that he, until he drew the Temple of Deceit, he didn't actually have 2 blue sources for Dissolve. Of course, you obviously think you're going to get there by turn 6, but why take chances when your opponent, only has a few relevant cards and doesn't have a handful of action whatsoever?
So Raf Levy there, using the Evolving Wilds to fix his mana just a little bit, not just the fetch lands that are in Khans of Tarkir, helping you get the right basic lands when you need to. And they're drawing Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker, so that another Planeswalker from this Mardu Planeswalkers deck, and one that's made a fairly big impact on Standard.
Yes, Sarkhan, really one of the premier cards of the set, can both eliminate a very sizable threat and turn into a threat itself as a 4/4 haste indestructible. Not going to get hit with a card like Murderous Cut. I'm admiring an innovation in Levy's deck. I like the synergy there between Chain to the Rocks and Evolving Wilds. That plus access to Bloodstained Mire means that it's very easy to both fix your mana and have a mountain. And what that gives you access to is a way to remove any creature in the game for a single white mana. A well-designed interaction.
Although, of course, not so good against the likes of Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker in another matchup, because that is only a creature when you're on your opponent's turn when they're attacking with it, and that's not the time you can hit it with Chain to the Rocks.
That's exactly right. So both players holding cards that are just not doing a whole lot right now. Chain to the Rocks, Utter End in Hostilities, not too many targets. Bile Blight from Cuneo, also not going to do a whole lot against that Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker. I think what's happening right now is that both players just want to continue to be able to play lands. And if I'm looking at Levy's hand right, he doesn't necessarily have... Oh, he's got a Bloodstained Mire. He was trying to decide whether he wanted to use Mardu Charm just to make 2 1/1 tokens there.
I mean, it's something that we talk about a lot in control mirrors. This is not perhaps a traditional one, because on Raf Levy's side of the board, he's not got counter spells, he's just got a lot of board control. But hitting your land drops, super duper important. And one thing that Andrew Cuneo has going for him is things like Radiant Fountain. He has got a way of offsetting some of the life that he loses from fetch lands, that he loses from Thoughtseize, that he loses from attacks. And with the Pearl Lake Ancient in his hand, he can actually set up something kind of cool where, against aggro, sometimes he uses Pearl Lake Ancient to help him bounce his own lands, replay that Radiant Fountain, and just keep his life total just a little bit higher.
Yeah, you can also return the Temple of Deceit and be able to control the top of your library a little bit more than you ordinarily would be. So yeah, Pearl Lake Ancient doing some work that you may not have ordinarily anticipated.
You're playing the Duress.
So yeah, Mardu Charm there, getting a chance for Raf Levy to have a look at Andrew Cuneo's hand, and target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-creature, non-land card from it, and they have to discard that card. Now, basically, almost all of Andrew Cuneo's deck is live for the Charm. Yes, the Pearl Lake Ancient can't get hit, the lands can't, but any of the business spells are perfectly reasonable targets for that Charm.
And that's basically exactly what you want to happen there if you're Levy. I mean, end step at instant speed, being able to get Dissolve out, that clears the way for Sarkhan, and that means that Levy is going to be able to get in at least one attack.
And this is the power of haste, I suppose, really, that because Sarkhan immediately gets to attack, even if Andrew Cuneo finds a way of dealing with it, he's already taken that hit.
Yeah, and we see the Perilous Vault in Cuneo's hand, but that's going to take at least 2 turns to answer Sarkhan. So Levy able to provide some really powerful pressure there. I mean, that just shows the power of Mardu Charm and the ability to cast discard at instant speed, which is not something that we see very often, precisely because of how powerful it can be when done on the draw step or the end step like that.
And a really strong draw here from the Hall of Famer Raphael Levy. He's found Chandra Pyromaster, so another Planeswalker, so that basically he can say, fine, yes, I acknowledge that you're going to be able to deal with Sarkhan fairly soon thanks to that Perilous Vault, but I've got follow-ups.
And exactly, Levy has access to Utter End, which is able to take out any permanent, including an artifact. So he was actually able to deal with that Perilous Vault, and that Sarkhan all of a sudden representing pretty tremendous threat for Cuneo. Cuneo has access to Pearl Lake Ancient now with 7 mana, but Pearl Lake Ancient doesn't have flying. It's not going to be able to block Sarkhan, and Levy also has the option to ultimate Sarkhan here if he so chooses.
Well, that was going to be my next question for you, actually, Zach Hill. I was wondering, what circumstances do you actually ultimate Sarkhan in? Because it's so compelling, the idea of just attacking with a hasty, indestructible dragon every single turn, building up loyalty, making that Planeswalker a bit harder to deal with, killing your opponent. When is it right to just say, I'm going to draw an awful lot of cards?
I mean, I think that you're going to end up ultimating that card quite a bit. I think right now, when Cuneo hasn't demonstrated an ability to be able to deal with it really at all, that now is not the time. I mean, you've seen that Perilous Vault is the way that the deck sort of intends to be able to deal with Planeswalkers, that and counter magic. So I don't think this is the time to get your Planeswalker off the board. On the other hand, if you think that your opponent has a lot of ways to deal with it, if it's post-sideboard and your opponent has access, I mean, I don't know, even to a card like Phyrexian Revoker, or just when your opponent isn't at 12 life and your 4 damage a turn is not likely to end the game soon, I think that's when you're going to say, okay, I'm going to draw 3 cards a turn, but it looks like Levy thinks the time to do that's right now.
I drew 3 cards a turn, and at the end of my turn, all of his cards.
He also has that Chandra as a follow-up, and cards like End Hostilities and Chain to the Rocks that are not really very excellent against Cunio's board and this style of deck. So I think maybe he's saying, okay, I don't mind discarding any of these blank cards. I'm going to draw 3 a turn.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, this Mardu Planeswalkers is a control deck after a fashion. It has an awful lot of cards that are able to impact the board and deal with opposing threats. But in point of fact, he just wants to find the ones that are actually going to end the game here, because this is a slightly unusual matchup, really.
I mean, yeah, one of the cards that could end the game is Sarkhan, though. And, I mean, we've already seen that Cunio didn't really have a great answer to it. So, I mean, my temptation would maybe be to just keep trying to hit for 4 in the air. I mean, on the other end, Levy knows about Bile Blight from Cunio, so that means that it could buy him essentially a turn of Sarkhan attacks. That means 2 more cards that Levy would have drawn. So I guess he's thinking, I'm going to draw so many cards that the extra 4 damage just doesn't really matter that much.
I mean, one thing that the Pearl Lake Ancient can do is it can just kill off Chandra.
Right.
So now Levy is living off the top of his deck. Now, admittedly, he's living off the top 3 cards of his deck, but he's not able to sort of craft a plan over a number of turns, because every turn he's discarding his hand at the end of each turn.
Yeah, he's definitely got to just kind of cast his hand as it goes. I mean, the other thing that I didn't think about is that Levy knows about the Pearl Lake Ancient. Pearl Lake Ancient could just attack Sarkhan and kill it. I'm used to thinking of Sarkhan as a 4/4 flyer, forgetting about the fact that it's not quite that. It's still a Planeswalker with loyalty on your opponent's turn, so it would just get eaten by the Ancient. So by making an emblem, that allows you to essentially have access to a resource that Cunio can't threaten with Pearl Lake Ancient. Also, because Ancient would be able to return that Radiant Fountain, that means that Sarkhan's Clock of 4 damage a turn, not as threatening as you'd ordinarily think against an opponent with just 12 points of life.
Now, there is a Crackling Doom in Raph Levy's hand, but that's unlikely to be able to deal with Pearl Lake Ancient, because you can always return 3 lands to your hand to bounce the big creature there.
Yeah, you definitely can bounce it. You can float mana with those lands and recast Ancient. Crackling Doom still deals 2 damage to your opponent and allows you to force him to return 3 lands to his hand, which means that if you draw another removal spell, it won't be able to recast the Ancient. So, I mean, I still think you cast Crackling Doom and Chandra here and deal your opponent 3 damage and essentially gain yourself 6 life while returning 3 of your opponent's lands to his hand.
Now, thinking of what we've seen of blue-black control in the feature match area so far, it's not necessarily had the most auspicious of performances. A number of times, I mean, we've seen other players on Andrew Cunio's team not quite able to convert the wins in the feature match area, though still clearly doing very well. If you're looking to learn about blue-black control, though, this is the person to watch, right?
Yeah, Andrew Cunio, known for exactly this style of deck. His Magic Online name for a long time was Gainsay, which is kind of the control card against other control decks. So it's definitely the archetype that he likes to play. We saw Levy cast that first main phase to make Cunio tap out so that Chandra could get on the board and deal damage. But yeah, I mean, watching Cunio play is to watch how to play blue-black control. On the other end, we've definitely seen Stanislav Sivka with this deck in the feature match. He is a phenomenal control player as well. And someone else who's still alive is Adrian Sullivan, playing his own take on blue-black control with inevitability. So, I mean, I think we're seeing a lot of clinics and control decks. I think when you allude to the challenge of how well those decks are doing, it is just very hard to build a control deck for a format as open as this Pro Tour.
Yeah, I know before the Pro Tour, a lot of people were saying they honestly just didn't think there could be a control deck. That doesn't seem to be the case. It's still very difficult to play.
Top already.
And the Chain to the Rocks there making life a little bit difficult for Cunio in terms of keeping Pearl Lake Ancient around, because gradually he's running out of lands here.
Yeah, exactly. He currently doesn't have enough to recast Ancient. He had to cast Dissolve on that Chain to the Rocks. And then we see yet another Chandra here from Levy. So Chandra dealing damage, basically acting like ways of dealing damage and gaining life.
Chain to the rocks.
Oh, wow. Another chain to the rocks from Levy.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
That is huge. Because Cuneo, I mean, he's going to go down to just 3 lands and bounce the Ancient, but that Ancient's not getting back on the battlefield for a while.
Chandra. Sure. This one. Sure.
So Chandra number 2 likely to stick around a little bit longer than Chandra number 1 did.
Once you get like 2 scries, the 1+1.
And just a little bit of an update from one of our back tables. Felipe Tapia Becerra currently a game up against Tiago Saporito. Both those players at 9 and 2, and we'll give you more updates from them as we hear it. But in the meantime, it looks like Andrew Cuneo's control engine rolling. He's found a way of drawing himself some more cards, potentially, in the form of that Jace's Ingenuity. And some more updates from other tables. Li Shi Qian with Jeskai Ascendancy is a game up against Shaw McLaren's Jeskai Aggro.
I mean, definitely a lot of people wondering exactly how powerful the ultimate on Sarkhan was. We were talking about, it's like, do you use this instead of just attacking? But I mean, the ultimate has allowed Levy to just completely take over this game. 3 cards a turn is a lot of cards. And we're seeing, I mean, Chandra's over and over again. We see Elspeth in his hand. I mean, that emblem is doing some work.
Yeah, and now that Elspeth's in play, we start to see the full power of what Raf Levy can do. He's been drawing lots of extra cards and converting them into threats on the board. And with so few lands in play now for Andrew Cuneo, his ability to really deal with them is quite limited.
Yeah, I mean, that Perilous Vault from Cuneo's side, honestly, this game, if I had to say it was about anything, it was about that utter end that Levy was able to use on Perilous Vault. I mean, Vault would just wipe Levy's board right here if it was able to sit on the battlefield. But instead, I mean, Levy just flooding the board with Planeswalkers and burying Cuneo in card advantage.
How many decks are there in the format that can remove an artifact in game 1? There can't be many, right?
I don't really think there are that
And I guess
many.
if you have Banishing Light, you might be able to, but it's certainly a comparatively unusual thing to see in game 1, and it's something that Raf Levy's been able to leverage heavily in this.
Right, and Banishing Light, even though it can deal with Vault number 1, very awkward against Vault number 2.
Yeah.
That, of course, removes a Banishing Light and puts Vault right back on your opponent's side of the table.
So Raf Levy, even though his deck is, in inverted commas, a creatureless control deck, he's got 6 soldiers in play now. He's obviously been doing a bit of work with Sarkhan earlier on. And with Andrew Cuneo on 6 life, it could be all over for game 1 here.
Yeah, we see Levy, too, with Lightning Strike in his hand. Cuneo has Bile Blight, so the question is he going to use it to deal with those tokens? It looks like the answer is yes. Yeah, we see a atypical play there with a Lightning Strike on Levy's own token, which essentially counters the Bile Blight, meaning you can get in for 2 more points of damage.
Yeah, Bile Blight says target creature and all creatures of the same name get -3/-3. Now, if you kill the one target, then it doesn't resolve, so all of a sudden the Bile Blight doesn't get to kill off everything else. So nice play there from Raf Levy.
And, I mean, Cuneo right now, he's got Pearl Ancient, he's got Jace's Ingenuity, but there are just not that many cards in the format that can deal with this situation. You need 9 total mana to be able to play and activate Vault. That is not what we're looking at right now.
It looks likely that we're going to see the French Hall of Famer here picking up the first game, but we'll go through the sort of end moments here. Another Bile Blight there, successfully dealing with soldier tokens, but even with life gained off Radiant Fountain, Andrew Cuneo on just 3 life here, so not a huge amount to work with.
We see Crackling Doom plus a Chandra activation. That will spell the end of this game if that Crackling Doom resolves.
Raf Levy keen to do things right. He starts off with his Planeswalker activation. Elspeth +1 makes 3 soldier tokens there in the middle of the board.
Yeah, and that looks like what he's going for. Chandra on a lot of loyalty right now.
Take 1.
It's funny, normally when you think about the ultimate abilities, the final abilities on Planeswalkers, they end games really fast. Sarkhan ultimated a long time ago, but I mean, it certainly did proved decisive in making Rafalevi's draws amazing. It just took a bit longer to finish things off.
It looks like Cuneo was at a higher life total than we initially realized because the life totals hadn't been updated yet as a result of that Radiant Fountain, meaning the game not quite ending just yet. We see another dissolved Cuneo just trying to dig and trying to do something about the Sarkhan emblem, but there are not very many things to do about it.
Well, there's literally nothing you can do about an emblem. Once it's in play, the only thing you can do is win the game, and next game they don't have it, right?
Right. Win the game against Elspeth with 7 loyalty and Chandra with 8.
As it is, he might be taking the other option of losing the game and them not having it next turn. But Ether Spout's bought him a little bit of time here, so a valiant rearguard action from Andrew Cuneo as he tries to find a way of staying in this game. Thoughtseize getting rid of one of the... No, he's not even going to show his hand. He's going to say, that's enough. Thank you very much, Rafalevi. We're going to move on to game 2 and go to sideboards and figure out exactly what we want to do here. We'll be back with that other game right after these messages, though.
Pump bigger game by playing in a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Los Angeles, Stockholm, Nashville, Santiago, New Jersey, and Madrid. Visit wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule. You've watched the Pro Tour. How about playing on the Pro Tour? Qualifiers for Pro Tour Favor Forged are going on now around the world, with winners earning an invitation and airfare to Washington, D.C. in February. Visit wizards.com/PTQ for more information.
Hello and welcome back to our feature match area. While our control players sideboard for game 2 over on the front, we're going to take a little look at one of the other tables here in the feature match area for round 12 of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. On the left of our screen, we've got Sean McLaren, who's Jeskai aggro. On the right of our screen, Li Shiqian. He's a game up right now. He is playing another kind of Jeskai deck, Jeskai Ascendancy. You'll see that while he has got green mana in play, he's very much about resolving a red, white, and blue spell, because when Jeskai Ascendancy comes into play, if you've got some mana producers, all kinds of crazy things happen. We've got aggro, we've got combo, we've got control in our feature match area. What a great standard format.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a kind of format where basically everything is viable, and including combo decks that become aggro decks, as we see Savage Knuckleblade crashing into the red zone. Not really what you're expecting game 1 from a Jeskai Ascendancy combo deck.
And this is game 2. Li Shiqian is currently a game up, and it looks like we might have seen a transformational sideboard perhaps from the Chinese Taipei player.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, and that is an incredibly powerful strategy. If your opponent's bringing in a bunch of cards like Erase, being able to crash in for 6 points of damage a turn, it's able to get in the game really quickly, and your opponent probably not keeping in a lot of ways to remove creatures.
Yeah, that Mantis Rider not necessarily racing particularly effectively against a Savage Knuckleblade. It can't block the 4/4 even without the pump, and then if it tries to attack through, it has got vigilance, it can attack each turn. It's not dealing nearly as much damage.
Yeah, you're not going to win the race 3 versus 6. I mean, you really need a different removal spell to deal with Savage Knuckleblade. The problem with that is a lot of your burn doesn't quite get there. You could stoke the flames if you have access to it, but not once your opponent untaps.
Now, one very cool thing about these transformational sideboard plans, as we call them, where you completely change your plan in game 2 is, what happens if Sean McLaren wins this game? He then has to decide, in game 3, am I playing against this aggro deck or am I playing against a combo deck? What am I supposed to do?
Right, and there's not always a right answer. Like, what if Li Shiqian just leaves in 2 Savage Knuckleblades? Are you going to keep in 6 creature removal spells to deal with it? What if he doesn't even need to draw it to cast it? So that's one of the flexible parts of being able to sideboard into a different strategy or a separate strategy, is that you get to control what the pace of the game is going to look like.
And it sounds like we've got some results from some of the other games as well. So Felipe Tapia Becerra is going to game 3 against Thiago Saporito. So that one very much in the balance as things go right now on our live look-in here with Sean McLaren on the left our screen and Li Shiqian on the right.
Sean is able to throw a lot of burn at Li Shiqian's face. That was 6 right there. We've seen a couple of Mantis Rider attacks. So even though Knuckleblade by itself very good at racing the Mantis, with the help from some burn spells, it looks like Sean might have the upper hand.
Yeah, and it looks like Sean's got a dissolve in hand there, so he's perhaps trying to be the control a little bit against a combo deck. Having to kind of do aggro too is a little bit tricky. Not quite sure on what the life totals are here, but they're a Retraction Helix being played by Li Shiqian to potentially hold off a little bit of Sean McLaren's attacking, at least for this turn. So Li Shichan on just 4 life, and that we see the reason that McLaren quite happy to fire off a Dissolve on Retraction Helix. He just needs to get 4 more points of damage in while he himself is on 12. So this is a race still in favor of the Canadian.
And there it is. That's 3 damage from the Manus Rider and 2 more for Magma Jet. That represented, what, 4, 6, 9, 11 damage over just the course of a single turn. It really highlights how much damage that Jeskai aggro deck can throw at you.
So we got to have a nice live look in there on the back table. Sean McLaren and Li Shichan playing there. That match being covered by Ray Walkinshaw, so you're able to read it on the text side of the site. But we're back to our main match here. On the left of our screen, that's Andrew Cuneo playing a Temple of Deceit, getting a little scry before Raf Levy draws and plays his own scryland for the turn.
And both of these players, after sideboarding, have a lot of ability to change their decks around. I mean, looking at Levy's side, he had a bunch of copies of Anger of the Gods, Chain of the Rocks, not really made especially for this matchup. Able to stock up on more cards like Thoughtseize and a more diverse array of threats, including Brima's King of Oreskos, which conveniently gets right around that Bile Blight that we saw from Cuneo earlier. So the question here, I think, is a question of who can outmaneuver one another to make sure they've got the right threats for the opponent's wrong answers. On Cuneo's side, he could board in Jorah by Merc Lurker. He's got a Disdainful Stroke for some of those Planeswalkers, as well as Thoughtseize. Doesn't matter how good Elspeth is when it's on the battlefield if it gets taken right outside of your hand.
And Raf Levy here, we saw some of his stats on the side of things. He's the current leader in overall pro points earned as he casts a Tormenting Voice, discarding 1 card in order to be able to draw 2 new ones, sort of digging for exactly what he needs. Tormenting Voice, not necessarily one that I would have expected to see a lot out of, but actually a red card drawing spell, there's not exactly too many of them ever been printed, really. So a nice pickup for the control decks that are not running blue cards.
An interesting story about that set, when I was working on Magic 2013, Wild Guess was originally supposed to cost 1 and a red, but there were so many graveyard synergies in Innistrad that we made it cost red just to be safe, and ended up not really doing a lot in that set. So I think Tormenting Voice was an attempt to say, okay, exactly how much can we push this effect and still have it show up? I think it's probably a fringe constructed card, but it looks to be doing good work here in Levy's deck.
And I'm guessing that Levy was keen to play that out fairly early on because it's a kind of a disaster if your opponent counters one of them, because the discarding a card is an additional cost of Tormenting Voice. So you could just get 2 for 1 quite easily if that spell can be swapped.
Yeah, I think we actually saw that in a limited match. Where Cancel was targeting Tormented Voice earlier, and it was really very powerful. Just essentially for 1 UU dealing with 2 of your opponent's threats, you could tell the person who cast it wasn't really expecting it to get countered.
Quick update from one of our other tables. It looks like Yuya Watanabe is back to being King of the Hill. He had to give up that slot earlier on in the weekend, but he is very much crowned again the two-time Player of the Year, defeating Andrei Strasky 2-0. So back in familiar territory there, I suppose, for you, Watanabe, as a Maru Charm here means that Andrew Cuneo's hand is on display to all of us here. There's Perilous Vault. There's a Dissolve in there. Looks like we have a pretty stacked hand, actually, for Andrei Cuneo, all told. Couple of copies of Perilous Vault, Dig Through Time, Dissolve, and a couple of lands there. Pretty much everything a control deck wants.
It is, yeah. I mean, and I have no idea exactly what you take. I mean, part of me thinks that you just take the, Jace's Ingenuity, but then Dig Through Time is going to get you the card advantage back. You could take Dissolve and just try to force through a threat while you have it. The downside is that Levy's only threat here, Chandra Pyromaster, pretty good, but not as kind of game-ending as a card like Sarkhan. I think you take the Dissolve here and just try to jam your Chandra and get something onto the battlefield.
It's interesting, because if there was 1 Perilous Vault, I'd have been kind of tempted to take the Vault, but because there's 2, you've got that redundancy there. It means that if you're doing that, you're just saying, I'm not really going to get any action going for a while.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You see Dig Through Time going to be live at some point in the game, but those Vaults exile themselves. Polluted Delta gets you 1, whatever gets Mardu Charm gets you another card, but still quite a way off from being able to fire off Dig Through Time. Jace's Ingenuity will hit in just a couple of turns. I'm curious about Levy's hand. It seems like he kept in Lightning Strike, basically just to be able to deal 3 damage to the face. Not really a whole lot of other targets for that card out of Cuneo's deck.
So it looks like the Dissolve was taken there, and Raf Levy now just sort of figuring out what he wants to do next. His hand is solid, but neither of these decks necessarily looking to win the game super fast.
Yeah, I think you've got to prioritize just getting Chandra on the battlefield as soon as you can. I mean, even if your opponent has Perilous Vault, just play a Chandra, start ticking it up, force your opponent to do something.
So there is the Vault. In some respects, safer in play than in Andrew Cuneo's hand. Between Mardu Charm and Thoughtseize, there's plenty of ways for Levy to deal with things while Andrew Cuneo is still holding on to them. Somewhat fewer, at least in terms of artifacts, once they're in play.
Yeah, we saw last game, it was Utter End into Sarkhan that defined the pace of that game. Levy plays one copy of Utter End and one main deck copy of Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker. So definitely they did some work last game. He's got another copy of Sarkhan that he can bring in. But yeah, I think you've just got to cast this Chandra and start ticking it up.
And so there we have it. The +1 ability on Chandra, effectively just dealing 1 point of damage to Andrew Cuneo and not a great deal more, but just building up the loyalty and dealing damage where you can. And then at some point when you've got more lands in play, saying I'm going to use the 0 ability in order to kind of draw a few extra cards.
Speaking of drawing cards, we saw Levy thinking for a long time when he cast that Chandra. I think one of the reasons was he would have been able to Thoughtseize Cuneo's Jace's Ingenuity, which really would start fighting the card advantage war. Right now we see Banishing Light kind of asking Cuneo to blow up Perilous Vault in response. That allows Levy to cast Thoughtseize on Jace's Ingenuity, which he could then take and then potentially hit the dig through time with the Mardu Charm that he just drew. You could also take dig through time and try and hit Jace's Ingenuity later, but it looks like he's opting into be 2-for-1ing himself, essentially to be able to cast Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
No, sorry, my fault. That Banishing Light was revealed off Chandra.
Yeah.
It was not cast. I thought he was casting it as sort of a test spell. Sure.
So here comes the Thoughtseize. And Andrew Cuneo, he's already figured out he knows what he's going to do with this, which is put his hand in for everyone to see there. So that there, Perilous Vault and the dig through time, Jace's Ingenuity, and that Disdainful Stroke, and just says, take what you want to take. You see there, he's not necessarily looking super comfortable in his position in this game. It's one of those things that reading a control player can sometimes be a little bit difficult because they're the ones that have nothing going on the board necessarily. It's all going on in terms of their hands. Now his hand is laid bare on the table. The control player definitely not in their comfort zone.
And I love taking Dig Through Time there. It's the most powerful card drawing spell that the blue-black deck has access to. You can now just throw Banishing Light out there, essentially trade 1-for-1, not 2-for-1 with Perilous Vault. That's really not a bad situation. You got to damage out a Chandra in the process.
Have you seen the look on a control player's face when they cast Dig Through Time? that little moment where you tap 2 blue to do anything as a control player feels pretty good. And then they deal out 7 cards and get to just pick out the 2 they want. It's something that I'm looking forward to casting an awful lot of copies of Dig Through Time in the next couple of years as standard.
It's definitely a moment of sheer glee, especially when you can dig through time into more Jace's Ingenuities and digs through time.
Absolutely. So here we see Evolving Wilds letting Raph Levy fetch the land that he needs. It looks like that's likely to be a mountain here, or is it a plains? We'll see soon
I think he's
enough.
going to want to get he's getting a mountain. Okay, interesting. I was thinking he might want to get a swamp, so it allows him to cast Crackling Doom and Mardu Charm in the same turn, or Thoughtseize and Mardu Charm at the same turn, but it looks like he's prioritizing access to red mana. Wow, big draw there and Read the Bones.
Yeah, Read the Bones. It's interesting that the Mardu deck here might have a similar number of card advantage spells to the blue-black control deck between Read the Bones and Chandra and a whole bunch of options in red, white, and black for drawing cards, which is kind of unusual historically.
Yeah, Sarkhan emblems, for example. Yeah, I mean, Dig Through Time, I think the premier card drawing spell in the format, but Read the Bones, certainly very powerful card selection.
And in terms of card selection, Scrylands don't hurt too much either.
Yep.
Certainly don't hurt as much as fetch lands that are more thinning your deck than actually helping you improve your draws too much. Whereas with the Scrylands, the Temples, you do get to say, well, if I don't like the card on top, it can go to the bottom and I'll see if I can do something better.
Now that was a huge Jace's Ingenuity for Cuneo. Cuneo looking at 4 more cards this turn. Disdainful Stroke threatening any Elspeth that might come down. The question is whether he has access to more counter spells and card drawing to be able to capitalize off that card advantage he just gained.
I mean, it's interesting looking at the way the control has evolved over time. In the bad old days, the good old days, depending on how you look at it, it was an awful lot of counter magic and instant speed card drawing that you basically play everything at the end of your opponent's turn. Raf Levy's deck is a control deck. Let's be under no illusions here. It's not really, well, it can't counter any spells, and even Cunio's deck doesn't run as much counter magic as control decks of old. It is a lot more about sort of picking your spots. It has got the instant speed card drawing, but then sort of controlling what's on the board a little bit too.
Now, Levy is able to use that Mardu charm to push through a Chandra. He can play a mountain and cast it, so that means he is able to get a threat on the battlefield. We know that Cunio has Perilous Vault, but that's going to take a couple of turns to work. Oh, okay, now he has the Disdainful Stroke, so Dissolve into Disdainful Stroke costs exactly the 5 mana that he had available, and that means that Levy gonna need to rely on that Sarkhan in order to get a threat on the battlefield. Lightning Strike, Crackling Doom, really not doing a whole lot at this stage of the game.
Sure. And we've got another result from one of our other tables. It looks like Tiago Saporito has emerged victorious against Felipe Tape Becerra. That match now completed. So just 2 matches going on, and all of them pretty high pedigree players, because in addition to our video match, it is the deciding game going on the back table, the text feature match being written up by Ray Walkinshaw. Sean McLaren and Li Shi Qian are currently 1-1 over there. You'll be able to read all about that over on the coverage, the text coverage on our website.
It's pretty impressive to think about the composition of Cunio's deck after sideboard positioned against Levy's. Levy has a lot of sideboarding options, a lot of discard, but Cunio has access to 3 Disdainful Stroke, 3 Negate, 4 Heroes Downfall, and 4 Dissolve after sideboarding. I mean, that means that he just has a lot of ways to stop Planeswalkers, in addition, of course, to his Perilous Vault. So, I mean, it's very, very challenging for Levy to both resolve and stick a threat when Cunio is able to efficiently answer basically his entire deck with a series of 2-mana counterspells.
Well, I mean, to me, basically, even though it's the sort of the Planeswalkers that win the game, that, you know, the big creatures that win the game, this is really all a matchup about who can run the other one out of cards fastest. Because that 1-for-1 answers that Andrew Cunio has, as soon as something slips through, it can potentially deal quite a bit of damage, and it's going to be who can leverage what they're doing to sort of draw enough cards to run the other person out of cards to stick a threat.
And thinking about running out of cards, I mean, it's easy to lose sight of this looking at the hands, but if we think about how this game is played out, Levy is essentially mulligan to 5 this entire game. Lightning Strike and Crackling Doom have accomplished absolutely nothing with Cunio at 20 life and no creature-based permanents to throw those cards at. I think Levy is going to need to look back if he ends up losing this game after sideboarding and say, are these cards really pulling their weight? I mean, it could be an issue of something as simple as there isn't enough to board out of his main deck configuration against blue-black control, but he's just been sitting there with those cards in his hand the entire game, not able to put together a critical mass of threats to get anything on the board.
One thing I kind of love about how this game's playing out is look at the speed that both of these players are playing at. It's classic draw-go, drawing, sticking a land into play, saying go, building up cards in hand after the initial flurry of activity. And Raf Levy here, each turn trying out something, but Andrew Cunio at this point, he's drawn his extra cards with Jace's Ingenuity. He's got answers. There we see his second negate, now dealing with Chandra Pyromaster, and Raf Levy just sort of desperately trying to find a way of getting into this game properly.
Now you see Levy holding Elspeth Sun's Champion in his hand, and yet he's still willing to play Chandra. That, I think, is because he can play Chandra and immediately exile the top card of his library, and giving him an opportunity to cast something even through Cunio's Perilous Vault. Elspeth essentially just trades 1-for-1 with the Perilous Vault that's on the battlefield. Now, with Levy having a pair of Lightning Strikes and a Crackling Doom, that is 8 damage, not quite Cunio's 21. Levy's got a big uphill battle to climb, and it looks like he's saying, yeah, it's not worth fighting this out.
Yeah, you could see the change in Andrew Cunio's demeanor there just before Levy scooped up his cards. He's just sort of bobbing away on the table, looking pretty pleased with himself. He's got a lot of cards in hand. He knows that he can 1-for-1 for the rest of the game, and winning at that point is kind of academic.
I mean, it is one of the advantages of playing blue in a control deck. We talked a lot about the counter spells, and we said that Levy has a little bit of card draw, but it's absolutely nothing like 3 Jace's Ingenuities and 4 Dig Through Time.
But we're going to get a look in on Game 3 of the match between Sean McLaren and Li Shiqian. McLaren on the left of our screen there with Jeskai aggro, and Li Shiqian has a deck that is a sometimes combo deck, but by the looks of the Polukranos in his graveyard, it looks like he's trying to be a little bit more straightforward beatdown.
Yeah, last game we saw the beatdown not fast enough to deal with McLaren's flurry of burn spells, but Polukranos a little bit more resilient than Savage Knuckleblade, also capable of killing one of those Manus Riders should it come to that. Might be that Lee, I mean, we saw him leaving the Banishing Nax for the second game, so he probably leaves the combo in and uses the aggressive creatures as a support to that.
I mean, the life totals at present, 17-13 in Sean McLaren's favour, so plenty of play left in this game. I don't know quite how much we're going to get a chance to see while our control players shuffle up, but it's really interesting to me to see the way that a lot of decks in this format kind of maneuver around one another with sideboarding to potentially become really quite different beasts.
Yeah. I'm looking at McLaren just resolving dig through time and thinking about if there's any breakout spell of this tournament, I think it absolutely is dig through time. We've seen it in combo decks, we've seen it in control decks, we see it in this deck as an aggressive deck to just draw to that anger of the gods. Just a huge play right there. I mean, it's basically allowing McLaren to find exactly what he needs whenever he wants it. I mean, I can see for the next couple of years as standard, just dig through time fights being some of the defining attributes of the format.
It looks like Li Shiqian not without a bit of fight back himself, though. Savage Knuckleblade there, his next threat after the Anger of the Gods cleared his side of the board. Looks like he's going to be able to get a chance to attack in there, but our players on the main table are ready to start their Game 3, so we are going to jump back there as Jeskai Charm deals with Savage Knuckleblade for now. So on the left of our screen, we're going to have Andrew Cuneo looking to see whether or not he can continue to work the card advantage machine up against Raphael Levy. And Levy, I'm sure, basically looking to say, early on, I want to get a feel for what's in your hand. I want to get rid of some of that with Thoughtseize and similar. And I want to try and keep a threat in play for just a little bit, because if I can, then all of a sudden my burn spells feel alive again.
Exactly, yeah. And Levy does have access to 4 Thoughtseize, 4 Mardu Charms, so he can do some damage to Cuneo's hand. I think what he wants to do, and of course we haven't quite seen if he even sideboarded these, oh there they are right there, is get Brimaz, King of Oreskos on the table. You can't answer that card with Disdainful Stroke, you can't answer that card with Bile Blight, you can't answer that card with Dissipate on the play. There just really aren't a lot of good ways of dealing with Brimaz beyond just spending 2 turns activating Perilous Fault.
And it sounds like McLaren's sideboard plan was an effective one against Li Shiqian. In spite of being able to pick up the first game, Li Shiqian succumbing in 3 to Sean McLaren. It's all about winning 2 out of 3, not just the first one. And there is that Brimaz, King of Oreskos, exactly what you called there, Zach Hill. Now it's in play. The 3/4 that makes extra tokens is pretty much the only threat that Raph Levy needs to have around until Andrew Cuneo finds an answer. And that answer might be a long time coming.
Yeah, especially with what's in his hand. Double Disdainful Stroke, Dissipate, very good in the matchup, but not very good against a turn 3 Brimaz. And right now, Cuneo is on a pretty big clock. I mean, if Levy just sits back, casts Mardu Charm on the end of the turn, or even during the draw step, trying to strip Cuneo, if he draw steps the Mardu Charm that prevents Silence the Believers from being a possible answer. I don't even know if Cuneo even plays that, but I mean, Hero's Downfall is really about the only thing that he can do against Brimaz, either that or top deck a Perilous Fault that makes it through Mardu Charm.
So we're getting some Cat Soldier tokens on the board. It looks like, in principle, we could end up with quite a few of them, as Raph Levy able to just say, I've got my threats, I know what I'm doing, you can just sort of see if you can get out of this one, and if you do, well, I might have a few more moves.
And there's that draw step Mardu Charm we see getting hit with a Dissipate, allowing Cuneo to scry. That means Cuneo not able to drop a Vault this turn, and that just means Brimaz is going to hit for even more damage. And if Cuneo is able to deal with the first one, there's a second Brimaz on the way. And now Levy just has a big window to resolve Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker, ratcheting up that clock even further.
And that's certainly an option. He has got a Mardu Charm in hand as well, though, so he could just kind of try and reinforce the lock that he's got at present by saying, I'm going to control more about what's in your hand while beating you up a little bit.
I mean, the thing about deploying Sarkhan is you've got to worry about Perilous Fault, but if you look at the clock,
you're attacking for 9 points of damage this turn. That means that you're going to have Cuneo dead before he can even activate Perilous Vault. So I think you've got to just go for Sarkin here.
Now, it's interesting to me the way that control has evolved. We don't have a 4-mana way of a Wrath of God effect, if you will, a Day of Judgment. Now that those effects typically cost 5 in the format, we see quite a different line of attack from a lot of the aggro decks. They can kind of they can play a different game and say they can go underneath the mass removal.
And they're talking about life totals now, but Tim, you're absolutely right. That means that you don't have to prioritize 1-drops. 1-mana, 2-power creatures, for example, is a way of going in under a card like Supreme Verdict. You have a little bit more time and can play these higher impact 2- and 3-mana creatures. And of course, a card like Sarkin, great against hostilities anyway, because the fact that it's a Planeswalker means it gets to sit right on the board and attack the turn after your opponent would cast a mass removal spell.
So Andrew Cuneo here hitting lands, which is normally what you want to do with control, but you kind of want to do a little bit more than that, and he's not really achieving too much in that regard whatsoever. So Raph Levy here draws a card for the turn, and he doesn't really need to do a whole lot more, but it looks like there might be a Mardu Charm just to make sure that the way is clear for what could be a match-winning attack.
And I think that's exactly what he's doing. I mean, you're talking about transformational boards here. Wow, yeah, and that's going to be the game. That is exactly what Levy did, bringing in Brimaz, King of Erexos, as basically his only creature against Cuneo's plan, which is great at dealing with Planeswalkers, not so much with 3-mana 3/4s.
So it feels to me like the big story of this round, back in the booth here, I'm Tim Willoughby here with Zach Hill, is about sideboarding. And I don't think this is unusual necessarily to what we saw in the feature match area just now. This seems like standard as we know it right now. That game 1, there was one thing going on in terms of what was happening, certainly in the back table with Sean McLaren and Li Shiqian. Game 2, quite a different plan altogether. And then the nuances of sideboarding between Andrew Cuneo and Raph Levy, also very, very important in how that match went.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in Game 2, Levy just holding on to a bunch of burn spells and removal spells didn't really accomplish anything. Cuneo devastating him with those disdainful strokes, but the disdainful strokes proved to be a liability against Brimaz. I mean, we saw Sarkin get a window in to do some damage, but that was because of Mardu Charm taking Dissolve. That really was all about Brimaz hitting the table and just taking over the game by itself.
Yeah, little spot adjustments there from Levy, ultimately able to win the match in 3. But it sounds like we might be able to find out a little bit more from the man himself, because down on the floor we have Marshall Sutcliffe ready to speak to the Hall of Famer Raphael Levy and tell us a little bit more about how that match went from the French side of the table.
Hey guys, welcome down to the Future Match area. Marshall Sutcliffe here, and I've got Raphael Levy with me. Raph, congrats, nice victory there. So where does that put you for the tournament right now?
I think it's 8-3. 8-3, yeah.
Not too bad. Looking decent here, but you've got to have a really strong finish to get to where you want to go. How are you feeling about that with your standard deck?
It took me a while to know how to play this deck because I switched like 2 days before the PT. I was testing this very sweet mono red deck. I was heartbroken to leave it because it was not good enough. Took me a while to get to know how to play this deck, and it feels sweet now. So hopefully I can go all the way.
What would you say are the deck's biggest strengths?
It's very hard to actually beat because you have so many ways to. You're gonna play a grinding game, but with Chandra you're gonna be like behind all the time, so that's why you're gonna lose.
Now I noticed that in one of your games here you actually ultimated Sarkhan, and you were drawing like 3 cards a turn and kind of going off. How many times have you done that, and how good is it when you get that emblem?
It's the first time I actually do it myself. I played against it, and I lost. Like at that time, I could either attack. He was on 12. I could have attacked and kill him in 3 turns, but it was kind of risky because he could have played Ether Spout or Hero's Downfall. And drawing 3 cards a turn is probably gonna win me the game. So it actually did. So it was pretty sweet.
Yeah, I noticed. It looked like he just couldn't overcome the type of card advantage that you were getting. Even though you have to use them up by the end of your turn clause, it didn't seem to matter.
Like it's almost a threat every turn. And even if he had the 6/7 Serpent guy, I don't Pearl Lake Ancient. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Pearl Lake Ancient. I could pretty much deal with it every turn. At some point when he couldn't cast it again, like he was so much behind with only lands in hand, he couldn't cast it. Like it was over.
Now, is there a matchup that you would prefer not to see when you sit down? You've got a pretty decent feel for the type of decks that are floating around out in the field now.
I think that was probably one of the worst matchups. So I've been playing a lot of Marduk control mirror. Like the first game, they will usually play aggro, so it's very good, game one, and then they turn into this even more controlled Marduk, and that's get much harder. So probably that's the match I would like not to play.
What about Mardu Charm? I noticed that you were kind of picking apart Kunio's hand with it. The card seems really great right now.
That's the reason why we play the deck, because it does everything. It's a removal. It's good against control. It's good against like weenies. Usually, like 2/1/1s first strike is just a blowout when they attack with their team.
That does seem like one of the better cards. And then, of course, you get other great things like Sarkhan and cards that we've seen in other decks that have been doing well. What about for limited for you? How did that go?
I went for 5-1.
Oh, so actually quite well. Did you get a lot of drafts in before you came in?
Not enough, but I'm very happy with the 5-1 draft. My first draft was sweet. 2-1, that was okay. My second draft was awesome, and like I would not have been disappointed with not a 3-0. So with 7 or 8 drafts in, nice. I'm very happy with the 5-1.
All right, well, Raf, thanks for the time and good luck in the rest of the tournament. Let's send it back to the booth.
Thank you, Marshall. There we see Raf Levy, very pleased with how he's doing. He's one of those players that it's very obvious how he feels about how he's doing in a tournament at any given moment. If he's doing well, you could see there how pumped up he was. At the start of the day, he was sort of thinking, well, I need to have a good day today if I'm really going to make something happen. But I think he's basically just been rattling off wins the whole day so far today. If he can continue, he could still make top 8. But this is the end of our round here, round 12 here at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. So, well, we've got 4 more rounds to go. There's not that much more that needs to be done for the people that want to make it into the top 8. And if they can do it, there's an awful lot to be played for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just eager to see more matches of Standard. I mean, every single time we go to the feature match, it looks like a different deck, a different archetype, and even the same styles of decks. I mean, we've seen 3 totally different blue-black control decks. We've seen several different types of Abzan, ranging from aggro to mid-range or control. We heard Levy talk about how after sideboard, some of the decks change completely between Game 1 and Game 2. We saw that from Brad Nelson's Red-White. I mean, we've seen it from a lot of different decks. So, I really believe this is one of the most interesting Standard formats that I can remember. I'm looking forward to watching 4 more rounds of it.
Oh, it's interesting. It's challenging. There's a lot for us still to learn, but then there's a lot of rounds still to watch. So we'll be back to you very soon with round 13 here at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. But in the meantime, let's go and see what's going on in the booth with Rich.
All right, thanks so much to Tim and Zach down there for the floor. First round of Standard is done. 4 rounds still to go. Rich Hagan here with Randy Bueller. Wait. You are meant to be doing a deck tech, it says here. Why are you sitting beside me at the desk?
I had a problem with this deck tech.
Okay, is it something I can help you with? And is it something I can help you with on air?
I don't know what the deck should be called.
Right.
So this Just Guy deck has been kicking ass all weekend long. It's got flyers, it's got awesome creatures, it's got burns. Is it a tempo deck? That's what people were calling it before we got here.
Okay.
We've been calling it Just Guy aggro, but then I watch it on camera and it's winning with dig through time and winning the late game, and it's got the ability to transform itself into a control deck. It's not really an aggro deck.
Okay.
It's not really a tempo deck.
Okay.
Is
it not a control deck?
No, I mean it can shift between all the roles. That's one of the things that makes the deck so cool.
Doesn't that make it mid-range or something?
Only sometimes.
Oh, right.
It's like a zoo deck, like the old decks that would play like Curd Apes and Burn Spells or Nacatls, and you kind of get your Mantis Rider as your Goblin Guide and your zoo deck.
So we just call it Just Guy aggro combo zoo mid-range. No?
I mean maybe it's like Jund, where it's just Just Guy.
Okay.
I don't know what to call the deck.
All right.
I can't do the deck tech.
Randy,
I don't know.
Randy, it's fine. I got this.
You got this?
Yeah. Well, I haven't. They've got this. Nate Price, MTG Community Manager, to the rescue. Here's what we're going to do. You go away. You go over there.
I got to do my deck tech?
You go over there. You get ready for your deck tech. Here's what we'll do. You all at home, watch the deck tech with Randy and BDM. This is a Jeskai deck. If you go to bit.ly, bit.ly/Jeskai, the clan, Jeskai, there will be a poll there from Nate Price. He will give you a bunch of options for what this deck should be called. And just so you know, whatever you decide will be forevermore associated with this deck archetype. bit.ly/Jeskai. So right now, to bring you the who knows what it's called Jeskai deck, here's Randy Bueller and first, Brian David Marshall.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center here at Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir in lovely Honolulu, Hawaii. I am Brian David Marshall. I am joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Bueller, and we are going to go on our quest for Jeskai. So talk a little bit about the deck. You've been watching a lot of the different versions of the deck. You've selected a Jeskai deck from the field that you think is excellent and is performing really well. Tell us what this deck is doing and why it's such a struggle for you to name it.
I mean, there's a bunch of different versions of this deck floating around. We just kind of grabbed one to be kind of, an example of the sorts of things people are doing. It's blue, white, red, obviously. It tends to have a bunch of burn spells. It tends to have a bunch of creatures. And it gets these draws where if you can go like turn 2 Seeker the Way into Mantis Rider, you can come out super aggressively and just kill the opponent before they have time to set up shop. But you can also get these draws that are just kind of a little slower and more reactive, and you sort of kill that, and then eventually start burning them, sometimes all the way down from 20. Dig Through Time is the card that I think makes this a particularly challenging deck to really understand. Dig Through Time just gives it this late game potential, gives it the ability to look at the top 7, choose the best 2 cards for the current situation.
Right, and that situation can be very different. You could look at that same 7 over the course of 3 matches and choose 2 very different cards each time, based on where they fall in terms of the threat matrix.
Yeah, and you also see a lot of these decks will have a sideboard that allows them to really shift the role that their deck wants to play. You can sideboard into End Hostilities and Anger the Gods and be the sort of red-white blow stuff up control deck. You can shift into more aggressive aspects of the deck. It's a great deck.
Well, let's take a look, see how the deck's broken up here on camera. We're going to start with the creatures. Talk to me about the creature slate. Is this pretty consistent across what you've seen?
Yeah, everybody's got 3 or 4 Seekers of the Way. They've got Mantis Riders. They've got Goblin Rabble Masters. You'll sometimes see a Raise the Alarm floating around these lists as well, but this is a pretty good example of the creature set. It's usually only around 12. Like maybe the light ones are in the 10 range, maybe up to 14-ish. Sometimes you'll even see like a Stormbreath Dragon floating around the top of the mana curve. But these are the guys that are in all the versions. These 3.
Talk to me about Mantis Rider, because this seems like such a. It's not a vanilla creature by any stretch of the imagination. It's like vanilla with like Heath Bar crunch pieces in it, right? It's a 3/3 flyer for 3. It's got vigilance and haste, but like what makes this card such a staple of this deck?
Well, it's the 3/3 part with the flying and the vigilance and the haste. I mean, it's just super efficient. 3 power haste and pretty close to unblockable on turn 3.
Right.
Like you just don't see that in a Magic card. It's really that's the reason you play this deck. The thing is, the draw where you're able to play Mantis Rider on turn 3, you've got enough multi-lands that it comes up a lot, and that's just so much more aggressive sort of power hitting the opponent than anybody else can muster that quickly in the game.
So you're able to get in, and then if you have to trade or eat a removal spell or do something, it's still up and forces your opponent to react to it.
And vigilance is nice too. The fact that you can block, whether you're sort of eating the other guy's Goblin Rabble Master tokens, or kind of the worst case scenario, you wind up doing at least 3 damage, maybe 6, and soaking up a burn spell. Right. Super efficient card.
Seeker of the Way is a card didn't hear a ton of talk about. I know Craig Wesco posted something on Facebook about it, that this was a card he was thinking about immediately, but didn't see a lot of other people talking about it. And I think we all kind of saw it maybe going into the white weenie decks or whatever the white heroic decks would be, but it's really found a home here.
Yeah, it's prowess. The fact that it gets bigger is nice. The fact that it gets lifelink is so good. And you're playing lots of instants in this deck. You're burning a creature mid-combat, suddenly growing your guy and giving him lifelink. Or again, Raise the Alarm is always a fun trick to throw
we
over the
watched a
top.
match on camera yesterday where 3 Goblin tokens are attacking into a Seeker of the Way. And it's like, I'm going to Raise the Alarm. I'm going to then tap things to stoke the flames. My Seeker of the Way becomes a 4/4 lifelink. It was a little grotesque. I mean, Goblin Rabble Master has been a fixture since it's been printed in Standard.
Definitely.
That's just that really just puts the pressure on an opponent to deal with it very quickly.
So those are the creatures.
Yeah.
We can look at the burn spells. This is a lot of burn spells.
That's 16 burn spells.
That is 16 burn spells. Magma Jet isn't a 4 of in all the lists. Some people will hedge a little bit, and you might see a Banishing Light in that spot sometimes. But yeah, this is a lot of ability to deal a lot of damage to the other player. And this is why some people are saying maybe it's a Jeskai burn deck. Maybe Mantis Rider is really just a glorified lightning bolt that does, burn you for 3 every turn, and you're supposed to think of this as a burn deck. I mean, certainly there are plenty of games where all 20 points of damage are done via burn spells.
Wow, and Jeskai Charm, 4 damage to target opponent, but also creatures you control getting +1/+1 and lifelink, very, very
How
much
many Goblin Rabble Master tokens do you have? Secret of the Way goes up to 4/4 with 1 Jeskai's Charm. Yeah, no, you have a lot of options with that Jeskai Charm. It's super nice in this
and
deck.
Magma Jet, I've heard people calling the deck Jet Sky. Just saying, while we're out there making this decision, let's take a look at the next set of cards. More removal, card selection, and then Planeswalkers.
Absolutely, yeah. Sarkhan hits super hard. It's always tricky, like how many Sarkhans do you play? How many dragons do you play?
Yeah,
It's usually a couple of Sarkhans and then maybe round out with dragons. Or, I mean, this particular version of the numbers has 3 Sarkhans. Dig Through Time's another one. Maybe it's 2, maybe it's 3, maybe it's 4. Maybe it's 2 in the main and a couple more in the sideboard is certainly a setup that you've seen. But I mean, these are super powerful cards that give the deck a lot more resiliency than, if you think of this deck as the beatdown in the format, like we've been calling it Jeskai aggro because it looks like it's positioned as, well, this is the aggressive deck in the format. 2-drop, 3-drop, burn that, burn you. It feels like an aggro deck, but these cards give it a late game potential that aggro decks just don't really have.
I like Jeskai Zoo for that reason. Zoo is a deck that's able to be, I've got this crazy beatdown draw, I've got this crazy burn draw, or I've got this crazy just control your board and eventually wear you down draw.
Yeah, that's kind of what Zoo has been meant to mean for 20 years. Right? You go back to Scott Johns in the 90s, playing Kurt Apes, and that's kind of what Zoo's done. It's like a dozen decent, efficient monsters.
Right.
Even the Nakatl decks, that's essentially what they're doing, right?
So,
weird to have a Zoo deck without green in it, though.
Yeah, it's very strange. So is this all the creatures and spells in the deck? Let's take a look at the next set of cards. No.
Right.
Wow.
That is a fun one. Not in all the decks. It's in some of the decks, but this is the kind of card that if your opponent doesn't know it's coming, you can just get them. You can just win games out of nowhere by surprising somebody. And some of the list, maybe it's in the sideboard, maybe it's happening, but I mean, this could be anywhere from a 0 up to a 4 of.
Honorable Passage is a card that I think you and I remember well from, way back in the early days of Standard as a sideboard card. But this is like an Honorable Passage you can just main deck, right?
Yeah.
Like, people are just really fighting over this card. All right, so now we're looking at the lands.
Sure.
This is how do we make this all work?
Well, you got your enemy color Pain Lands, Shivan Reef, and Battlefield Forge. I mean, in the mana in Standard right now, you kind of have to choose whether you want your mana to be painful or slow. This deck has gone painful, mostly. So yeah, the Pain Lands are super good. You're the aggressive deck. You can afford to take a little bit of damage to make sure that you're able to cast your spells. And you'll see with the rest of the lands, though, it's also worth having temples, some scry. Right. Maybe not 8 in all of the versions, but even if you want your lands, even if you want to be aggressive and want your lands to come into play untap, you still want 4 temples at least,
right?
And maybe as many as 8.
And then a mana confluence because your land is painful. Taking a look at a sideboard, you talked about the idea that someone can switch into a more controlling deck, and you see End Hostilities there.
Oh yeah.
Not a card you're expecting out of a deck that's playing Mantis Rider and Goblin Rabble Master.
And kind of hard to call it an aggro deck when it's Anger the Gods End Hostilities, right? This is why it's so tricky. I really think of these decks as it's a 75 card list, and depending on what your opponent is up to, you want to be just a little bit slower than them. But if they're super slow, you want to be a lot faster than them. That's really how Magic works. You either want to be a lot faster or just a little bit slower.
I've seen a couple of different decks this weekend that have this kind of like 75 card, and I'm going to pick 60 to start with.
Right.
And it really reminds me of like the heyday of Japanese Magic, 2005, 2006, where they would have these transformational sideboards where their deck would change very much, almost like they wanted a day 1 deck that then switched into a day 2 deck.
Right. And you can see they've got more sideboard options as well for you guys to look at. More deflecting palms, more permission, more card drawing, maybe Karanos. You get all kinds of different options you can have. You can put together the sideboard of cards that you like, and that give you this ability to just, all right, which deck do I want to be playing this round?
So this isn't one of each here. We're showing people some of the
Yeah, I'm just not
options that we've seen across a couple of different Jeskai question mark decks.
Precisely.
So far.
Yeah, that's the deck.
All right.
I just wish I knew what it was called.
So if you are playing Friday Night Magic, this is a deck you want to either be playing with or prepared to face off against.
Definitely.
It's very popular out on the field there today. You're going to see a lot of this deck in the top 8, I think.
Probably.
So Jeskai, help us please.
All right, thank you so much to Randy and BDM. Trying to work out what on earth this is going to be called, but you had the answers at home. So Nate, I guess we're not calling this Jeskai Speed or Jeskai Aggro.
No. Very bottom of our list as far as the polling goes.
Jeskai?
I like the name, but sadly no one else really seemed to agree with me.
Yeah, cunningly, Jeskai Cunning did not make the stretch. It was not a cunning kind of a day, it turns out.
But it was more fitting than Jeskai Speed. So.
Yes. So now we're into our top half dozen. Jeskai Zoo at 6.
Yeah, that's right about the middle of the pack. These are all very, very close in the voting, by the way.
Okay, what's number 5?
5 is going to be Jeskai. Very
Puntastic.
appropriate. Yes, I love the puns.
Jeskai. But no. Number 4?
4 is Jeskai Tempo, which has been one of the bigger traditional names for this style of deck.
Okay, so now we're into the top 3. We're not calling it any of those. We're not also going to call it Jeskai
Burn.
Oh, feel the daggers burn.
Yes, or the fire. Sick burn.
So now we're down to the top 2. Is the deck going to be called Jeskai? Jeskai, okay. Or is it going to be called Jeskai Wins?
Well,
answer?
Very appropriately, Jeskai Wins.
Ta-da! Thank you to everyone at home. It turns out that you've just been watching a deck tech for Jeskai Wins. Thanks, Nate. Thanks, everyone at home. All right, well, we've got that sorted out. Something I don't need you to tell me, because I've got it here on my screen, is the overall leaderboard of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir right now. So why don't we take a look at that, and I'll bring you up to date with some of the things that have been happening here on the big board. Don van Ravensvaart of Australia has made it to 9-3 over Christian Calcano at now 8-4. Then Spencer Garnier, 10-2. You see him on the left-hand side of your screen. Greg Orange falls to 9-3. There, he's just about on the top 10, but the first of the 9-3s. Masashi Oiso is up to 9-3, having defeated Park Jun-young, who's now at 8-4. Also 8-4, Brian Elliott. First time we've had a chance to talk about him. And the reason he is not on our leaderboard is because Owen Turtenwald, number 2 ranked player in the world, still is up at 9-3. Who leads the field, though? It's Mike Sigrist, 11-1, defeated Ari Lax, who falls to 10-2. And right now, the 10-2s include several names we've not really seen this weekend. In particular, Jacob Pleasant's terrific story this. He's played 3 Grand Prix in his life, 69% win rate, which, by the way, is huge. Remember, the best players in the world tend to average around about 64 through to 66. So at 69, phenomenal. He is a PTQ winner playing in his first PT. And the view for Jacob Pleasance must be rather pleasant. At 10-2, he still has at least 1 loss to give as we head down the stretch. Paul Rietzel still alive at 9-3. Sean McLaren got up to 10-2 at the expense of Li Shi Chan. Yuya Watanabe, who of course was our overnight leader, co-leader with Sigrist at 8-0. He's gone 2-2 today, so he's at 10-2 and still very much in the mix. Hats off also to Thiago Saporito. We talked late last night about players who have a great start to day 1, then they get a little bit of a kick. Thiago went 6-0, lost his last 2 rounds yesterday, 6-2 in the pack. Chances are, unless you've got real mental fortitude, you're going to fall out the back door from 6-2, having started out 6-0. The bubble's punctured. Not a bit of it for the Brazilian. Great job by Thiago Saporito. He heads the 10-2s currently, has gone 4-0 today from 6 and 2. Other big names on the right-hand side of your screen. We could still see a repeat Pro Tour champion in Ivan Flock, because he is at 9 and 3 from the Slovak Republic for the cabin crew team. Felipe Tapia Becerra, former Rookie of the Year, superseded by Jared Betcher in the past season, but Becerra, the former Rookie of the Year, is at 9 and 3 and still very much in the hunt. Joe Calafell, one of Spain's finest ever players, is making the most of his return to the Pro Tour because he has made it to 9 and 3. And also Maciej Janik, the Polish player, who I think, if memory serves, actually won a Lithuanian PTQ, or in fact it was Estonia, went off to Vilnius to qualify for him. So he's made the most of getting the passport all around the world, really play the game, see the world for him. Tamas Glied at 9 and 3, still going. And then Matias Leverato, the Argentinian, first time we've mentioned him, he's at 9 and 3, actually lost to Jacob Pleasance that round. So that gives you a sense of the top 20 here with 4 rounds to go. Incidentally, first chance I've actually mentioned it on camera. I hope you've all been watching the Twitter feed coming down the right-hand side of your screen. We're really grateful to you all for taking part, whether you're naming decks, choosing draft picks with us earlier today, or just tweeting to us what you're loving most about this Pro Tour. What we're loving is that round 13 is upon us. 12 gone, 4 to go. Who's going to make it into the top 8? The field is narrowing. Let's see the latest, greatest chapter in Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir.
Hello and welcome to round 13 here at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. I'm Tim Willoughby here with Zach Hill, and we've got some nice ones in the feature match area. We're going to be able to see a little bit more of blue-black control. This time it's going to be in the hands of Owen Turtenwald, the number 2 ranked player in the world, the US champion at the World Magic Cup. He's up against a player who we've not seen in the feature match area for a little while, Masashi Oizo.
Yeah, and he's playing a really awesome-looking green-blue deck. It features a ton of different singletons. It reminds you of a modern deck or something like that. It's got the green devotion shell that we're used to, but a lot of one-offs that might keep things a little bit tricky. Owen's deck, very, very similar, almost identical to the deck that we saw Cuneo play. So we're going to see how it plays out against a very, very different style of deck, one with a lot more creatures, but a greater ability to go over the top as well. Should be an interesting matchup.
Awesome. I don't think there's any reason to wait any longer. Let's go down to the feature match area and see what Masashi Oizo can bring to us up against Owen Turtenwald here for round 13 of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. Hello and welcome to round 13 of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. I'm Tim Willoughby here with Zach Hill, and our feature match area, the players are just about ready to start. Our first match on camera is going to be Masashi Oizo of Japan up against Owen Turtenwald from America, the number 2 ranked player in the pro rankings. Turtenwald on blue-black control up against a green devotion, or predominantly green devotion deck from Masashi Oizo. Something that's been quite popular in one way or another with quite a few of the Japanese players.
Yeah, I'm looking at he's on a deck a little bit different from a lot of the other Japanese players, a lot of whom are on a sort of Sidisi deck, a Delve deck. I'm digging the very, very, very old school white bordered forests. Oizo kind of reminding everybody how many times he's been around the block. And Kiora's Follower, a card that, obviously really, really powerful from just a raw power level context. It's better in like 3 ways than Voyaging Satyr, which we've seen at the top tables since it was printed. Exactly kind of the start that I think Oizo is looking for.
And interestingly, depending on how much Owen knows about what Oizo's playing, he might think at this point that this is a Jeskai Ascendancy deck he's up against. Because that's very much a creature that's popular in those decks, as is Sylvan Caryatid.
Yeah, and one of the reasons to play those decks is to be able to kind of throw your opponent off. I mean, you see a start like this, you could be essentially mono green, but if Oizo got a white mana on the board, he'd be able to play a Jeskai Ascendancy right now. So definitely a little bit of a mind game. That said, this deck's playing far more about just tapping lots of mana and putting huge threats onto the battlefield. See Turtenwald with a disdainful stroke, though, able to counter anything Oiso cast that cost more than 3.
16.
It's on the
Little glimpse there at Oizo's hand. Able to just attack with that Kiora's follower, perfectly fine option there. He's got Court of Calling, Prophet of Crufix, and Nykthos, Shrine to Nyx. Any of those spells are going to get countered, along with the Nylea in his hand, by Owen Turtenwald's counter magic package available to him. So let's see what Oizo wants to fire off with first.
So he's throwing a Prophet of Crufix out there. Doesn't look like he really expects it to resolve. On the other end, I mean, if Owen's plan is to just throw out a Perilous Vault, oh, okay, or Bile Blighted, that way he gets to save his Disdainful Stroke for something that doesn't bite the dust to -3/-3.
Yeah, plenty of creatures in the green decks that are big enough to survive a Bile Blight. So that a smart heads-up play from Owen Turtenwald, who has much experience casting Bile Blight, though traditionally more likely in Mono Black Devotion for him.
Yeah, definitely a card he's played with plenty of times. Absolutely dominated last season for almost the entire year with variants of Mono Black Control. We see Oiso also on a mulligan right now, so if you're looking at his hand saying, why does he only have 2 cards in it, that's exactly why. I mean, this is exactly the situation Turtenwald wants to be in. I think he's got, you know, a Perilous Vault on the battlefield, a handful of counter magic, and he's really not under much of a clock. I think Oiso is going to try to get a Court of Calling out to try and Reclamation Sage that Perilous Vault, buy him at least a little bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, even though this version of green with blue in it is a little bit unusual, I think that in terms of what Owen Turtenwald's going to want to do to fight it, it's kind of similar to a lot of other green devotion builds. That Perilous Vault will be very powerful, assuming that it can stay around. But it looks like Owen is saying, yeah, it's kind of okay for you to cast Court of Calling. Let's see what you're going to fetch.
And having access, I mean, one of the things we've seen in the feature match area, Tim, is how powerful access to main deck artifact destruction is. We saw Utter End do some work for Raphael Levy, allowing him to take that first match against Cuneo, and now Reclamation Sage gives him the possibility of advancing his board while continuing to clock Owen with that Kiora's follower. I'm also looking at Oiso's hand. He's got a Clever Impersonator, meaning that if Owen taps out for another vault, possibly thinking like, oh, okay, Oiso's used his 1 artifact kill spell, Oiso could just do it again.
Oh, wow, that's pretty exciting. Clever Impersonator, not a card that I've seen yet in Standard really doing a great deal, but
14.
This seems like the sort of deck that would be able to achieve something pretty big with it.
So Owen right now, I mean, has a lot of options. It looks like he's cracking a Polluted Delta right away, so probably tending to tap low on this turn.
Let's go.
There's another Perilous Vault. Let's see whether or not Oiso can make Lightning Strike twice here.
Does he have? Yeah, he's got access to double blue mana courtesy of Kiora's follower and Sylvan Caryatid. And I think, Oiso, you just have to pull the trigger here.
Yeah. While, I mean, it would be reasonable to say that Owen may not have expected the first piece of artifact removal. The second piece has to just be backbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, you're certainly not playing around Clever Impersonator. I mean, it's just not a card that you're like, oh, this is what I need to be mindful of.
So Oiso is taking damage here from having to tap his lands for blue mana there, but it kind of worth it to keep his board around. 2 Perilous Vaults down, and enough power on the board here for Masashi Oiso that he doesn't need to do too much to close this first game out.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how Oiso's clock wasn't that impressive. Suddenly he has 6 power on the board. Owen has access to a Bile Blight. He's holding Pearl Lake Ancient, but he only has 6 mana, so he's going to need another land next turn if he's going to cast that. Dissolve, Disdainful Stroke, very good against Oiso's deck, but not going to shore up the board. Bile Blight, of course, taking out 2 of those attackers due to the fact that even though one's Clever Impersonator, one's Reclamation Sage, when Impersonator copies the Sage, it actually gets its name also. So Bile Blight able to generate a 2-for-1 for Turtenwald.
8.
Cold comfort there for Owen Turtenwald as he's still having to face down attacks and doesn't have any Perilous Vaults to help him at this point. So single digits now for Owen Turtenwald. Masashi Oiso showing that just because he's been away from the Pro Tour for a while does not mean that he's got any rust left in the way that he's playing there, as he casts an Arbor Colossus straight into Disdain's full stroke from Owen Turnwald.
Now the question here, if you're Oiso, is whether you want to cast a threat there or wait till your opponent's at 7 mana, because if you're doing that and force him to counter your Arbor Colossus at 7, that means that you're not getting hit with a Pearl Lake Ancient. On the other hand, obviously, being able to enhance your clock earlier on is better if your spell resolves. But it looks like he was going ahead and saying, okay, I guess I'll need to make you show me the counter. Now, of course, Owen has access to Pearl Lake Ancient on this turn if Oiso simply attacks with the Kiora's Follower.
Yeah, I think that all makes sense. I mean, it's something that, in some respects, the entire line that Masashi Oizo's Green Devotion deck is taking full stop is saying, I've got a lot of threats. I'm going to continue to deploy said threats because if you deal with one, there's a very real chance I have another. So with an extra draw step, he could very well have just found something that, just like Arbor Colossus, he could play and just keep on churning out something that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, on the other end, I mean, you haven't really seen much counter magic from the blue-black deck so far. There's been a lot of draw steps. You have to expect your opponent to be able to play that, and you really don't want to give him access to a scry with a card like Dissolve if you don't have to. So, I mean, then again, too, not everybody's playing Pearl Lake Agent. We've seen blue-black decks kill with Ashiok. We've seen blue-black decks kill with Prognostic Sphinx. So the Ancient, not necessarily a card you're even playing around.
We see here Oizo is actually taking a step away from the table, just checking something with a judge. That's something that you always have the prerogative to do in Tournament Magic. If there's a ruling that you're unclear on and you don't want to screw anything up, often it's safer to just ask the question, maybe away from the table so your opponent doesn't hear, and make sure that you make the right play first time.
Well, yeah, you definitely want to ask the judge before you make a play, as opposed to having that confusion hit you afterwards once you already committed to it. That's a really easy way to lose a match.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're in a position where you can make a play, but then it gets rolled back because it's illegal, you've given up information that you just didn't need to give up. So Oizo now has his plan. Let's see what that is as he looks at his hand and goes to enact it. So Nylea, God of the Hunt is his play.
And that's, again, Owen thinking now about precisely how much does he care about that Nylea, because he wants to get Pearl Lake Ancient on the battlefield as soon as he can, doesn't want to get hit for another turn by that Kiora's Follower falling all the way down to 6. So I think if you're Owen, you're thinking just how much does Nylea bother me? If Oiso's able to start leveraging that Nykthos, Nylea's ability could get out of hand real quick. As it stands, though, Nylea not a creature with only 3 blue devotion, and it looks like Owen's saying, look, I'm not going to worry about it. I want to get Ancient on the board.
Are you suggesting that Owen Turnwald might not be afraid of a 2/2 trampling Kiora's Follower?
I think it's a little bit more about the potential for what that can do later. Now, we see Oiso definitely playing around the Pearl Lake Ancient, not attacking after that Nylea resolves.
So Owen here, this all at the end of Oizo's turn, casting that Pearl Lake Ancient, immediately gets a chance to untap. And that one of the reasons that Pearl Lake Ancient a great choice for a finish of a blue-black control. You'd never need to cast it at a time that's bad for you. You can wait until the very end of your opponent's turn, and effectively it has haste. And then it can't be countered, great in a control mirror. It can protect itself. If you've got lands to return to your hand, you can return those lands along with the Pearl Lake Ancient to keep it safe from removal. So a very resilient finisher for control decks.
I also love all the synergies that the Team Channel Fireball Pantheon deck has with Pearl Lake Ancient. They've got scry lands, they've got ways of gaining 1 life, they've got ways of gaining 2 life, so he's actually able to turn that drawback that you have to incur to return it to your hand into a bit of an upside.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily an engine that you want to have running all the time. You don't want to run out of fuel in terms of lands by bouncing them all the time, but knowing that the lands that you're returning you're going to gain extra value off is certainly not nothing.
What Owen wants to draw right now is just a dig through time or a Jace's Ingenuity. He's stabilized the board, but without any way of getting ahead, I mean, he can't really afford to trade 6 damage for 2 damage because of the threat of Nylea's activation. Now, it looks like he's going to attack. Maybe what he's going to do is just attack, float mana, pick up his lands, and play his Pearl Lake Ancient untapped just to have access to another scry. It's like a very expensive vigilance on the Ancient.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and
Yeah.
it looks like that's the play there. So he taps 3 lands, floats mana, bounces lands in order to bounce his Pearl Lake Ancient, and then
that's gonna
flashes
give him-
it back in.
Right, and that's going to give him 3 separate scries. So for the next two turns, including plus this one, it's as though he gets to look at 2 separate cards for every draw step.
So it's expensive vigilance plus a lot of scrying.
Right. It's like build your own prognostic sphinx attack, except with a 6/7.
So Oizo here left with a few things to think about. A very, very strong player that has a huge number of Pro Tour top 8s already, though none of them particularly recent. We haven't seen him on the Pro Tour quite so much in recent years as he's been up to other bits and pieces in his native Japan, as opposed to Owen Turtenwald, who had very, very nearly made it to being Player of the Year. I mean, he kind of snuck up and overtook Reed Duke to take the US champion title at the end of the last Pro Tour. And here we see him scrying to try and find a way of winning this matchup against Masashi Oizo.
Yeah, Owen had a pretty decisive Pro Tour Magic 2015, and really just one of the best players active over the last several years. Hard to talk about Magic in the modern day without talking about Owen Turtenwald. We see Oizo finally tapping some mana. I mean, he really needs to get some green mana symbols onto the board to take advantage of that Nykthos.
Well, if you're looking for green mana symbols, you'll struggle to find a card that has more of them on it than Arbor Colossus. In terms of the ones that Nykthos counts, it only counts the ones in the casting cost, but there are 3 of them up there, and for 3 colorless and green, 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 you get to make it monstrous, shoot a creature up out the sky, and just it will be a bigger, scarier threat for Owen Turtenwald to deal with.
No, and this gives him access to another scry. Still got a Temple of Deceit in reserve, so Owen, I mean, eventually, the more he gets to scry and while keeping the board neutral, he's eventually going to draw into Dig Through Time and be able to put this game away.
Yeah, the dissolve there stopping Arbor Colossus means that Masashi Oizo really doesn't have too much in the way of action for attacking. And sooner or later, Owen Turtenwald will find all of the tools that he needs to put this game away unless Masashi can do something decisive pretty soon.
We see him draw Perilous Vault. I mean, Perilous Vault is what you need to clear the board out. Yeah, and that's what he casts. So this means that he can attack with Pearl Lake Ancient, bounce it, activate Vault to clear the board, and have a clear pathway through with that Ancient, unless Oizo is able to get some really strong draws.
It sounds like this might be the round where we hear the positive results from the blue-black control decks, because in addition to what we see on screen at the moment with Owen going on, Ivan Flock is currently a game up against Brad Nelson over on one of the back tables. Our text feature match being covered by Mark Calderero. Also, Spencer Garnier is a game up against the King of the Hill, Yuya Watanabe. So that one, the crown moving around a little bit more today than it did yesterday, potentially.
Yeah, it seems like it. Now, this is a big turn for Oizo. He's now got access to 5 green mana symbols for his Nykthos, plus Kiora's Follower, so he's able to generate a lot of mana to finally start taking advantage of that Nylea God of the Hunt. Nylea herself also able to attack now, not able to attack through Pearl Lake Ancient, but in concert with Kiora's Follower, can actually get through some damage. Owen at 8, able to absorb a single Nylea hit, but not a Nylea pump. So a timely draw for Oizo. And Owen 2 mana short of being able to activate Perilous Vault.
Yeah, and basically this is Masashi Oizo's window to win this game. Once the Perilous Vault becomes active, it becomes much, much more difficult for Masashi Oizo to finally get through those last points of damage. So he's thinking very carefully about exactly how he wants to do his attacks here.
Now, crucially, does Nylea grant herself trample or other creatures? Because if she grants herself trample, that means that Owen can't pick up Pearl Lake Ancient after blocking Nylea.
Now, much like a lot of the gods, Nylea grants all of the other creatures you control trample. So only one trample on the board. It's a 2/2 at present.
Oh yeah, it's 2 lands.
Yeah.
You played 2 lands this turn.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness. It looks like there's been a bit of confusion around Courser of Crufix.
And then you can't play the land.
Correct.
So, I mean, that is a big deal.
We should get a warning.
Tried to play 2 lands.
Yeah.
See that.
I forgot.
Okay, well, you'll receive a warning for a game rule violation. You'll receive a warning for a failure to maintain game state.
So it looks like some warnings being given out due to the playing of the lands from Corsair Krufix. I mean, but that's a big moment. I mean, every mana matters right now with Nylea the Hun on the battlefield. Nylea Gadadon.
So Owizo here just trying to work out exactly what position he's in now and what he can do, because everything we said previously about this being his window remains true.
So 4-4-6-6. Yeah.
Right, and so the question is, you know, if Owen blocks Kiora's follower, he can kill Kiora's follower, but take 6 from Nylea. If he blocks Nylea, he can't kill it.
Indestructibility is pretty powerful like that. Yeah, he'll just be taking whatever damage that he is due, which looks like 4 damage from that Kiora's follower, falling to 4 life, which is, I mean, these green decks don't necessarily have a lot of reach in the traditional sense, but still it's not a huge amount of life to be sat on.
So that Hero's Downfall, a meaningful draw for Owen. We have to expect to see an attack from Pearl Lake Ancient. And Owen, I mean, you know, the intuitive play if you're Owiso is to block, because that means that, you know, you think your creature is going to die to Perilous Vault anyway. On the other hand, if you block, you're not necessarily forcing a Perilous Vault activation, but it looks like that's what Owen's going to want to do.
So he's floating some mana there, bouncing his Pearl Lake Ancient. This now means that the Perilous Vault effectively a one-sided board sweeper.
Right. I mean, I am very impressed with Pearl Lake Ancient. This is the first time I've really seen it do a lot of work. And we see that vault happening on the draw steps so that Owiso doesn't get an additional card by playing that land off the top of his deck.
Just need to make sure that the top card of the deck gets turned face down there. There we go.
And here it is. I mean, now you see the pace of Owen playing, attacking with that Ancient. Owiso at 13, so that means if Owen's able to play a spell during his main phase next turn, that's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, that prowess will be enough to make the Pearl Lake Ancient into a 7/8, and with just 7 life after attacks, that would be enough. But an Elvish Mystic here, a perfectly reasonable blocker. Oh, except for that Hero's Downfall, and with prowess, that is the game. So Owen Turtmold finds a way through and able to take the first game up against Masashi Owizo. So that's the end of the first game there between Owen Turtmold and Masashi Owizo. We'll be able to give you a look in on some of the other games shortly, but before that, here's just a couple of messages.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Take what you've learned from watching the Pro Tour to your local store for the Khans of Tarkir game day happening October 18th and 19th. Visit wizards.com/magicgameday for more information.
Hello and welcome back to round 13 of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. While Masashi Owizo and Owen Turtmold do their sideboarding for game 2 of their matchup, we're going to have a little bit of a look in over at one of our other games here. On the left of our screen, that is Pro Tour Magic 2015 winner Ivan Flock. He's playing blue-black control as well. He's a game up against Brad Nelson with red-white tokens. And while Brad's deck is a very aggressive deck in game 1, in game 2, it can become something of a control deck, and here it looks like there is Elspeth Sun's Champion on the stack with Ivan Flock trying to work out what to do about it.
Yeah, Nelson basically has access to Inhostilities and Elspeth and Chandra after board after a very aggressive start game 1. It looks like he did opt to transform or just to say, look, I'm going to play some Elspeths because it's a threat you must counter. But anytime that you see a board this clear for Flock, who, you know, you're always assuming is playing some kind of control deck, that is probably good for Ivan.
And thinking about win conditions for the blue-black control deck, this one looks to be Prognostic Sphinx for Ivan Flock, so a little bit of a different plan than the Pearl Lake Ancient option being run by the Channel Fireball team.
I know another thing of that deck, when I talked to Stanislav Sivka about it, plays 4 main deck copies of Disdainful Stroke, which not really a card that you can use to counter the Swift Spear. And the Swift Spear 1-2 battling courageously into that Prognostic Sphinx.
Yeah, kind of an interesting challenge here for Ivan Floch in terms of working out what he wants to do. With 5 mana up, there's a very real chance that Brad Nelson could have a trick that both pumps the Monastery Swift Spear and potentially does some damage to the Prognostic Sphinx, meaning that it's not a particularly safe block.
It looks like he's going to make it, though. I'm really interested in seeing what Brad has here.
Well, Titan Strength seems pretty good. So that's +3/+1 just from the spell itself, and then Prowess on top of that makes it enough for the trade. But a negate here from Ivan Floch seems to be going over the top unless there's something else that Brad Nelson can do.
Well, all Brad has to do is cast any spell here to give the Swift Spear enough toughness to survive, even though the Titan Strength gets countered. So the question is just, does Brad have anything? Yeah, and it looks like he does.
So Stoke the Flames there. We're not quite sure which direction, so we'll try and find out the life totals on this match, because Brad Nelson's deck is one with a lot of explosive power, and that means that even if the board looks kind of in Ivan Floch's favor, it may well be that actually things are kind of a bit trickier.
And it looks like Floch is at 12 life, so a little ways to go for some of Brad's burn spells.
But the Monastery Swift Spear card, we've already seen doing some good work, even in the likes of Legacy. It's kind of the spiritual successor to Goblin Guide as a 1-mana haste creature that frequently attacks for more than 1 damage. And a nice pickup for burn decks in just about every format imaginable.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to playing that card alongside my Goblin Guides and Modern Burn. It's a lot of damage.
A huge amount of damage, yeah, and difficult to play around all that haste as well. So the Swift Spear coming in again. And this time there's a Bile Blight, so it's going to take a few spells to survive a Bile Blight for Monastery Swift Spear. I'm guessing that Brad's probably going to say, unless I've got burn that I want to send at the head anyway, I'm probably going to let my 1-drop die. But in the meantime, it's forced an awful lot of activity from Ivan Floch that realistically I'm not sure how much of it he really wants to have to deploy.
Well, and this is interesting for Brad. I mean, Floch just gave you the option, essentially, of using all those burn to keep Swift Spear alive, because he could have done that on his main phase. So you have to be thinking, if you're Nelson, like, why is Floch letting me untap and try to keep Swift Spear alive?
Well, I guess we'll have to listen to our floor reporter, Marshall Slapke, to find out updates in that game, because we are now ready to go back to our main game between Masashi Oizo and Owen Turtenwald. The blue-black control deck of Turtenwald currently 1 game up against the Japanese Hall of Famer on mono-green control with mono-green devotion, with just a little bit of blue going on for a few neat little tricks.
Yeah, and Weeso happy with what he sees on the top of the library, not scrying it away. It's never what you want to see when your opponent plays a turn 1 scry land. You know your opponent's got some gas in the tank.
So Evolving Wilds here from Owen Turtenwald, finding his first land. And it's starting out with a Swamp, which means that potentially he can get Bile Blight in play a little bit earlier, but Dissolve perhaps a tiny bit slower. Having that ability to fetch lands basically just meaning that he can more consistently have the right number of each color at the right moment.
Also, very relevantly, Evolving Wilds puts a land into the graveyard to help fuel delve cards like Murderous Cut and Dig Through Time, in addition, of course, to Polluted Delta in that cycle. So Evolving Wilds essentially netting you a mana later on, doing a lot of work for 2-color decks.
So a Thoughtseize here revealing that actually there's quite a lot of lands in Masashi Oizo's hand. He's got a Court of Calling, a Reclamation Sage, and Prophet of Krufix, all of those cards that we saw in Game 1 as well. It's just really a matter of what Turtenwald is most concerned with here. It would be tempting to me to take the Reclamation Sage, because that would be a creature that, as and when it gets cast, would be a must counter, chances are.
Right, and it can deal with those Perilous Vault.
Sounds like Brad Nelson has been able to level things up against Ivan Floch. He had Stoke the Flames and Lightning Strike to burn out the Pro Tour champion. So that one is going to be going to a Game 3.
Now, I really like Owen taking the Court of Calling here. You know your opponent knows his entire deck list and is able to basically kind of trick you with the Court of Calling. Without knowing what all of Oizo's one-ofs are, being able to take Court of Calling allows Owen to play around the hand that he knows around. It just sort of simplifies the game state and doesn't give Oizo access to whatever's most suitable at the time. I mean, this is a game that's going to go long, so Court of Calling going to be able to get essentially anything out of Oizo's deck on down the road.
It's interesting, actually, that even though Owen Turtenwald drew another Thoughtseize there, he chose not to deploy it. I guess that basically he's comfortable enough with what else he saw in Oizo's hand and wanted to at least represent having a dissolve on any potential threats coming from Oizo.
Right, and being able he wants to be able to use Dissolve if Oizo top decks a bigger threat. And knowing about Reclamation Sage is huge, because now he's not going to expose his Perilous Vault to being vulnerable unless he has to. Meanwhile, Prophet of Krufix, on the one hand, powerful for Oizo because it allows him to operate at instant speed. On the other hand, doesn't really represent much of a clock in and of itself, so Owen knows he's going to have some time to be able to start drawing into card drawing spells and extend this game and eventually get his Pearl Lake Ancient engine going. I mean, he's just under no pressure right now.
Yeah, Murderous Cut there dealt with Kyora's follower. He's got the time for the Thoughtseize now and gets another look to see there's really not much going on from Masashi Uezo's side of things. Owen has already managed to find his copy of Perilous Vault, so even though he's left that Reclamation Sage in Masashi Uezo's hand, he's got the information that he needs to play around it.
Right, and now he has the mana he needs to hold up Hero's Downfall, so I mean, it's going to be very, very, very hard for Oizo to stick anything relevant on this board.
Yeah, Oizo might well have to kind of sneak through smaller creatures like the Voyaging Satyr has just cast and kind of do little plinks and plonks of damage here and there rather than the one big threat that perhaps mono-green decks are most well known for.
Yeah, it's interesting, this Voyaging Satyr, because we've seen Kyora's follower and Satyr. He's got one copy of Satyr and one copy of follower, so I think he was just like, look, I want to make sure that I have X amount of green mana accelerants that don't require me to have blue mana. And, I mean, but Satyr obviously quite a bit worse when it's doing what it is now, it's just trying to beat down.
Yeah, the 1-2 is a pretty slow clock when it comes to actually finishing off opponents. And even though Owen Turtenwald, on paper, is losing on 13 life compared to the 20 of Masashi Uezo, this is kind of exactly what the blue-black control deck wants to be doing. It wants to just say, if you're doing anything, you're not doing anything much, I have time to sculpt a great hand and deal with the threats that are actually going to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're, as a blue-black control deck, if you could enter into an agreement with your opponent, you're just like, look, I'm going to take 1 damage every turn, but you're not going to do anything else, you would opt into that in a heartbeat. And wow, Jace's Ingenuity, a big draw from Owen, allowing to give him access to the raw cards that he needs to start putting this game away.
Yeah, Jace's Ingenuity there. Instant speed, drawing 3 cards. And instant speed, very, very important. Being able to cast that card drawing spell at the end of Masashi Uezo's turn means that Owen Turtenwald never puts the shields down at a point where Oizo can really do too much.
And we see, you know, Reclamation Sage over there in Oizo's hand. No real targets for it. Owen doesn't have 7 mana, so Oizo knows he can attack relatively freely with that Voyaging Satyr, but getting Owen all the way down to 12, there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, and at some point when Pearl Lake Ancient does come down, there's a very real chance that it can act as a gigantic Flametone Kavu, eating the biggest creature that Masashi Uezo is attacking with, and then it can actually take fairly sizable chunks out of Masashi Uezo's life total itself when it starts to swing back the other way.
I mean, right now, if you're Owen, you just want to dig into Ancient. You've got all the lands you need. You got all the removal you need. You have enough mana to play and activate Perilous Vault in 1 turn. That's something you're at all interested in doing.
A couple of results from some of the other tables. It sounds like all of the other matchups that we have going on in the feature match area are going to Game 3. Yuya Watanabe is in Game 3 now against Spencer Garnier, and Christian Seibold has just won with his Sidisi deck up against Joel Calafel, so that one will be going to Game 3 as well. Lots and lots of action here in our feature match area here in round 13. And look at that. That is a pretty sizable Genesis Hydra coming from none other than Masashi Uezo.
And Genesis Hydra big because that you trigger the ability on casting the spell. So you're going to have 2 threats no matter what. And Owen is 1 mana short of being able to play and activate Perilous Vault on the same turn. So Owen has some big decisions to make here. Does he want to use his counter magic and his hero's downfalls on the Hydra and the Colossus? Or does he want to take a gamble and bet whether he has a land on top of his library, which allow him to get use out of that Perilous Vault and hold the counter magic and downfalls for bigger threats?
So yeah, with X's 6 on Genesis Hydra, Masashi Uezo able to put a card with a mana cost of 6 or less onto the battlefield. That one's not going to get countered. And then the 6/6 itself in principle can get countered, but one way or another, it looks like Owen here is going to say, I'm going to have a different way of dealing with the threats that Masashi Oiso is deploying.
And those are the downfalls that are in his grip.
12.
Oh man, I enter the battlefield tap land, not what Owen wanted to see, but with dissolve and negate a downfall and a vault in his hand. That basically means he's going to take 7 damage, go to 4, he knows that Oiso doesn't have any burn, and play the vault out next turn.
5.
So Owen dropping to single digits here, not necessarily in the safest place on paper in terms of looking at the board, but the last 5 points are going to be substantially harder for Masashi Oiso to deal than any of those that have come thus far in this match, really.
Well, yeah, this is not a deck like, what is it, Jeskai Wins or like Red White Burn. I mean, Oiso doesn't have a deck full of Stoke the Flame and Lightning Strike and Magma Jet, so dealing those last 5 points of damage is going to be a lot harder than it would be for some of the other decks in the room.
Especially when the last 5 turns into the last 6 as Dismal Backwater gains Owen Turtenwald another life here.
So now Oiso does have room to resolve a spell right now. If there's anything he can cast, he knows Owen can't counter it, but it looks like he is just not able to capitalize on this opportunity. He's playing a Reclamation Sage just as a 2/1 creature.
Yeah, I mean, once you've seen that one of the Perilous Vaults is gone and you know that you only need to deal 6, just casting it as a 3-mana 2/1 is certainly defensible. And if he draws into the likes of a Nylea, he can cast it, immediately pump, and that could be the game.
That's exactly right, Tim. Yeah, I mean, even though it's only a 2/1, he only needs 3 attacks. So Owen forced to use a Hero's Downfall just on the 3-mana 2/1.
Yeah, normally I wouldn't describe that as being a hero, but yeah, it met its downfall just like anything else. And a very fast negate there from Owen Turtenwald on Nissa Worldwaker. Owen knows what he needs to do now. He's just trying to make sure that Masashi is now living completely off the top of his deck. Thoughtseize getting rid of the last card in Masashi Oiso's hand. And with 2 counter spells in Owen Turtenwald's hand, and I think he just drew a Dig Through Time, this exactly where the control deck wants to be.
Yeah, Dig Through Time, the best draw you can have there. This is probably going to give him access to Pearl Lake Ancient and 7 cards, as well as another counter spell if he wants it. I could also try to find Perilous Vault. I mean, we have to see what's in these cards, but Dig is just so good right here.
Yeah, I mean, you're only literally drawing 2 cards for the spell you've cast, but those 2 cards are the best 2 of your top 7. So if you compare that to casting the likes of a Sphinx's Revelation or similar, Sphinx's Revelation would sometimes draw you lands, and sometimes you didn't need those lands. You know, not to disparage Sphinx's Revelation at all, a very, very powerful spell indeed. But actually, Dig Through Time, even though it gets you a comparatively small number of cards, the extra selection you get there means that sometimes it feels like you're casting double Demonic Tutor for blue-blue at the end of your opponent's turn.
And is that good, Tim? Is that powerful?
Sometimes it's good enough.
You know, and not finding a finisher there, but drawing just more counter magic rule cells. Wow, and another Dig Through Time. Can't really fire it off for 2 men on his main phase like he could last time. But you have to believe that this dig is hitting on Oiso's end step.
Yeah, it's one of those things that having to dig to find answers is one thing. Having to dig to improve an already winning position is just terrifying.
And we see him leaving open exactly 5 mana. That means if he draws into Jace's Ingenuity, he can cast it. So Owen really kind of able to tailor make his draws right now. And we see a bunch of lands. We see he's got really all the counter magic he needs. And there's the Pearl Lake Ancient. So we have to expect him to take that and ship everything else to the bottom. The other great thing about Dig is that, you know, the deck only plays 2 Pearl Lake Ancient to win, but because you're shipping cards that you know about to the bottom of the deck, you're not going to run into that situation where you just have, you know, 2 Pearl Lake Ancients in the bottom 5 cards of your library and you can't win in time.
Yeah, once you've found the Pearl Lake Ancient, you almost inevitably have some stuff that you weren't as worried about sat on the bottom there, just chilling out, meaning you're not going to die to decking.
And there it is.
So Masashi Oiso here, really leaning hard on the top of his deck, trying to find something. And Yisan the Wanderer Bard, this is an interesting one. If it hangs around, it can certainly generate a fairly substantial advantage, but I can't help but think that Masashi Oiso is not surprised to see a dissolve dealing with the legendary human rogue.
And we see now Nissa the Worldwaker in Oiso's hand. Looks like Oiso just does not want to run it into a Pearl Lake Ancient or into a counterspell he knows about. Wow, and Thoughtseize from Owen.
I mean,
takes
that's
it
one
right
way to deal
away.
damage to Owen, right?
What's that?
Owen is saying, I'm not too worried about my life total here.
Willing to fall all the way down to 2.
But now, the vice is locked in.
See a grip full of counter magic and another Pearl Lake Ancient with a Wiso at 12. That is just 2 Ancient attacks, and Owen is putting the nail in the coffin right now with the second Pearl Lake Ancient.
Seems pretty good.
Draws his card for the turn and turns him sideways, and that's it.
Masashi Uezo there, flashing the fact that he had a negate in hand at the end of things. That kind of a nice card against control, but ultimately just awkwardly timed for Masashi Uezo to be able to leverage it to get some kind of action going there in the matchup against the number 2 ranked player in the world. But with that match now complete, we are going to get a chance to jump across and see what's going on one of our other tables. And here's a couple of players that we've actually not seen in the feature match area too much thus far. Christian Seibold of Germany, he top-8'd back at the Modern Pro Tour Born on the Gods, and he's up against Joel Kalafel. And we have Seibold playing a Sidisi Whip of Erebos deck. We see a Soul of Innistrad in play. And on the other side of things, a slightly more traditional Mardu control deck. So lots of different things going on in the feature match area here. Soul of Innistrad, kind of a cool one in terms of meaning you just never run out of threats.
Right, and you're milling yourself a lot with Sidisi and with Seder Wayfinders and such. Kenji Samura and Shota Yasaoka also playing a deck really similar to this. Seibold even further along the axis of combo, featuring 4 copies of Hornet Queen, along with 4 copies of Whip of Erebos. So he's really kind of all in on that plan. A Murderous Cut, getting the demon out of the way, and this is some beatdown for Seibold.
Yeah, Seibold here able to just say, I've got 2 hands. I've got the hand of cards that I'm holding that are the ones that you naturally draw at the start of the turn, and then I've got all these cards in the graveyard, some of which end up being Lotus Petals to help me cast my Delve spells more cheaply, some of which end up being creatures that I can get back with Soul of Innistrad. He's got access to so much going on with an active graveyard that, I mean, this the power of Delve, this the power of the Sidisi.
I mean, untapping with Soul of Innistrad is utterly unbelievable. I mean, we look at that ability, return 3 cards, raise dead, not usually a constructed effect, but if you think about it as 3 black, draw 3 cards, all of which are threats, the power of the Soul of Innistrad becomes undeniable, and that's probably what's going to happen on Yol's end of turn.
Yeah, Yol here putting up a good fight. Brimaz, King of the Rescos, playing very well with Butcher of the Horde, providing a steady stream of food for the demon if he needs to. But Christian Seibold has an awful lot going on. It looks like more removal there in the form of Hero's Downfall and a Murderous Cut to clear the way. And that's enough to mean that Christian Seibold gets the handshake from Joel Kalafel, meaning that he has won that match 2-1, advancing to 10-3. So he's still live to potentially make the top 8 here at this Pro Tour in Hawaii. So we're going to get a chance to have a look at one of the other tables now. Just moving across on the left of our screen, that the multiple-time player of the year, Yuya Watanabe. And he is up against none other than Spencer Garnier from the USA. Now, Spencer, with his Abzan mid-range deck, looks like he's had a pretty reasonable start here. It's actually kind of an aggressive start, really, for a mid-range, with Fleece Mainline and Brimaz, King of the Rescos, slightly larger than the Goblin tokens that have come from Watanabe, and there's also a Siege Rhino there that has been hit by a suspension field, so he's been able to really turn the screws a little bit on Watanabe. Watanabe down to just 7 life now.
Yeah, Watanabe playing the Jeskai deck wins, as players dubbed that, with 2 main deck gods willing, but yeah, Garnier, really aggressive start out of a deck that isn't typically known for that.
And another update for you, the blue-black control decks may not have started out strong this weekend, but they're finishing very well at the moment. Ivan Floch winning 2-1 over Brad Nelson. So congratulations to the winner of Pro Tour Magic 2015. He advances to 10-3, still live for top 8, which is something we can say of fewer and fewer people at this point.
Yeah, we're really entering into the home stretch. This is also a field where a lot of people are clustered around the middle. I mean, several players at 9-3 coming into this match. Normally 9-3 is sort of a stretch for the finish, but a lot of players clustered around there, and no one at undefeated, meaning that it's really anyone's to win at this point.
I mean,
the difference in experience between these two players, absolutely huge. I mean, not to knock Spencer Garnier at all. He's having a great tournament, but he's played in 9 Grand Prix total. He qualified here by winning a PTQ. I don't think that he's certainly not played many PTs. We'll double check that potentially later. But yeah, up against Yuya Watanabe, I can fairly confidently say he's played an awful lot less Pro Tours than his opponent.
I think it's a pretty accurate statement.
He has had some Grand Prix top 8s. So Watanabe has had more Grand Prix top 8s, I think, than Garnier has had Grand Prix.
That's an intimidating stat. Oh, wow.
Well, that'll do it. So there's another Siege Rhino from Garnier, meaning that he is able to topple Yuya Watanabe. So the King of the Hill crown, it's just being passed around like past the parcel. No one wants to stay in the feature match area for too long. They want to be able to get out from under the hot lights. It is very hot here in Hawaii. I mean, certainly one of the attractions of being here much of the time, but hard to hold on to the King of the Hill crown.
Well, I think some of that's a reflection of this standard format. I mean, there's a lot of decks that have just really good matchups and really bad matchups. Again, we see a lot of players clustered around now, 9-2 coming to this round at 10-2. I mean, it's really a format where, I think there were something like 30 players that were X-3. I mean, it's totally unbelievable. We've got everybody fighting. We've got a lot of people taking a lot of different angles on how to approach the format, and nothing has emerged as the clear winner just yet. This isn't one of those tournaments where you look at the top of the standings and it's all one of the super teams playing the same deck that solved everything. It's kind of the exact opposite of that. I mean, I think we're going to see a really diverse top 8 that percolates its way out of the next 3 rounds.
And that's a very cool thing for players at every level, because it means that there's a little bit more potential to say, I like playing graveyard-based strategies, so I'm going to play maybe the Sultai deck, similar to what Christian Seibold is doing. Or you like playing combo decks, so, well, there's this Jeskai Ascendancy deck that seems pretty cool and seems competitive. Like, there seems to be something for just about everybody in this standard format, and it's not like there's just one thing that you're like, well, I guess I'm going to have to show up and play against this thing for 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I'm excited about is to see what everybody's playing and then go back home and look at Magic Online and figure out how I can combine the best elements of the best performing decks to see if we can take the format in a new direction. I mean, I think we're just getting started on what's likely to be very unexplored territory. I see this format evolving a lot over the course of the standard season.
But thinking more about this tournament initially, we have a chance to speak to Spencer Garnier, who has just done a David and Goliath, really, taking the King of the Hill crown from Yuya Watanabe. Marshall Sutcliffe's down the feature match area. Let's see what they got to say.
Hey guys, welcome to the feature match area. I am here with Spencer Garnier. All the R's pronounced, we have learned. Yeah. Now, you're from Indianapolis. You've got 9 GPs on your resume, and you got here by winning a PTQ.
I did.
So this is your second PT?
It is. It is.
And you so far have only picked up 2 losses in your second PT. That's got to feel pretty good.
Feels pretty good.
Who did you test with to prepare?
I tested with Nerd Rage Games, just a couple of mostly Midwestern players.
And that's a local team that tests, is it one of those ones where everybody who's qualified gets together and tests?
Yeah, pretty much. We just found out one by one we started falling into place as people started winning PTQs, and we just got together in a group. We've been here since Monday, just testing as much as possible.
Wow, so you actually rather come out pretty early and get some testing in. Now, how did that lead you to what you came to for Standard?
We just kind of created a gauntlet and kind of smashed everything against each other, and this is what we came up with.
And how happy are you with the deck's performance so far?
It's all right. I've got a lot of mulligans on my opponent's behalf today, so the deck's fine. Not great, but...
So you're actually not that. So you're not that thrilled with the deck, but it's been really performing well for you based on the fact that your opponents haven't been running well.
Exactly.
So. That's not bad. I guess you got to win one way or another. Now, as you go down the stretch here, are you starting to feel any nerves or any tightness about the fact that you're doing so well at your second Pro Tour?
Not really. I just kind of take it one match at a time and see how I can do my best.
Yeah, I see you got some of your buddies over here wearing a similar shirt to you, and they're trying to tease you and get you. Have they been helping you out throughout the course? Are these your teammates?
They've been super supportive the whole time, so it's really great to have good teammates.
Yeah. So who are your teammates?
I have Danny Goldstein, Jack Fogel, Dan Musser, David Elwood, Josh Milliken, Adrian Troop. How many is that? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Am I forgetting anyone?
They said they can't hear us over here anyway, so it doesn't matter.
They're 9 of us. So
there's 9. So when it comes to goals coming into the Pro Tour, your second one, it's pretty tough to say, I'm coming in there and I'm winning it. But is that actually what you were thinking when you came in?
No, actually, I was just trying to get as many match wins as possible. In Valencia, I 0-5'd. So that was pretty disheartening. And then when I started off 3-0, I just tried to keep going and pick up as many wins as I could.
All right, well, that is my advice to you. Keep going. You're doing well so far, and you're down the stretch here, so stay focused. For now, though, let's head back to the booth where Tim awaits.
Thank you very much, Marshall, and congratulations there, Spencer. A pretty good bounce back after a pretty ropey first PT. Sometimes you just need to get one to kind of shake off the field, get used to the format, get used to how different a Pro Tour is to a Grand Prix or anything else.
Well, I mean, it reminds me of when Reed Duke, basically got last at the first Players' Championships, and you could tell that kind of rattled him, and he basically said, look, this is not going to happen again. The season after that had one of the best performances in Pro Tour history, a crazy Grand Prix tear, did very well in the Player of the Year race. I mean, it's something similar. I think sometimes when you have a finish that you really realize there's a lot more you could have done to get those wins, it makes you try that much harder the next time around.
And Spencer there reaping the rewards. But we are now done for round 13, so we're going to head across to the news desk so we can find out a little bit more about what's going on in the tournament in general. But from me, Tim Willoughby, and Zach Hill, we'll say bye for now.
Thanks very much to Tim Willoughby and Zach Hill over in the main feature match area, bringing you all the action. 3 rounds to go now. Things are getting very, very tight at the top. We're going to go away from here just for a few minutes because we had a chance to go inside R&D, having the creative team, the development team, and the designers go inside the 5 clans in Khans of Tarkir. Well, we've already had a look at the Arbzan, so up next it's red, white, and blue. It's time to talk about the Jeskai.
The Jeskai, they revere the cunning of the dragon. What they believe is, how do you win a fight? Be smarter than everybody else. That if other people, it doesn't matter how big or strong or fast they are, if you just outthink them, if you can plan and plot and use your brain as your strongest weapon, you can defeat any foe.
The Jeskai are a blue, white, and red. And the blue is their primary color. They're very much about sort of introspection, and intelligence is the means to win the battle. But they also have this white aspect. It's very protective. They're very community-oriented. And red, because they can be tricksters. And so it's all about sort of the sneakier, more clever aspects of red. And about the red that's like, the martial arts, the beating your face in.
Whenever we're doing a world with strong factions like Tarkir, we want to make sure there's a strong signal for each of those factions. We knew we wanted some kind of symbol for each clan so that they could come up on banners or on shields or emblazoned across somebody's chest. In the Jeskai in particular, you can see the Jeskai symbol emblazoned on monks' foreheads. So this represents their connection with wisdom, their connection with discipline. And so that's the dragon's eye, literally right across their foreheads.
Prowess is the Jeskai mechanic, and prowess means that anytime you cast a non-creature spell, this is an instant, an artifact, a planeswalker, whatever, not a land, a spell, a creature with prowess is going to get +1/+1 until end of turn. Now this ability triggers on you casting that spell, so actually prowess is going to resolve first. Creature is going to get the bonus before whatever spell caused prowess to trigger will resolve.
When prowess was first made, it was called Kung Fu, because we knew that the Jeskai had a flavor of sort of the Shaolin monks. They were based on sort of the idea of these martial art fighting, and that they're very smart. That just a single pressure in the right place could defeat the enemy. That it wasn't that they were the strongest, but they were the smartest. And so prowess did this neat thing where it allowed you to win fights, but cleverly win fights rather than win fights by brute strength.
There was a brief moment in playtesting where, motivated by some people who complained that prowess didn't read splashy enough, we tried it at +2/+2 instead of +1/+1. We were shown the error of our ways by one Masami Ibamoto, who you may remember from the top 4 of the Team Pro Tour. He's currently a Duel Masters developer. He's a super sharp Magic player. He basically drafted a limited deck that had 8 Kiln Fiends in it, and just killed us all in turn 4 and 5 for like 6 games in a row, and that was seriously not okay. So in the end, I think prowess is in a perfectly happy place at +1/+1.
So the prowess mechanic came about. This is the humbling story of prowess, where I thought I'd come up with this really awesome mechanic that fit the clan, and we tried it and we played with it, and it just played really, really well. And then I realized that it had been turned in by John Laux during the second Great Designer Search, and I had just internalized it, and I think I locked it away and said, this is an awesome mechanic, and then just forgot where it came from. And so we were playtesting one day, and John was like, hey, you used my mechanic, and I'm like, oh yeah, I did.
As we were looking at different things that we wanted to do across the clans, this idea of wedge-colored enchantments at Rare was something we were really excited about. We'd never done that before. We began with some very crazy designs, as design often does. And development kind of came to us and was like, no, let's just express the essential nature of what each of the clans does in a nice, rare enchantment. And they've got those great shots with all the characters from the clan kind of lined up as if they're on the movie poster. There's just a great cycle of cards.
We liked the con playing into the theme of the clan, mechanically fit the clan, and that obviously prowess is the mechanic of the Jeskai. So we wanted to have a clan leader that played well with prowess. So we said, well, what if she helps enable you cast a lot of spells? She's the one who, like, if she can get going, she can do a lot of prowess enabling. And because she's, Kung Fu Master, whatever the technical term is, that we gave her both hexproof and first strike to kind of show that she's don't mess with her.
A lot of the Jeskai are centered in remote lake top or mountaintop monasteries, but they don't stay there forever. They make a point of going out into the world, becoming wandering warriors, protecting the meek, and discovering more about Tarkir.
So in Shards of Alara, we did a cycle of charms that were 3-color cards that each had 3 different modes, and you choose one. So we did the same thing here in Khans of Tarkir with a cycle of charms, one for each clan. The Jeskai charm, for example, costs blue, red, and white mana, and you get to choose a blue ability, put a creature on top, or a red ability, deal 4 damage to your opponent, or a white ability, give your creatures lifelink +1/+1 till end of turn. So they're all constructed in this manner to have a 1-color, 2-color, 3-color ability, and you choose which one you want.
Pearl Lake Ancient is perhaps the most engineered card in the set. That was an Eric Lauer special. We were at a point where in the FFL where our control decks could not kill each other consistently. So Eric's like, what if we made an uncounterable guy? And then someone was like, but what if it had prowess, and that would be awesome. And then we ended up picking the exact size that we had for a couple of hilarious reasons. One, if it's a 6/7, it doesn't trade with itself, and so that when 2 of them fight, you get into a prowess fight to see who has more spells, and the person who has more spells can win. Also, if you hit someone 3 times with just 6, it's not good enough. But if you hit someone with 6 and then 7 and then 7, because you actually cast spells, you can get to 20 in 3 attacks. So the numbers are just meant to be the most pressure-inducing possible numbers, and it is hilarious to me that that actually comes up all the time when you play with it.
There is a tension of how many creatures with prowess do I want in my deck, and how many non-creature spells, and particularly instants, to power those out. But it seems also appropriate that the clan that's all about cunning and outthinking your opponent has this tricky deck-building puzzle of what percentage of creatures, what percentage of tricks, and how do I maximize those every turn against my opponent.
Prowess and the Jeskai clan is my favorite clan in the set. I find myself gravitating towards Jeskai in both limited and constructed. I love the idea of playing a bunch of small creatures and a boatload of non-creatures to help those creatures out. I like, playing one creature and kind of like protecting it and messing with my opponent, things like that. I love Delver of Secrets, and I have Young Pyromancer. These Prowess guys play into a lot of that.
Blue, red, white, the cunning of the dragon, the Jeskai. All right, welcome back to the news desk. All the results just about in. We're heading towards round 14. Now, just to mark your card for a fantastic feature coming at the end of round 14, we will have not one, but two Pro Tour champions here at the desk for you to ask them anything. We will have Craig Wescoe and Even Flock. First of all, they're going to have a little chat about aggro and control. That's going to be a feature, spell, counter spell. They're going to join us at the desk and you can ask them anything. How? On Twitter, use the hashtag PTKTK. It's up on your screens as we speak. We'll sift through, we'll find the best, the most entertaining, the most original questions to ask our two Pro Tour champions at the end of round 14. So get your thinking caps on. What question do you want to ask a Pro Tour champion? Even Flock, Craig Wescoe joining us at the end of round 14. But right now, at the wall, we have Brian David Marshall and a deck tech with Christian Seibold.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Tournament Center here at Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir in Honolulu, Hawaii. I'm Brian David Marshall. I am joined by Pro Tour Born of the Gods Top 8 competitor and Grand Prix Barcelona champion, Christian Seibold. And Christian, I have to thank you. I have to thank you because you gave me the deck that I'll be playing at F&M for the next month or so. Tell us how you came by the deck and who you worked with for this event, and then we'll show people some of the cards real quick.
Actually, our team, Pony Soldier, worked a lot with the deck, especially Oliver Pollack-Rockman, who kind of invented the deck and put a lot of time in testing the deck and building the right list. And Thomas Gleed also helped a lot with the deck. And we were sitting there like 1 week and discussing every evening, like what can we bring in, etc.
Okay, so the deck is called Widisi. And I guess that stands for Whip of Erebos. And our single card spotlight here, Sidisi Blood Brood Tyrant. So tell me about Sidisi and why she makes the deck tick so well.
Well, it's kind of the card you wanted for the deck. I remember in Proto Atlanta we played like a junk reanimation version, and we played all four mana base was like Polychronos and Reaper. And now we have Sidisi. It's just does everything. It puts cards on your graveyard what you want of the deck, which you can reanimate with the whip or using for Murderous Cut. And by itself, it's like a 4 mana, 5 power, and it isn't the end there.
How many creatures do you feel like you have to play in a deck with Sidisi to make sure that you're gonna, every time you flip over 3 cards, you're gonna hit a creature?
Well, we didn't like mathematically thought about it, just how many spells we do need, and then we thought about 4 Murderous Cut and the other removal, and then the rest were creatures.
Okay, so, I mean, even if you're not hitting them, sometimes just putting spells in your graveyard can be useful. Let's take a look at some of the cards that you're using with Sidisi. We see the Murderous Cut you've mentioned. I imagine this spell often just costs B for you.
Yeah, that's great, yeah.
If you've played Sidisi, if you had a chance to attack, you have 6 extra cards in your yard. That's not counting fetch lands or anything else.
It's like the best card to follow on, because sometimes you get behind and then casting 2 spells in a row it's
Right.
like really great.
We just saw you on camera, you know, Hero's Downfall something. That was the extra card in your graveyard that let you pay 3 mana and, you know, remove some cards to murderous cut the other creature and attack for the win.
Yeah.
Whip of Erebos. 4 Whip of Erebos.
Yes.
We haven't seen decks really with 4 whips in a while.
You need those. You want to draw a whip, and even if you draw 2, it doesn't really matter because opponents sometimes have removal, and you need to draw the whip. It's like the card which ends the game when it's resolved. 1 activation is mostly enough.
And Soul of Innistrad, just 1 in the deck, but I watched you with this card. Like, you know, you played against deck, removed creatures, you milled some creatures, and then, you know, you had a Soul of Innistrad, which was the last creature standing for you, and then you're like, grab 3 cards out of my graveyard and start restocking my hand. It seems wonderfully powerful.
Yeah, it's like the perfect one-off because at some point you will mill to it or draw it, and then it's additional to the whip. It's like perfect card to bring your creatures back. And by itself, it's a 6/6 Death Touch.
Right. It's just huge. All right, let's take a look at some more of the cards in deck. Some of the things that you're bringing back with the whip. Hornet Queen, that seems like almost the ideal target for Death Touch creatures to get left behind.
We thought about the format, and we thought either have the Hornet Queen or beat the Hornet Queen. So we need 4 Hornet Queens, and that's the reason why the deck is good.
And you really might have 8 or 10 Hornet Queens in this deck. Sagu Mauler, this is also an interesting card. Tell me why is this a 1-of in your deck?
It's kind of funny because when we were testing the deck, I said, man, we need some more threats. And we thought about which threats we can have. And this is like the perfect threat. When it's resolved, it's so hard. It's only like Crackling Doom who can destroy it. And by itself, it's a 6/6 morph, trample hexproof, and sometimes you can even morph it and attack turn through.
I saw you slide it in under a Disdainful Stroke, where you morphed it down and then unmorphed it and just beat your opponent up around the neck and
then
shoulders
the game was
with it.
over, against black-blue control,
So let's take a look. This is a pretty standard set of cards with the addition of Satyr Wayfinder to give you more graveyard fuel.
Yeah, Wayfinder is a good card because it fills the graveyard, and looking for the right land, so the mana base is perfectly with Wayfinder, Elvish Mystic, and Sylvan Carotude.
And then Courser Kruvix is kind of a little extra nice with Sidisi. You get to see maybe one card that you're milling away. You get to make a little bit more of a decision, possibly.
Yeah, you have to make a lot of decisions with those cards, like Wayfinder and Scrylands and Cursor and Fetchlands and Sidisi. Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at the mana base for this deck. Oh, actually, we have a little bit more removal. 2 Heroes Downfall and Silence the Believers. So that rounds out the spell portion.
Right, we just wanted to run like at least 7 removal, and 4 murders costs weren't enough, so Downfalls, which can handle Elspeth, it could be a Nine or a Sarkhan. And Silence the Believers is a great card because usually you have in the game like 7 mana and then it's a 2/1 or even killing dots sometimes.
This also gets a Sarkhan, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, exile, so that's pretty sweet. All right, let's take a look at the lands. 4 Temple of Malady, 4 Llanowar Waste, Polluted Delta, and Wooded Foothills gives you an little extra
graveyard cards.
Graveyard cards. Take a look at the basic lands. The next set of cards: 4 Opulent Palace, a Coast, and then 7 basics.
Yeah.
So I mean that's it. I'm honestly, if you find me at a store next week playing Magic, I'm going to be playing this deck. It looks awesome. Widisi. This is the deck. If you like playing with cards out of your graveyard, this is the deck for you. For Christian Seibold, this is Brian David Marshall, signing off from the Tournament Center.
All right, thank you so much to Christian Seibold there of Germany with his deck. Whip of Erebos, Sidisi, all kinds of good stuff going on with that. But the players are sitting down for round 14. We're now well and truly getting into crunch time. We're at the point where players are starting to think that if they win, they might be able to ID their way into the top 8. We're starting to be at the point where players know if they lose, they're gone. One story I want to tell you about that's been brewing since really very early yesterday morning is that of Eric Froelich of Team Channel Fireball. He had an abysmal Friday, went to 1-4. At that point, even if he won his last 3 rounds of the tournament on day 1, he would barely sneak into day 2 with almost no chance of the top 8. Well, he duly won his last 3 rounds of Constructed to finish the day at 4-4, down among the dead men at 4-4 coming in overnight. But then he won his first round of draft and his second and his third and left limited at 7-4. Then he came back to constructed. He won again, 8-4. He won again, 9-4. That's 8 wins in a row for Eric Froelich, and along every step of the way, he's been eliminating people for sure from the top 8. Now, he may well still not get there, even if he wins his next 3, but 8 wins in a row for Eric Froelich, and he just keeps on trucking. And somebody's likely to get in at 12-4. Tie breaks, probably not there, but as he said, I'm playing just for fun, I'm playing for pride, I'm playing for points, I'm playing for money. Yeah, I'll just keep playing Magic till they tell me to stop, pretty much. So great story of Eric Froelich, back as hard up against the wall as you could possibly be and still be in the tournament, from 1-4 to 9-4. Honestly, gotta root for the guy. Best of luck with the last 3 rounds. Now, what about the leaderboard? Because Eric Froelich is not on there despite his 8 wins in a row. Let's show you our master scoreboard as we head down the stretch. 3 rounds to go. We'll try and make sense of it for you. We have a 5-way tie for the lead. Wow, are things getting tight here. We have Ari Lax at 11-2 from the United States. Also, at 11-2 from the United States, Spencer Garnier, who you just heard talking at the end of the last round to our interviewer Tim Willoughby, and the overnight leader, Mike Sigrist, who began at 8-0, but is now at 11-2. Now, that's still a positive record today, and if Sigrist can win one of his next 2 and get to 12-3, every chance he would be able to ID in the last round, get 1 point for an intentional draw, that's what ID stands for, and he would be into the top 8. Around the 3 Americans, from Canada, Sean McLaren looking for another Pro Tour title. 6-0 in Limited, 5-2 currently in Standard. Of course, it's Standard all the way now, because not just these last 3 rounds, but the top 8 tomorrow will be Standard as well. And then Andrej Stradsky of the Czech Republic, who has been around forever and ever and has been near the top of the standings throughout. And every time he plays someone you think he's not the favorite to win, he just keeps on beating people. So that is your 5-way tie for the lead. Now, everyone else on that leaderboard who is at 10-3, they are absolutely, the destiny is in their own hands. Because Thiago Saporito started off 6-0, fell to 6-2. He's 4-1 today. Yuya Watanabe is your other co-leader overnight, 8-0, the 2-time Player of the Year and Players' Championship winner in Seattle. He is at 10-3, so 2-3, a losing record today for Watanabe. But you see what that 8-0 does for you? He's still only 1 round behind the pace. Others at 10-3 on the left-hand side there. From the Slovak Republic, another Pro Tour champion from the last year, Ivan Flock. You've got Greg Orange there, looking to be right in the mix. Can he go the distance? A couple more wins would see him in, we think. And then you've got Li Shichan at 10-3 as well. 3 Americans on the right-hand side. You see there, including Owen Turtenwald, former Player of the Year from 2011. Terrific story from Monsieur Janik of Poland. Went to Vilnius, who I'm reliably informed, Vilnius, not in the country I announced earlier. I do apologise. Geography, hideous, it turns out. Adam Jansen, another lovely story. He's been around for a while. His family are here. He's the guy, you may remember from a few Pro Tours ago, his young son draws him tokens for every Pro Tour and says, here you go, Dad, beat people with these. So son and mum are here watching Dad play in Honolulu. That must be a great family vacation for them. Christian Seibold, you've just seen in the tournament centre here with Brian David Marshall. He's playing the whip deck, Whip of Erebos, with Sidisi. And Don van Ravensvaart of Australia, also someone who hasn't got a top 8, but has been really in the mix in the last few Pro Tours that he's been playing in. Now, the only player on our top 20 right now who has a draw is Matt Severa. He drew in the last round yesterday to fall to 6-1-1. That was against Alexander John. Severa, right now, with each passing round that he wins, that draw is starting to look better and better, because he is at the point, yes, he will have to win his last 3, but there will be no question of IDing or not. The destiny is in his own hands. If he wins the next 3, he will be at 12-3-1 and should be in the top 8. And then the first of the many 9-4s. Remember, this is a true leaderboard, so Paul Rietzel of the 9-4s has the best tie breaks right now. just ahead of John Sittner. So what that means is that if either of those two win their last 3 rounds, go to 12-4, they are the most likely, currently, based on tiebreaks, to make it in to the top 8. But there is not a lot of room for maneuver for the 4-loss players. So, once again, a 5-way tie. Sigrist, Strasky, Garnier, McLaren, and Lax lead the way. Who are you calling out for? Well, we want to hear from you on Twitter. And a reminder that at the end of our next round, we're going to have not 1, but 2 Pro Tour champions here sitting at the desk with us, Brian David Marshall, myself, plus Craig Wesco, the Dragon's Maze champion from San Diego, and also we will have with you Even Flock, the master of control right now. He's playing blue-black control in this tournament. Can he survive no longer having Elixir of Immortality, no longer having Sphinx's Revelation, no longer having Supreme Verdict, right? Can he get there all the way? In any case, they'll be here to answer your questions. So we've been having Twitter going all the way through the weekend, but we want to ask specifically, what do you want to ask them? You can ask them anything, and we'll do that at the end of the next round. And that next round starts now.
Hey, welcome to the booth here in Hawaii. Marshall Sutcliffe with Randy Bueller and Zach Hill. 3-person booth here. This is when things start to get serious, gentlemen. We've got potentially win-and-ins on the horizon here.
Yeah, there's
down
5
in the
guys
feature match area.
5 guys think a win means they're a 1 draw away.
So we are getting down the stretch here. These are the last 3 rounds. These are going to decide who's going to make our top 8 and who's going to come back and play on Sunday. But the players look like they're ready to go down in the feature match area. So let's head down there for round 14 here from Hawaii. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir. We are in Hawaii. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Bueller and Zach Hill. In our feature match area, we have Andre Strasky, who I covered in a tournament. And Randy, you finally put your finger on it. It was the MOX, the Magic Online Championship. He's on Jeskai Wins. He's going to be playing against Ari Lax, who is playing Obzon mid-range. Both players are sitting at 11-2-0, and they are primed for battle here.
Now, we see Strasky, he is on Jeskai Wins, but a different build than a lot of the people we're seeing. I mean, he's got 2 copies of Ash Cloud Phoenix in his opening hand, along with Hushwing Griff. I mean, this is a very, very different build from what we're used to seeing of this deck.
Same overall philosophy, but the card details are pretty interesting. I've not seen Hushwing Griff floating around at all this weekend until now.
It's pretty bold. So Ari Lax with a reasonable opener here. Sylvan Caryatid.
Yeah, he's got the coursers and the Caryatids that we all expected. They certainly have not taken over. Everybody who bet the under on any any line for the number of coursers in the top 8 is going to be happy, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the reasons that the Jeskai deck has been so powerful, is it has a lot of creatures with flying, which can get over that Sylvan Caryatid and Courser Krufix no problem. And then, of course, just tons and tons of burn.
Yeah, Strasky in his 3rd Pro Tour. Plus, he has the Mox experience as well. Ari Lax, meanwhile, we talked about. He talked about this earlier. He's now got enough pro points as of this weekend. He gets a Hall of Fame vote next year, but still looking for that first Pro Tour top 8.
Does he really?
Yeah, he crosses 150. He had 147 coming into today.
Wow.
It's a lot of pro points without a top 8. I mean, he's got a couple of 9th.
Right. He has come very close multiple times.
All right, and there it is. Courser of Krufix, but no land drop here from Ari Lax. He reveals an Elvish Mystic. He really was hoping to hit a land there, but he is underway and has a decent chance of hitting lands. So this passes it back to Andre. Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, this is a question right here. I mean, he can play Manus Rider and start getting a clock together. He can Banishing Light the Courser to try and prevent Ari from hitting another land. I mean, he's got a lot of options, but it looks like he's into the beatdown.
He is, so he's going to play a Manus Rider and battle here.
Wow, Sean McLaren with a quick 1 game, already up a game on Christian Zeibold.
Jeez, that was fast. You know, the other players in the feature match area wait for this match to go, so it's not like they were, you know, well underway. That is an incredibly quick match.
Yeah, McLaren is the
game.
one guy on 33 points that got paired down.
Wrong order.
So
guys.
if McLaren wins, there'll be 3 guys next round hoping for a draw.
All right. You're going to 16.
McLaren loses, and 2 guys get to draw with each other.
So Lax plays Thoughtseize on his opponent, and he's going to get a chance to look at what we already knew, which is another Mantis Rider, a pair of Ash Cloud Phoenix, and then the Hushwing Griff we mentioned, plus Banishing Light and a Battlefield Forge, which he can take any of those except for the land here.
I mean, this is like exactly what you don't want to see when you Thoughtseize your opponent. Just a ton of redundancy. I mean, Ash Cloud Phoenix, Mantis Rider, Griff, all going to start hitting you in the air. You can take the Banishing Light, but I mean, what you're really worried about are the threats. I mean, this is not a good position for Ari to be in.
It's a lot of flying creatures. 4 flying creatures in this draw.
Jeez. 2 of them with 4 power, 1 of them with 3, 1 of them with 2. This is a pretty sketchy spot to be in for Ari.
And it's not as though Ari has access to Bile Blight. Wow, and he takes Hushwing Griff.
Mantis Rider attack for 2.
All right, he's going to play Obzon Charm on the Mantis Rider as well. So he's managed to calm down the assault here, at least in the early stages, though he knows what's coming in. It's not good. There's a lot of heat in hand here for Andre.
I think the reason he may have taken Hushwing Griff is that he has access to another Obzon Charm. So that means he'll get hit for 3 with a Mantis Rider, or Strasky can play a Phoenix. We can actually deal with that with the Charm. He doesn't actually have an answer for the Hushwing Griff, except for Wingmate Rock, but the Griff would prevent Wingmate Rock from making another 3/4. So it's just kind of the creature that his own hand is just least equipped to deal with.
I see. So he's basically playing this game such that he will be able to get a Wingmate Rock with Raid. And he's setting that up because here's his 5th mana source off the top of his deck there. And there's also a Johnny Mentor of Heroes sitting on top. Andre's going to take a moment to read it. But things may be turning around quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Ari, I think you just go for the Wingmate Rock. I mean, it can't really block the Phoenix, but...
Yeah, he has to attack into the Ash Cloud Phoenix to trigger raid.
It's a little awkward, but it does set Andre back quite a bit here.
Morph number 1. We don't know what it is. Have to keep track of it. I wonder what it could be.
The mystery is killing me.
Yeah, speaking of mystery, we can flip the Johnny back over there.
Oh, right, because the Courser not really sticking around any longer.
No, this is interesting, you know, to see what happens with the Johnny here. Is it Johnny, Randy, is it Johnny the type of card that he needs to go over the top of the draw that Andre has, or is that not really what the doctor ordered here?
Well, having 5 toughness flyers is going to be nice versus those Ash Cloud Phoenixes.
There you go.
And against that Stoke the Flames that's in Strasky's hand.
Ari told me that earlier he did ultimate a Johnny as well, went to 111 life and bought himself the time needed to find the answers to win the game.
Yeah. That actually worked out?
That
I'm just confused.
It did.
I just must have missed a card on the Thoughtseizers. Write down. You revealed Mantis Rider, 2 Phoenix, Light, and Hushwing Griff, and I thought you didn't have a land. Did you put it back in the back?
I had both.
Okay. Okay.
Lax just double checking with what he saw. We saw it on our hand viewer tool, so
he had the Battlefield Forge.
Battlefield Forge, yeah.
Yeah. Not revealed.
Yeah, awkward to be like, yeah, all right, the issue is that you forgot.
Yes.
I'll gain 2 and attack for 3. 6. Or, sir, combat.
He can stoke the flames with Convoke here.
Right. I mean, Stoke the Flame is a card that, I mean, has been tearing up tournaments since it came out.
That's just a great card. You get the Wingmate Rock that has text on it, right?
Right. Right, and then you can Banishing Light the other token if you need to.
And even then, it prevents the life gain.
Yeah, the life gain never happens as long as you get the original.
Yeah, he was going to gain a couple of life there, but... Now, how sad are you, though, if you're Ari Lax and your opponent just used one of their better cards to take out half of your really good card? It's not that bad, right?
It's not that bad. However, you know your opponent's still got a handful of gas, including a couple of 4/1 flyers that your deck isn't super well set up to deal with.
Right, and you had to throw away your Courser just to be able to cast that Wingmate Rock.
Good point.
Oh, wow.
Wow,
That is
Obzon Charm putting +1/+1 counter on each of those Wingmate Rocks. Wow, what a blowout.
I mean, that's some of the downside of waiting to your opponent's turn to use the burn spell. I mean, this is now a completely different game.
Oh my goodness. 8 more damage than he expected, plus the 2 life go back to Ari Lux.
You know, just because it says instant doesn't mean you have to wait till the last moment to cast it.
Goodness.
Sometimes you just want to cast your instant on your turn at sorcery speed before your opponent can untap their lands.
I feel like you might be the voice of Andre right now, talking to himself.
Little voice
like,
inside his head.
Yeah, like, you know.
The little voice inside Andre's head is talking a lot louder than I am, I think.
And the words aren't appropriate for the stream.
They're in a foreign language. We wouldn't know what they are anyway.
I mean, you know, Strasky may have seen the earlier charm, not really thinking about Ari having 2. It's also just hard to remember what all these charms in the format do.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. We have to remember that this is the first major tournament, you know, professional level tournament with the cards from Khans of Tarkir, and the players are still getting used to them. I mean, they've practiced. They know most of them, but you know, one mode on one charm might slip through every once in a while.
It's not a lot of Obzon charms floating around anyway. I mean, the Obzon decks don't even necessarily play the charm. Ari does, though. They don't even necessarily play the Wingmate Rock. Like, that's
right.
Some of them have a couple Wingmate Rocks, but Ari's doing great with them.
Get a basic planes.
And he's going to get a planes with his...
Charm also probably just earned a spot in the deck for the next 6 months with that play.
Yeah, that was just a completely transformative play.
And here's Elspeth as well to follow up and make a bunch of soldiers. And with Ari at a pretty comfortable 15 life, you got to feel like he is well primed to take down this game. Andre's deck, you know, it can come back from behind, but it usually involves chaining together burn spells. And when your opponent's at 15, it's just pretty...
Your opponent's also attacking you.
Yeah, he doesn't have much time. Yeah, that's not the look of a player who's about to win a game.
I mean, so it's interesting because so much of the core of Ari's deck is cards that we've seen be good for a long time now. Courser, Sylvan Caryatid, Elspeth. But the cards that have defined this game are the cards out of Khans of Tarkir. Wingmate Rock and, of course, especially Obzon Charm.
Yeah. God, that Obzon Charm was nasty. I'd still just like, wow.
Strasky just holding his head in his hands, just completely, the game is turned around in the last 2 turns.
Yeah, you have to just forget about the Obzon charm you walked into.
Right.
Like, the key thing here for Andre is just forget about it. It's one game. You know, you're not dead yet. You can try to win this game, and then even if you lose, you got the next 2. But if he keeps obsessing over that misplay, he's toast.
Right.
You got to just be able to block that out. Forget about it.
Because he had to have been feeling pretty good when he was able to block a Courser of Krufix with a Phoenix and have, you know, strike Manus Rider, another Phoenix in hand.
We're talking about for you, right?
You can see Strasky just try to find a way to salvage this game, but 15 is a lot of life points, and you know, Elspeth and a 3/4.
Yeah, I don't think he can worry about Ari's life total yet. I think he's got to worry about Elspeth.
Right.
He can't kill her now. He could chip away for 3 with that Mantis Rider, which it looks like is what he's going to do. Set up to potentially kill her next turn.
But that means he's going to fall to 2 on this attack. Ari just making sure he doesn't forget to activate Elspeth, despite whatever else happens on this turn.
How about it, Johnny?
I feel like a Johnny Mentor of Heroes is kind of one of the forgotten planeswalkers in this standard format.
Yeah, never really found a home in the last standard. It popped up occasionally, but it was pretty rare.
It's pretty good here, though.
I'm going to take up a Johnny.
Does
I'm distributing counters.
Decent. So he's distributing some counters, as you can hear. Ari's one of the more talkative players out here on the Pro Tour. He likes to chat with his opponents and kind of talk to himself a little, too, as he goes.
This board is also a nightmare to try and figure out.
Officially declared attacks. Pretty sure it's the squad. With 2 cards?
So these aren't official, but I'm pretty sure this is where we're going with it. Again, Ari at 15 has so much life to work with. He really just has to worry about getting Andre dead as quickly as possible, as opposed to trying to protect his own life total much here.
So
yeah, at you.
Why are there 4 1/1 counters on the battlefield?
There's 1 left over from the Obzon Charm and 3 that just got distributed by a Johnny.
Johnny brings many gifts when he comes to visit you.
Here's an axe. Here's a sword. Here's a cape.
Exactly. And yeah, Andre Strasky, all he can do is just shake his head.
Does have a lightning
Ari has
strike
been
in his
ahead
hand.
at basically every point of the game here, and Ari's like, yeah, look at all the creatures I made.
Does have a lightning strike in his hand, but it's not actually good enough.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the mana to cast it here. So
Go down to 1. I lose my Elvish Mystic. So long.
So long.
Good times, buddy.
That was your morph? 15 shot.
I was wondering what that morph was.
Yeah.
The mystery. And Strasky kind of slow rolling his.
This would be Seething Song.
So a little mental magic happening here from Ari Lax. He's just trying to figure out what it is that Andre could have to get him out of this, and what he came up with was
He can
Dark
have
Ritual.
balance. That's one of his callings.
For
One of his
starters.
cards is balance. I think he's okay.
Balance would be good too. But he doesn't have it. And of course, Ari Lax wins that game off the back of 2 Planeswalkers plus an Obzon Charm at just the right time. We'll be back after these messages.
That's a lot of cards, man.
Raise your banner. Khans of Tarkir is now available on Magic Online. Dive into the new set by downloading Magic Online at www.mtgo.com.
All right, let's jump over to one of our other feature match tables where Greg Orange is battling against Yuya Watanabe, both players sitting at 10-3 here and clinging to their chances, Randy, for a top 8 berth. They have to win both?
Yeah, I mean, I think some people are going to get in at 12-4. It's an open question how many 12-4s. But
Okay.
in order to control their own destiny, they need to go win-win draw.
Okay.
That's how they control their own destiny.
And it looks like Yuya is in firm control of his own destiny here with 5 power on the battlefield versus nothing for Greg Orange currently at the moment.
And that 5, exactly what was needed to take down Ashiok. Orange, staring down just a Seeker of the Way, could be at least reasonably confident that it was going to survive, but not after Manus Rider hit the battlefield.
Now, Orange is on Esper Control, which is a deck that we grew accustomed to seeing over the last year or two even, but hasn't really made much of an appearance here, Randy.
No, I haven't gotten to see Greg play yet. I mean, the Citrus Assassin is making another run, just like he did at the last Pro Tour.
He was playing blue-white there. He really is a control player at heart, and you can see that here. He's playing a Divination, another card that we don't see too much of. So looks like Gray's got a bit of a different take on the format here, but it's worked out for him so far, 10-3, and kind of starting to knock at the door at a top 8.
Yeah, I was going to say, the other thing Greg Orange has going for him right here, he won game 1.
Ah.
This is actually game 2. Watanabe is trying to avoid the disastrous 2-4 start to day 2.
Murderous Cut is going to take down Mantis Rider and leave Watanabe with just the 2/2 Secret of the Way.
I'm really interested in seeing what the white is for Orange. One of the reasons we've seen the control deck shift to blue and black is its Supreme Verdict and Sphinx's Revelation. 2 of the biggest incentives to play blue-white in the old format are no longer legal. So I'm interested in what Orange is using the white for in this deck.
Well, there's Elspeth. She's still good. And there's End Hostilities is the real incentive. I actually did think the control decks would be blue-white coming in because I was thinking you want Dig Through Time and you want End Hostilities. I mean, a lot of people have gone to black for Drown in Sorrow and or Perilous Vault. But I mean, End Hostilities is a card.
Right, just because you have to wait a turn beyond Supreme Verdict doesn't mean that the effect isn't powerful, for sure.
He's also got main deck Nyx Fleece Ram. He's got Utter End in the main.
Wow.
A couple of them. He gets to play 10 temples this way, too. I'm sorry. 10 temples.
There's a lot of temples.
So the way I have it here, Orange is fallen down to 8 life with Watanabe at a safe 19.
Yeah, and Watanabe is obviously the same Jeskai wins that we've seen a lot of variants of.
And he's got a lot of cards in his hand there.
including at least one Jeskai Charm, which represents 4 damage and an additional 1 more from the Seeker.
Yeah, but interestingly, he actually had that opportunity last turn and didn't. He attacked with the Seeker, let that happen, and then end step went for the Jeskai Charm. So I wonder if he'll repeat that process here. Yeah, just 2. So I believe, though, that that's going to drop Greg down to 6, which you got to figure with an opponent with it. Excuse me, he's at 7. Okay.
You see a lot of cards when you dig through time.
You sure do.
The question is, are they the right cards? I mean, it looks like we see a lot more card drawing and lands in that pile. I'm trying to figure out what Orange is trying to dig to. I mean, casting Thoughtseize doesn't seem to be what you want to be doing when you're at this low of a life total.
Maybe Despise. It's a card we've seen pop up a lot more. All right, Yuya had him tapped out, but didn't fire the Jeskai Charm off there. He did have an opportunity to do that if that's what he wanted, but he didn't. And, well, there's a Thoughtseize, Zach. So looks like dropping down to 5 here, which does feel pretty shaky. In fact, unless Greg has a pretty nice grip, I see Jeskai Charm multiple Stoke the Flames, 2 of them there. Also a Sarkhan. Pair of God's Willings as well.
So interestingly, not Jeskai Charming, just to be able to keep up double God's Willing to protect Seeker of the Way. That also means Seeker can attack for as much as 4 next turn with protection from 2 different colors.
So Greg's trying to decide what he wants to take with Thoughtseize as our main feature matches are presenting their decks. We'll jump over there once they're ready to go. But this is an important
Jeskai
match.
Charm here, right?
Yeah, and he did.
And then just use removal this turn, so at the very least the God's Willings don't pump the Seeker of the Way. Oh, or just cast Elspeth.
Just got an Elspeth. Okay, so here's Elspeth to, again, protect against that Seeker of the Way.
What is Yuya's life total again? Or Orange's life total?
I believe he's at 5.
So he does not have to worry about Sarkhan hitting the battlefield this turn, so he's got at least a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, I mean, Yuya's been pinched on land. I mean, Greg's obviously up to 7, whereas Yuya's only on 3.
So, I mean, Watanabe can give Seeker of the Way protection from white, using the God's Willing on his upkeep to get the Scry before he draws. Just needs to draw any burn spell or another spell he can cast beyond the existing God's Willing.
Hit you for 3.
So that's going to drop him down to 2. Play his Scryland, and you can't feel like Orange has a great shot here, though. And what are the big ways to gain life for this deck? There just aren't any, right?
He's got Nyx Fleece Rams, but that's too slow at this point.
Right.
How much counter magic does he have access to?
Not much. Disdainful Stroke. That can counter a Stoke the Flames, but that's about it.
I mean, so Greg is going to attack for 3 here, make some more tokens.
Normally when you have Elspeth against a board of a 2/2 and your opponent on 4 lands, you're excited, but
not here. And we had Orange winning the first game, is that correct? Or was it Yuya?
That's what I had, Orange. I think this
was
is Yuya trying to force game 3.
Okay. Both players hanging on. Yuya is currently ranked 11th in the world. Orange has had some really nice appearances recently at the Pro Tour.
Well, there's Hero's Downfall. Essentially baiting a God's Willing.
He's just forcing it.
Because without God's
well.
Willing, without God's Willing, Seeker of the Way can't attack through those tokens. So getting a God's Willing out of his hand effectively deals with the Seeker of the Way anyway. I mean, it starts to eat tokens. It's still a threat, but just God's Willing is what he was really worried about.
You know what else it does, though, by casting the God's Willing? I mean, we know that I think there's only 2 copies of God's Willing in Yuya's deck, so there's not another one coming. Greg doesn't know that.
Right.
But what Yuya has done here is to keep it around to help pay the Convoke on Stoke the Flames.
Yes.
And he gets a Scry. So, I mean, I think this is clearly correct, even though it's not actually going to help the Seeker get through for damage. Scry decision's apparently a tricky one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yuya trying to find a land for that Sarkhan, but the question is it worth throwing away a relevant spell? And Yuya doesn't necessarily know the answer.
He seems very hesitant. He's going to put that one on the bottom, though. And here he is, untapped. So facing 4 mana here from orange. Does Yuya have what it takes to finish this off and force a game 3?
I mean, he's got Stoke. I think he's just worried about Disdainful Stroke at this point. He's worried about permission.
Both players on 10 and 3 looking to keep their top 8 dreams alive here. They're not dead if they lose.
Yeah, Yuya in particular should have really good tiebreakers where he could maybe sneak in at 12-4 at the end.
I mean, yeah, the question is just when to cast that Stoke the Flame, because you are under pressure from Elspeth. You don't have forever.
Right.
And the longer you wait, yeah, you can draw into more burn spells, or your opponent can also draw into more counter magic. So a big judgment call, a big moment right now for Watanabe.
Yuya really trying to map out the next turn or two, and he decides that casting his spells on his opponent's turn is going to be more effective here. And it's actually on the upkeep that he's going to do this. This also... All right, so there's the Disdainful Stroke. But he still gets a trigger from Seeker of the Way. That's going to make it a 3-3. It's also going to get lifelink, and that's going to basically negate one of the attacks here from Elspeth tokens. So that's pretty nice as well.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Choosing to leave the Seeker untapped rather than a white mana to represent something like God's Willing. So Seeker blocking definitely relevant at this point. Yuya tapping low.
All right, we're going to keep an eye on that one for you guys, but for now, let's move back to our main feature match, Andre Strosky versus Ari Lax.
Sorry. Just got snapped
So
back.
again, Ari up a game here, and these players are in the same position, except for they're both 1 win better, 11-2 each. This could be a win-in for top 8 of this Pro Tour. Whoever wins this sets themselves up.
Yeah,
Depending
both
on
players,
how
I
their
think,
matchups
believe
go.
they're playing a win-in. They're both thinking about the fact that this win gets them a draw away, and with 2 rounds to pick up that draw, if they get a bad pairing next round, they still have a good shot at getting a draw in the last one.
Well, this is a great start for that win from Ari. A turn 2 Sylvan Caryatid. If you could do that every single game with this stack, I think you'd opt into being able to do so.
I think there'd be 32 Caryatids in the top 8 if you could guarantee to play it on turn 2 all the time. No one would play any other deck.
Caryatid, one of the only mana accelerants in the format that isn't vulnerable to creature removal, which is why it's been a linchpin of not only almost all the mid-range decks, but of that Jeskai Ascendancy combo deck that was making waves day 1.
You see people get so used to being able to keep it that when it gets Anger of the Gods to wear and Hostility, they just look so sad. It's like they're used to keeping that card around. And it looks like Andre's gone a little more controlling here with a pair of suspension fields. He's got the Hushwing Griff as well, Lightning Strike. And is this Obzon Charm drawing cards here?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like Ari is trying to hit another land, and he did
still
not
miss.
Wow. So Greg Orange wins his match, it sounds like.
Yuya lost that game?
It sounds like... Wow.
Elspeth went ultimate before Yuya could burn out those last couple points of life.
Wow.
Wow.
That's
Greg
unbelievable.
Orange. Yuya picks up his 4th loss of the day. And the Citrus Assassin. Looking to play a win-in next round.
He is, yeah. He was X and 3. He's still there.
So we see at this point...
Do you have any effects on end step before I discard? Okay.
Ari still can't find a land. Wow. Obzon Charm to draw 2 cards, and he still can't find a land.
And neither can Strosky. Strosky fired off a Lightning Strike essentially just to not have to discard. He's only on 2 lands.
Let's discard Hero's Downfall. Go.
What a crazy game.
Don't do it.
He found it,
he
but it
found the
enters the
land.
battlefield tapped, and so does Ari Lax's land. So here we go. He gets to try to set up future land draws. I would assume that that's a land sitting on top. And another land for Andre with no play. And it was a forest that Ari decided to keep on top. Murderous cut thanks to the discards that he did earlier.
Hilarious. Hushwing Griff was going to shut down the triggered ability from Siege Rhino,
Yes, it
but Ari
was.
killed it before the Siege Rhino
For
triggered.
just a mana.
Still on the
Wow.
stack.
Especially with the no lands on either side.
And that was huge because that meant that Strosky needed to be able to rip an untapped land to both play the Manus Rider and use Suspension Field on the Rhino. It turns out that he did that, but that was a brutal, murderous cut for Ari.
Absolutely. He saw it coming, too.
And
Ari
so,
snapped that thing off. He knew exactly what was coming.
Yep.
Bottom.
so the question now is, does he cast Nissa or does he go for another Rhino with Andre representing Hushwing Griff, man? And it looks like the answer may be do nothing at all.
Wow.
Because if he plays a Planeswalker, Instep Griff plus Manus Rider means that that Planeswalker is just going to die.
Yeah,
And Andre knows it's been sniffed out, so he just goes ahead and runs it out in step anyway.
Yeah.
Not going to take advantage of the surprise value. He wants to get a flyer into play.
And this means that Ari can now use Utter End on the Griff, allowing him to cast Rhino next turn. So there's some next level gamesmanship happening between, kind of a game of cat and mouse between Lax and Strosky right now.
Strosky just drew another.
Yeah, I was going to say, what level gamesmanship is it when you just rip the third one off the top of your deck?
These are World Waker.
Wow.
And now at least he gets to keep a 4/4 and attack with it.
Big dice. Up to 4. Land. In.
All right, so this is a 4/4 trampling forest now, thanks to Nissa Worldwaker and Ari Lax, who's been assertive with this deck all day. It's definitely he's looking to beat down, and he's gonna battle for 4 here. Andre Strosky, he's down a game. He needs to peel both games in a row to keep his pristine X&2 record intact here.
It's a lot of Hushwings.
Ari noting how many Hushwings he's got there.
This is one of those cases where Suspension Field, quite a bit better than Banishing Light. Can't really Banishing Light a land, but you can certainly Suspension Field a creature that has been animated. Or a land that's been animated into a creature. I mean, Strosky again, just a handful of cards, a lot of options. The question is, what do you do? I mean, once this Abzan mid-range deck starts casting these 4 and 5 mana spells, it is hard to get back in the game.
I mean, Andre's got a nice hand here.
Yeah.
Phoenix, Stoke the Flames, Jeskai Charm, Suspension Field.
I understand.
You can tell how stressed out Andre looks about this decision because he knows this is a key turn.
Yep.
And he knows he doesn't want to give away a loss at this late stage in the tournament here when he's primed to make his first Pro Tour top 8.
I mean, that's the thing, yeah. Every decision he makes could either win or lose this match.
And he looks like he's decided on the Ash Cloud Phoenix and also playing Stoke this turn to take out Nissa.
So basically by doing that, he is conceding that he is going to take a big hit from that land this turn.
So this is 4 to you? No? 2 cards in here? Rhino.
And
Mystic.
Siege Rhino and a Mystic. No trigger from the Rhino, of course, because of the Hushwing Griff.
Cards.
It's interesting that he chose to play those instead of a Wingmate Rock.
Right. I mean, they both missed their trigger, but Wingmate Rock, the flying body, could be relevant. I think he might not want to run that into the Phoenix. The 4 power, 5 toughness of the Rhino means it doesn't just bite it to the Phoenix, and the trample relevant with Strosky only at 9 life.
Do I get the clap? Is that allowed?
So on our back table there, it looks like Mike Sigrist has just won his match. You heard a bunch of cheering and clapping. Even Ari clapped a little bit for old Siggy there.
Siggy.
And, does that put him in, Randy?
He's looking for a draw. All he needs is a handshake.
Big moment for Mike
Leader
Sigrist.
overnight, last undefeated player. Honestly, could probably still lose and make it because his tiebreakers, having been the last undefeated, would probably get him in at 12-4.
Okay.
So I think Mike Sigrist is your first top 8 member.
Grand Prix champion, now looking to make it in the top 8. But back on our main feature here, neither of these players have a Pro Tour top 8 to their name yet. Ari Lax, far more experienced player at the professional level than Andre.
What I'm thinking about right now is how good the trample ability is on Siege Rhino. I mean, you
It's
can't really
unreal.
just chump it with a Phoenix.
No.
It doesn't work that way.
There's an Ajani coming too, right?
That makes things difficult.
I don't. Oh, yeah. Or no,
I thought I saw a Johnny. Did
I don't know
miss
about
see-
Johnny,
Oh,
but
it's a Soren.
There
in
is a
his hand?
Soren, right? Which
I
might
saw
even
a
be
gold
more brutal than a
planeswalker. I thought
Johnny.
it was a Johnny.
I'll lose one. Okay. You take a pain. So you go to 8. So you draw yours.
So Andre takes one pain land hit to go down to 8, but he does use Suspension Field to take out the Rhino, and he's got a Jeskai Charm to put that forest back on top, and now it's not going to be a creature anymore. So
That is a quite useful mode for Jeskai's Charm versus
Yeah.
Missile Lands.
Wow.
That's pretty good. Yeah, it means your opponent has to draw what is no longer a 4/4 land.
Right.
Wow. And he attacked for 6 there.
Also takes all the sting out of the Soren that he didn't know about. Like the lifelink ability from Soren was going to do some serious work there. But now there's not enough attackers left to even make it worth it.
So Strosky falls to 7 thanks to the attack from the Helvish Mystic, but here's the Wingmate Rock.
Best Hushwing Griff ever.
Yeah, this thing is definitely doing work.
Interestingly, I was thinking he might go for the Courser and try to, he definitely is gaining at least 1 life from the land, might be able to hit a land on top, gain another life next turn, but he just thinks the 3/4 flyer is a more high-impact play.
Another update on the back table, Sean McLaren has won his feature match. He takes game 2, defeats Christian Zeibold 2-0. That gets McLaren to the 36 points.
A big moment for McLaren we might be seeing.
Yeah, he's looking at Pro Tour Top 8 number 2. Sounds like all he needs is a draw.
What we might see now is Soren's ability, the fact that the +1/+0 and lifelink lasts till your
next turn.
Right, your next turn, so it functions on your opponent's turn, makes attacking really, really hard for Strosky. And untapping with a Planeswalker and all your mana is brutal, but it looks like Ari's deciding to be aggressive.
Yeah, Ari has +1/+0 and lifelink, plus he's going to gain 2 from the Wingmate Rock's triggered ability.
You take 4.
So he's
down
actually going to
3.
gain,
I
what,
gain
is
1,
4,
2,
5,
3,
6,
4,
7,
5, 6.
8?
Is that correct?
You're at 15, I'm at 3.
Yeah, 15 to 4.
Yeah, 15. Yeah, he gains 8. He goes back up
Oh,
to
you're
15 and
3,
drops
and I'm
Andre
15.
down to 3.
I thought it's a 4.
No.
Good as this.
Yeah, the Mystic dies to the Mantis Rider, though.
That is relevant.
Oh, you take a look in the background at Yuya.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's...
Wow.
That's rough beats.
It's a rough day.
It
2
is.
and 4?
Yes.
Undefeated overnight, and now he's 2 and 4?
Yeah, looks like a train hit him. I mean, it's the kind of stress that you get down there in the feature match area in the late stages of a tournament like this. Ari's able to stay pretty jovial, generally speaking, but it belies his true, like he is intense under the surface there. Once he wins, you'll see huge sighs of relief. If he loses, you can see him just, look down at the ground. He's a real competitor. And Strosky sitting on 3, facing down Ari Lex on 15, thanks to that huge life gain swing. Last turn from Soren Solemn Visitor.
Attack Soren.
Is going to attack Soren to drop Soren to nothing. And he's still got an Ash Cloud Phoenix, though, back to block, as well as a Mantis Rider here. This isn't over yet.
Okay. Part of my library is Obs
Oh, wow.
I'm going to play another Soren.
That was a big top deck for Ari.
At 3, and I'm at 15. Okay.
I mean, +1/+0 still means his rock would die to the Phoenix, but if he a 2/2 flyer, very relevant.
He's going to make a vampire.
I think he's going to make a vampire. There it is. Obzon Charm sitting on top of the library here for Ari Lox as well. He can use it as a removal spell next turn. Andre's, of course, aware of this. He's going to have to find some way around it.
And basically the exact removal spell you want for an Ash Cloud Phoenix.
Suspension.
Suspension field? Question mark?
Yet another guessing game being played.
Yeah, Ari does that often as well. He'll try to name what you're doing. It's usually right.
So we see Lightning Strike, the card for Strosky. That could take out Soren. Could also deal with a 2/2 flyer.
Someone's driving on the 4th floor. No big deal.
This is an intense game. It's a complicated board state.
Last match going in the feature match area, too. Just these two.
18 minutes left on the clock. We have to play game 3. I apologize, but a draw here is as bad as a loss for both of us, basically.
You can hear Ari kind of pleading his case about making sure that Andre makes a play relatively quickly. He is playing pretty deliberately. You can understand why, but Ari does make a good point. In case there is a game 3, a draw is very bad for both players. So,
I mean, Ari was a little bit more diplomatic than some other players would have been in that
yes,
situation.
That's true.
Wow, and just not wanting to give up the 2-2 flyer.
No, he's decided to keep his board presence intact. Sees a Sylvan Caryatid on top, but he's ready to battle. So attack, attack, attack. That's going to net him 3 life there. Back up to 18, and that's it. Ari Lax.
Thank you. Good luck next round.
Randy, has he secured this? Like, what needs to
Needs a
happen
handshake.
over the next? He just needs a handshake or a
One
win.
handshake.
Or if he can't get that, then he can just beat somebody and get in as well.
Yeah, what we're going to have in the next round is we're going to have 3 guys who want to draw into the top 8 next round. Ari Lax, Mike Siegrist, and Sean McLaren. All 3 of those guys have gotten to the magic 36 points. We feel like 37 is going to be safely through. You know, some chance they could get in with loss. But 3 guys who seem like they're probably your first guys into the top 8. Siegrist, I'm haven't actually looked at the standings myself, but I got to believe Siegrist has got the best tiebreakers there. All 3 of them should be playing on Sunday, though.
Now, what does this mean for Andre Strosky? He's just picked up his 3rd loss. He's not out of here
Yeah,
yet.
he's tied for 4th. He's fine.
So he's doing just fine.
Still controls his own destiny. There's a group of probably going to be, 6, 8 guys sitting on 3 losses that they want to win this one and then draw the last round, hopefully. I mean, yeah, so X3, Andre still in fine shape, still controls his own destiny. We saw Greg Orange win his feature match against Yuya Watanabe, tied with Strosky for 4th through, 10th, 8th. We'll have to look at the standings and see exactly how many of those there are. Yuya Watanabe, though, I mean, you see him, he's clearly affected by this 2-4 performance he's had so far today, but he's still in it. You know,
really,
somebody's going to get in at 12-4 when the thing is done, and you know who's probably going to have the best tiebreakers? It's the guy who was 8-0 yesterday. So Watanabe needs to shake it off. He just, if you told anybody in this room at the beginning, yesterday morning, if we said, you're 10-4, we're willing to put you into the tournament 10-4, you just have to rattle off 2 wins and you make top 8.
What?
They'd all take it.
They'd take it.
They'd all take it.
Right.
He's fine. I mean,
yeah.
He's not as fine as he was a couple hours ago, but he's just got to rattle off some wins and forget about the rest of the day.
Rashad Miller is standing down in the feature match area with Ari Lax right now.
Thanks, Marshall. Rashad Miller here with the man with the 2nd shortest name on the Pro Tour, Ari Lax. I'll let you know who's the shortest name. No, there's a shorter one. I guess you're the 3rd shortest. Okay. But you just won there. You got 2 losses, but you got 12 wins, 36 points. How are you feeling?
There's 2 more rounds. I mean, I'm probably in, but I get to see who I get to crush or whatever I want to do. I mean, it's a nice position. I like it.
Now, you may be able to get in with a draw, but are you looking at just going for the wins, getting as many wins as you can, or if someone sits down and says, hey, shake hands, 1 more point, are you going to take that?
Depends on the matchup, depends on standings. There's a lot of factors going on. Next round, I don't know if McLaren won back here, but odds are if he did, I mean, it just all depends on what's going on. So if he won, then X1's going to get paired down. Even if he didn't, I already played Siggy, so we're going to both get paired down. It's going to get weird. So that's as it goes.
Well, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Sean did win.
Okay.
All right. And I know they didn't give you a lot of time to think about it, but do you know who the shortest name is in our Pro Tour lineup? He may not be here, but... All right.
I know names.
You do know that was Bo Lee. It's Bo Lee. Or Lebo. It's Lebo.
It switches all. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's Ari Lax. Rashad Miller. We're going to let him get going because he's excited and he's got things to do and he's got a dinner to eat. So we're going to send it back to the booth.
Awesome.
And welcome back to the booth. I might have the longest name out of definitely over you and over you. Yeah, so that's me. But I can't
Is there a
compete with
championship for that?
Rashad's.
Is there an award?
So, but it does look like Ari Lax is in prime spot to make his first top 8.
Yeah,
so
the fact that he's already played
congratulations
Siegrist is interesting. I don't know if Siggy has played McLaren yet in Constructed. I mean, if they have, then all 3 of them get paired down.
And so what does that mean for them? They all have to like.
It means they won't. It
nobody's
means
gonna-
they won't have an opponent who's in a position to draw, and so they have to play to win. And now, okay, you either win and you don't need a draw anymore, or you lose and then cross your fingers going to the last round. It could get interesting. It's certainly true that when you get this deep in, since you can't play twice in constructed, you might see all three of those guys get paired down next round.
All right, that will be interesting. There's a whole lot going out on the tournament floor. Why don't we send back to the news desk where Rich will give us updates about everything else that you didn't see in the feature match area this round.
That's actually true. Rich will give you updates that you didn't see in the feature match area and some that you may have missed in the feature match area. So here's just some results coming in. Adam Jansen, 11-3. That puts Li Shichan to his 4th loss. Now remember, Randy's very good at this stuff. You heard him there in the booth. It is not certain that the 4th loss eliminates you, even more than usual. We're kind of heading towards maybe 1, 2, maybe even 3 12-4s making it in. So tiebreaks are going to be very, very important. So Jansen at 11-3, there you see our overall leaderboard. He is well in the mix at 11-3. Matt Severa, 10-3-1. He's been on a draw overnight at 6-1-1. So wins the next 2. That will for certain get him in, we think. Yoshihiko Ikawa is at 10-4. That means that Willie Adel will not be winning this Pro Tour, who is now 11-5. Even Flock keeps on going from the Slovak Republic. He is at 11-3, the head of the 11-3s, just ahead of Andre Strasky, who has just lost to Ari Lax. That puts Lax as one of the 3 co-leaders with Sean McLaren, who won this round over Christian Seibold, and Mike Sigrist, who defeated Spencer Garnier, who now falls to 11-3. So right now we are looking at, certainly you look at those 10-4s on the right-hand side of your screen. You've got the likes of Yuya Watanabe down the bottom there on the left, and then Li Shichan. You've got Sitner, you've got the likes of Shenha and Sifka down there. Masashi Oiso, Yoshihiko Ikawa of Japan. Dennis Rashid still very much live in contention. But I had to tell you that also in amongst that list, Paul Rietzel had fantastic tiebreaks coming in. So once we finally go live with the new top 20 overall heading into the last couple of rounds, we may see him well in contention on our leaderboard. Now you can see in the top left-hand corner of your screen, 28:39. Well, that's how long there is left in the dinner break. And we have 3 terrific features to take you, tide you over, keep you sustained on your MTG fare between 14 and 15. In a little while, we're going to have Craig Wesco and even Flock in Ask Us Anything. Thanks for your questions. We got those lined up, and we're going to ask them as many as we can humanly fit in before round 15. They're also going to talk with Brian David Marshall about aggro, that's Wesco, and control, well, of course, that's even Flock. What did they learn from this weekend in Standard? What tips can they give you at home for how to build aggro and control, how to play those 2 diametrically opposed archetypes in the new Standard moving forward? But before all that, one of our favourite guests to have in at the news desk, it's Deck Tech time. It's the Brian and Brad show. It's always great viewing. Here's Brian David Marshall and Brad Nelson.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tournament Center here at Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir in Honolulu. I'm here with Brad Nelson. Brad, for the record, I would totally do the Brad and Brian show.
I would
anytime
love it,
you're
yeah.
ready.
We should just start that immediately.
So, Brad, it has been 5 years since the first time we did a Deck Tech in Honolulu. It was the Draxus Spectre deck.
And oh man, was I nervous then. You can actually go back and watch it, and I just like look at the camera like,
yeah. I think you actually tugged on your collar. So half a decade into your pro Magic career, and we're back. You're high up in the standings. You're hoping for some tiebreaker miracles.
I'm just here to play Magic, man. Like I'm not worrying about all that.
But you have a really cool deck. It's red-white tokens is how it's listed in the archetype. But you called it a MAC deck.
Yeah, I called it red-white MAC.
And what does MAC stand for?
Mid-right, aggro, and control.
How can it be all of these things?
It does all 3. sometimes a little bit, better than others, but it's really good, and it can have a ton of situational sideboarding. So.
Okay, and then what's the reason you chose to play this deck? You said it has a great matchup against a big target in this field.
Yeah, I mean, its best matchup is Jeskai Tempo, which I thought was going to be a lot bigger than it actually was. One of its worst matchups is green ramp decks, so we brought a sideboard.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the deck. Let's see the sort of base of the deck. Monastery Swiftspear, Goblin Rabblemaster, a card you really sort of explored for people at the last Pro Tour. With the Rabblemaster red deck.
Surprisingly, he's the worst card in the deck because the whole format has turned around to where there's Magma Jets and Lightning Strikes and Bile Blights and a lot of ways to deal with Rabblemaster. Right. So he's good in a proactive strategy. He can still win a lot of games, but mostly you need him in your deck so people respect him, and then you can play Outburst, which we'll get to. But the other two prowess guys, those are real.
Seeker of the Way and Monastery Swiftspear. Talk about Seeker of the Way.
It's awesome. It's mostly just has a target on its head, and that's what I want it to do. I want it to die most of the time. Of course, I'd want to win the game with it.
Right.
But the deck, when it's trying to be proactive, usually only has one white source. So you have to have not as many white cards in your opening hands. That's a really important thing about the deck. That's why we're playing 3, because every time we drew 2, the first one was worse because of the second in the hand.
Okay.
But the best card, I think, in the deck is Monastery Swiftspear. I think the card is just phenomenal. It just closes games immediately. You can just, kill that guy, deal you 2, kill that guy with Assyrian Blood. So many games I was on the draw against Jeskai Tempo, and they were at 14 on tapping on turn 3 because I just played that, hit him for 1, Assyrian Blooded the guy, and they were at 14, and it's just phenomenal Magic card.
It's funny. It's funny. I think so many Magic players, when they build a deck, they say, I'm going to play a card like Seeker of the Way or Monastery Swiftspear. They say, I'm going to build it, and they envision how they're going to win with it. But you're actually talking about situations where you're like, this is how I'm going to get this part of the way there with it, or this is how I'm going to draw a beta removal spell out of their hand with it. And you're not fantasizing about this is just going to be the deck. This is all a puzzle piece in building a deck and exploring a strategy.
Well, that's the format, really. You can try to just play guy and attack, but it's not going to work. There's coursers, there's removal spells, there's brick walls like Brimaz and Madness Rider, and you just don't want to spread the board. So it's a really subtle format where attrition's a factor, and you just have to sequence your cards in an interesting way to get them to the 8 points where you have burn spells or you can top deck something.
Right. Now, to be fair, let's take a look at the next set of cards here. So you have some new cards from this new set, besides the Seeker of the Way and the Monastery Swiftspear, Hordling Outburst and Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker. They're kind of creatures.
Yeah,
they're also spells.
They trigger prowess, which is awesome.
So talk about these two cards. You're in love with Hordling Outburst.
Yeah, well, so Hordling Outburst was a card where I ended up going and building a mono red deck. That's the first place I started. I had 8 1-drops with Foundry Street Denizen because it works really well with it, and I couldn't find a good 2-drop. But the first time I played against Jeskai Tempo, and I was going to turn 3 on the play, and my opponent just had Magma Jet Man open, and I was looking at Rabblemaster and Outburst, and I'm like, this is exactly what I want to do at this Pro Tour. Just play the Outburst, get 3 tokens. They have no way to interact with it. When you're behind on the draw, you can play it on turn 4 and stoke them, or stoke their creature. It's just a huge tempo play for the deck. And in a lot of the other matchups, it's just 3 guys that they have to have a mass removals effect unless they're playing Bile Blight. But the card has been really good, and it works with different sideboard strategies.
Okay. Now, Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker over maybe Stormbreath Dragon here?
Yeah, the reason I wanted Sarkhan because it kills Brimaz and kills Courser, and it plays both game plans. If I have a lot of tiny guys, I can just kill something and keep attacking, as well as it goes best with my sideboard plan.
Okay. All right, so let's take a look at some more cards. We see Magma Jet, Lightning Strike, Stoke the Flames. You could just be a burn deck. You could just, I've seen you just kill your opponent with burn.
The deck is just a burn deck at heart. You play these creatures because you want some just free wins. The whole format is about finding the way that your deck wins, and you can't just burn a person out. The decks are just so powerful, Coursers in the format, the Rhino.
Sure.
And
people starting at 22 off of 2 refuges on the first 2 turns.
And so it's subtle because you need all the burn spells to finish the game off, but all the prowess guys work perfect, and Rabblemaster still does damage when it's not dealt with, and Outburst can just attack even into a couple creatures.
Okay. And so even more removal coming up in the next set of cards.
Well, there is 3 Syrian Bloods in the deck and 1 Titan Strength.
Yeah, there we go. But let's take a look at the lands. A Windscarred Crag, about 4 Battlefield Forge, 4 Temple of Triumph, 11 Mountains. So this is really a red deck, and you have some white cards.
Yeah, and we also want, creatures to visit mountains. We
Right.
want to chain them to them. So like we have 4 of that, and so you need a high number of mountains.
Right.
And the Wingscar Crag has just been fine. Like the deck wanted another white source, but I didn't want to just play 4 planes because the second planes is always just atrocious.
Right. Okay. Let's take a look at the next set of cards.
Well, this is not in the main deck.
Yeah. So there's 4 Chains of the Rocks not represented here, and a Titan Strength that we. Oh, there you go.
Okay. Well, here this is main deck.
Yeah, this is main deck. Yeah. Slides around a sequence there. 3 Searing Bloods, 1 Titan Strength, and 4 Chains of the Rocks. So that's where your white and your 11 mountains are really coming into play.
And the 1 Titan Strength over the Searing Blood is it makes them respect it sometimes, especially with prowess guys. Like they might not want to block even though it's a free roll, because you could just like kill a guy if they block with a Courser, or you can Searing Blood with prowess, which is wonderful.
Yeah.
But Titan Strength just helps make the Courser decks maybe take a point of damage.
And you get to feel so smart when you do it during your upkeep, don't you, Brad Nelson?
I love doing the Titan Strength upkeep trick. Yes, that's one of my favorites.
I knew it. I had the read on you. All right, so let's take a look. Let's go back to that sideboard set of cards there. And so this is a big transformational sideboard here.
Yeah.
Because you're a deck that's starting out with Monastery, Swiftspear, and Seeker of the Way, but I'm looking at End Hostilities, Elspeth Sun's Champion, and Challenger Pyromaster. Looks like a completely different deck.
It is, and the thing that I found out about the format during testing is every deck has powerful cards and a curve, but they have more non-threats than threats. And so every deck has a ton of removal, and the games become attrition-based because there is no underworld connections, there's no Sphinx's Revelation. Dig Through Time tries to act as one, but it doesn't really take over a game. I mean, unless you're already ahead.
It only gets you 1 card because the other card's always another Dig Through Time.
Yeah, it lets you tutor 7 cards, which is a very powerful effect. But when it comes down to card for card, it's not that great. So I've not been punished by playing a ton of Elspeths in 24 lands, especially on the draw. Now, the 1 Elspeth is pretty much just an on the draw card. Like I'll play the 3rd on the draw in certain matchups and only 2 on the play. And the Chandras are phenomenal against a lot of the mid-range Mardu and Jeskai Tempo, because the game's just...
So you're not just slamming all these cards and turning it into a control deck. You're doing some fine-tuning?
I have 2 more rounds left, and I'll be writing an article about how to do this. It'll be extensive.
Okay.
I'm not going to give away all my secrets.
All right, well, let's give away some more of your secrets, though, right here. 2 Suspension Field, a Hammer of Purphoros, 2 Banishing Light, and of course, I guess if you're going to that more control-y deck, you want more mana.
Yeah, you need to play at least 24 lands to cast 3 Elspeths.
At least 24 lands, he said confidently.
No, I mean, you don't get punished that often. Sometimes you do, but the thing about the deck is that the games just are attrition-based, and they have Sylvan Caryatids and all these creatures that don't matter. So the draw go happens a lot, even if it's 2 aggressive or mid-range decks.
Okay, well, Brad Nelson, I really like what you did there. I like this idea of Mac as a category of deck.
Yeah.
We've seen a bunch of decks that are doing more like this 75 card decks that are just kind of tailoring the 60 that they're playing with based on the matchup.
Well, if Wizards is going to keep making great cards that sit on top of other great cards, we're just going to have to just switch them out. Like, we just have to play all the good cards.
All right, well, there you have it. Play all the good cards. Advice from Brad Nelson. The Brad and Brian show is coming to a theater near you sometime soon. I'm
going to pay tickets for this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, magic tickets.
Yeah, I get it.
Sending it back to the news desk.
Am I the only one wondering where the tap dancing routine went at the end of that segment? That's very disappointing. Brian David Marshall with one of the great guys in World Magic, Brad Nelson, and also a great thinker underneath the fun and the laughter and the frolics. Boy, does that man know how to play. Went up against Guillaume Matignon in a rerun of the Player of the Year match earlier today. So, we are in the dinner break. You've just seen Brad Nelson do his deck tech with BDM. BDM is now over at the comfortable chairs in the company of not 1 but 2 Pro Tour champions. They'll be with us at the news desk in a little bit. But first, we wanted to give you a constructed version of Spell Counterspell. What have we learned about aggro? What have we learned about control this weekend? What is the shape for both of those pillars of the community moving forward? So here's Brian David Marshall along with Pro Tour champions Craig Wescoe and Evan Flock.
Hello, everybody. This is Brian David Marshall, and this is Spell Counter Spell. We are going to talk about, with two Pro Tour champions, we have Craig Wesco and Ivan Flock, and we are going to talk about the merits and downsides of playing either aggro or control in the current standard format. Craig, I'm going to start with you. Make the case for playing an aggro deck in standard right now.
Well, a lot of the decks are playing a lot of tap lands, scry lands. So if you can get in underneath what they're trying to do, if they're just playing tap lands in the early turn and they're trying to stabilize with planeswalkers and things like that, there's about 3 turns where if you get out in front of them, they have to have a card like Anger of the Gods or Drown in Sorrow, or they're just dead.
Okay, and then, so how does that affect how you're going to build an aggro deck? Are you playing a completely different mana base than they are? Are you not able to take advantage of those same lands?
Yeah, you can, especially on turn 1. A lot of decks, you see the blue-white-red Jeskai tempo deck, where they don't have any 1-drops, but they have Seeker the way Goblin Rabblemaster or Brimaz, and then Mantis Rider. And so you can just take your turn 1 off and still kind of be an aggro deck, or you can just go straight up with like mono black, mono red, and just like start jamming creatures on the board from turn 1 on.
Okay. Even Flock, you've become, in the absence of Guillaume Waffatop at this tournament, you've been canonized to the patron saint of control for this tournament.
I guess that's fair.
So when you hear Craig talking about this, playing these 1-drops and 2-drops, does your mouth water? Are you like, I can't wait to sweep these all off the board? Make the case for a control deck.
Well, this is new format, and in every format there is a control deck. And there are some powerful cards, you just need to find them and play them. And this format, it's not for sure yet, but Dig is like very powerful card.
Dig Through Time?
Dig Through Time, yes.
Replacing your precious Sphinx's Revelation.
Yes, exactly. And Prognostic Sphinx look like instantly good creature because it serves sort of like game-ending spell that opponents can't get rid of. It's like new Sphinx or Revelation, let's just say. It's not that great, obviously, but in long game it can win you the game. So yeah, that's
you're replacing card draw with card selection there, where you're sifting through the top.
Exactly. You don't need that many lands now. You just need to good card selection.
But how do you survive against so many good cheap creatures? Against, one single card like a Goblin Rabblemaster presents such a threat to you by itself.
Every time there are good answers, you just need to find them. They're situational, but once the format gets a little bit more stable and known, you can find the right mix of answers, and then you have great control deck.
So you played blue-black control for this tournament?
Yes.
Was there any temptation to go to 3-color, to think about Esper control? End Hostility seems like a card tailor-made for you to play.
Yes, we tried that, and End Hostility is obviously a great card, but the rest of my cards didn't seem like it offers enough to spoil your mana base. But maybe it's worth it, we just didn't find the right deck.
Okay. So Craig, what are the premium aggro decks to you right now in this field? As we've gone like a day and a half through this tournament, what would you say the top 3 aggro decks are?
Well, a lot of the mid-range decks, the top mid-range decks, are actually sort of a combination of aggro and mid-range. So the Abzan deck, for instance, some of them curve up all the way to Elspeth, and some of them just stop at Siege Rhino. And they can start as early as Bloodsoaked Champion and Soldier of the Pantheon, or they can just kind of be 2 through 4 mana cost. That's a pretty aggressive deck when you stop at Siege Rhino, And then the other sort of fast mid-range kind of aggro deck is Jeskai Tempo, where it stops at Mantis Rider. Unless you want to count Sarkhan. I guess Sarkhan
we'll count Sarkhan.
So those are kind of the 2 top decks in the format, not just among aggro decks. And then the super aggressive decks with 1-drops and things like that, I think mono black aggro is well positioned against a lot of the green decks, and mono red can really take people by surprise if they're not prepared to just get burnt out.
Okay. I got to ask you, actually, you say mid-range decks. How do you both as an aggressive player and as a control player, deal with the mid-range decks in general? Like, mid-range decks are designed to prey on the aggro decks, aren't they?
I mean, usually, but there's a lot of counter trumps. So there's things like negate and what's the stroke, disdainful stroke.
Yeah.
So the cards like Siege Rhino that all the mid-range decks are trying to play to kind of get back into the game and get out of burn range. Well, there's a 2-mana counterspell for that. And then if it's not Siege Rhino, well, maybe it's like a Nissa or an Elspeth. Well, the disdainful stroke stops all those too.
I think we found a card maybe you guys can both agree upon.
Yes, totally. So far I agree.
What about you, Ivan? How are you dealing with, it looks to me, looking at the blue-black control decks this weekend, that they're designed to, drown in sorrow or bile blight to clean up a bunch of little creatures.
Yes.
But how do you start dealing with, like, people who are putting out one big, meaty threat after another, letting you deal with them one for one?
Again, you just need to find the right answers. In my deck, it's Downfall, Hero's Downfall, and Silence the Believers, which are great removals for bigger creatures. Sometimes you can get 2 for 1 with Silence. You also have Dissolve, which is 3-mana counterspell, and the Stroke that Craig mentioned. It's good counterspells for any big threat they can throw at you, including Siege Rhino. And also those decks, they do have some cards that are meant for aggro matchups. They do have Downfall main deck, they do have Bile Blight main deck, and those cards are dead against you, which really helps when you are trying to get control of the game and win with cards like Prognostic Sphinx, for example.
Okay, so now I have to ask you, what do you do in the control mirror? How do you approach, when both players are settling in for a long game, are going to not miss any land drops, and have very similar spells? How do you find an edge there against another control player?
You need to get through your card draw or your threats. You do that with discard, you do that with counter magic, and that's pretty much it. Every time there's a way to attack them.
How much does experience really play into that matchup as opposed to maybe some of the other matchups?
A lot, of course. In our testing, when I played our aggro or mid-range decks, I wasn't playing as good as other players in our team. So yeah, your experience plays a lot. I just have that experience and can think like several turns ahead with control deck, and I can do math right often with aggro and mid-range decks.
Okay, Craig, I asked you the same question. Well, how do you approach an aggro mirror or an aggro on aggro matchup? How do you find an edge against an opponent that's trying to do very similar things to you and has very similar cards to what you're playing?
Well, there's a couple of different strategies you can use. One, if you're one of the red decks, whether you're mono red or Jeskai tempo, you can just assume the role of the control deck, especially if you're on the draw. Like if you win game 1 and they're on the play, you can just start burning all their creatures out. And then eventually, once you get into the mid game, you need to have some sort of way to turn the corner. So one way to do that is Karanos, God of Storms, right? So like if you're using all of your removal spells on their creatures, suddenly you're out of cards, right? And they're out of cards. What's the best card when you're both out of cards? Karanos.
Absolutely.
That's basically my Sphinx's Revelation. And if you're, let's say, the mono black deck, one of your edges is that you have a card like Mogis's Marauder. So if you can get into a position where you're either in a race or your creatures are holding off their creatures, Mogis's Marauder can break through in either of those scenarios. So it can just 12 in one turn. So it kind of forces the other aggro decks to deal with what you're trying to do because they know you have that trump.
Okay. So Ivan was just talking about how he has, not difficulty, but isn't as comfortable playing a mid-range or an aggro deck. Have you ever been in a situation where you've played a control deck at a big tournament, and is that something you feel comfortable with?
I have. I played a control deck at Grand Prix Cincinnati. I went 0-3. So I'm not opposed to playing it. I might not do well with it. But no, seriously though, I did jam a lot of control mirrors for this tournament because I knew that there's a lot of good control cards like End Hostilities, Anger of the Gods, things like that. And Elspeth, one of the best cards in the format, is a lot better in a control deck than it is in like a sort of aggressive deck. So certainly not opposed to it, but I found that Jeskai Tempo was just the deck that was putting up the best numbers in my testing, and it's a pretty aggressive deck, so I wasn't allured by the control decks.
Okay. And so we're going to wrap this up. We'll move over to the news desk and take some questions from people. But I got to ask you, name one, when you're playing an aggro deck, what is the one card you just don't want to see your opponent playing?
Anger of the Gods, for sure.
And I'm going to ask you the same thing. Playing a control deck, what's the one card that you just dread seeing from an aggro player?
Thoughtseize.
What is it?
Thoughtseize. Yeah.
Aggro Thoughtseize.
Yeah, or unanswered Rebel Master.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciated this.
Okay.
This has been Spell or Counterspell. I don't know what you guys chose at home, but please let us know on Twitter, Facebook, etc. Sending it back from the Tournament Center, this is Brian David Marshall.
All right, thanks very much to the guys back there. Brian David Marshall, they're going to come and join me actually here at the news desk for Ask Us Anything in the last few minutes before the round. But I have standings after 14, going to try and make some sense out of them for you. We already know Mike Sigris, Sean McLaren and Ari Lax are at 36 points, so they're pretty much in the position where another point will do it for them. Players on 33 points have destiny in their own hands. That's Thiago Saporito of Brazil, Ivan Flock, Andre Strasky, Spencer Garnier, Greg Orange, Owen Turtenwald, and Adam Jansen. And then also Matt Severa, who's on 31 points. He also has his destiny in his own hands because he wins twice, gets to 37. That's going to be the magic number. But the 30-pointers, players who can get to 12 wins, range from Yuya Watanabe in 12th down to Leonardo de Castro of Brazil, and he's in 33rd place right now. So all of this is about tiebreak. So just to give you an example, if Saporito of Brazil lost and then won, he has 68.8 right now as a tiebreak. He is the lead candidate to get in at 36 points. Watanabe would be second in that queue right now on 66% opponent match win rate. That's the tiebreak. Li Shiqian of Hong Kong would be third. And as you head on down, you get further and further away for players who have to beat all those others on tiebreaks. Sifka in 17th, Rashid 22nd, Stark 24th, Nelson 28th, Cuneo 29th. Very hard for them to get in, even with 2 wins. But I'm delighted to say I have been joined here at the desk by our 2 Pro Tour champions, Craig and Ivan, and BDM at the end. So we're going to take a look on screen. We're going to just get through as many of these as we can. So ask us anything. Off you go, please, Mr. Producer. Show us what the questions we've got for our Pro Tour champions. So let's take a look at our first question. It comes from Blue Creeper MC. Ivan Flock, how much does damage matter that you take? And does that minimize the amount of thought seizes, fetch lands you're prepared to play?
Damage obviously matters, but burn spells are not that great against control since they are card disadvantage. Obviously, you just need to take care of their early, like, continual damage sources, creatures, for example, and then those burst spells are not that great. So yes, of course, damage matters, and I can't play like 10 fetch lands and 4 Thoughtseize and other.
Craig, how excited are you to see a control player playing Thoughtseizes and fetch lands?
Well, if I'm red, then that certainly gives me an edge because, like he was starting to say, it starts to turn on my burn spells that would otherwise be bad cards, right? Because if you start dealing yourself too much damage, suddenly you're so low on life, every burn spell in my deck is something that you have to deal with.
Yes.
Great stuff. BDM, what's next?
Let's see, we got our next question. I know this question is for Ivan here. How much do you miss? Actually, we can ask Rich this question.
Yes. I don't have big enough.
I'll hold mine out here.
I mean, I can answer it. Not at all.
Okay, I miss it a lot, but I can say one thing. Stan Sivka misses it more.
Fair. So. All right, let's move on. Thanks, Defector, for that. Julius E. Womack says, Craig, how do you think mono black aggro is doing and will do in this format?
Well, it's sort of underrepresented right now. One of the reasons is because, well, Siege Rhino blocks your creature even after Mogi's Marauder, which is kind of awkward because it's black. Another reason is the red decks with a whole bunch of burn spells are doing real well right now, and so they can just kind of burn out all your black creatures. But I think if the metagame shifts a little bit, it has Thoughtseize to deal with control decks and the Jeskai Ascendancy combo, and it has a lot of things like Mogus's Marauder to really break through a lot of the aggro matchups. So I think later on in the metagame, it could maybe come up and be a big deck.
Even, is Blood-Soaked Champion a card that control players don't like?
Yes, of course. Every returning creature is like a source of card disadvantage, so yes.
BDM, next.
So the Jeskai, do you guys think the Jeskai win is the way to go on a GP in 2 weeks' time? So people have been calling the Jeskai aggro deck Jeskai wins. Do you guys, if you're playing in the GP, would you guys play this deck? We'll start with you, Craig. You're playing it this weekend, so.
Yeah, I think Brimaz over Rabblemaster might be the technology for the Grand Prix after this Pro Tour, because he survives lightning strikes and things like that. So a lot of people are going to be aiming at Rabblemaster, and if you just dodge that, that could be your edge.
Craig, even would you ever consider playing a deck like Jeskai wins?
Yes, of course. If I thought it's like best deck, then I would consider it, and Jeskai might very well turn out to be best deck in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and we've got 3 great GPs in this format coming up. We've got Los Angeles, week after that it's Stockholm in Europe, then Chile. Can't wait to go to Santiago, see all our Chilean MTG community there. All right, let's see what's next. It comes from 9004E7Q, don't think that's his real name. So, did you get, Craig, now this is a reference to your Facebook post, you went, all right, guys and girls, crowdsource the answer, how do I beat Caryatid and Corsair? So, Craig, did you get to beat Corsair and Caryatid this weekend?
I did. I played against it once, and it died to a Stoke the Flames. And its controller also died a few turns later.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear. Good stuff. All right, BDM, what's next?
So, what is the most challenging archetype to play against and build around in Khans of Tarkir Standard? So what is the archetype that is the most in your mind when you're sort of taking your particular play style into Standard? I'll start with you, Evan.
I think those mid-range decks are the biggest problem, like Jeskai and Abzan mid-range mostly, because they attack from different angles. Abzan attack like big creatures and discard and possibly planeswalkers. Jeskai attacks with like burn spells and some fast creatures, so it's hard to deal with that.
Craig, what about you?
Without a doubt, the Jeskai Ascendancy combo deck, because they have, if they can get a turn 2 Caryatid, it's such a threat because you can't target it with any removal spells, so it forces you to play cards that are super awkward in your deck. So you can play a card like Crackling Doom, which is really good at dealing with it, but outside of that card, you have to play a card like Anger of the Gods in order to deal with it. And if you're an aggro deck, that's the card you don't want to have cast in the game. So it's just, that deck really forces you to do things that you don't, that are really awkward and hard to build around.
All right, thank you very much to Tropic Studios. Next question, B.A. Edwards, how do you decide what colors to use and draft at any given event? That's a big, deep one. Off you go, Craig.
I mean, for a draft, it's pretty easy. Just whatever colors are coming to you and getting fed, those are the ones you move into.
All right, Even, pretty much same answer, I guess.
Same thing, pretty much. Well, sometimes there are archetypes that are stronger, and I feel maybe for this format could be blue-green or blue-green-red or something like that because it has stronger morphs. Blue-green has like very good morphs.
Okay, that's a good place to start. BDM,
excellent.
Who's next?
So, what do you guys feel about this notion that good players play control and aggro is easy and bad that's sometimes held in the greater Magic community?
That's not
I'll start
true.
with you. Yeah.
That's absolutely not true. Often aggro decks are harder to play than controls.
Look at Rich's face.
Don't look at Rich's face. Carry on.
Yeah, with control you just go for one, play lands if you have them, and then answer your big threat. With aggros you have to count damage and count damage raise and think like how you can kill your opponent and survive at the same time. It's like sometimes it's very harder.
Craig, how have you dealt with that perception in your career?
I mean, I agree. I play aggro because I'm not good at Magic.
What?
No, so yeah, the control deck has its own skill set where the name of the game is to stay alive. So you're doing a lot of math, like what sort of cards can I play around? What sort of removal spell do I hold? So if I hold the wrong removal spell, then he plays the threat that my removal spell doesn't kill. then like you lose the game because of it. And playing from the aggro side, it's the exact thing from the opposite side. You want to play the threats that force him to use removal spells at the wrong time and force attacks and things like that, so he can't cast his spells when he wants to cast them. And so you're just like, it's a percentage game on both sides.
All right. There's a lot more to that story, that's for sure. Mace 201, for both of you, what card personifies you the most? That's an interesting one, Craig.
Certainly a little white creature.
Soldier of the Pantheon, maybe?
Yeah, that's pretty close. I was thinking Savannah Lions, but maybe that's because I'm getting old.
And you're growing quite the mane.
Yeah,
very good. Even.
Well, this is hard. Probably Upheaval. If it's an old card, I didn't have a chance to play it for a long time.
Give me a high five on an Upheaval.
Okay. But I love the card. When it was legal, I played and I loved it. The card is very unique in its effect, and it's like big spell which completely turns game around and end it often.
All right. What do we have next? Even and Craig, which Magic community member would you like to become and why? I'm not sure I fully...
Well, I guess that's really saying, is there someone, when I looked at the question and I thought that was kind of, is there someone that you respect and think, you know what, I love being me, I love being a Pro Tour champion, but I really respect and admire this person who, either because they're a community builder or because of their accomplishments as a player, or just as a human being. Who do you look up to and respect within the game, Craig?
I mean, I tend to try to look at the good in everyone, so I have a lot of respect for a lot of people in the Magic community. Off the top of my head, the first person that came to mind was Paul Rietzl. Reed Duke was also a good example, just people who are very selfless. And, I saw Paul Rietzl get a chair for someone when there are only 7 chairs at his table earlier in the tournament. So I just think that's a really good thing to sort of have in the community.
Mm-hmm. And Even, how about you?
That's a hard one. Obviously, there's a lot of players I really respect, but if I had to name one, I would say Shota Yasuoka. I don't know him personally, but I've seen him playing, and his mind is like super fast. He's like processing things faster than anyone else that I've seen. He's great at Magic.
All right. We cannot thank you both enough. We'll just see if we can squeeze in a couple more, because the round is just about to start. Courser Crufix or Goblin Rabble Master?
Speed round, go.
Courser.
Rabble Master.
Of course.
There we are. That was easy. Do you ever play a deck you don't... This is a great question. Do you ever play a deck you don't think is the best choice because it still fits your playstyle? So Even, would you play a control deck knowing that aggro was best?
Yes, I would do that, and I think I'm doing it right at this tournament.
And as far as I can see, you're currently 5th in this tournament and a win away from the top 8.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Okay, so that's working out okay. Craig, have you ever gone, I'm going to get utterly butchered by all these control decks, but I'm aggro till I die?
Well, in Dragon's Maze, I was like, well, Esper's the best deck. That's clearly the deck that's beating everything. And so I tried to play it the night before, and I just got smashed and made a mistake every turn. I was like, all right, do we have any other deck that can reasonably compete against Esper? They're like, well, it's green-white deck. And I'm like, all right, sold.
How did that go for you?
It went okay.
Yeah, it went okay on Sunday when you beat everyone. Yeah. Okay, good. Let's see what's one more. Squeeze it in, BDM. What have we got?
This question is with no more 4-mana conditional Wrath. Has aggro gotten stronger? And can control reasonably adjust to that absence? This is right in your wheelhouse area.
Well, of course. Without cheap removal, you are more susceptible to aggro strategies. But at the same time, the format got a little bit slower because there's less sets at the format, so it's a little bit slower. That helps control.
Okay. So it's a give and a take.
Yes, exactly.
All right, we cannot thank you both enough for being with us. 2 Pro Tour champions. They have a round to go to. Go, boys, go. You're off camera. You can go now. Brian David Marshall will stay with us, but the players are gearing up for this penultimate round of Swiss. So a reminder of where we stand. 36 points, Mike Sigris, Sean McLaren, and Ari Lax. 33, we have Thiago Saporito, Even Flock, Andre Stratsky, Spencer Garnier, Greg Orange, Owen Turtenwald, and Adam Jansen. They are your top 10. Add in Matt Cervera, and those are the 11 who know what they do controls their destiny for the top 8. Then it's 20 more for 1-2 slots In the next 2 hours, all will be revealed. Let's get down to the action. It's time for round 15.
And welcome back to the booth. We are just about ready to head down to the feature match area where we are going to be watching Owen Turtenwald playing against Mike Sigrist. Now, this got a little interesting here.
Yeah, so Sean McLaren and Ari Laux got the pairing where they can draw against each other. I assume they'll draw against each other. We'll try to get a report from the floor. Sigrist got paired down, and he got paired down against the number 2 ranked player in the world. So he's got to play Owen Turtenwald. Owen needs the win. Sigrist...
All right.
Maybe can live without it, but wants it anyway.
All right, so let's see. Right now, we're ready to head down to the feature match area for round 15 here from Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir. We're in Hawaii. Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth. I've got Randy Bueller. I've got Zach Hill with me. And we are ready to head down to the feature match area for Owen Turtenwald versus Mike Sigrist. Now, this is an important one, Randy. We are in round 15 of the tournament. Only one round left after this. And this match has big top 8 implications.
Definitely. Owen needs to win this round and then hopefully pick up a draw next round. Sigrist needs to draw one of the next 2, or win and play Dream Crusher, as the case may be. I'm actually really interested to watch this matchup play out, too, because Sigrist is on the Abzan aggro deck, not the mid-range deck everybody else has played. No coursers, no Caryatids. He is, Herald of Torment instead.
Yes.
He's definitely coming out, trying to beat down, and that should, I think, give him an edge here against Owen Turtenwald, who's on the blue-black control list that about half of Pantheon is running.
Now, what do you make of this matchup, Zach?
I mean, I'm just fascinated to see how Sigrist sequences these plays. I mean, you've got every one of your threats essentially is a must-answer threat. On the other end, you have, these Hero's Downfall in his hand. Doesn't really accomplish very much in this matchup. You've got threats that are cheap enough to get in under your opponent's counter magic, and yet are still very powerful in the late game. This is truly a matchup. It's a classic match. Sigrist has a lot of threats. Turtenwald has a lot of answers, and I think where it's going to come down to who plays their cards better.
Now, the big pressure here is on Owen, right? Like, Owen with a loss here puts himself in a tough spot to make top 8, though maybe not completely out of contention, but Sigrist actually has a bit of a loss to give here. So this is an interesting one.
19.
Ari Laux and Sean McLaren did draw.
Okay. That makes sense. So we got 2 members into the top 8 then.
Take it 16.
Yeah, the math gets tricky depending on the pairings and depending on who wins the pair down rounds here. I've heard people speculating that at least one person's going to get in on 12 and 4, and as many as possibly even 3 or 4 people could get in on 12 and 4.
So this Era of the Wilds right now, it's the question is it going to get dissolved? Is it going to get Heroes Downfalled? Does Owen even particularly care about it?
Is there a Urborg somewhere?
Yeah, there's an Urborg.
Okay, I was like, where is the Urborg? Because I know there's one here
Urborg.
somewhere. Yeah.
It turned on both of Owen's removal spells,
Wow.
actually.
Yeah, Bile Blight and Hero's Downfall now live. And his Evolving Wilds is also now just a swamp.
Well, of course, Owen has the Urborg in his hand.
No reason to let Mike Sigrist know about that, though.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, it's kind of like might as well get some rub-ins.
Yeah, make Sigrist feel bad.
14.
Now, how bad is this for Owen here? He's fallen down to 14 life here. And he's currently being beaten down.
Not that bad.
Yeah.
I mean, in my mind, he survived the first 4 turns of the game, and he's still got 14 life points left.
Well, and I think the operative thing is that he's got dig through time. I mean, every single time that he 1-for-1 Sigrist, it just gets him closer to casting this spell that is just so powerful. I mean, it really is the incentive to be in this color combination. And, yeah, I mean, Dissolve just doing that. I mean, when you're an aggro deck, I mean, that Era of the Wilds just a literal 2-2 for 2. I mean, none of the rest of the text on the card matters.
No.
It's not the most powerful clock when you're trying to end the game quickly against a blue-black control opponent.
This deck designed, I believe, by Andrew Cuneo.
Yes. Owen's deck is a Cuneo special for sure.
Mike Sigrist is on Team Face-to-Face Games, and they came up with this Abzan aggro deck while testing here in Hawaii for the week. Owen Turtenwald is on Team Channel Fireball, the Pantheon. Really the dominant team of the last, call it, year or so.
Yeah, at least.
At least.
They've got a couple guys in that X4 scrum as well. Read Andrew Cuneo among them.
The deck's
yeah,
designer there. So Sigrist, I mean, he can cast Fleece Mainline, he can hold up Charm, Downfall mana. I think with 4 mana, he's going to want to wait on that Herald of Torment. And Owen has access to Dig Through Time, but literally nothing else right now. So this is a big Dig Through Time for Owen.
God, it just always hits. I've been down in the feature match area on and off throughout the day, watching the players and looking at 7 cards. You just seem to find what it is you need almost every time. It's so deep into your library.
Yeah, 7 cards, a lot of cards, that's for sure.
I mean, look at that grip that,
I
that
saw
Owen has
Hero's
to choose
Downfall.
from.
Is there? That is a Perilous Vault. Yeah, Perilous Vault is the one removal spell where he can actually turn a profit. We can trade better than 1 for 1. Super expensive, 9 total mana.
Yeah, I see he's also got a Jace's Ingenuity in that pile as well. And he can use that to generate a lot of card advantage as well. He does need time to do it, though. He's got to get that pressure off his back so he can take a turn off to cast a spell like Jace's Ingenuity and just reload.
So it looks like he did take the Jace's Ingenuity.
To keep the Perilous Vault.
Yeah, and the Vault. Vault, a card that, when it came out, didn't really make much noise, but we're seeing a lot of decks playing 4 copies of that card.
Here it is, and Owen at 13 is like, well, you know what?
17.
I can go ahead and take a hit from whatever you got here.
Yep.
And this is an interesting interplay, too, because you'll see this pretty often, is that now Sigrist is like, well, I don't want to play anything. I'm not going to play something into your Vault, so it actually limits what Sigrist can do on his turn.
And if what you're doing is playing around in hostilities, you'd be thrilled to just jam Sorin down there, attack for 2 more damage, and have a Planeswalker.
Yes.
But you can't do that against Perilous Vault.
Super interesting card, Perilous Vault. The fact that it takes care of permanents of all types is really, really fascinating as a sweeper. It is, of course,
16.
much more clunky than a card like End Hostilities. For the fact that it's colorless, you do pay.
So Sigrist sacking his land. Question is, I mean, do you cast something right now? I mean, you certainly don't want to deploy anything else to the board. We're going to see him cast Abzan Charmer.
Draw 2.
Yeah, and he's going to draw a couple of cards with it as well. One of the many great modes on Abzan Charm. We have seen all 3 modes in the feature match area over the course of the weekend so far. We've seen +1/+1 counters distributed. We've seen cards drawn, and we've seen creatures exiled as well.
It looks like he's doing that main phase so that he can hit another land drop.
And dodge counters.
Yeah, right.
Now, on Owen's side of the board, he just wants to hit land drops forever, right, Randy? Just
Pretty
never
much.
stop hitting land drops?
No, his spells are super expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, Perilous Vault, having 9 is useful. And, Pearl Lake Ancient is the finishing creature in this. Sometimes you pick it up lands to save that, so you want as many of them in play when you start that cycle as possible.
And one of the things that we saw when we were watching earlier, wow.
By the way, Zach, sorry to interrupt you, but here's Aether Spouts.
Yeah, Sigrist's
not even sure what it does.
Not quite.
That is a beating.
That is such a beating with the Perilous Vault sort of looming there. Like, how much do you want to recommit to the board? Because it ends up playing into Owen Turtenwald's strengths, because it incentivizes Sigrist to play 1 major threat per turn, but then Owen can just pick those off with 1-for-1s while reloading his hand with cards like...
If you put both of them on top, you do not have to explain which order they are in.
Let's
but if you put one on top
listen
and
in.
one on the bottom, you just need to indicate which one is which.
Okay, this one's certainly going on the bottom. Okay.
Heir of the Wilds, he wants to have no part of it. The question is, does he want the other creature?
I mean, Herald of Torment's got to be better than your average draw.
Yeah,
doesn't
I
it?
would expect it to be. Unless there's something particular you're digging to, but looking at his list, there
No.
really isn't anything.
I mean, Siege Rhinos are nice because they come into play and drain for 3. Owen at 8, though, so, I mean, it would take 3 Siege Rhinos resolving.
Yeah, the Herald's on top.
Okay. Good.
All right, so Herald of Torment goes on top. Heir of the Wilds goes on the bottom. And Owen's got to feel pretty great about that sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah, he survived with 8 points of life. He's in a decent spot, but these control decks, it's not like they have the true hammer like a Sphinx's Revelation to just completely ice the game.
Right, and relevantly, Pearl Lake Ancient, their finisher that stabilizes against a lot of decks, doesn't actually do that much against a Herald of Torment that can take anything to the skies. One of the things it does do, you were talking about what the deck can do with excess lands. We saw earlier in the feature match area, the deck using Pearl Lake Ancient to rebuy its lands that gain life, as well as its temples to actually
we saw,
scry.
I think it was maybe 1 or 2 of them, Radiant Fountain floating around in the list.
It's a one of.
It's just a one of.
Scry lands are also nice to rebuy, obviously.
Yeah. All right, so here's Soren, Solemn Visitor, producing a vampire and now plussing to make 3 damage hit on Turnwald to drop him down to 5. Sigris gains some life back off the sequence.
Yeah, Owen would like to cast a Jace's Ingenuity here. He doesn't really want to spend his mana activating the vault.
No, but he has one, so here we go. Jace's Ingenuity. 1, 2, 3. I think I saw that that Radiant Fountain in there somewhere.
It's actually pretty nice because he doesn't really want to go below 3. He doesn't want to be obliged to counter every Siege Rhino if he can help it.
Right, and going back up to 7 means that he's, 2
he can take
Siege
another
Rhinos
hit.
proof. Yeah.
It also means he can take another hit from this vampire.
Right.
I mean, he'd like to Perilous Vault during Sigris's end step rather than the middle of his combat phase.
Right, he doesn't want to have to tap low and not be able to dissolve everything Sigris puts on the board. I mean, at Jason's Ingenuity, a big deal. We see another Vault, Downfall, Bile Blight, so Turtenwald has a lot of answers. But Sigris has a lot of threats. I mean, Fleece Mane Lion plus an activation means that he's going to need a Vault to deal with it.
He just drew a Siege Rhino.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Owen is, I don't know if he actually had the Radiant Fountain, but he's hasn't played it and has decided to Perilous Vault away.
Okay, then it must have been something else. Maybe it was another Perilous Vault. We'll have to see next turn. But in the meantime, he does fire off the Perilous Vault here to wipe the board clean. And there is
a Fleece Mane Lion.
A Fleece Mane Lion, but it's not the most threatening lion as Sigris doesn't have 5 lands right now.
It would have been so unbelievable if Sigris could have played the 5th land there. I mean, that would blank both the Bile Blight and the Hero's Downfall, but yeah, he doesn't have it, meaning that either of Turtenwald's removal spells serve as answers right now.
Now, here's an interesting spot for Turtenwald, because if he gets drained, which he did...
Yeah, doesn't he have a Perilous Vault in his
He
hand,
does
we
have
said?
another Perilous
Yeah,
Vault
so
in
he's
his
got
hand.
enough mana now to just play and activate a Perilous
Oh,
Vault.
yeah, sure. I think that, I mean, yeah, it works. It makes it harder for him to leverage.
But
his
see, he
counter
doesn't want to lose the life, because if he plays and activates a Vault, then he's
dies to a
dead to
Rhino.
another Siege
Right.
Rhino. So Owen peels, I believe, an Aether Spouts there. And there's that Urborg he's had since the opener. Bile Blight to take down the Fleece Mane Lion, and here's a Perilous Vault. So does Owen Turtenwald have enough control here at 5 life to run this thing out? I mean, Sigris has, what, 4 or 5 spells in his hand right now? He's not done yet either.
Yeah, Sigris, Herald of Torment, Fleece Mane Lion, Abzan Charm to draw extra cards, all very relevant. Turtenwald has another dig through time.
Sure.
And he hasn't seen a Pearl Lake Ancient yet, so you have to expect that to be hitting the battlefield relatively soon.
Downfall's going to take down Herald of Torment here. And Sigris says, while I've got you basically tapped out, I'm going to take advantage of that and play a little Abzan Charm here. Draw himself a couple cards. This was on end step. He drew a Thoughtseize, which might come in handy, but it won't at the moment.
Yeah, Thoughtseize is an unbelievable follow-up. If all Turtenwald has is dig through time, but he drew another dig through time. But a lot of the time, you're not going to have the mana to both dig and be able to cast something powerful in response to it.
Thanks to Delve, though, it looks like Owen is going to have plenty of mana available, including Dissolve / Heroes Downfall mana and activation of his Perilous Vault if needed. So this is where he wants to get. The question is, has Mike drawn enough cards off of his Abzan Charms to be able to find a way to get through the last 5 damage? It's starting to feel like no. It's starting to feel like Owen has seized control of the game here. But I have definitely seen control players lose from a similar position, so it's not over yet. And there's a Dissolve on Thoughtseize.
One of the great things about Sigrist's Thoughtseize is that in a lot of matchups, you draw a Thoughtseize this late in the game, it's dead. Against Owen, it's still one of the best cards that he can draw.
Yeah. And are we going to see a Fleece Mane Lion here? There
Looks
it
like
is.
we are. Boom.
Down it goes.
Owen down to 1 card in hand, though.
Yeah.
Sigrist has 3 cards to Owen's 1. Now, Owen's 1 card is a dig through time.
Take 1 and cast Absent Charm or something? Sure, so you're down to 10. Yeah, resolve.
Wow, so Sigrist with his 3rd op, I mean, who needs dig through time, right? He's got Abzan Charm. He's just chaining them together here.
And I mean,
You're not going to convince me that draw 2 is better than look at 7, keep 2.
All right. That is also not a fight I'm willing to take. So here's Jace's ingenuity to just draw 3. Again, Owen, keep it those land drops and has that Perilous Vault just sitting over there waiting. Ooh, that was a Siege Rhino off the top, though.
And Owen does not have a counterspell right now, right?
I believe he has Aether Spouts, Murderous Cut, and Dig Through Time. It might be double Dig Through Time instead. But he's got, I don't think he has any counters, yeah. Yeah, double Dig Through Time, Murderous Cut. That's a Siege Rhino.
Yeah.
Resolves.
Wow, so that's going to resolve. Perilous Vault does not help against that Interest of Battlefield trigger. And Sigrist has Turtenwald down to 2 here in the opening game.
How many Siege Rhinos has he gone through? Is that the second one?
I think that is the second one, yeah.
That's a must kill.
Yeah, 2 more left in the deck. That is by far the most likely way for him to win, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, getting a creature not only in play, but surviving removal long enough to attack is a lot harder than just summoning a Siege Rhino.
And he's going to Murderous Cut it, making sure to maintain everything in his graveyard for that dig through time when he needs it.
Yeah, Vault can answer a Planeswalker, whereas Cut can't. So
Right.
keep the Vault around for dealing with the next threat that resolves.
And he's made sure to tap out there so that he can dig through time to find counter spells in case he faces down more Siege Rhinos. Randy, are there any other, non-attacking ways for Sigrist to get in these last 2 points of damage? Is there some charm?
I mean, it's just the Abzan Charm, which does not have a relevant
That doesn't
ability.
do it. So
No.
So no.
It's just the other 2 Siege Rhinos.
All right, so Owen knows what he needs to protect against, at least in the near term.
And Owen does have his Pearl Lake Ancient, so that is the finisher that he has been, one of the many things he's been digging to. Sigrist has enough Heroes Downfalls to not die too quickly.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Owen goes up to 3 and then casts Thoughtseize.
Wow.
Down to 1. Well, congratulations to Andre Strosky. He's taken 2 games already. He defeats Spencer Garnier, and Andre Strosky shakes off the loss last round and puts himself in a position to try to draw into top 8.
Sure.
Now, this Era of the Wilds here is really interesting because, I mean, no other threat in Sigrist's deck besides Herald of Torment could attack through Pearl Lake
Yeah,
Ancient.
you're right.
Era of the Wild does it just fine.
That's funny. He might actually have to use Perilous Vault to kill the 2/2 Air of the Wilds.
Yeah.
It is a lethal attacker in this scenario.
Death Touch is a relevant ability after all? That's what you're telling me?
Yeah, turns out.
Against the control deck. All right, now he has found another copy of Jace's Ingenuity.
Ivan Flock takes a game, by the way, in the control-on-control fight against Greg Orange.
It is tough to win a control mirror against Ivan Flock. He will not give that up easily.
It's a pretty quick one, too. We're still in game 1 here.
Sure.
Jace's Ingenuity for Turtenwald. He does find
Hero's
a spot
Downfall.
removal spell with Hero's Downfall.
Cool.
I think we can just count his lands to see what turn we're on if we were interested in that.
That looks like another Abzan Charm for Sigrist.
All right.
Good.
Hero's Downfall and nothing from Mike Sigrist. He's got his 4th Abzan Charm in hand, but doesn't fire it off. And that, I think, yes, there it is. We found the Radiant Fountain.
Which he can now chain with Pearl Lake Ancient if he, for some reason, needs to do that.
He can, yes. The difference between 1 and 3 is not that relevant against Sigrist. The difference between 3 and 4 is.
Yes.
Tiago Saporito leads 1-0 against Adam Jansen.
And there it is, Pearl Lake Ancient, and it's going to attack. This is a 2-turn clock. Yes, it's a 6/7, but it's also got prowess. That means any spell from Owen on his turn will produce a lethal attacker here. So one more turn potentially for Turtenwald here to seal up game 1. But no,
Sigrist does have Hero's Downfall in his hand.
he does, and
It's not
also
gonna kill the
he's
Pearl
got
Lake Ancient?
Rakshas's Death Dealer, which has regeneration as well.
Sure. Yeah, we start playing the shenanigans where Owen, he's going to float some mana, he's going to pick up the Pearl Lake Ancient and 3 lands.
And then pop that Perilous Vault.
Yeah, I think it may be time to pop the vault.
Yeah.
Sure.
And there it
there's
is.
the Ancient on end step
Death
again.
Dealer's oh, sorry. Resolves.
It's an Abzan charm window.
Still during end step, he's going to fire off the
Pick it up
the Hero's
again.
Downfall. It was just going to force Owen to pick it up again. He's not going to be able to recast it again on end step. So this will save Sigrist from dying potentially on Owen's turn, but
Up to 5.
back up to 5
Goodness.
for Turtenwald.
Yeah.
So now he's out of range of a single Siege Rhino. By the way,
Okay,
Owen's
start
used his mana
discarding.
like every single turn, and he does have one fetch land hiding in there that's been used as a swamp for the duration
Oh, yeah.
of this game. And remember,
Urborg.
Owen went down to 1. Like,
Right. Yeah, Urborg made a big difference this game.
all right, and that's going to do it. Owen Turtenwald takes the first game from Mike Sigrist.
Wow.
We'll be back after these messages.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Khans of Tarkir accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com. You've watched the Pro Tour? How about playing on the Pro Tour? Qualifiers for Pro Tour Fate Reforged are going on now around the world, with winners earning an invitation and airfare to Washington, D.C. in February. Visit wizards.com/PTQ for more information.
All right, as you can see, we've got one of our matches already finished in the feature match area, but we're going to head over to see what Tiago Saporito and Adam Jansen are up to. These players are both sitting in 11-3, very much live for top 8.
Yeah, every round in every match in the feature match area this round is probably a win and in. It's certainly a win and draw in. Win and hope to draw in.
Now it's interesting. Jansen on a Naya mid-range. Now this format is about wedges, not shards. The enemy color rather than allied color pairs. I don't know, thinking about Naya mid-range, the deck that I expected to see coming into this tournament, but Jansen's doing very well with it.
And it looks like we have a mulligan here. Unfortunately, our other table is also experiencing similar mulligan difficulties, so we'll just stick here for the moment.
Really not very many Khans of Tarkir cards in Adam Jansen's deck list.
Really?
I'm looking at it. Yeah. No, I mean, it's like you said, Enter the Dragon, right? He's got a couple Sarkons. That's... What, do you see anything?
One of the reasons it's called Enter the Dragon's got 4 copies of Stormbreath Dragon, 2 copies of Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker. But yeah, I think Sarkhan looks to be the only Khans card in the main deck, besides some very important ones in 4 copies of Wooded Foothills, 4 copies of Windswept Heath.
Sure.
So that's kind of what enables this mana base to work.
Yeah, Tiago Saporito. Well, pretty straightforward Abzan mid-range deck. I don't know about straightforward. I mean, he's got an Anafenza hanging out. 4 Wingmate Rocks is pretty awesome.
All right, it looks like we're underway here. And a pretty standard opener that we're used to seeing these days, which is there's an Elvish Mystic on one side, there's a Thoughtseize on the other. Jansen reveals his hand, which is Courser of Crufix, Genesis Hydra, Elspeth, and a land.
I've just got to say, looking through Jansen's deck, it is now my favorite deck at the tournament.
Jumped right up, did it?
Into this deck. We got Fated Conflagration, sort of an underplayed card. 4 Elspeths, just a bunch of monsters, a bunch of planeswalkers, solid removal, 4 Banishing Light. This deck does not mess around. It's got some hits in the sideboard: Revel the Fallen God, Genesis Hydra, Hornet Queen. It likes to go big. All right.
He can even blow up a Perilous Vault with 3 copies of Destructive Revelry.
Yeah, and
Wow.
get some value in the process. Also really good against that Jeskai Ascendancy combo deck.
Actually, Destructive Revelry just seems like a card that's
Yeah, it
really
does.
good right now.
It sure does.
Well, I don't know that
Because of
anybody
that
would-
card right there. Courser of Crew Fix.
That is another thing that it kills, for sure.
All right, there's a Storm Breath jumping into the hand of Adam Jansen.
Wow,
and he's
Saporito's even got
revealing
it back to nature in his board.
another one.
Wow.
I got a chance to see a little bit of Saporito play, and his deck is not short on power level either. I saw him end hostilities to completely blow out a mono green Devotion player who had played turn 4. This is a turn 4 Hornet Queen, and felt pretty proud of himself until hostilities were immediately ended.
Yeah, that green Devotion deck was really, I think, the deck with the target on its forehead coming in. It had the best performances on Magic Online in the last week, and sort of everybody knew about it. Everybody had a good version. Everybody tested against it. Some people played it. Like half of Pantheon played a version that they thought was favored to win the mirror. But now here we are deep in the tournament. I haven't seen it at the top of the Swiss in a while.
I haven't either.
You were talking about Back to Nature. How unbelievable would Back to Nature have been against both those coursers that turn?
Kidding.
Looks like Saporito had a courser of his own.
And another one on top of his library. It's coursers all over the place in the feature match area here. There's 3 on the battlefield, 1 upcoming.
When finally Jansen hits his 3rd land, he's been waiting on it for, I think, 3 turns.
Yep, there it is. It's a critical second red mana source for him, too. As you mentioned, cards like that one, Sarkhan, and also Fated Conflagration. It takes triple red, so he's going to need to get the mountains flowing here, but he's on his way.
I think Saporito may have missed a land drop also.
One courser bounces off of another, but that leaves 2 damage to get through.
So that's always a blowout.
Another courser.
Man, my
What's going
goodness.
on? I mean, Saporito is... He clearly would just prefer a land at this point, but I guess if you're going to shields up with coursers, it's not that bad either.
Oh, and Turtwall taking a mulligan on our main table, by the way.
Okay, Jansen. Yeah, I mean, this is why Courser is one of the best cards in the format. I mean, start to draw you extra cards, gain you a bunch of life, fix your white mana, as the case may be.
Curious what that card on top is, and it looks like Saporito is too.
We got a reader.
Is that Borber? What is that? That's not legal. What
Is that
card is
Revel
it?
of the Fallen
Revel of the
God?
Fallen God.
Yeah.
Right. I remember that.
Absolutely. Good combo with Xenagos, Xenagos the Reveler.
It's also a good combo with a bunch of mana and your opponent's life total, it turns out.
Right.
All right, and there's Sarkin, but he actually can't do that.
Yeah.
Jansen has priority, and now he can fire it off.
Slightly less interested now?
Well,
I
Seen
think
enough.
he just said, you know what, we've had about enough here. And that was the game
That was
going
game
to
2.
Jansen.
They're now
there.
going to game 3.
Okay.
Saporito had won game 1 before we got here. Wow, 1 game for the right
Jeez.
to hopefully draw into top 8.
I mean, it is unreal how brutal it is to be in this scenario. I mean, I remember when I was in this position, it was one of the most nerve-wracking moments of my life.
Yes. All right, let's jump back over to our main feature match. Mike Sigris versus Owen Churtenwald. Team face-to-face games versus Team Channel Fireball, the Pantheon, facing off here. Two of the bigger teams out there, Pantheon, the biggest. And they are ready to go. So let's see. Owen was able to kind of just stay half a step ahead of Sigris for the duration of game 1 there. You know, he was just ahead, just enough. And he got all the way down to 1 life at one point, but was able to finish it off with his primary mode of finishing Pearl Lake Ancient. Can he do it here?
And this is just a much better hand from Sigrist. He had Hero's Downfalls clogging his hand for most of game 1. He's replaced those with much better threats in the early Fleecemane Lion, Anafenza into Siege Rhino Mana Curve, as well as Thoughtseize, which is probably the best card in this matchup.
Is that our first Anafenza sighting in the feature match area?
That's the first one
Hanging
since
out
I've been in the
Sigrist's
booth.
hand?
Yeah.
I mean, pretty efficient. It's a turn 3 play.
Yeah, I mean, that is a crazy clock, and relevantly, it does not die to Bile Blight, nor does it get countered with Disdainful Stroke.
Wow, that is 7 power on the battlefield on turn 3. Let's reduce that back down a little bit, though, and make it a 4/4. So Bile-Blight takes down the Fleecemane Lion, but still, Anafenza battling here. Now, no creatures are going to be able to go to the graveyard for Owen, but that's not an issue for him.
Yeah, I mean, and Owen's just in a bad spot
He's
right
in
now.
a
He
terrible
just does
spot.
not have an answer for Anafenza, and he's about to lose that dig through time if that's what Mike wants to take. He also has the option of Bile Blight or Disdainful Stroke. You have to expect it won't be Disdainful Stroke. And yeah, Dig is what goes. All of a sudden, Owen, very short clock.
Now, no follow-up play there from Sigrist because he had to play a tapped land with the Sand Step. So, you know, it's interesting because, you know, curving right into a Rhino there would have been absolutely absurd, right? Like, can you imagine 3-3, 4-4, 4-5? But
would have run into Disdainful Stroke.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, the question right here is, do you just cast something into Stroke, or do you just say, look, I don't want to let you fill your graveyard for Dig. I'm just going to say go.
Make you deal with this Anafenza. You'll probably have to tap some mana to do it, like for Perilous Vault.
There we go. And Owen knows the name of this game, so he just says, sure, yeah. I know how this works out.
Right.
And this is going to drop Owen down to 6.
And Owen's mana really awkward, because if he taps 5 for the Vault, he can't cast Disdainful Stroke next turn. So it looks like Sigrist is setting up back-to-back Siege Rhinos to try and just burn Owen out of this match.
Yeah, Siege Rhino, one of the cards that really people had their eye on from Khans of Tarkir. And Sigrist, you know, other people seem to have looked in other directions, but Sigrist is like, that's my guy. I asked him, I said, what's the best card in the deck? He said, Rhino, not close. He said, this is the card. This is a reason to play this deck. And he's got Owen Turnwald well against the ropes here, as he's going to force Owen to tap that mana for the Perilous Vault in combat. And he's going to be able to follow up with a Siege Rhino.
Yeah, I mean, because Owen can't not activate the Vault. No. And we're going to see another Rhino. Looks like we're about to go to game 3.
Owen goes to pick up his lands before the Rhino even comes down.
Owen knew it was coming. He had to play it that way. But what an ideal curve for Sigrist there. That was nasty.
Indeed.
I mean, that's the thing about the blue-black deck, is that when it wins, the games go on for forever. You just get to see it dominate. But I mean, that, you know, there was just nothing you could do about Anafenza, and that really was the entire game right there.
Let's go check in on Thiago Saporito versus Adam Jansen again. They're still moving on to their game 3, and it looks like it's underway with a Thoughtseize early here from Saporito.
I want to give a couple results from off the feature match, by the way. Yuya Watanabe, still in it.
He won.
He won. He defeated Maciej Janik from Poland. So Yuya is 11-4, and at the top of the tiebreakers, probably controls his own destiny next round, even though he's on 4 losses. The guy who was second in tiebreakers coming into this round is 16th ranked player in the world, Li Shitian. He also won. He took out Masashi Oiso.
Wow.
So Oiso, the Hall of Famer, is no longer in top 8 contention, but still going to be quite a nice finish for him, whatever happens the last round.
And Jansen getting his Sarkhan stripped away by Thoughtseize Fleece Main Lion from Saporito, providing a clock. And is Jansen having mana problems again?
Well, it was Saporito that had the problems last time, right?
Yeah. Well, I think they both did. Jansen eventually drew out of it first, but he missed a couple land drops of his own. But yeah, Saporitos were more dangerous. So not the triple red needed for Fated Conflagration. Might not have an immediate answer to that Lion.
Yeah, one more mana for Saporito means that he can make that line indestructible.
End of turn. End of turn, I'll play this guy.
And hexproof and a bit bigger too, which is going to put it out of range of really anything that Adam can come up with. Now, I don't know how big of a deal that is, you know, 4/4 that just kind of never goes away, but it seems like it's a long-term issue there for Jansen if that happens.
And Jansen does have access to a Satyr token every turn. Not exactly the situation you want to be in. Going to lose that Xenagos if Saporito has any removal spell for that Centaur. But Xenagos representing at least 1 more mana, too, because of the Elvish Mystic.
And he does. There it is. Hero's Downfall. Satyr down.
Those Satyrs weren't made for blocking?
No.
That's not what they do?
That's not what they're going to do.
That one's not.
And Xenagos getting walked all over by the Fleece Main Lion.
I'm not going to encourage this. Just
Marshall just groaning over here.
I am.
Oh, man. And again, not the 3rd red source for Fated Conflagration, so...
Yeah, there's that window again, Zach.
Exactly.
But Saporito did miss it last turn, so he is going to be relying on the top of his deck to find him that 5th mana to get the Fleece Main Lion monstrous, if that is what his game plan is. It's risky business if if he wants to go for that, if Jansen isn't tapped out. Jansen's going to get in there for one with his elf first, but what does he have for a follow-up? Nothing. So this is probably going to make it Saporito's line a bit different. He doesn't want to run into a lightning strike or something here.
Right.
Yeah, he has to find the land, too.
I mean, you'd expect your opponent to lightning strike when you're tapped out. I mean, well,
Yeah.
and now you don't have to worry about it because you're going to have perfect information.
Yes.
Okay, so Banishing Light, yeah, just Jansen doesn't have access to white mana.
No. There's a Genesis Hydra sitting there as well. And Elspeth. The Fated Conflagration is what he takes here.
It's Sigrist's turn to take a mulligan in the main on the main table, by the way.
Looks like a life total discrepancy of some sort.
Adam Jansen's a regular on the GP circuit.
So this is interesting here. Jansen has access to 5 mana, but even if he top decks his 6 land, cannot cast Elspeth because he needs 2 white sources to do it. That means that yeah, he's looking at some removal spell that he can't cast either in the Banishing Light. Elspeth that he can't cast. What can he actually do with 5 mana?
He could play like a Sarkon if he had that.
I know he has 4 copies of Stormbreath Dragon in his deck.
Yeah, that's the kind of card that would be reasonable here. And looks like that's what he's got here, Zach. Yeah, good read. There's his Stormbreath. And in it comes. All right, so now he's taken a much more proactive role in this game. Doesn't have to worry quite as much about what Saporito does as far as that Fleecemane Lion goes.
Yeah, Fleecemane Lion does not match up well against Stormbreath Dragon for a lot of reasons.
No, but it does look like that's what Saporito's doing. He's going to Monstrous the Fleecemane Lion and get in there. And I got to say, I think if I'm in Jansen's seat, I feel a little relieved that that's what he did with his turn. Although, you know what, I think what might be happening is that Saporito might be setting up an end hostilities here where his Fleecemane Lion survives and everything else dies.
Oh, that is...
I saw him do that earlier. Yeah, I mean, you don't see the Caryatid end hostilities combo that often, but he is running it.
I mean, that's
it's
great
in the
way
sideboard, to be fair. It comes in some matchups.
Yes.
I mean, it's a great way to deal with Stormbreath Dragon.
Another update, Randy?
Yeah, the control on control fight. Ivan Flock wins. Flock looking to go back-to-back. I think all he needs now is a draw. And the reigning Pro Tour champion heads to Sunday with a shot to go back-to-back.
He got that monkey off his back, and he's like, this isn't that hard. I should have been doing this the whole time. Good for him. We'll keep a close eye on that as the standings come out for the next
on the main
round.
table, by the way, Mike Sigrist took a long think about a 6-card hand and then went down to 5.
Okay, so he's going down to 5.
Owen Turtenwald may have let loose a very honest fist pump when it happened. All right, Sigrist is going to keep his 5.
Yeah, why don't we jump back over to table A here? That is our main feature match. Now, Randy, I want you to just set the stage for us here. Remember, Sigrist is playing down here. So what does a win mean to each player? Sigrist in anyway?
Mike Sigrist still needs a draw to clinch. Maybe he can get in the 12 and 4s. You want to get to 37 points to clinch top 8. Somebody's going to get in at 36. Maybe it's a couple somebodies, but you want to get to 37 so you don't have to sweat the top 8 announcements. Sigrist on 36, so he could lose this and still get to 37 with a draw in the final round. Owen, though, is on 33 points.
He's a top 8 announcement sweating professional, though.
He's got some experience.
Yes.
He's also trying to run the back-to-back top 8s alongside Even Flock.
Right. Now, so for him, though, a win sets him up to be...
To draw in.
To draw in.
To tie heel,
and a
tie
loss
Sigrist
puts
at
him in
36?
that scrum of...
Precisely.
Okay.
Yeah, and that scrum has 20 people in it right now.
Okay. So
Plus,
you do not want to be in that
and they'll still
group.
be, the losers of these feature matches will be in that scrum next round as well. So,
Owen?
yeah, it's
Yeah, this is
a
huge.
lot of people.
Owen Turtenwald is currently ranked 2nd in the world, and for good reason. He really is one of the best players playing Magic today. And he's on one of the best teams playing Magic, so why not make back-to-back top 8s, Owen?
Sigrist is politely leaving face up the cards which Owen knows about from that earlier Thoughtseize.
Now, does Owen not have double blue here? Is that an Urborg underneath the swamp as well?
I think that is, and he's got Evolving Wilds, which can't tap for blue this turn, so Sigrist can resolve something as long as it doesn't get hit with Disdainful Stroke if he has it.
Okay.
It looks like he's got just Wingmate, Rocks, and Forest. I mean, really not a bad 5-card hand, but
how bad is this? I mean, mulliganing to 5 against a control deck like Owen's that has rock hard advantage and a lot of spot removal, it's just got to be miserable for Siggy.
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely horrible. Yeah, and when your opponent thought seizes you on turn one, you're, I mean, the likelihood of you winning that game is extremely low. I mean, like, Sigrist has a hand that'd be, like, phenomenal in a bunch of other matchups, but he just can't expect any of these cards to resolve.
There's that disdainful stroke that you mentioned a second ago, Zach.
He is recording.
Saporito takes the match, 2-1 over Adam Jansen.
Wow, so Thiago Saporito from Brazil.
Yeah, the Brazilian now 1 draw away. So I've got it at 1, 2, 3 players who need to draw next round. It'll either be 4 or 5, depending on how this turns out. If Owen wins, like it looks, I don't know, he's certainly favored at this point. There'll be 5 players looking for a handshake next round to join Ari Locks and Sean McLaren.
Now, 5's kind of an awkward number when you're dealing with
Somebody's going to get
handshakes.
pared down.
Yeah.
There's also...
Oh, good one.
All right, so passes the turn back. Owen Turtenwald does. He is under no pressure at 18 life, and here comes a second Siege Rhino from Sigrist, which is going to get dissolved. And Owen, you can almost sense it from him, right?
Yeah.
Like, he knows that this is his. Like, he just needs to have a reasonable draw and not screw anything up without Mike Sigrist doing anything insane, and he'll be okay. And there's a Perilous Vault to hit the battlefield for Turtenwald, even though there's nothing even there yet. He's just the preemptive Perilous Vault. And there is a Wingmate Rock. Of course, no raid has been triggered, so it's just a 3/4 for 5.
Now, Owen does not have the 5th land, or he didn't until at least this draw step, so that means he's going to take at least 1 hit from the Wingmate Rock. A bit of a not particularly notable consolation for Sigrist.
He's actually digging main phase here, so dig through time. This is to find a land drop, Zach.
Yeah. I mean, that's what he needs. He's got Blight, Disdainful Stroke, and another Vault in his hand. He just needs to start playing lands.
Looks like he's pulled a Hero's Downfall. And I didn't see the other one, but...
Or, I mean, maybe...
There it is.
Yeah,
Yep.
Temple. That's exactly what he needs.
Right, Temple of Deceit, and this is going to look at the top to try to find more lands.
It's interesting how few artifacts there are in the standard right now. Nobody can blow one up. Mike Sigrist doesn't have a way in either his main deck or his sideboard to destroy target artifact.
Right, and
No
interestingly...
other ends around?
A couple of erases. I mean, that's...
Right, he's got Erase. Now, Naturalize is legal in the format, and he's playing...
So's Utter
green.
End.
And Utter End, right. But just apparently saying, like, look, there's going to be so
Were
few
you expecting any
artifacts.
artifacts?
No, absolutely not.
Can you name another one?
Maybe Ghost Fireblade? I don't know. I doubt it, yeah.
All right, so Owen Turtenwald going through the motions here, though. He just played Jace's Ingenuity to find another land drop, and he hit it. And he seems willing to take a few hits here from the Wingmate Rock. That's going to drop Owen down to 12. Still plenty of life total to work with.
Yeah, he wants to spend his mana on card drawing right now, knowing that that Vault can clean up whatever Sigrist puts into play. And Sigrist doesn't really want to put anything else in play. Kind of wants to force Owen to vault away just the one creature.
I mean, that's yet another reason I love Adam Jansen's Destructive Revelries in the sideboard, because, I mean, the last thing you're expecting is for your artifact or your Vault to get blown up.
Looks like, I think there's a Thoughtseize on the stack here as I see Owen jotting down hand information.
Yeah, Sigrist has been slow rolling Thoughtseize. I think he figures once he finally gets Owen to blow the disc, he can clear a path with his Thoughtseize to resolve a threat of some kind.
I mean, it's a great example of not giving up. I mean, Sigrist has been in a pretty horrible situation all game, but he does have a lot of resilient threats. He can work around the Bile Blights. He can work around Disdainful Stroke. To a degree, he can work around Perilous Vault.
So Owen actually took the opposing Thoughtseize to protect the answers he has in his hand. And there he is going to Hero's Downfall the Wingmate Rock and bring him one step closer to potentially back-to-back top 8s for Turtenwald.
He's got both Dissolve and Disdainful Stroke, so has the option of countering anything from Sigrist. I really like Heir to the Wilds here. Oh, okay, that was Sorin.
He played Sorin, he made a Vampire, and that prompted Owen Turtenwald to pop the Perilous Vault. Takes care of both of the threats. And he's got a backup Perilous Vault to play, and he's also got a land to drop him back up, or to bring him back up to 8 life. Ships a turn back to Sigrist, who has 2 known cards to Turnwald. You can see them face up. They're not actually on the battlefield there.
Yep, that's fine.
I think if you're Sigrist, you're going to try to hold that Fleecemane Lion until you have access to 7 mana, allowing you to dodge both Bile Blight and Hero's Downfall. The question is what you cast until then. You've got Heir to the Wilds, which gets hit by Bile Blight, but at least represents a threat. You can solo out a Wingmate Rock.
He goes ahead and runs out the Fleecemane Lion.
Yeah, I liked your idea, Zach.
That's what I was thinking he was going to do as well.
I thought so too, but I think Sigrist feels like
doesn't have that much time.
He's a little under too much pressure here to wait.
Bile Blight.
And Turnwald has Bile Blight to take down the Fleecemane Lion, gain another life off of a Dismal Backwater, pass a turn back. And Turnwald looks like he's in full control here. It looks like he's got this game kind of mapped out how he wants it, and he's not worried about an Heir of the Wilds on its own.
Sigrist keeping the card on top, so that means there's something coming at least that's relevant. Turnwald doesn't have another dig, doesn't have a Pearl Lake Ancient. So
He's digging right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Just cast a dig.
He just dug. That was on end step. Gets
That's
a draw
pretty good.
card for the turn, gain a couple more life off of a Radiant Fountain.
Blue-black life gain is Owen's theme deck.
The hard way, yes. And there's Bile Blight to take out Heir of the Wilds. Remember, Perilous Vault is still sitting there as well. Now he's got 5 mana for Perilous Vault, 3 mana for Dissolve and or Hero's Downfall, of which he has both in hand. And poor Mike Sigrist here is going to have to be stuck just throwing 1 threat at a time out there, which Owen will just ruthlessly pick off.
Oh, man.
Dig through time again. And this is, look, Owen still has some work to do to actually finish this game, but casting back-to-back dig through times when you already have redundant answers in your hand, he's got to feel like it is just a matter of time for him. He's going to vault away.
And that was a very aggressive.
Rakshas's Death Dealer there. I guess he can't. I mean, he didn't have another Bile Blight?
He found another vault.
Found another vault. All right. Hero's Downfall doesn't get it done.
You can't really
there.
put 2 vaults in play. That doesn't work.
No, that's a bad Magic play.
But I mean, having 1 in play untapped, it's like having an 8th card in your hand, right? That removal spell.
It is.
Hangs out.
And there's an Onofenza now for Mike Sigrist, but it's going to get Murderous Cut. As you can see, Owen has answers for everything, and he will continue to for the rest of the game, it looks like.
Owen just optimizing how he's going to tap his lands. Jace's Ingenuity continuing to provide cards. And those 2 dissolves mean that, a Siege Rhino even is probably not going to resolve. So Owen's life total not under a whole lot of pressure.
No, he's in full cruise control mode as well. You can see how crisp his actions are. He's done this 100 times in practice for this Pro Tour. He's been here before. The pressure is not going to bother Owen. This would be his 3rd top 8, correct? I'm pulling that off the top of my head, but I believe this would be his 3rd if he made it.
Yeah.
And he's ready for it.
And
hey, look, a Perilous Vault.
I think that's number 4, right?
Yes.
It is the last one. So Sigrist has fought through 3 of the 4 Perilous Vaults, but he's also got, Owen sitting there with 5 or 6 cards in hand, all spells, just ready to do work.
Yep, 19.
There's a Wingmate Rock.
Good. Yep, Sigrist 19. Cut.
Murderous Cut.
Now, interestingly, Sigrist Hero's Downfall is still in this matchup. All it really does is bounce Pearl Lake Ancient.
Delay
for
a
turn,
Pearl Lake
right?
Ancient, yeah.
And it might just be a case of not having anything else to bring in.
Yeah, his sideboard's got a whip, a couple Wingmate Rocks. I guess a Johnny's relevant. The rest of it is anti-creature. Blows up things that Owen doesn't have.
In Despise, you could theoretically try and hit the Ancient when
There
it's
it is.
in Owen's hand.
There it is, Zach. Pearl Lake Ancient off the top. They've been passing the turn furiously back and forth. Downfall. Ancient. Mike Sigrist at 19, facing down a 6/7 with prowess that is almost impossible to kill.
Yeah, Pearl Lake Ancient put into Cons of Tarkir by Eric Lauer because the control decks needed a way to actually win the game once they had complete control. Didn't want things to drag out forever. Put this card out there, and you know what? It's going to do exactly what it was designed to do. It's going to end this game.
And there, you just mentioned it, Zach. There's the hero's downfall. You know, it doesn't even slow down the Ancient in this scenario at all. He just replayed it. In fact, he's just going to gain Owen 3 life here over the course of the next turn or two.
11.
Sigrist plays Thoughtseize, which is going to peel.
Takes one of the two
dissolve,
dissolves.
and there's going to be a Sorin for Sigrist, but
Yeah, Owen's like, what is that going to do, and how could it possibly matter?
so
Hero's
Hero's
downfall pointed at the vampire, not the Sorin.
Yeah.
right, and he can just kill the Sorin here, or just aim the Pearl Lake Ancient right at Mike Sigrist for a Turtun clock, and that's it. Owen Turtenwald wins. Woo! 2-1 over Mike Sigrist. And it looks like Owen may find himself in a position to draw into top 8 here, Randy.
That's how I see it.
Now, is there a chance that he gets paired up weird and ends up having to play?
Yes.
Everybody's got that chance, right?
Yeah. I mean, the way we've got it, feature match roundup for the round. We had everybody who was in there was trying to win to get to 36 points, hoping that they could draw in. Owen Turtenwald pulled it off. Mike Sigrist hanging out at 36 despite his loss. Tiago Saporito wins. He gets into that tie. Ivan Flock looking like he's going to be able to go back-to-back top 8s, taking down Greg Orange, and then Andre Strasky. So all those guys are hanging out on 36 points.
So is that 2 back-to-back top 8s, one from Owen and one from Flock, potentially?
That's what we're looking at.
I mean, that's crazy. That is an unbelievable amount of consistency. This is an entirely new standard format, entirely new draft format. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's shocking. And so Owen, I'm curious to see. We're actually going to get an interview with Owen. Rashad's down there, and we'll get down there in just a minute. Owen's kind of catching his breath, but once he does, I'm curious to see, kind of what his vibe is. Whether he's just like, this is exciting, I'm going to top it, or if he's like, one more, please let this work out the way I want it to.
It's also one more for Sean McLaren. I mean, he wasn't in the feature match area this round because he was taking a draw with Ari Lax off stage.
All right. Yeah. Well, let's send it down to the feature match area where Rashad Miller is with Owen Turtenwald.
Hi, it's Rashad Miller. I'm here with Owen Turtenwald, and it looks like you are on track to get your second top 8 in a row. Probably not the same sweat you had, at the last Pro Tour, so it must be a refreshing feeling.
No, it feels just about the same. I'm not sweating it as hard this time, but still very good.
All right, so you had an amazing year last season, and obviously one of your many accomplishments is being the leader of Team USA. So just wanted to know, how are any preparations going for the festivities and competition in Nice?
With regards to the World Magic Cup, it's kind of been on the back burner for now because the time difference between now and then is quite a lot, and I'll be able to prepare then. And I've been spending my current time preparing for this tournament, which seems like time well spent.
All right, so back to this tournament. Now, good chances are you offer the hand next round, get the draw, you're in top 8. But there was something else on the line in this match. You're the new king of the hill. So what I need to know, are you going to defend the crown next round?
I'm going to hope to draw. If that means I'm still king, then all right.
Well, I don't know if we've worked out those rules yet, but we'll find out. So that's Owen Turtenwald. We're going to send it back to the booth.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
It's funny watching those guys. Rashad used to drive Owen to PTQs when Owen was a kid.
Wow.
Yes, that's how far back, because they're both from the greater Midwest area.
Right.
And here's Owen, looking potentially to make another Pro Tour top 8 here if he can hang on and get a draw in the next round.
Pretty impressive.
Crazy stuff. So we've got, now I want to talk about Mike Sigrist for a minute here, though, because he was undefeated overnight. Came in, has a pretty solid day today, maybe not quite as pristine as last time, but just real quick, Randy, what needs to happen for him next round to make top 8?
He needs an opponent that'll shake hands with him.
Okay. All right, why don't we send it back to Rich Hagan, who is at the news desk to give you plenty of updates about what's going on with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much to the 3 wise men down there in the booth. They have one more round to commentate on. We've got standings, we've got slide rules, we've got all kinds of maths going on down here at the news desk. By my reckoning, it's actually going to work out fairly straightforwardly until you get to the last slot. So right now, Mike Sigrist, who just lost to Owen Turtenwald, is on 36 points. Count up the 36 points or better as we go. He's number 1. Sean McLaren and Ari Lax, they intentionally drew with each other this last round. They're both already on 37 points, so that's 2 and 3 already at 36 points or better. Thiago Saporito, he's up to 36 points. That's number 4. Even Flock, we saw in feature match action, he won, so he's up to 36 points. Number 5. Andre Strasky, 36 points. Number 6. Owen Turtenwald, 36 points. Number 7. And that's where it stops. So then you have all the players who are on 33, which include, not exclusively, Spencer Garnier, you've got Greg Orange, you've got Adam Jansen, Yuya Watanabe, Li Shi-chan is there, Zach Jesse there, Yoshihiko Ikawa, Jacob Pleasance, and more as results come in. All of those on 33. Now, Yuya Watanabe was very highly positioned in terms of tie breaks amongst the 33s. Greg Orange, round somewhere in the middle there, 61, 62. It is going to be super tight. We think it could well just come down to the last round tie-break lottery. Who makes it just one? But that all depends how the pairings go. We don't have pairings yet. We don't have definitive standings after 15. But right now, if you want a back-of-the-envelope calculation, Sigrist, McLaren, Lax, Saporito, Flock, Strasky, and Turtenwald are all looking to shake hands in the next round. Everyone else is looking to shuffle up and pray. So, it's deck tech time. It's our final deck tech of the Swiss rounds. We've crammed 9 of them in for you. Here's number 9. It's time to go over to Brian David Marshall and Greg Orange.
Hello, everybody. Welcome one more time to the Tournament Center here at Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir in Honolulu, Hawaii. I'm here with Greg Orange.
Hello.
Greg, coming into this tournament, we were having a debate called spell or counterspell. The idea, are people going to be playing, questions, or people going to be playing answers? And a lot of people felt like control might not exist for this format.
Right.
But you came here packing a control deck. What were you thinking about as you prepared for this tournament?
Well, the thing is, I basically always play control, so really, there wasn't a lot of thought to put it. It was like, I was worried that it was dead too, but I was just gonna try to build it the best I could, because that's basically what I like to play. So.
Okay, and what did you have to do? Because we're gonna see your deck in a few seconds. We're gonna go through it, but this is there's not a lot of counter spells in your deck.
Yeah.
You have to go to a very different kind of spell configuration. What was your thinking on this?
Well, I wanted to play like Thoughtseize, and I wanted to play like Hero's Downfall, and like the mana base for like a blue or Esper deck like wasn't like that great, so I didn't really have room in like the mana base to like run dissolves. Like although I wanted to, like it's just too hard to get the double blue on like turn 3.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, you know what? Let's take a look at what you put in here. And you started really, it looks like with a couple Planeswalkers.
Yeah.
Elspeth Sun's Champion, a staple. And then a card that maybe people have fallen asleep on a little bit as a control tool, Ashiok Nightmare Weaver. Tell me about this card.
Ashiok, well, there's a lot of like mid-rangey green decks, and Ashiok is really good against those decks because a lot of time, if you like play it early before your opponent has a threat into play, either they have to spend their turn answering it, or they're like just like can be far behind. Like sometimes Ashiok isn't that good because if they already have something going on, then it just doesn't really do anything. But
I look at people playing Magic, and a lot of times on turn 3, their land is coming into play tapped.
Yeah.
If you're able to play an Ashiok, that seems like it's going to be great for you against a deck with Mantis Riders or burn spells or something like that, where you're able to stick this, plus it, and then maybe steal their own creatures and start using them against them.
Yeah, or sometimes you can even Thoughtseize into Ashiok so you know they don't have anything, and then you can play it afterwards.
Are these your 2 primary win conditions in the deck?
They're the only win conditions, not the primary ones. They're dead, then I'm dead.
They are the 1st through 5th win conditions in the deck. All right, so let's take a look at how we get there. In place of where you would normally see Counterspell, Mana Leak, Remand, it's actually more of a package of black removal spells.
Yeah.
Talk about Utter End and Murderous Cut, the two new cards from Khans of Tarkir.
Well, I want to try out Utter End because I wanted to be able to answer, because I wasn't quite sure what people are going to be playing or what I'm going to see. So it can answer a god, or it can answer a planeswalker or a creature. So it just has a lot of versatility. It's kind of expensive, so you don't want a lot of
So you
Utter
actually have an
Ends,
answer to a Keranos, for example.
Yeah, otherwise there just wouldn't be an answer to Gyarados. So.
Murderous Cut, just one copy in the main deck, but how has that card been for you?
Well, I was already playing Dig Through Time, and I found that there was still enough extra cards where I could squeeze in another one. I needed another early removal spell to play in turn 3 maybe. And I didn't want another Bile Blight because there's too many things I thought that avoided Bile Blight or had 4 toughness or whatnot. So
okay. And Hero's Downfall, pretty self-explanatory at this point. It's been a staple of any deck with swamps now for as long as it's been around. Let's take a look at the next set of cards. You mentioned Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
You're using this to set up your Ashiok, using this to disrupt. They're like, keep. You're like, excellent. I have a Thoughtseize. And tell me about Disdainful Stroke, the one counter spell in your deck.
Yeah, well, I was thinking, at first I wanted to play Dissolve, but there wasn't enough blue. And so I was thinking there'd be a lot of more mid-rangey decks, some slower decks. I thought that the main cards I want to counter are the more expensive ones anyway. So a lot of the time, Ashiok, Disdainful Stroke has been pretty good. I'll have 2 mana open and counter a Planeswalker or something, like Storm Breath Dragon or
right, just about anything.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's like a negate for everything.
Yeah.
Costs more than 4. So now you're digging. You're digging for those removal spells. You're digging for your Planeswalkers. You're trying to buy turns. This is kind of your turn. Find what I'm looking for. Nyx Fleece Ram 3 in the main deck. This is not a card you often see in the main deck.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird choice. But the problem, there's no other way to gain any life with the deck, and there's no counter spells. So if you don't have if they're playing burn in their deck, a lot of times you'll just die to their burn deck. Their burn spells because they'll just top deck a few and then you'll just be dead after a few turns.
Sure.
So if you have a sheep in play, then that sort of prevents that from happening. Also, it can be an answer to a creature, and maybe later you play a Wrath and you killed multiple creatures, but you lost the sheep, but it already did its job at that point anyway.
And with 3 colors, you can't really play the Radiant Fountain we've seen in some of the blue-black control decks.
Yeah.
Okay. Dig Through Time and Divination, obviously just finding you. End hostilities.
Yeah.
How has this card been for you? Has it lived? How has it worked as a generic or substitute for Supreme Verdict?
Oh, well, it's no Supreme Verdict. That's true, but it's nice that you can dig for it, so you don't quite need the full playset of End Hostilities. But when it's good, it's good. There's some slower decks, so a lot of times you don't necessarily need it on turn 4, although it would be nice, but...
Are you finding that the aggro decks are maybe a turn or 2 slower, as well as the control decks being a turn or 2 slower?
Well, I just wasn't expecting a lot of aggro decks, because I thought the mid-range decks, the Siege Rhino decks, would be really good against those, and there probably wouldn't be a whole lot. But
okay. So let's take a look at how you made this all work in the mana base. We've got 3 different temples and a Scoured Barrens, sort of bridging your mana together, looking for all these different sources of white. Let's take a look at the next group. Polluted Delta and Flooded Strand, getting cards into your yard.
Yeah, for Dig Through Time.
Yeah, and then but also finding the right mix of islands, plains, and then if we look at the next set of cards, you also have some basic swamps, and of course the Urborg, sort of the fixer.
Yeah.
Any problems with Urborg? Have you played Urborg and given your opponent swamps and had anything go horribly awry?
I don't think I've done it today, but
beware the empty the pits. We've heard stories about the Urborg turning on someone's empty the pits. But so what are your thoughts about this deck? How are you feeling with it? As you come towards the end of 2 days of playing, against the toughest Magic players on Earth.
Right.
How do you feel? You're in a good position. You top 25 your last Pro Tour to qualify for this Pro Tour. You're in a position for another top 25 or better finish again this weekend. how do you feel this deck has served you?
It served me really well. Like I played against some green ramp decks, and it's pretty good against those decks. It's got some faded retributions in the sideboard.
Sure, here we take a look. Last Breath, Nyx Fleece Ram, Erase, Faded Retribution, Elspeth.
Yeah, so like it was pretty good against the green ramp decks, and it's also pretty good against the Mantis Rider decks, I think, also.
Okay, let's take a look at the last set of cards in the sideboard. We see Drenosaur, we see 2 more Ashjack Nightmare Weaver. So that's got to be for the control matchup?
Yeah, and I just felt like I needed extra win conditions in the sideboard, and that was really the only, that's what I thought one of the best ones to play.
So you can go up to like 8 Planeswalkers if you need to, and also go up to 6 counterspells.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your best matchup on the weekend? You said maybe the Jeskai deck?
Maybe like a green ramp deck.
Okay, and what's your worst matchup? What are you really
The
dreading?
blue-black deck.
The blue-black control
It's just like a more controlling version of my deck. It has dissolves and counter magic and more hand disruption, so like there's not a lot that I can really do about that.
Okay, interesting. I'm going to be curious to see how the ballad of the control deck continues to play out as we move into Grand Prix LA over the coming weeks. Greg Orange, thank you very much. You have one more match of Magic to go play. Signing off for Greg Orange is Brian David Marshall from the Tournament Center.
Thank you very much to Greg Orange. Thank you very much to Brian David Marshall. Thank you very much to you. Oh, hello. Hi. Just go on, squeeze in. Look, it's Brian David Marshall. There he is. It's like a sort of reverse selfie.
If someone else takes the picture, it's called an Elsie.
Is it?
Yes.
Someone else? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So here's the thing. Pro Tour's a little bit complicated when it comes to pairings because we have this deal where you can't play each other in constructed twice.
Yes.
In
Until
the
Sunday.
Swiss.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you could play in round 2 in draft, and then round 5 in standard, and then you could play in round 9 in draft, but then you cannot play in rounds 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, because that's back to standard. You would have to wait until Sunday. So in this last round, we're being extremely careful to make sure that all the people who can't play each other are indeed not playing each other. So, on one level, BD, and while you were working your way through Greg Orange there, it's actually quite straightforward because there are 7 people who have 36 points or better who want to shake hands.
That's not an even number of hands.
That is correct, generally. So that's Mike Sigrist, Sean McLaren, Ari Lax, Thiago Saporito, Ivan Flock, Andre Strasky, and Owen Turtenwald. Those 7 would like to shake hands with each other. Some combination of those will be able to, but it is very likely. I'm going to... Actual numbers. Right, here's where we are. McLaren 37, Lax 37, Saporito 36, Sigrist 36, Flock 36, Strasky 36, Turtenwald 36. Let us see how the top pairings work out. Who plays who?
Sean McLaren is playing Strasky, 37 plays 36. They should be able to shake hands.
You play the role of Sean McLaren and I'll be Andre Strasky. Congratulations, 2 in the top 8. Table 2.
Ari Lax, 37 points, plays Ivan Flock at 36 points. You play the role of Ivan Flock, I'll play the role of Ari Lax. There you go.
So that's 4 in. Table 3.
Mike Sigrist and Thiago Saporito, 36 plays 36. That's perfectly reasonable, yes.
Lovely. 5, 6.
Things get messy on table 4.
Okay.
Owen Turtenwald is the point player with 36 points who does not have a handshake when the music stops.
Okay.
And
so
he is playing against Yuya Watanabe on 33 points. So Yuya is playing up, and if he beats Owen, well, his tiebreakers will improve.
And they're way better than Owen's. Way better. Owen only has 59% or nearly 60% as tie breaks. Watanabe at 65, plus any number of other players, 64, 64, 63, 61.
Then we have a scrum of players at 33 on 33.
Right.
Going down to table 12.
So that's like Carvalho against Don Van Ravensfight. Okay, so let's focus on the key. Therefore, we believe that 6 did handshakes and high fives. The winner of Turtenwald Watanabe will almost certainly make it because Watanabe has the finest tie breaks currently of the 33s. He's a full point clear of Li Shiqian, who is next in tiebreak land. Just to give you the next few on tiebreaks, 10th right now.
So you mentioned Li Shiqian.
Yeah.
He's paired up against Spencer Garnier, 33 on 33.
Yeah, and they are right near the top, so they're 64 versus 63 percentage-wise.
Who do you have next in terms of the tiebreakers?
So I've got John Sittner.
John Sittner's playing against Greg Orange.
Yes, that's 10th versus 12th, 64 v 61. Orange may struggle even with a win. Can't be certain, though. Meanwhile, Sittner with a win, he's in very good shape, potentially, especially if Watanabe beats Turtenwald.
Okay.
That's super good for him. All the 33s want Watanabe to beat Turtenwald because Turtenwald would currently, if he was on 33 right now rather than 36, he would be in 17th place.
Right, and
So,
just keep in mind, again, Sean McLaren and Ari Lax could both decide to play their match. They cannot they cannot get knocked out of the top 8 with a loss.
Sure.
And a win offers them an opportunity to play for position, to play for seeding.
So we could even see McLaren knock out Strasky, who has a 63% opponent match win.
Although playing against McLaren, his tiebreakers will improve considerably.
Will go up. And Lax would be trying to put out even Flock.
And by the way, can I just take a moment and congratulate Ari Lax? One of the players, right around 150 pro points. I think actually at 150 with his appearance here this weekend.
That's right, because it means he now gets a vote for Hall of Fame.
And was very high up on that list. That not too long ago, even Flock was on. That not too long ago, Owen Turtenwald was on. That not too long ago, Reed Duke was on. Of players with the most pro points without a top 8. Gets himself off that list no matter what happens this round. So great job by Ari Lax. Super long time in coming and very well deserved.
Yep. Starting to hear things in my ear about potential draws on those top 2 tables. Maybe McLaren and Lax are happy with Strasky and Flock
they're
in the top
certainly
8.
going to just be 1 and 2 no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. So, table 7 sees Bram Snapvangers against Yoshihiko Ikawa. Bram in 13th, Ikawa in 14th. Starting to get very difficult.
Starting to get grim.
I'll tell you what, though, let's add another thing into the mix. One word, draw. Not intentional, draw. We have blue-black control decks in this thing.
Sure.
We have people trying to win with Pearl Lake Ancient on turn 453. We could yet see 2 players drawing essentially out, or someone in, someone out.
Well, Owen Turtenwald's fine with a draw.
Owen's super happy with the draw. Yeah. The big one, though, quite clearly, 3 players of the year's worth of Owen Turtenwald against Yuya Watanabe.
Yeah.
Just incredible.
I imagine that's what we'll be watching on camera.
Well, I can tell you that 4 matches are being sent into the feature match area as we speak. Let's see what we've got for you. Li Shiqian with his Jeskai Ascendancy deck is up against Spencer Garnier, Abzan midrange, 11 and 4, both of those. And I'm just having confirmed tables 1 ID, table 2 ID, table 3 ID. That is McLaren, Strasky, Lax, Flock, Sigrist, Saporito, 6 of 8 locked.
Great job, guys.
Fantastic. And Thiago Saporito, that's a brilliant story for the Brazilian. 6-0, fell to 6-2, rolled up his sleeves, got to 10-2, and has just kept on trucking.
How about Mike Sigrist?
Yeah.
Paul Reed's, I was talking to him today. He talks about going to Your Move games for the first time, maybe 1998, maybe 1999, and Mike Sigrist already, has his name carved into a table there. You know what I mean? He's been, he is already the veteran player in that area. So he's, Mike Sigrist, his first top 8 in a long career.
Yep, and on form, a Grand Prix winner this year at GP Washington, D.C. He'll be going to the Pro Tour in Washington, D.C. in February 2015. So the matches, Li Shiqian, Jeskai Ascendancy versus Spencer Garnier, both 11 and 4. Li Shiqian currently 64% in 9th, Garnier in 11th. Very strong possibility the winner of that could be in. Then you've got Snapvangers against Ikawa, that is Red-White Heroic for Yoshihiko Ikawa against Abzan Midrange for Snapvangers, the Hall of Famer, on the week that the Hall of Famers got inducted.
Yep.
BDM, great to see Bram putting in a great run. John Sittner with his Nia Walker's deck is against Greg Orange with Esper Control, both on 11 and 4, Sittner 10th, Orange 12th. Sittner would have the favoured position there if he wins, to be one of the two 36s who might make it in. In a shocking turn of events, the planned video match, and by the way, King of the Hill,
Oh, by the way,
is the number 2 ranked player in the world, Owen Turtenwald, with blue-black control at 12 and 3, versus the 11 and 4 Jeskai wins of Yuya Watanabe. Everyone understand where we are? 6 in, 2 waiting to see what happens. Turtenwald for sure with a win. Watanabe probably with a win. Turtenwald very unlikely with a loss.
You think unlikely? Oh, you said his breakers
He's 59. He's horrible breakers.
Sure.
He's like 6% behind many
Oh,
of them. So the players are shuffling in the feature match area right now, gearing up for this.
So you're saying that matchup will be spell or counter spell?
Yes, that's what I'm saying, approximately.
Very
Just
exciting.
incidentally, looking at some of the lower down, and this sounds terrible, but I'm going to say also rans in terms of this last round alone. The 11 and 4s who we think just really way behind the curve, but great job. Again, Andrew Cuneo, Control Merchant.
Yeah.
And he was responsible pretty much for Owen's deck, right?
Yes,
It was-
absolutely. You could tell by his signature Radiant Fountain.
Right.
By the way, Andrew Cuneo is playing Ben Stark this round. That's a pretty
really?
pretty epic match.
To see who gets to 36 points in a
Yes.
virtual tie for top 8.
Masashio Iso versus Stanislav Sivka. That's a little bit below the curve there. That's on 30
Right.
points. But, lots of big names near these top 15, 16 tables.
Yeah, great job with Dennis Rashid as well. He's going to be just 1 win or even no wins away from the top 8. Why don't we just show you the leaderboard as things stand coming in? Because we know that we're being joined by people all the time. Here is the leaderboard as we look at it right now. McLaren in with an ID. He has ID'd. Ari Lax in. Thiago Saporito in. Mike Sigrist in. Ivan Flock in. Andre Strasky in. Turtenwald Watanabe, the winner, almost certainly in. 100% if it's Owen. Then Lishi Chan, John Sittner, Spencer Garnier, Greg Orange. They are your next most likely, and then it heads down in order of magnitude to the point at which, if the winner of Ben Stark and Andrew Cuneo gets in, there have been a lot of very, very strange draws going on. The players are ready, and in the end, it all comes down to one turn after the other, just as it has all weekend, but this time, there's no room for error. Here's round 16 of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir.
And welcome back to the booth. That's Randy Buehler. That's Zach Hill. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and it looks like we're just about ready to go out. Randy, real quick, if Owen wins, what does it mean?
He's in.
And what happens if Yuya wins?
He's in. Stop worrying about the tiebreakers.
Okay, he's in. All right, so we have a win and in for the top 8. Let's head down to the feature match area for the 16th and final round of Swiss here from Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir from Hawaii. Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler and Zach Hill, and it is the last round of Swiss. We have one heck of a matchup too. Owen Turtenwald is playing against Yuya Watanabe for top 8. Owen put himself in a great spot to top 8, but looks like he's got to win one more to make it. And Yuya, after having a bit of a meltdown in the middle of the day, has come back to put himself in a spot to get there. The matchup, Zach, is blue-black control in the hands of Owen Turtenwald, a true control deck, versus Jeskai wins for Yuya Watanabe, a deck that's a lot more flexible.
Yeah, I mean, Yuya's deck has a lot of different plans, a lot of different styles of attack. The thing that's going to be challenging for Owen, he has a lot of creature removal, but Yuya's burn, not really a whole lot Owen can do about it. He has some life gain in the form of those lands. Radiant Fountain can counter a Magma Jet.
A couple of dismal backwaters, yeah, but
he can do it, but I mean, you can't really Defiant Strike a Jeskai Charm.
Yeah, when we talk about all the different roles that Jeskai wins deck can take, in this matchup, he's the beatdown.
Yeah.
Like, this is Jeskai aggro in this matchup. I mean, or Jeskai burn if you prefer, but he definitely is the aggressive player. He's not trying to play a control game. He's just trying to knock those life points away. And like you say, he's got some reach in that those burn spells just keep being must-counter threats eventually. They add up.
Right, yeah. I mean, he's holding 11 points of burn in his hand right now, and that's not even counting the Magma Jet he just cast. Now, Yuya on a mulligan, so he's going to have to draw quite a bit more than he's got right now, but, you know, this game's not going to end quickly.
Perilous Vault, not super effective against this deck. It's going to have to 1-for-1 with many threats that Yuya has, and even his Mantis Riders often will get to hit first anyway. And it looks like Yuya is already deep in the tank here on the end step, trying to decide, while he has Owen Turtenwald tapped out, what he wants to do.
14.
And he's going to fire off. We'll see.
How insane is this winning?
Lightning Strike.
3 Player of the Year titles between these guys.
Yes.
4
this is
Pro Tour
crazy.
top 8s.
Owen Turtenwald looking to try to get back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s.
Watanabe trying to avert disaster after the 8-0 yesterday. It's like he goes 8-0, all he's got to do is show up and go 4-4. Well, so far he's 3-4.
That's right.
Which is better than the 2-4 he was an hour ago.
Yes.
It's interesting. I'm trying to think about why it was Lightning Strike that Yuya wanted to resolve rather than Jeskai Charm. I mean, it's, you know,
it's less mana efficient.
Right, it's less mana efficient, and it's fewer points of damage. We see Yuya drawing Stoke the Flames. So he has 12 points of burn in his hand.
Wow.
Owen's at 14 life. So, I mean, suddenly, Owen, you know, may not even know that he's in a risky position, but he definitely is.
That might be why you.
Owen knows now. there's a main phase, Stoke the Flames, while Owen's tapped out. And Owen knows exactly what this game is, and he will have tested this matchup a lot.
And we see, I mean, Bile Blight, Downfall, Dig Through Time, Ingenuity. He's going to be able to get to some counter magic if he has enough time, but that's going to take a little while.
It's going to take a long while. His hand doesn't do anything against what Yuya Watanabe's doing right now.
He can kill lots of creatures.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen Dig Through Time be cast for 2 mana so often. It's weird to be in a situation where, he can't cast it and he isn't quite there yet.
Here comes some damage from Yuya Watanabe. I think Owen's going to take 7 right here. I think he's going to go Jeskai Charm, and he just drew Lightning Strike for the turn,
Oh
too.
my goodness.
Bang, bang.
And I'm going to go to 4.
Wow.
It's a 4?
I
3?
think maybe he had played a backwater that he didn't get on the...
Okay. That 4 is very different from 3.
It's huge, yeah.
Goodness.
As it sits,
so it's
Yuya
about the same
still
versus
has
the Stoke the Flame that's in
the
Yuya's
Stoke the
hand.
Flames, right.
Well, that's what I mean, is that at 4, Owen can draw another backwater to get out of range.
Yeah, the 5th point of life's the big one.
Right. Because right now I can tap out to dig through. Or no, there just aren't enough cards in the graveyard.
Right.
To
There's
dig
one
through
card
time.
in his graveyard.
But he's
no
digging
creatures.
right now. Like, he's got the full grip here. Yuya's just watching him.
Because with Jace's Ingenuity in the graveyard on 6 mana, he's 1 short of casting
He
Dig.
cannot do
Which
it.
means
He doesn't want to tap out for it anyway. He'd rather just represent Dissolve than tap out for Dig.
Yes, he can't.
That's a really excellent point.
Yeah, he's better off bluffing counter magic than tapping out.
And with that many cards in hand, it's not a tough sell either. If you're
Right.
at Yuya's seat, you're going to give him credit for
Yuya
it.
hasn't even tested him. Yuya has pointed all his burn spells at Owen while Owen's been tapped out. So for all Yuya knows, Owen could have a grip full of permission.
And in fact, Owen's going to go to discard here, which is actually down the line going to help out.
I mean, this is an agonizing situation for Yuya. I mean, on the one hand, you've got to play around counter magic. On the other hand, I mean, your opponent's got a loaded grip. If he doesn't tap low this turn, he's indicating to you he's not going to. And every single card Owen draws is more access to Disdainful Stroke and Dissolve.
And
This is such a bluff by Owen. This
I
is pure
think- I
bluff,
think
right?
Yuya's
He's dead.
actually just said
you understand,
go.
if Yuya
Yes.
just taps 4 mana and points Stoke to Flames at Owen's face, he wins the game.
Yeah. This is insane. And Owen
has to decide
I
how
believe
much
that Yuya has said go here.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah. So
He
Owen
absolutely
is
has.
like, can I actually afford to tap mana here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wow.
And you're dead.
my
Bang.
goodness.
Kill
And
you.
he has it.
And Yuya wins game one in very quick fashion. Now, the question I have is, what does Owen Turtenwald's sideboard look like for this matchup, and how does this change? We'll be back after these messages.
Pump bigger game by playing in a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Los Angeles, Stockholm, Nashville, Santiago, New Jersey, and Madrid. Visit wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule. Play Magic at a store near you every Friday. Earn Planeswalker points and battle against your friends in Friday Night Magic. October's FNM promo card is Fanatic of Xenagos. Visit wizards.com/FNM for more information.
All right, let's let those guys get sideboarding and take a look at our back table. Li Shitian versus Spencer Garnier.
Now, for those of you yesterday who were excited to see a combo deck showing up in Standard, Li Shitian is your horse in this fight. Li Shitian is on the Jeskai Ascendancy combo list. He's also the guy with the next best tiebreakers after Yuya Watanabe amongst the players that can get to 36 points. So Spencer Garnier fighting the good fight with an Abzan mid-range deck here.
Mid-range versus combo, not historically where you want to be.
You got to like Li Shitian's chances here. And I don't know, it seems like there should be an Ascendancy deck playing tomorrow, right? Kind of a big story. Garnier, my apologies. Stefan Garnier. Spencer Garnier.
So Rattle Mystic, when you flip it up, you get 3 mana immediately, and then it can tap for an additional mana, so reasonably good ramp. This is a version with Twin Flame. We've seen quite a few different builds of this deck.
Orange leads 1-0 over Sittner on another table. Another couple tiebreaker notches further down. Guys that are trying to win and cross their fingers rather than win and sweat.
So Li Shitian take that Jeskai Ascendancy into his hand off of the Commune, so moving ever closer to assembling the combo. It does require a full 4 pieces. It's not easy to assemble, but it is pretty resilient once you get it.
Yeah, and the fact that you're casting, a Commune with the Gods and Dig Through Time means that you've got a lot of ways to look for those pieces.
And he's really under very light pressure here from Garnier.
Yeah, Corsair of Krufix not known for its aggressive power.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of the reason the Ascendancy combo is actually working out, is a field full of Coursers. Like those green decks, you get 8, 10 turns. Like they can't kill a goldfish in 8 turns, much less a combo player.
That's true.
And you don't care about the life points from Corsair. You don't care about the 4 toughness.
So Lee digging and digging.
And in Scrylands too. I mean, there's a lot of selection.
You will
in this
find
deck.
the pieces. The question is, can you get them in the right order, in the right time, and do they survive? And we've seen this Jeskai Ascendancy deck. It hasn't come up and said, look, I'm the king of the new format. You have to beat me. But it has certainly shown that it's a player.
Yeah, it's a player. It's not, oh my god, broken combo, the sky is falling. It's like, oh, there's a combo deck in Standard now.
Right. A lot of people were worried on day one, though, that the sky might, in fact, be at least crackling a little bit.
Yeah. Garnier passes the turn back with 6 mana. He's got an Elspeth in his hand, too, but it looks like he's respecting the combo potential here. I think he's got maybe a Murderous Cut or some type of removal spell floating around there, too.
I mean, whenever your opponent casts Dig Through Time, you just got to be on the edge of your seat, just terrified about the bad things that can happen.
Yeah, now here's one of the better combo pieces Sylvan Carry added. It means he won't be doing it this turn, but Rattleclaw Mystic's a lot more vulnerable of a mana creature.
Yeah, for those of you who weren't with us yesterday, the 4-card combo that he's trying to assemble, you want to point Retraction Helix at one of your creatures so that you have the ability to tap it and bounce something, return something to your hand. Like a 0 casting cost artifact is the particular thing you like to do. Well, Sylvan Caryatid is hexproof, so it's a lot safer to have that be the key card in your combo.
Dragon Mantle hitting it, which is going to draw him a card. Dragon Mantle is the way that they're going to draw, well, as many cards as they want once they get to go off. I was watching Sean McLaren play against this deck, and his opponent started going off, and he kind of said, look, I'm going to do these things, and I'm going to kill you. And he said, do it.
Yeah, right.
And so he just started peeling cards. He's like, I make infinite mana.
No doubt. It's interesting. Dragon Mantle, not a card that we saw in the version of this deck that was featured. Really powerful with Retraction Helix because every single time you cast it, you get to draw a card off Mantle and loot for 1 card. And with the Retraction Helix, you can tap your creature to bounce the Mantle, Mantle to untap your creature. So it's a little bit of a card drawing engine on a hexproof creature like Sylvan Caryatid. That can help you out even if you don't have a 0-mana artifact yet.
I think Spencer's trying to decide if he just wants to go big here, if he wants to kind of keep pecking away, and I think he's decided to just go big. He's like, look, I'm going to give you a window, but I'm going to put big pressure on you in the meantime with an Elspeth.
Right, and he can't act as though he has a removal spell for Sylvan Caryatid.
Yeah, this version only plays 2 of the 0-mana artifact. It's only got, and they chose Briber's Purse rather than Astral Cornucopia, which I don't. It so barely matters.
Yeah, I mean,
they're both 0-mana artifacts.
One of the things I was talking to CFB about their build is that sometimes there are only so many white sources in the deck, so you can cast Cornucopia for 3.
More than 0.
Right, use it to cast your Ascendancy and then bounce it and still use it for 0 mana.
Speaking of Ascendancy, here's its first appearance for Li Shitian.
All righty.
He's got that part.
Does he have the Helix?
He's got a Twin Flame, so that gives him another Caryatid. So that's whenever he casts a non-creature, he gets essentially another net mana every turn. There's Helix.
And there's the Helix.
So he's got Helix Mantle.
And with multiple mana creatures, he can just bounce Dragon Mantle.
Yes, he can just do that, and he
so
can
he
do
can
that
draw.
repeatedly.
He's got it.
Right.
And he's explaining what he's doing right now. Let's listen in.
Yes. So I now start to, okay?
And with 2 of those, he's going to be able to both play it and bounce it.
I have demonstrated a loop that says I can draw a card whenever I want to.
As
You
many
agree?
of them as I want, and I can make mana whenever I want.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Infinite mana.
Okay, now he's got infinite mana. So Li Shitian now has essentially infinite cards and
Nissa?
infinite mana. Is this the payoff, Randy? Anissa?
What's the actual kill?
I think he twin flames out.
Oh,
Kill
because
you.
he has 4.
All my lands are gigantic now.
Wow.
And that's it.
What a
So Li
kill.
Shitian's
Using
going to
the
win. Let's head back
+1/+1
to
from
our...
the Ascendancy to make all his creatures gigantic.
That's right. Let's head back to the main feature match where Yuya Watanabe and Owen Turtenwald await. Yuya took a quick game 1 against Owen. Zach, have you had a chance to look at the sideboards at all for these players?
No, I haven't been. I was too busy
I
trying
did a
to
bit.
think about Nissa as a kill condition.
Yeah,
in
it's
that
pretty
combo
cool.
deck.
Randy, what do you got?
Negate is the key card Owen
Okay.
gets. He gets 2 mana counter target burn spell. Just the thing that he wants. He also gets Farika's Cure, which I don't know if it comes in because it doesn't kill very many creatures. But it probably comes in because there's Rabble Masters floating around.
And it can get Seeker of the Way.
All right, so a pretty normal opener here as the players are going to be jockeying for mana drops for the early stages.
I think on Watanabe's side, he's got Chandra, Prognostic Sphinx, Disdainful Stroke. Disdainful Stroke especially important because it counters both Jace's Ingenuity and Dig Through Time.
All right, so there's Goblin Rabble Master, but before combat, Owen Turtenwald's going to Bile Blight it, make sure that no goblins are produced. So it looks like Yuya is just kind of testing the waters here, just saying, well, let's start plowing through whatever answers you happen to have.
Right, and with Disdainful Stroke, that means that if he 1-for-1s, normally Owen tries to get ahead with one of these card advantage spells. You can say no. And for a control deck, Owen doesn't have that much card advantage. He's got Dig Through Time and Ingenuity. That's really it.
It's 8 cards.
Those Ingenuities add up pretty quickly.
Well, I think he's got 3 copies of Ingenuity. I was looking to see if Yuya had his own Digs Through Time, but it looks like he doesn't.
Oh, wow. Yeah, 3 Ingenuities to go with the 4 digs for Owen. A lot of these Jeskai wins decks lists do play Dig Through Time. I'm
Right.
a little bit surprised that Yuya doesn't.
Yeah, Yuya's a little bit different. He has
Brimaz.
4 Seekers of the Way, right, and 3 Brimaz, King of Oreskos.
A little more on the aggro side of things. 2 God's Willings in the main that I'm sure. I don't know if those come out.
Yeah, I could see them both being really bad and
Right,
really
I wasn't
good.
sure that Disdainful Strokes were going to come in, honestly. I see him as the beatdown player in this matchup. And do you really want to fight the expensive card drawing aspect of Owen's deck?
Well, I mean, it also lets you counter a Perilous Vault.
I guess. I mean,
think
yes,
you-
it does. You're
I
right,
think
of
you do
course.
want to counter a Dig Through Time. But yeah, I mean, it's a complicated matchup for sure.
All right, there's the second Rabble Master now for Yuya Watanabe, sitting at 11-4 and hoping to win this match and then get into the top 8 at X and 4.
Yeah, the fact that he's been
tough to
paired
do.
up is actually good for his tiebreakers. So, I mean, he's already in first in tiebreakers, and he's the guy in that scrum that got paired up. So
Pretty
I
tough to
definitely
overcome.
like his chances with a win. I think it's a pretty clean win and in.
Now, Owen Turtenwald, on the other hand, is sitting at 12-3. He
Yeah,
got
that's the
paired
more
down.
interesting one. Owen's tiebreakers are not good, but they tend to go up. When you get paired down and lose, your tiebreakers tend to go up more than the people who are below you and winning.
Exactly.
I mean, because their opponents are just, your opponent just lumped up into the top 8. Their opponents just fell out to like 32nd or so.
And we do see that Ingenuity get hit with a disdainful stroke.
There you go. Yeah, that worked out pretty well.
Yeah, meanwhile, Mantis Rider looking to start piling on some damage here for Yuya Watanabe. He looked so devastated a few rounds ago after having a really tough day compared to his day one where he was undefeated.
So this is really bold. Yuya playing two Mantis Riders.
Right into Bile Blight?
Right into Bile Blight. He's seen one Bile Blight. He gets through 3 damage no matter what. But, I mean, Owen has to be craving a Bile Blight off this dig through time. If he has it, that's incredible. And if he doesn't, he is in big trouble.
You have to be really good at Magic to put that second Mantis Rider down against a Bile Blight deck.
No kidding.
Right. Yeah, because it's not as though it didn't occur to Yuya that this was an issue.
He's just like, you know what? That is a risk I think I have to run with this hand in this situation.
Oh, man, and he still has access to stoke the flames from both of those Mantis Riders and his 2 lands.
Yeah, it's part of the reason it's such a tempting play. It's just so good for his hand to be able to stoke here.
And there it is.
Yeah, you have to be really good at Magic or really bad at Magic. One or the other.
I think I know what we're dealing with here.
Same.
So Owen did not find a Bile Blight. He did find a Hero's Downfall and then drew one for the turn on top of that, but doesn't hit his land drop for the turn.
Yeah, the
Owen's
disdainful
all the way
stroke
down
on that
to 9.
The disdainful stroke on that Jace's Ingenuity really slowed Owen's board development down dramatically.
Owen falls to 6. Yuya Watanabe up a game here.
And yeah, up a game. This
is huge. He's up a game, and he's the burn deck now. Like he gets to try to just jockey around whatever Owen's doing as far as drawing cards and just try to burn out Turtenwald.
And we're in another one of those situations where Yuya has a lethal amount of burn spells.
Right. He's just looking for a window to cast it.
Right.
And there's Brimaz to help him out as well. He's got now lethal on the board.
Yeah, forces Owen to deal with his creatures. When Owen taps mana to do it, he's just going to burn his face.
Yeah, and that Brimaz is just so well positioned. I mean, Owen had 3 2-mana counter spells, none of which dealt with Brimaz.
Yep, right under that disdainful stroke, and of course Negate can't hit it, so Owen is in a real pinch here. He can kill one of these creatures. He can negate a lightning strike, but
he's got Jorabai Murklurker, which ordinarily would be quite good in this situation, but he doesn't really have the mana to take advantage of it.
no, he needs to have the board more stable to take advantage of the Murklurker here. I mean, he's got all the tools. He's got 2 disdainful strokes, negate, downfall. He can even dig through time. I think he's just lacking time itself.
Yeah. So the real bad situation for Owen. I mean, he can play Murklurker to block, saves him 3 life. He can downfall. He can keep a bunch of mana open. He's not going to cast that dig through time anytime soon. I mean,
yeah, Owen's thinking about what it is that he can afford to play around here. And there's Stoke the Flames to your face.
17. Yep.
That's going to drop Owen.
I mean, Owen's got it.
He's got to negate,
right?
yes,
I
right?
think you have to negate.
I think
Or
he
disdainful stroke. I mean,
probably.
excuse me. Yeah, that's a. With 2 of those in your hand, he's probably pretty excited to get one out of his hand. But he knows how bad this is for him.
This is the point where you try to figure out, is there any way I can possibly win? If my opponent has blanks in his hand, how do I win this game?
Right.
And this puzzle is tough even if Yuya's got blanks.
That's so
But
brutal.
Yuya does not, in fact, have blanks in his hand.
All right, so he didn't do it, and that's it. Yuya shows him the burn spells, and Owen has to extend. Now, Owen's going to be 12-4, and so...
Weren't we in this exact situation at the last Pro Tour?
Yes.
Owen sweating the top 8 announcement, tied for that top 8. This does mean, by the way, we're going to have 2 people get into the top 8 at 12 and 4, right? There's the 6 people who've ID'd in, and then Owen is now down in the 12-4 scrum alongside Yuya Watanabe. Both of these guys sweating their breakers. Watanabe, I think, is the most likely, but there's another spot even after Yuya.
Okay.
They could both make the top 8 here still, hypothetically.
Owen Turnwald, professional sweater of top 8 announcements. Let's jump over to Bram Snepvangers playing Abzan midrange against Yoshihiko Ikawa playing red-white heroic.
Really?
And looking pretty heroic here. Look at that Vanguard of Brimaz on the battlefield. That is an obelisk of Erd sitting up there as well.
And Vanguard just kind of savage with obelisk because you can both attack and convoke it out. I mean, that is an absurd amount. Look how early in the game this is. This
Can I just say, this standard format is awesome?
You can.
This standard format is awesome!
Vanguard of Brimaz. Now, the obelisk, when it enters the battlefield, you choose a creature type, and those creatures get +2/+2. So I'm assuming we've chosen soldier or cat, depending on kind of where the... It's probably soldier.
It's got to be soldier.
This is like the 4th turn of the game of Magic. He's going to attack for like, I can't even count that high.
We'll get a quick shot of Bram Snepvangers, though. Looking at him, you never quite know what's happening on the battlefield. He's pretty stoic. Nice ring you got there, Bram. He is a Hall of Famer.
He is? Absurd amount of damage.
Yeah, these guys are 13th and 14th coming
launching
in.
the fleet.
Is that a launch the fleet as well? Wow. Ikawa and Snepvangers are both sitting at 11 and 4 as well, looking to put themselves in that group.
Yeah, they want to be sweating that tiebreaker announcement too. Longer odds than Owen or Yuya, but hey, odds are odds. You'll take them. It's also 15 pro points to be 12-4.
He just attacked for 26.
Yeah. Bram has seen it up.
26 points of damage.
Just jammed in
Take
there.
26.
Now,
all right, I'm at neg 10.
Snepvangers did win the first game of that,
Yeah,
so
we
we
get a game
are
3.
forcing a game 3 here between those 2 players. We'll keep an eye on that one for you. But why don't we jump over to Li Shitian versus Spencer Garnier again? By the way, Randy, his buddies call him Spence Garnier, just so you're not the only one.
Spence.
Just to tease him. But it is Garnier, yeah. He's from Indianapolis. This is his 2nd Pro Tour. So I asked him if he was feeling the nerves at all. He said, no, he's just one match at a time type guy.
His 2nd Pro Tour, then, he's probably happy that he's clinched a qualification spot.
Yes.
You know, there's a whole bunch of PTQ finals going on out there on the floor right now also. All you got to do is get to 11 and 5 to qualify to come back to the next one.
There you go.
Like probably 10, 15 tables right now that are PTQ finals.
So we saw Li Shitian earlier combo off, draw his whole deck, make infinite mana, and actually win by making a whole bunch of, making a huge forest that had trample.
Once you have infinite mana, you can
100,
replay your Nissa, turn all of your lands into 4/4s, except then Jeskai Ascendancy means they're all XXs.
Yes.
For arbitrarily large X.
And I love that as a kill. I mean, I just want to highlight how brilliant that is. Instead of a 1-mana artifact that has no text, you get a Planeswalker that plenty of other people are playing just because it's an unbelievable threat in the format.
It does mean that you need 2 mana creatures to get the infinite mana.
That's true.
You can't go off with just a carry added.
Right. Right. That's why Twin Flame is so important because of the Dragon's Mantle combo. And I guess if your opponent theoretically has enough blockers to block all your lands, you're not killing them right away.
Well, you have this Retraction Helix card that you can point at their creatures.
I guess that's an excellent point.
So Garnier just used Drown in Sorrow to clear away a Rattleclaw Mystic, and he really tanked it out on his scry there, decided to keep it on top. He's got 3 Siege Rhinos in his hand right now and 3 mana. So he really would love to hit some untapped mana source and just start chaining Siege Rhinos. That's a great way to get in at what Li Shitian's doing. He has a Rattleclaw Mystic as a follow-up play. Let's see what it was that he kept on top, though.
No blocks.
All right. Fleece Main Line does what it does. Okay, and he decided to keep another Drown in Sorrow in anticipation there. He does get a scry, though, and it's a land, but it is an into the battlefield tap land. How greedy are you here?
I love putting that back.
He's just like, I can do better than that. Ship
Gotta
it to
be
the
greedy.
bottom.
Do you want to win or do you want to be safe?
It is a risk. I mean, look, his opponent doesn't have any non-land permanents at that time.
Yeah.
He does now with Cura's follower.
2 turns is just so long against the deck with dig through time in it.
Gonna crack a land here.
As you know, of course, the deck plays basic mountain, island, forest, plains. I guess we're going to probably see an ascendancy. The card is just good to just cast.
It's true.
Everything you draw, your guys get big, loot through your deck.
All right, so in comes that Fleecemane Lion. And unfortunately, it wasn't a land, but effectively the same thing here. A Sylvan Caryatid is going to set up Siege Rhinos for the rest of the game for Garnier.
Lee's sitting there not looking at the card, just put it right into his hand,
He does
slow
that.
rolling the look.
He sweats it, yeah. We call that squeezing the hand. You know, he's like, ugh. He gets full value from every draw step. He really milks it, and now he's got the old hands on the face, and oh, he's just passed the turn back here.
And so he's got a mana creature, he's got Ascendancy, and he's got Retraction Helix, but he doesn't have the Dragon Mantle.
He needs the card draw. This is going to drop. Wow, Li Shitian's at 4. So close here for Garnier.
All right.
The question is, does Li Shitian go off next turn? Because if he doesn't, Garnier's going to win. And I think he just said, kill me. Oh, here's the big sweat from Li. I don't think he has the tools.
Oh, yeah, can't use
Not
the
interested
mana
in that one.
confluence. Oh, so
So he
he's,
gets a
he's
loop
got some
here.
draws.
Untapping the island.
For blue. Okay.
Check it out.
So he made blue untap the island.
Ascendancy, loot.
So he does get to squeeze it out.
This is brutal. Watching this is...
Can you imagine being in Spencer's seat right now? Look at him. He is just, he put his hand, he was tapping his cards on the table. And he doesn't have it. Li Shitian concedes to Garnier here.
Now that was game 2?
Must have been.
He said...
We're going to go to game
okay.
3 now. So that was game 2. Remember, Li Shitian won game 1 by comboing off. And why don't we go back over and see what Bram Snepvangers is up to against Yoshihiko Ikawa. Again, Ikawa playing a deck that I saw it. Wow, I haven't seen any of those cards in the feature match area over the course of the weekend. Red-White Heroic.
Well, it's interesting because we saw the Red-White Soldier deck at the last Pro Tour, but this is kind of a hybrid between the Red-White Soldier deck that Sifka played at Pro Tour Journey into Nyx and the Obelisk of Erd deck that made its debut at Pro Tour Magic 2015. You know, a lot of those soldiers rotated and then said, okay, let's kind of hybridize these two strategies, take the best of both worlds, and it seems to be paying off.
All right, so Snepvangers with his Abzan mid-range deck. You'd think that would match up well against a red-white heroic, you know, kind of aggro build. But, you know, it does look like Ikawa can go very, very wide.
Yeah, if you're going to go aggro in this format, you have to go super wide.
Yeah.
You can't beat down through a Courser and a Caryatid with, you know, a couple of 2/1s. That's not happening.
I mean, Snepvanger's deck can put up a Caryatid, a Courser. It can put up Siege Rhinos. Like, how are you getting through that?
And you've also
You're getting
got this,
around it, I think.
Exactly. Yeah, right. Because you've got a wall of Murderous Cut. You've got Hero's Downfall. I mean, there's all this spot removal. You just have to flood the board with creatures and hope you don't get hit with a Drowning Sorrow. I mean, this is exactly the hand Ikawa wants. He's got Defiant Strike to start turning on Heroic, launch the fleet to do the same, raise the alarm. I mean, this is a good draw from Ikawa's side, too.
Krone Crusader to kick things off here. Unfortunately for him, his opponent has presented a pretty decent blocker there with the
Gotta go wide already.
line.
Can't even get in with the 1-drop.
No. A Thoughtseize, a Murderous Cut, a pair of lands, a Caryatid, and a Pelucranos in hand for Snepvangers.
Snepvangers taking advantage of the often maligned blocking mechanic.
And there, in response to Thoughtseize, is a Raise the Alarm from Ikawa. So
can't let him take that.
Yeah, stage
That
one
was a
of
first
going
pick.
wide is starting to come together for him as he sees double launch the fleet, a pair of lands.
Is that a Defiant Strike?
And a
And Defiant Strike, yeah,
Sure.
great heroic enabler. It gives you essentially more dragon mantles. I'm really interested in what happens if Ikawa draws Obelisk of Erd here. The Obelisk get 9 power worth of creatures in the battlefield and launch the fleet in hand. One of them getting taken. There's still another one left.
Yeah, this fleet is ready to be launched.
Sylvan Caryatid pretty risky to block with against this deck. I mean, you see Defiant Strike, there's got to be some more pump spells. Nevertheless, I mean, you got to cast it and got to get yourself access to some mana.
And there's a Caryatid follow-up from Snapfangers.
And he did it, I think. Is that an obelisk?
Thought it was a
Oh, no,
suspension
maybe
field.
not. Oh, okay. That's a little different. Suspension field still pretty good here.
Yeah. Get that Fleece Mane Lion out of the way.
All right. So there's a Defiant Strike. It's going to make a token as well.
What did he draw off the Defiant Strike?
Couldn't quite see. Looks like he's got Mana Confluence land, God's Willing.
Not a bad one either. I think you just want to suspension field that lion.
Yeah.
At least start getting through for some amount of damage.
I agree.
Whereas then on the other hand, we look at Snapfinger's hand. He's got Pelucranos. That's basically the best possible card against a token deck that you can have. If you untap, you just eat your opponent's entire board.
Meanwhile, in comes the squad here. Take 3 damage, drop down to 14 Bram, and that's going to be the turn for Ichikawa. But it was a good one, and there's a second copy of Pelucranos there for Bram. Not exactly a welcome addition, as it's unlikely to go anywhere. Though, since Ikawa does have Suspension Field, he can take care of that.
Do you have a second Suspension Field?
I think...
No, you're right. He only had one. Sorry. Yeah, it's God's Willing in his hand, which...
Well, Johnny's presence and God's Willing mean that some of them can survive at least.
What is so Ikawa could not find the cards for Standard and just brewed up some of last season's best draft decks and threw them together? This is insane. A Johnny's presence?
It's a heroic enabler.
Yeah, right.
It was a high pick. Maybe the best combat trick in the block, but he's also got God's Willing.
I mean, launch the fleet right here could be big. I mean, you can launch the fleet for 3 or 4 more tokens, but that just allows Snapvangers to, fire off Pelucranos uninhibited. All right, it gets even more tokens than that because of a Chrome Crusader. I mean, I kind of like just going all in on launch the fleet. Sure, your opponent's going to eat like 3 of your guys, but then you untap with a Johnny's Presence God's Willing and having dealt a lot of damage this turn.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
I mean, how much can Bram even go monstrous for here?
Right.
Exactly. You're only going to be able to do it for 2.
Yeah, so it might be too slow. Fleet launched. In they come. Everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 creatures.
9
and let's
total
just
creatures
add a
attacking.
few more. 9 of them.
But one of them's going to get eaten. 2 more of them going to get eaten later, but that's 7 damage. Yeah, I mean, Launch the Fleet is a powerful Magic card.
Wow, that is insane.
Yeah, now Snapfangers got cut, which is
just miserable.
Yeah, it's just not what you want.
It's like you said earlier, those. I mean, we're talking about a format that is defined by cards like Hero's Downfall and to a lesser extent Murderous Cut. And it looks like Ikawa just said, "I'm just going to go around all of that."
Yoshihiko Ikawa is showing us if you want to play aggro, you want to play a true aggro deck in this format. Here's how you can do it.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's
Show
still
me
a
the
few
way.
cards out there that he has to worry about. Drown in Sorrow comes to mind, of course.
I mean, and now the
his
+1/+1 on a Johnny's presence, very relevant. He can actually strive it. He could God's willing if he wanted to force through a blocker. I mean, I think Ikawa just can end the game right now, but I mean, the board's complicated. It's kind of hard to figure out.
Yeah, Bram has 3 mana at his disposal here.
Sure looks like 5 guys are getting through.
So he's interesting.
You notice there's 3 guys on one side of this red zone and 5 guys on the other.
Yeah.
What's up with the 3 guys? Well, see,
Yeah,
those
Bram
are,
says, that was nice of you. I'll just block
I'll
like
block
this.
those. Those 5 get through. He can Pelucranos to shoot
1.
Well, and that's the thing is if Bram uses Pelucranos to shoot 2 of the unblocked tokens, he can respond with a Johnny's presence for exactly lethal.
Yes. Because Bram can only do it for 1, right?
Yeah, for one, not
XX
two.
green. He's got 3 mana.
Right.
So Ikawa is in position here, and Bram's trying to decide. Because the problem is if Bram does nothing here, he takes 5
Right.
and sets himself up to die next turn anyway.
Yeah, it's a tricky call. All that untapped mana is got to be scary to Bram.
Because I think Bram also has a murderous cut in his hand if that was an option. But
Ikawa brings him a die. Here, go ahead. I'll help.
Target this, and there it is, a Johnny's
Whack.
presence
Wow.
with Strive.
Wow,
So target
+1, +1.
the one that was going to get eaten,
5
plus another
2.
one.
5 + 2 sounds like 7.
And
There it
that's
is.
it. Snapfingers has to extend the hand, and Yuichihiko Ikawa has put himself, well, he's put himself in position at least.
Yes, sir.
All right, we've
Yoshihiko
got-
Ikawa will be tied for 7th.
With a bunch of people, probably.
With a bunch
right?
of people,
Yeah,
yes. There are
okay.
going to be a bunch of people tied for 7th. They're going
Yeah.
to be like, yeah.
And why don't we jump over in the meantime to our last match in the feature match area here.
They're going to be
Li
like
Shitian
7 or
versus-
8 people tied for 7th.
Okay.
Is how this plays out.
Spencer Garnier. And it looks like we are right in the thick of it here. This is game 3. Both of these players are sitting at 11-4 currently. So they're both looking to win this to keep their hopes alive by being in that scrum that you were just talking about, Randy. So this is not necessarily a win and in, but this is a win to have a chance to be in.
These matchups are so hard to just look at the board and figure out what's going on. I mean, you look at Garnier's side, he's got Siege Rhino, he's got Wingmate Rock, he's got a token, he's got another creature down there. Lee with just a single mana creature, but of course this Jeskai Ascendancy deck can end the game immediately. So, I mean, anything can happen. Every single draw step matters so much.
Spencer certainly respectful of the fact that the Ascendancy deck can go off. I love this, Li Shitian.
It certainly makes for good viewing.
I mean, that was off of a freshly shuffled library. You know, like the first time I saw him do it, I thought, oh, maybe he scribed something to the top. But no, he's in for the sweat. So here he is. He's finally looked at that card that he drew. He looks a little stressed out right now. This isn't the look of somebody who is just immediately on the verge of winning. This isn't the look of somebody who says, I've got some work to do here. He's at 14. And he's facing down a pretty formidable board here. That's what, 4, 7, 10 power on the other side?
Relevantly, if Garnier attacks with everything, he's not quite within Siege Rhino range.
That's right.
So
That's
he
something
could,
that Lee is going to be thinking about a lot, too.
Right. He could have another turn. He's got Rattleclaw, Mystic, Twin Flame. What he doesn't have is Jeskai Ascendancy, nor does he have a way to dig for it.
A lot of pressure here, too. I mean, there's enough pressure on the Snapfingers Ikawa matchup, but those guys know they're just kind of in the middle of an 8-way tie for 7th. Li Shitian is in the pole position to get into that tie. Yeah, I mean, if tiebreakers don't change at all, Li Shitian would be 8th with a win.
We see Glare of Heresy. Garnier has 2 copies. That just basically means if Lee throws out an Ascendancy early, Garnier can remove it. Doesn't do anything to an Ascendancy he draws this turn, though.
He's going to gain 3 life there, though. That's very unlikely to be relevant on Spencer's side of the battlefield, but what's a lot more relevant is the fact that he's bashing right now for 10, looking to drop Lee down. Now, one interesting thing here, Zach, about what you mentioned is, so Lee would fall to 4 here, which, like you mentioned, is out of range of what Spencer just cast, which is a Siege Rhino, but it also means that Lee can't play fetch lands, he can't play Mana Confluence if he needs any other colors. Now, this is a huge sweat here. He tapped the top of his deck. He's looking at his board. He has not looked at his hand yet. Look at the restraint on Lee. And this is a very anticipatory
He has
view.
Ascendancy.
Oh, he got a
he
picture of
drew
a corner.
Ascendancy.
He saw one corner of the card and it was gold, and the rest of the card got unveiled instantaneously and then slammed into play.
All right, so here's Spencer. He is sweating this one. Both of these creatures are tapped essentially for mana. Here's Twin Flame.
He's got another draw. He's got to keep chaining non-creature spells.
To try to dig here.
just
Face down.
agonizing.
Let's sweat it again.
This is harder for Spencer, too. Look at him. Oh, he's like, one-time dealer, no.
What is it there?
Can Li Shijian find the combo pieces he needs to go off? He is in position to put himself in
Is it
top
Tormenting
8 here.
Voice?
That is Tormenting Voice, an aptly named card.
Tormenting indeed. Lee
gets
is
to
at
draw
1
3 cards
life.
now.
He's going to get 3 cards because he's going to get 1 loot ability and then draw 2 as well.
Spencer just shakes his head.
Oh, he can't
just
do
can't.
it.
You just can't touch the deck.
His heart has to be pounding out of his chest right now.
This is the kind of match that's going to age you 10 years.
Spencer looks like such a happy young man. I don't think he will be, no matter what the result of this is.
If Lee doesn't have gray hairs now, he's going to soon.
So this is kind of rough because Lee looting with an empty hand isn't it, but he draws 2 cards. Blue, blue, red. It looks like he might have it.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
a dig
Dig
time.
time.
That's going to keep him alive here.
Spencer's
1,
face,
2,
the
3, 4,
absolute
5, 6,
face of
7.
death. And I mean, you've got to be able to find something in 7 cards, right? There's the Dragon Mantle. There's a Retraction
And
Helix.
Retraction Helix. Those are the 2 pieces he needs. Does he have all the
He's got
mana?
it now, right?
Yeah, and he's got a ton of mana in his mana pool for all these loots.
He's got it, right?
Look at him
think he's
stare down
got
his
it.
opponent. How much mana does Spencer have untapped here?
Spencer's got 1.
2.
He's got
Carry
2
on.
Oh,
mana
you're right.
untapped.
Kyriotid.
I mean, Lee doesn't have a choice, right? He
Yeah,
goes
yeah,
for it.
go
He's
for
on
it.
1. Like, play Retraction Helix, targeting Kyriotid. Blue, blue, blue. Play it. Draw a card. And here we go.
He's got it.
He's got it. He gets to start drawing card after card after
There's
card.
the hand.
That is the
Spencer extends it. Li Shijian runs off to greet his friends. He has put himself in a spot for top 8. Now, he hasn't completely locked it. He will have to sweat this announcement. But wow, Li Shijian on the very last turn at 1 life finds all the pieces and gets there, showing how resilient that deck can be when it comes to actually finding the pieces. Dig, 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 and he got there.
Hawaii's a place for top decks, right?
Incredible.
Yeah, it's
Last
true.
possible draw, knock the top of your deck. Didn't do the windmill slam into the middle, though. It's more the sweat behind the squeeze from the back of the hand.
I mean, he made it interesting for us, I'll say that. He just waited and
That was
waited and
awesome.
waited. Fantastic stuff there from Li Shijian. So Spencer is going to have to settle for a super strong finish at his second Pro Tour.
Oh, yeah. He'll be like, 20-something.
Yeah.
Maybe even 18th or so.
So he'll lock up getting to play again.
Yeah, he gets that. That's on record now, which is great. No more tiebreakers no longer matter for any of the pro point orders or for any of the invites. Only place tiebreakers matter is the top 8 itself, because
Right.
it's not a top X. Has
So-
got to be exactly 8. Tiebreakers still matter there.
So I'm going to let Rich fill us in on all the other stuff. But before we do, I have to say we have a fairly savage top 8 announcement sweat
Oh my
upcoming
God.
here, right? I mean,
Yes.
like Owen wins his probable winning in, ends up having to play against
Tear
Yuya,
down.
loses to him, and now has to sweat the top 8 announcement. And
Yuya has to
Yuya
sweat the
is sweating
complete collapse.
as well, right? Yeah.
Yuya's sweating it. Li Shijian is sweating it. Owen Turtenwald, Greg Orange, Yoshikiko Ikawa. Yeah, we just watched 4 feature matches, and now we get 5 sweats.
Yeah, this is going to be sick. Now, what about the players that were already in, Randy, the ones that we knew coming in? Who was that?
Sean McLaren and Ari Lax will be the 1 and 2 seed. Tiebreakers will determine who's the 1, who's the 2, but those guys get to choose play draw all the way through to a potential finals pairing against each other. And then it's Tiago Soporito, Mike Sigrist, Ivan Flock, and Andrei Strauski. All those guys took the ID. They're all safely through. We got 6 spots that we know about.
So a very solid top 8 already, and we're going to add to it.
8-way tie for those other 7 spots.
Yeah, that's incredible.
I mean, it blows my mind that we got 2 Pro Tour champions from last season coming into this season.
Great point.
I mean, that's a great way to set yourself up to be number 1 of those top 25 standings. I mean,
Great point.
Some truly incredible players, some truly incredible decks.
Yeah. All right. Why don't we send it back to the news desk? I know Rich is over there, and he is going to have spreadsheets and iPads and printouts and all that stuff to get you guys filled in for what the rest of this top 8 situation looks at. Rich, what do we got?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, why don't we deal with certainties? Certainties, Sean McLaren. Yes, congratulations, a Pro Tour champion. He's back again. Incredible. 2, Ari Lax finished 9th at Pro Tour Return to Ravnica in 2012. Now he's at least 1 place better and will look to go 8 places better tomorrow. Guaranteed in. Guaranteed in from Brazil, Tiago Saporito. Opened up 6-0, fell to 6-2, got himself together, 10-2, and now in comfortably after an intentional draw in the last round. In for sure, overnight leader Mike Sigrist of the United States. In for sure, Ivan Flock of the Slovak Republic, your last Pro Tour champion, aiming to go back-to-back with control. Dear Lord above. 6th, Andrei Strauski, certainly in because of the intentional draw. That's what we know. Now here's what we think. Yuya Watanabe had terrific tiebreakers, and by beating Owen Turtenwald, well, it's a very good bet that Yuya Watanabe may be in 7th or 8th on 36 points. Owen Turtenwald did not have great tiebreaks. He was down at 59, and just to give you a comparison, Watanabe was up at 65. 1 to 2 point swings are not unheard of. Once you get beyond 2%, our crack scorekeeper Nick Fong's been looking at that, and honestly, 2% is a lot. 6%, crazy. So we think with that loss, Owen Turtenwald is out of the top 8. So that opens the door for 1 more 36-pointer. So who finished on 36 points and makes it in? Why don't we take a look at some of the results? Greg Orange defeated John Sittner. So Orange is 12-4. He began the round in 12th place, needing to get past Spencer Garnier, John Sittner, Li Shiqian, and potentially Yuya Watanabe. So Orange at 12-4. Dennis Rashid, who we've hardly seen in the feature match, he's always been behind the curve, but he's finished 12-4, defeating Jacob Pleasance. Terrific job by Jacob. His 11-5, remember, 33 points, guarantees him qualification to do it all over again at Washington, D.C. in February 2015. But Rashid sweating at 12-4. My guess is, though, he began in 19th place with tiebreaks even worse than Turtenwald, so I don't see that happening for Rashid. Ben Stark and Andrew Cuneo, they intentionally drew to 11-4-1, but then further down, as more results come in, another 12-4. Adam Jansen of the United States. Great job by him. His family are here cheering him on. He is a winner, 12-4, and that puts him, well, he was 16th, so probably not, we think. You've watched Li Shiqian win in unreal fashion over Spencer Garnier. Of course, that puts Garnier out. Phenomenal job to him. I guess it's probably small commiseration right now that he too will be back to do it all again at Pro Tour Washington in the new year. If we were forced to guess, our math has Yuya Watanabe and Li Shiqian in 7th and 8th. But that is all fingers and toes and thumbs and ears and back of the envelope and is by no means official. Let's go back to certainties. Right now, over in the comfortable chairs, Brian David Marshall and someone who knows they're in the top 8, Ari Lax.
Thanks, Rich. All right, so what you're telling me, Ari, is there's nothing I can do to make you cry right now.
Absolutely not.
I mean, It's been a long time. You've been playing Magic since you were how old?
5, 6, I don't know. I remember playing with like Ice Age and Mirage cards. That's about as far back. If you do the math on my age.
Veteran of the Junior Super Series.
Yeah.
You were one of the first, I always remember people talking about Team Unknown Stars.
Yeah, that was
which was really one of the
experience.
first, like, kind of not pro, but big teams of people trying to get to the tournament.
Yeah, that was me and Gavin Verhey, and we kind of recruited just like a bunch of our friends, and we did a bunch of testing for everything. And it was really just like, like regionals and PTQs and JSSs. And a lot of those people are still around today. It's like me, Calcano, Matai Zedekai, I think Alex John, my teammate, was on that team. Just a ton of people on the team are, stand out to the pro circuit.
And so you've been gold pretty consistently since that's been a thing.
Yeah, I was level 4 starting from my first year on the Pro Tour. I've just been like level 4 gold since then, with that little half year wish-wash in there, which was immediately erased by top 16 in Pro Tour or something like that. But
yeah, and that's been the story thus far, right? Top 16s. You had that heartbreaking matchup against Luis Scott Vargas.
Yeah.
At the end, like 2 seasons ago.
Oh, for Platinum? I thought we were talking about the other time he crushed me out of a Pro Tour top 8. Yeah, I mean, we just sat down. It was like good casual Magic, and the stakes were on the line, and he just destroyed me. Wins the roll, plays like the 4-drop that I can't beat on 4. It's like whoever lands it first wins. And then game 2 plays white spell, Night Veil Spectre, double blue spell as this curve. I'm just like, yeah, you got me.
It's funny, as you came out of the feature match area, as you shook hands, you're like, I didn't have to play a Channel Fireball member in the last round this time.
Like I mentioned, Luis, in my first PT, he was the first person to defeat me in a win for top 8. And then at Seattle, it was the same thing, where I got paired against David Ochoa, who could concede or draw, and he just crushed me. So I'm just like, don't let this happen again.
Yeah, so is it 3 top 16s?
2, and this is going to be my, I guess, if you count it as a top 16, 3.
Right. So this is your first top 8. You gave a lot of credit to your teammates for this event.
Yeah.
Tell me about both how your limited preparation changed for this event, and how much that was a boost for you, and then give us a little backstory on the deck.
Well, so for limited, it was really just me just straight up listening to Fennell and Neil. Chris Fennell and Neil Reeves are 2 of the best limited players of all time. We had them both, and they just kept saying the same thing over and over, and I just did what they told me, and it worked. It was very easy. They made it very simple.
How did that compare to maybe previous limited forays for you at the Pro Tour?
Since Fennell's been on the team, I've been listening to him more and more, which has basically been the plan. But this format especially, it was just a lot easier to conceptually sculpt a lot of the archetypes, because there's, I don't really know, there's just like a lot less weird corner case cards because there's so many lands and things.
Now tell me about the constructed deck. Again, you were very generous with credit to other people here.
So Steve Rubin had basically been testing Obzon mid-range builds since day 1, and we were like reasonably happy. I kind of felt like the deck wasn't very good. It was just like average mid-rangey. And I was actually on, Adrian Sullivan had a blue-black Perilous Vault control deck that was almost identical to the one that the Pantheon and Owen
we just saw Owen playing,
and I was on that up until about midday Wednesday, and Steve Rubin's like, let me play against you with my latest build, just to like test the matchup, because we were pretty sure people would figure out control. And he just 5-0 stomps me. I'm just like, your deck is inbred. I don't want to test this anymore. You just don't you cut all the cards that are not good against control because they're like Bile Blights or whatever, and instead you just have cards that are going to make you lose to aggro. So I'm just going to play Jeskai Burn. You're going to learn your lesson. And he just like 4-0s me there, and I'm like, okay, I'm playing this deck. We're done here.
What are you looking forward to in the top 8? What are you not looking forward to?
I'm just looking forward to playing more rounds of Magic until someone tells me to stop. I'm not looking forward to, my matchup's going to be rough. It's either going to be Li Shichan, or I'm on the play against a rougher matchup of Ascendancy combo. We just watched Spencer lose that matchup. I think my list is a little better than Spencer's there, but it's going to be tough. I did 2-0 Li Shichan in the Swiss, but he just never drew an Ascension.
But by the way,
Ascendancy.
You've figured out a way to kill Sylvan Caryatids when you played against Li Etienne.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us about that little trick.
It turns out that Sylvan Caryatid shares a name with your Sylvan Caryatid. So if you cast Bile Blight targeting the one that you control, there's die 2.
And that card's pretty critical to the success of the Ascendancy deck.
Yeah, anything else can just die to whatever removal I play, but that one kind of stays in play and gives them a board presence.
Right.
So, I mean, matchups either that or Yuya, which is is one of the best players in the world, playing the blue-white tempo, Jeskai, burn deck, whatever people are calling it these days.
Sure.
That deck's super skilled.
We've been calling it Jeskai wins.
Jeskai wins. I like that. It's a very skill-intensive deck with a lot of play, and he's going to put a lot of heart to whatever match he plays. Okay. So we'll see where my breakers shake up next to McLaren's.
I was very impressed. A lot of people, after 150-odd pro point career without a top 8, get there and they're like, wow, I got a top 8, awesome. But you've been very flat about it. Not in a bad way, but you're just like, I still have 3 matches of Magic to play.
The Craig Wesco plan in San Diego, he's just like, okay, so how do I win my next 3 matches? I'm just like, this is how you do it. And so I drew my match. After my winning in, I'm like, okay, I'm drawing my match. You guys at X4 and X5 on my team, what do you guys need? And just all business all day.
Just stay in the course. Okay. Well, I'm going to let you get down to the business of play testing.
Yep.
You got a long night ahead of you. You got some teammates to put through the paces.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ari Lax, well deserved. Very excited for you.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming.
All right, that's Ari Lax with Brian David Marshall. We've got more interviews coming up with members of the top 8. I can tell you that we have one result outstanding. You see it top left of your screen. 1 match left. They are in to extra turns, so we are not far away from a top 8 announcement. So other news, Li Shichan, you're aware, beat Spencer Garnier in epic fashion. This one you may not know, Yoshihiko Ikawa of Japan, previous Pro Tour top 8, I believe San Juan 2010, I want to say, defeated the Hall of Famer Bram Snetvangers, who was definitely top 8 of Worlds in 2009. I remember that one for sure. So Ikawa goes to 12-4, joins the scrum. It is increasingly looking to us as though Yuya Watanabe and Li Shichan may be your 7th and 8th members of the top 8. And that would be incredible. That would actually be the 3rd top 8 for both of those players. Li Shichan, of course, returned to Ravnica. And then Pro Tour Born of the Gods, there's a form line there with Sean McLaren, who is, of course, your champion of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. So you'd have Lax in his first go-round. You'd have McLaren trying to become a 2-time Pro Tour champion within the space of a year, no less. You'd have Thiago Saporito in his first, Mike Sigrist in his first as well. Andre Strasky the same. He's only 19. And by the way, on the same team as Even Flock, the cabin crew, 2 of them in the top 8. Fantastic job for them. And then if we're right, Watanabe and Li Shichan, but we'll see. Why don't we head across to someone who, again, we know is in the top 8. Here's Brian David Marshall once more with Even Flock.
Thanks, Rich. I'm here with Even Flock. So, you take your time getting to your first Pro Tour top 8.
That's true.
Takes you a while. You do it at Pro Tour M15. You win the whole thing. You decided you liked it so much you'd do it again?
Yes. Obviously, I'm going to try tomorrow.
Has something changed for you in terms of how you prepare for events or how you're playtesting that has maybe allowed you to break through at these last 2 tournaments?
Maybe not in last 2, but maybe in last 4. Because we started to test in the cabin in Czech Republic, and our group growed a little bit. We added Martin Chuza and Frank Karsten, and it's a really great team, and it's working well so far.
Right, so really picking up the best and the brightest of the European Magic community,
yes.
Working together locally, spending a lot of time together.
Exactly.
What is your role on that team as you guys are preparing for Pro Tour?
Well, my role, play a lot and give our results to Frank Karsten.
You're the advocate for the control deck?
Yes, but I have to say that Stanislav Sivka is the more advocate of control deck. Once again, this deck was mainly his work.
Oh, okay. I mean, we've seen Sivka play control, combo, aggro. He doesn't seem as dedicated to control maybe as you are.
He is as dedicated control player as I am. I played same aggro deck in Pro Tour when he top dated, but other than that he plays combo and controls.
Okay.
Only that.
Have you begun to scout out a little bit what the top 8 looks like?
Not yet. I know a few players that are in top 8, but frankly, honestly, I don't know even what are they playing mostly. So I'll get to that once we are done here and we have
once
deck
I let you
lists.
go?
Yeah, once you let me go, and I'll just get deck lists, pass those to my teammates, and they will work with it.
Tell people now that you have the experience of doing this in the past, what is an evening for you like after you make the top 8 of Pro Tour? I know you have to fill out paperwork, you have to take pictures.
Yes, it's just this stuff, and once it's done, I'll just relax and focus, eat something, and maybe go to spa in our hotel, and let all work to my teammates that are not in top 8, and then they'll play those matchups. They are in top 8, and they give me all info they can find.
How late will those guys be up playtesting your matchup for you?
As long as that it will be necessary, as long as it's needed.
And I mean, I imagine there has to be. You talked about playtesting with these guys, living with these guys. Yeah. There has to be a tremendous amount of trust that you have to be able to say, "Hey guys, tell me what I need to do tomorrow."
Of course, we are great friends, and I trust them as my friends and as the players. They are great players as well. So, what they say, I'll trust them, of course.
What was the best piece of advice you got preparing for the top 8 of Pro Tour M15?
Best piece of advice? Well, I can't remember that there was so much advice. But probably some sideboard guides.
Do you have anything as exciting for us as flying as Archangel of Thune and Nick's Fleece Rams?
I don't think so, but who knows? Maybe I'll find some Pearl Lake Ancient Kung Fu.
All right, well, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you get down to your paperwork, your photography, and your spa treatment.
Okay, thank you.
For Fox, Brian David Marshall sending it back to the desk, and Rich Hagon.
Thank you very much to Brian David Marshall and Even Flock. I can tell you the last result is in. All the Swiss is done. And that means it's time for the top 8 announcement of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. Let's hand you over to the feature match area and the Pro Tour tournament manager, Mr. Scott Larrabee.
Hello and welcome to the top 8 announcement for Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. My name is Scott Larrabee. I'm the Pro Tour tournament manager. Now the top 8. Ranked first with 38 points from Canada, Sean McLaren. In second place with 38 points from the United States, Ari Lax. In third place with 37 points from Brazil, Tiago Saporito. In fourth place with 37 points from the United States, Mike Sigrist. In sixth place with 37 points from the Czech Republic, Andrej Strasky. In seventh place with 36 points from Japan, Yuya Watanabe. My bad. I'm going to jump back one couple places here. Sorry about that. In fifth place with 37 points from the Slovak Republic, Ivan Flock. All right, we've got 7 now, right? Good, okay. In 8th place with 36 points from Hong Kong, Li Shitian. Ladies and gentlemen, your Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir top 8. Join us tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We can see how the matches turn out. Thank you very much and good night.
All right then. Well, welcome back to the news desk. 16 rounds are finished. So I guess if the magic stopped, it must be time for the end of day wrap. Hello everyone, Rich Hagan, Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall with you to wrap things up in a neat little package for the end of the second day here of Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir, the island paradise of Honolulu, a spectacular backdrop for players and fans alike. For BDM, it turns out quite a good top 8.
Wow, the top 8 is very impressive. We have a lot of people repeating top 8s, people having breakthrough top 8s, drama upon drama upon drama in that last round of the Swiss. It was just amazing.
Well, behind us, we do have our overall scoreboard. Why don't we take a look for you? And of course, as always, great though the performances on the right-hand side of the screen are, on the left is where it really matters. And your top 8. Well, where shall we start? Let's start right at the top with Sean McLaren.
Pro Tour champion Sean McLaren. Regarded as a modern master, has shown he has what it takes to draft. 6-0'd his draft. He's done that twice now at the Pro Tour and has shown he has what it takes in standard as well. He's your top seed going into tomorrow. Just a tremendous player playing the Jeskai Wins deck.
Yeah, and someone who we have often emphasized the importance of team. He is Team F1. It's just Mr. McLaren.
Right, and so funny, we talked about how he prepares for an event. He says, you know what, I get out about a week from the event and I like to settle my deck. I like to decide this is what I'm playing. I've done my play testing, I might fine tune it, I might make some adjustments, but that's done. And then I spend a week on Magic Online drafting. Every waking hour, basically. Drafting. And we've just seen those results. When you can go 6-0 in limited, you have a little bit, you have 2 matches to give in constructed that maybe you wouldn't have if you drop 2 of your limited matches.
Practice. That's the way that Sean McLaren does it. It is also the way that one of the most studious players in the game today goes about his business. Number 2 there, Ari Lax.
Ari Lax, I didn't write my article at the beginning of the season about the players with the most pro points without a top 8. Ari Lax, very near the top of that list coming into this event. He had 147, maybe 148 pro points coming in. No top 8s, number of top 16 finishes, a huge breakthrough for him. He used the word studious. That's exactly what he did. He's been studying at the feet of 2 of the greatest drafters, at the Pro Tour and after the Pro Tour in Chris Fennell and Neil Reeves.
Right. 2
players, and he has just been, he said, you know what? I just do what they tell me. And again, someone else who went 6-0 in his draft.
Yeah, fantastic job by Ari Lax. Incidentally, McLaren's going to be playing Jeskai aggro. What about Ari Lax? What's he on?
Ari Lax is playing an Abzan mid-range deck that was designed by his teammate Steve Rubin. He sort of was like, no, this deck is terrible. I don't want to play it. You just built this deck because it beats our decks. And he's like, yeah, it beats your decks, which are the other decks people are going to be playing. And he's like, oh, you're right.
I'll play this.
We have 2 more Arbzan decks coming up. Third place, Thiago Saporito, 12-3-1 from Brazil. Terrific performance by him, 6-0 to open up. Once he falls back to 6-2, we privately say things like, that's probably his bubble burst. Back he comes, 6-2, 10-2, and then held it together down the stretch.
And a new name in the mix for the top Brazilian players.
Absolutely.
Someone that you're going to have to look to, as we go towards Worlds and World Championships next year.
So then also on Arbzan, 4th seed, Mike Sigrist, the other overnight leader.
Yeah, Mike Sigrist was 8-0. Got off to a very good start. I think he went as far as 10-0 before he picked up a loss. Veteran player's been around for a long time. Paul Rietzel remembers going to Your Move games for the first time to play Magic, and this guy Mike Sigrist was there, and kind of had his corner seat at the draft table, a la Norm Cheers.
Right. So he really has been throughout the history of the game.
And first top 8 of his career. Very, very impressive for him.
Now, number 5 seed, this is not his first go-round, and the first time he was here from the Slovak Republic, Even Flock, he went the distance.
Yeah, former world team champion, won the last Pro Tour that we played. You might remember him from Pro Tour M15. You may remember some flying sheep that, took down, or just giant sheep. They seemed like they were flying Archangel Thune. Control deck player, blue-white control not available to him this time. Played blue-black control this weekend. Second top 8 in 2 Pro Tours after a long career without a top 8.
Yep.
Very impressive. Team Cabin in the Woods.
3 matches away from back-to-back titles. Crazy. Number 6, Czech Republic, Andrej Stratsky. Now you look at the flags and you think Czech Republic, Slovak Republic, pretty similar. Well, it turns out those two on the same team, the cabin crew.
And in the same cabin, the cabin crew.
Right. So that's a group basically of the Slovak Republic, the Czechs, Matej Zatlkai, and so on, and Martin User, and they literally, off they go into the cabin.
What's Stratsky playing?
Stratsky's on Jeskai. Jeskai aggro, a nice sort of aggressive deck for him. And then that's where the drama kicks in, because we knew going into the last round, those 6 pretty much there. But there were 7 players on 36 points or better going into that last round. Well, to handshake, you need another hand. When the dancing stopped, the odd man out was Owen Turtenwald. He had to play his last round. Paired down, of course, against Yuya Watanabe.
It's not often you find yourself playing in a match where you're disadvantaged in Player of the Year titles.
That's right. Oh, how many Player of the Year titles have you got? 2?
By the way, that sounds best being said with an English accent, even if that's never actually been said with an English accent.
Oh, my Lord. Hate mail to BDM at Top 8 Games. Moving on. So, Yuya Watanabe wins that match against Owen Turtenwald. Now, that pretty much the math guaranteed that would be Turtenwald out. It didn't guarantee Watanabe in. There were several players who could overhaul him for what would turn out to be slot 7 and 8. Let's see who made it. Well, it was Lee Shi-chan with an explosion of emotion, defeating in the end Spencer Garnier in the last round and the last match of the last round in the feature match area.
And just like, it was top deck, a card that would let me top deck into a card that let me top deck for 2 cards. That was basically that last turn for him. It was harrowing. I remember, Sam Black digging in Philadelphia and then not getting there. This time we got to see dig, and then there it was. And then, like you said, that explosion, and he basically ran around the room.
And what is so interesting, you mentioned Sam Black. That, of course, is modern, where everyone who's been paying attention knew that Jeskai Ascendancy would be a gigantic thing. But not everyone thought that it was going to be the real deal in Standard.
No, there was a lot of people disregarded the deck, said it was too clumsy. You need the blue, the white, and the red for the Jeskai Ascendancy, but you really need to have a green creature. You want a green mana creature in play to make this whole combo go off. And so, people were like, I don't know. But it worked here, and Li Shi-tian got that 8th spot. It was pretty amazing. And, that's his 3rd top 8 in a very short span of time.
Well, he, of course, was in the same top 8, Born of the Gods, as Sean McLaren. You could see a rematch from that top 8 there.
Right, well, that will be our first our first match.
That will be 1v8, so a rematch from there in terms of both being in that top
And I
eight.
gotta tell you, Ari Lax, not super excited about the prospect of playing Yuya Watanabe.
Ha. Incidentally, before we go, we must just pay tribute to the other 12-4s in particular. Great job by Greg Orange.
I am so impressed with Greg Orange. You know, this is only the third Pro Tour he's played in his career. Played in one long ago that he got the, you know, you get a mulligan on that one, right? That was a long time ago. But, you know, he's played in the last 2 Pro Tours. This is his second top 25 finish. This is a 9th place finish this time, a virtual top 8, as I like to call them. Just a great job by him. Really excited to see what the next year is going to hold for Greg Orange.
Yoshihiko Ikawa almost made his second top 8. Owen Turtenwald, well, of course, he just demonstrated that he was a master again.
Let's take a moment to acknowledge that Owen Turtenwald has just turned into one of the game's elite players.
Totally. Yes.
Absolutely. He's always one of the game's great players. But, you know, over the last year and a half, you know, this time he spent with, you know, William Jensen and Reed Duke and the Pantheon have just honed him like a razor to just one of the most terrifying people that you could possibly be paired against at any Pro Tour.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal player. And commiserations to him, because the pair down, that's never a great feeling. And then facing Yuya Watanabe, never a great feeling either. Rounding out the 12 and 4s, Dennis Rashid of Sweden, great job. Adam Jansen, tremendous effort by him. And Don van Ravensvij.
I was so excited to see him back.
That's right, from Australia. Great guy, led Worlds one year at the end of day 1. You know, and just obviously Australia, not a huge amount of time to get 2 places to travel, but when he comes, he makes a point of doing the business. And then Ben Stark, Andrew Cuneo, they ID'd into 15th and 16th. So well done to them. But everyone on 33 points or better gets to come back and do it all again at Washington in the new year.
Tell me how far down the 12 and 5s went.
The 11 and 5s. 11 5s go down to Aaron Lewis of the United States in 38th place, and incidentally, in 37th, from 1 and 4 to 11 and 5, Eric Froelich. Good job, Eric.
Well done.
Fantastic.
So just something to keep in mind, new rules this year. So everyone with 33 points, so everyone who got to 11-5 is going to be invited to the next Pro Tour.
Yeah, so well done, Aaron Lewis. You secured the last ticket to Pro Tour Washington. But although the top 8, they know they're going to come back again, but someone would quite like platinum status for not just the entirety of this season, but the entirety of next season. And one of those 8 people is going to do it. Will it be Jeskai Aggro? Will it be an Abzan deck? Will it be the blue-black controlled deck? It would be back-to-back for Flock if he could do it. Or will it be Jeskai combo? There's the top 8, the announcement. They're so thrilled to be there, and we are going to be so thrilled to have you with us through every turn of every match on day 3. Don't you dare miss a thing, morning, noon, afternoon, or night. It's going to be absurd. Khans of Tarkir turns out to be a little bit good. Rich Hagan, Brian David Marshall, bye.